I found myself trapped within the confines of my home. The air was thick with despair, and it felt as if society was teetering on the brink of collapse. My name is Fangyu, and survival was my only focus until I stumbled upon a game that promised salvation. This game wasn't just a distraction, it became my lifeline. As I dove deeper into this virtual realm, I began to recruit a diverse band of apostles, each with their unique skills and stories. Together, we built a sanctuary, a base where hope could flourish amidst the chaos. I learned to lead, strategize, and nurture the talents of those who joined me, each step further igniting a spark of purpose that had long been extinguished in my heart. In the evening, the streetlights hadn't been turned on yet, and most of the shops were already closed. The street was quiet and empty, with only the fading glow of the lights casting long shadows before everything turned dark. It felt lonely and silent. It was as if some huge, terrifying force was waiting to swallow everything. I pulled my collar up a little and walked quickly, just like the few people I passed on the street. We kept our distance, barely acknowledging each other. Soon, I arrived at my apartment. It was a modest 3-bedroom, 2-living-room place, an old house that had been around for over 20 years. I flipped the switch, and the harsh light finally chased away the uncomfortable darkness. I took a deep breath, threw my bag on the couch, and took out my phone. I swiped my thumb across the screen. Beep. My fingerprint unlocked the phone, and a bunch of notifications popped up. The city had been covered by dark clouds for days, and there were rumors about some sort of apocalyptic event. There were also strange reports of missing bodies from the morgue, and warnings to stock up on supplies. Some of it was news, some were ads, but it all had the same theme: things were getting tense, and there were strange occurrences happening. Earlier, I saw a neighborhood being cordoned off. One message read, "Wait, is something really going on?" I frowned. I had seen odd videos and photos before, but I didn't pay much attention to them. I thought they were just for fun, nothing serious. But recently, there had been more news about disappearances and ghost sightings, and I started to feel uneasy. It seemed like something bad was coming. I tried to shake it off. Worrying about it doesn't help, I thought. When bad things happen, there's always someone to deal with it. I don't go out much anyway, so I'll just stock up on supplies and stay home. That was the plan: stay home, be safe, and not think too much about it. I put the groceries in the fridge and noticed I still had 3.5 boxes of instant noodles left. Along with other essentials like rice, toothpaste, and toilet paper, I had enough to get by. The dark clouds covered the moon, and the old city outside my window looked even more desolate and dim. Only a few lights from nearby buildings broke through the darkness. Then, I heard a soft knock at the door. I froze. The knock came again, more clearly this time. Knock, knock, knock. It was regular, almost mechanical. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Who was at the door? I hadn't ordered any takeout. Delivery was only available from nearby pickup points. I reluctantly got up, but the knocking continued, now almost rhythmic, like a drum. The sound grew louder, and my heart started racing. My hand was about to reach for the light switch, but I hesitated. Then the knocking stopped abruptly. A cold silence filled the air. I stood frozen, heart pounding, sweat starting to form on my forehead and palms. After a moment, I grabbed my slippers and crept closer to the door, trying to listen carefully. I stood by the peephole, but I was too scared to look through it. Maybe it was just a prank, I told myself. Or maybe I was overreacting. But my heart was still racing. I decided it was best not to open the door. If it was someone I knew, they'd call or text. If it was a delivery, they'd leave it at the door. It wasn't worth the risk. I returned to my bedroom, trying to distract myself with my phone. But my mind was still on the strange knocking. Suddenly, my phone started installing a game. I hadn't even remembered downloading it. A strange animation appeared: dark clouds, dilapidated buildings, and eerie shadows. Then a flash of fire and a figure charging toward the darkness. The screen froze with the words, "Savior, are you ready?" I blinked. When did I even download this game? Had I accidentally pressed something earlier? The game looked like one of those old-fashioned mobile games, but the graphics weren't bad. I figured it would be something to pass the time. I clicked through, and the main menu appeared, simple but neat. There were no annoying ads or prompts to buy things. Just a few options: fate draw, apostle list, and item list. It was a bit too simple, though. No tutorial, no instructions, and there was no obvious way to spend money. I clicked on the apostle list, and to my surprise, there was a character listed. Wait, what? The character looked oddly familiar. A man in a black jacket and gray pants, with a white shirt underneath. I stood up and walked to the mirror in the living room. And there I was. The same outfit, the same look. I stared at the mirror for a moment, then at the character on the screen. For a second, I felt a chill run down my spine. Wait a minute, I muttered. Is this me? He actually appeared in the game? This isn't quite right, so I need to sort it out. Fong Yu clicked on the character's information. Savior of Destiny physique, 0.8 spirit, 1.5 talent, none skill, none age, 26 occupation, street writer evaluation, a weak man with no power to restrain a chicken, strike out, hashtag UNET and $, the leader of the Salvation Organization, the starting point of all destiny, you are the chosen one. This information, and this appearance and clothing cannot say exactly the same, can only say exactly the same. You can't go wrong. Could it be that? Fong Yu's heart beat unstoppably again. Is it Goldfinger? He went back and looked at the background again, carefully, not missing a single word. The shadows of the old days are approaching, the filth of the world is growing, and the countdown to the end has begun. Savior, are you ready? If the background of the game is true, and what I saw on the internet is not a rumor, then, salvation is too far away, he is just an ordinary young man. But if everything is true, this game is his protection in this increasingly dangerous world. Start by saving yourself. Only, how to prove it is true, he doesn't want to be happy in vain. Fong Yu clicked on Fate Draw. Drawing Fate, spend Fate points to extract props, equipment, secret medicines, skill books, and apostles of fate from the River of Fate. Note, the current probabilities of drawing ranks are, common, 80%, rare, 19%, top rank, 1%, reminder, you have received the gift of fate, and you have a chance to draw 10 times in a row. Do you want to use it? Reminder, for the first draw, you will definitely get an Apostle of Destiny. Is the first 10 consecutive games free, and a novice character as a gift? He is familiar with this routine. Do you smoke? It must be smoked, smoke it. What is the name of this game depends on this draw. Fong Yu doesn't know what's in the card pool, so he can only pray, for the sake of this chief's non-existence for so many years, let's have a look. My turn, Fate Draw. The vortex of fate filled the entire interface, and there seemed to be many scenes passing through it. It's just that Fong Yu didn't see clearly. When he came back to his senses, there was a little eye-catching blue light in the middle of the white light, bursting out from the vortex. Hint, get physical secret medicine, white, novice wooden sword, white, skill training card, white, dot. Reminder, obtain the Apostle of Destiny black knife, blue. 10 rays of light. 9 of them are white light and 1 is blue light. Except for the Apostle of Destiny, which is guaranteed for novices, the others are all the lowest level items. Fong Yu was still skeptical that the Apostle of Destiny started with a top-grade, blue, player. Otherwise, guaranteed to give out a green light. Also let the non-chiefs live. It's either, the key now is to prove this game. As long as the game is real, it doesn't matter. We can't swim, forget it, the crow's mouth is bad. He opened the apostolic message. Black Knife Physical, 2.6 Spirit, 1.2 Talent, none skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Beginner, Blade Slash, Beginner, Evil Tracking, Beginner, Equipment, Novice Sword, Normal, Age? Comment, a taciturn warrior, fighting for the glory of mankind. This is an apostle wearing a black coat and a black mask. He wraps himself tightly, only revealing a pair of stern eyes. A black saber with a plain sheath hangs from his waist. But it seems that the edge will be revealed. It's not a young lady, and Li Hui is ordinary, so I can give 2 stars at most. But, it seems very strong? My physique is more than 3 times that of mine, and I have 3 skills. Isn't the apostle just drawn a blank board? He poked at the 3-dimensional model of the apostle. There is even an interaction. He Dao stood upright, with his right hand clenched in front of his heart. The torch is passed down from generation to generation, and mankind will last forever. Reminder, since the Black Knife is a special apostle, it does not exist in reality and needs to be sent. Do you want to send this Apostle of Destiny? Reminder, the delivery location must be within 100 meters of the anchor point Savior of Destiny as the core. Reminder, at the current level, the maximum time for the arrival of the apostles is 1 hour. Fong Yu touched his chin. According to the description, there are 2 types of apostles, special apostles and real apostles. The apostles of reality seem not to be limited by the duration of the Advent, and they are strange people with special talents in reality. And the special apostle, it seems that it is only special at present, it can be delivered, and there are restrictions? The Black Knife is a special apostle who needs to be sent to come to reality. So, do you want to deliver? He thought for a while and chose yes, and soon, a map appeared on the game interface. It is a map with a radius of 100 meters around him. It is much more detailed than the Wicked map, and can be continuously zoomed in, like a drone taking real-time aerial photography, and can be freely controlled by him. Up and down, zoom in and out. Scenes of pictures fell into Fong Yu's eyes. Dark alleys, quiet streets, bedrooms with lights on, and a handsome guy in the bedroom who was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. Etc. This bedroom, this person, isn't he himself? He turned his head instinctively, and looked outside through the window glass. However, it was empty and dark, and there was nothing. Fong Yu. This can't be said to be very scary, it can only be said to be very scary. His heart beat violently again. Hesitating for a while, Fong Yu got up anyway, and walked to the windowsill in a few steps. Reaching out, he yanked the window open. The cold wind pierced through and slapped his cheeks, his eyes wandered and swept around, back and forth, left and right, up and down. It was still dark and silent, with the only light shining from behind him, and he stepped on the dividing line of light, as if he wanted to embrace the darkness. However, Fong Yu's heart became hot. He tried it. No matter how he manipulated the screen in the game, even if he moved it to his home, there was still nothing in front of him. This unscientific. But it's a hack. This game is real. His heart was beating violently again. This was the third time in a short period of time, but this time he was not frightened, but excited. Even though the cold wind was blowing outside the window and he patted randomly, it still couldn't quench the blazing heat in his heart. He burns ding. Reminder, please deliver the Destiny Apostle Black Knife as soon as possible during the remaining 20, 19, and 18 of the delivery mode. Fong Yu came back to his senses. Thoughts are spinning in my mind. Since the game is real, there are unknown dangers in this world, and some of them have already happened, just like the gossip he occasionally reads when reading stories. So, the strange knock on the door I heard not long ago probably has a problem, a big problem. Mom! Guixie is by his side. But Fong Yu didn't panic in the slightest. He had the Admiral's black sword, which could cut through evil spirits. But where should the black knife be delivered? Own home? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. As a game player, it would be safer not to get involved with the characters in the game. This is not cowardice, it is steady. It can only be sent outside. He thought of a nice spot. Rooftop. His typing community is an old community. The roof is only 9 stories high, but there are no tall buildings around, and it is night again, and the light is dim. And the rooftop has been deserted for a long time, so it couldn't be more suitable. There are only a few seconds left in the countdown. There is no time to hesitate. Fong Yu decisively chooses to deliver. Ding! Reminder, the Destiny Apostle Black Knife is being delivered. On the dim old rooftop, there were little lights suddenly lit up. Like fireflies. There are more and more flying, converging and changing, outlining the outline of a human figure. It is the Black Knife. A black knife in a black coat and a mask appeared on the desolate rooftop. As soon as he appeared, he put his hand on the handle of the knife, and the sword could be unsheathed at any time, entering the state of war. Like a seasoned warrior. See, his gaze froze for a moment, then fixed on a certain place. His gaze seemed to penetrate the ground, and he uttered 2 words coldly. Evil. The signing status has been changed, and it is updated twice a day, so. Seriously, please follow up. Reminder, the Destiny Apostle Black Knife has been delivered. Has it entered the perspective of the Apostle? Reminder, you have entered the Apostle perspective mode. On the dim rooftop, a figure in black stands prominently. In Fong Yu's eyes, this is equivalent to a third-person game perspective. But, he can't completely control this Apostle of Destiny. The behavior of the Destiny Apostle can only be partially controlled by giving instructions. There are several options such as exercise, rest, combat, and standby. That's not bad. With Heidao's physique, the speed must be extremely fast. It's a bit empty for me to do micro-manipulation. This is not a game. Is reality. He wasn't about to give any orders. Because Heidao had already acted on his own, he smelled a sinister smell, and there seemed to be killing intent shooting out of his eyes. Heiknife used the skill evil tracking. Before, in his field of vision, sporadic gray and black spots appeared. Like a dirty wind, intermittently, winding into the corridor. Fong Yu also saw such a picture. He touched his chin. It seems that this is a clue-finding skill, similar to the Eye of the Element, survival instinct? The target is inside the building. Heidao went straight to the iron gate of the roof entrance, paused, and looked down. A rusty iron lock has locked the entire iron door. This, according to the fire regulations, iron gates cannot be set up and locked on the roof. But here they are locked. Fang Yu didn't go to the rooftop for many years, and he didn't know about it. Frowning, He Dao only paused for a moment. Clang! The saber was unsheathed, the snow-white blade slashed across, and the rusty iron lock was completely broken. He Dao's knife was sheathed again, and he pushed open the iron door as if nothing had happened. With a creak, he walked into the increasingly dim corridor. Fang Yu, I worry about it for nothing. But why are you so proficient, He Dao? Entering the corridor, there are more gray and black spots in He Dao's eyes, which means that the more evil clues are, the closer the distance is. He went all the way down. On the 8th and 7th floors, the dim lights in the corridors shone, reflecting He Dao Mode's emotional eyes. The gray and black spots in front of it increased rapidly, and the outline of the paw prints of 3 claws was actually vaguely outlined. A monster with 3 claws? Is this evil? Fang Yu was thinking, when he suddenly heard the sound of dong dong dong, coming from the game. No, not just from the game either. He listens, there were also ringing outside his house, and the voices gradually overlapped. Only this time, what Guixia knocked on was not the anti-theft door of his house, but the opposite door. Fang Yu held his breath and stared at the game screen without blinking. Following the vision of the black knife, it slowly moved up. On the black paw prints, in front of the anti-theft door opposite his house nothing. There is only a touch of gray and black, with strands of filthy wind blowing. This is a scene that can only be seen under the evil tracking. However, under this special field of vision, there is still no evil to be seen. Only 2 black paw prints, and dong dong dong, knocking on the door mechanically. Stop abruptly. For some reason, Fang Yu felt like he was being watched by something. No, He Dao should be targeted. Even across the game screen, he felt creepy. Is this evil? However, until now, he still doesn't know what kind of monster it is, he can't see it, he doesn't have the skill of evil tracking, and he can't even see the paw prints. I don't know what the monster looks like. Whether the entity exists. No knowledge of fighting style, weakness, etc. How to fight this? Is this something a human can beat? Fang Yu clenched the phone tightly, his palms sweating slightly. In the picture, He Dao suddenly dodging 2 steps away in a relatively spacious place at the corner of the corridor. Boom! There was a loud bang. The noise was deafening. Still didn't see any shadows, only after the loud noise, paw prints began to appear on the ground, and some gray and black spots appeared on the wall at the corner. The treacherous pursuit seems to be far behind the movement of this 3-clawed monster? Fang Yu raised his heart, not daring to breathe. But He Dao didn't show any signs of panic, his hand was still on the handle of the knife, and he stared coldly at the front. Another wrong step. With a loud bang, the saber was unsheathed. Fang Yu saw the red light of the knife, and it hurt his eyes. It's blood red. The snow-white blade was covered with a faint red, whistling and cutting towards the air 2 steps ahead. Bringing up the gray and black fog. It's like a knife chopping on seaweed, cutting through groups of seaweed filaments, and breaking them in mid-air. Hit it? The filthy wind in the picture seems to have faded a lot. He Dao backed away 2 steps, slowed down, held the saber with both hands, and there was a burst of reddish light on the blade. Blade cut! The red light streaked across, cutting out a large piece of gray and black fog, and Fang Yu seemed to see a faint shadow appear and shatter. Completely disappeared. He wasn't sure if it was a hallucination. But under the evil tracking vision of the black knife, the paw prints of the 3 claws quickly faded, and the filthy wind lingering around also faded. Until it disappears completely. He Dao turned off the vision of the evil tracking. The sharp saber was sheathed again, and the person stood in the corridor with calm eyes, as if beheading a ghost was just a trivial task, without any change. But Fang Yu still noticed that He Dao's breathing was a little short, and beads of sweat oozed from the parts not covered by the mask. He wasn't as relaxed as he seemed. But no matter what, it was a kill. First kill. Ding. Reminder, Destiny Apostle Black Knife killed the evil knocking boy. The evil has been recorded in the illustrated book. Reminder, kill Weixia for the first time, the dispatch template has been opened, fate point +2. Reminder, Destiny Apostle Black Knife kills Guixia alone, mystery +0.1. There is a lot of information. Ding 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 kept popping up on the phone. Fang Yu was about to check one by one, when he suddenly remembered the black knife still in the corridor. There was a lot of movement just now. Twice boom. Boom. The loud noise was more exaggerated than smashing the door with a hammer, and it probably shocked many residents. You can't let He Dao stay here. Dao is an unknown suspicious element who is also dressed strangely. He cut to Dao's perspective. At this time, the Apostle of Destiny had already returned to the rooftop. He didn't seem to know where to go, so he sat on the ground to rest and wait for instructions. Reminder, there is still 57:15 left in the delivery status. Do you want to end the delivery of the Apostle of Destiny Black Knife? Yes. A faint light fell. Wrapped around the body of the Black Knife, the Black Knife disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Kill the evil and go, and hide the merit in fame. Fang Yu also put down his phone, and moved his hands that were a little stiff due to nervousness. Opened the door and went out. From the corridor outside, a human voice came. It was the concierge, Uncle Chin, who heard the loud noise and came to inquire, and there were two enthusiastic neighbors. I also heard a loud noise and was shocked. Fang Yu shook his head. After a while, he returned to his home. Hidden merit and fame. Back home, Fang Yu gasped for a while, then shook his fist hard. Great! The ups and downs tonight are really exciting, especially just now when Dao slashed evil. He almost didn't scream out loud, and it wasn't until this time that he completely relaxed. Holding the phone, I was so excited that I couldn't help myself. Fan Yuze carefully tested the game and found that although the mobile phone is needed as a carrier, it does not seem to consume power. This guess was confirmed after he shut down. This game of salvation can still be run on a mobile phone that is turned off. How did you start it? He wanted to turn it on, so the game started. This is a mind game. Having come to this conclusion, Fang Yu immediately dug out the old mobile phone that was eliminated a few years ago. The memory is small. Often stuck. But it's no problem to run this game on hook, and it won't take up space on his mobile phone for reading novels and playing games. Perfect. Salvation game, are you polite? Sure enough, running this game on a broken phone, there is no slight lag, and you can enjoy the silky smoothness. This is the efficient use of old things. Fang Yu entered the game. After the Black Knife beheaded Guaxia, the game seemed to undergo a major update with a lot of information. He first dug out the diary and browsed through the previous prompts. Fate point +2. He remembered that fate points were related to fate draw, and they were the most important resource in the entire game. In normal games, they might be Krypton points. It's a pity that this game can't Krypton gold. He opened the column of fate extraction. The current number of draws is 0, and the remaining fate points are 2. Reminder, your balance is insufficient. Consume fate points to buy fate 10 consecutive draws. The first purchase requires consumption of 3 fate points, the second purchase requires consumption of 9 fate points, the third purchase of 27 fate points, and the fourth purchase. In contrast, as the number of draws increases, the probability of obtaining high-level items from the River of Destiny, or signing a contract with the Apostle of Destiny will continue to increase. The only way to get the second, third, or even more Destiny Apostles is the fate draw. This game does not seem to have the setting of gifting Apostles for customs clearance. Besides, there are no levels. The Black Knife is a guaranteed gift, and I don't know, can the second 10 consecutive draws draw the Destiny Apostle? According to the usual game probability, and my level of non-chieftain, it seems that there may be a little bit of uncertainty. Will the second Apostle of Destiny be a hunk or a young lady? I hope there will be a good-looking young lady. Well, of course, first of all, she must be strong enough. If you had to choose between a weak young lady and a strong macho who could give people a sense of security, Fang Yu reckoned that after hesitating for a while, he would still choose the macho. It's safe, not shabby. Under the fate extraction option, there were only list of apostles and list of items before. But now there is a fourth item, task dispatch. Task dispatch, this function can detect evil spirits within a certain range. By dispatching apostles to kill evil spirits and eliminate hazards, you can get rewards such as fate points and basic props. This module comes with the Evil Illustrated book, which has been entered into the Knocking Boy at present, and the completeness of this evil information is 33%. On the picture book screen, there is only a dark outline. Not tall, with strong legs and 3 claws. But other than that, I can't see anything else. There is only a side note, the evil spirits like to hit the door panels. Maybe they have some serious illness when they do this. A whole riddle. It may be because the Black Knife can't see the door knocker, so the image can't be recorded. You can't see it clearly, but you can kill Guaxia with 1 knife or 2. The Black Knife is really powerful. This illustrated book doesn't seem to be very useful now, but if there are more apostles in the organization in the future, and more evil spirits are included in the illustrated book, it should be able to exert a good effect. The future is promising. But now, Fong Yu forked the illustrated book. The task dispatching module has more functions, and it has two branches, the evil illustrated book and the dispatch map. He opened the map. It looks a bit like the one when the black knife was delivered yesterday, except that the map that appeared this time has a larger area, about half of the southern part of Baijiang City. His home is in the south of the city. On the circular map, the detection light was rotating, and soon, red cursors, representing the presence of evil and ready for task dispatch, sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Fong Yu live in Bengbu. His face was stiff. Weixia represents the task, represents the income. He should be happy, but why is there only a piece of coolness in his heart? Baijiang City is a small city, not big at all, and the old city in the south of the city is even smaller. However, in such a small area, there are as many as 11 places with evil spirits. Also let no one live. Is this world so dangerous? Fong Yu stared at the red mark above. The nearest one was only a few hundred meters away from his home. He became more determined, just staying at home and before the game. But because he can live without going out, it doesn't mean that he is also a house ghost. One day, do you want to sneak out the door? Still so dangerous, damn it. He tapped one of the mission points. Evil? 1 star, reminder, the danger level and the number of detected evils are for reference only, and the dispatch system will not be responsible for any accidents. Reminder, upgrading the map detection function, improving the illustration book, or collecting intelligence from other aspects can improve the accuracy of danger estimation. 1 star is the lowest rating. There are 11 evil places around here, and the detection function scans out, 10 of them are 1 star, and only 1 is 2 star. No, how could I use only to describe it? It's obviously terrible. Fong Yu thought, 1 star may be the level of a knocker boy, but usually 1 star and 1 star cannot be generalized. They may be stronger or weaker. There is no comparable object yet. But regardless of whether they are strong or weak, they are all at the level of fatal danger to ordinary people. It stands to reason that there should not be so many of them. If the existence of evil is so common, it should be fried sooner. In connection with the behavior of the knocker, Fong Yu guessed that these evil spirits have their own hunting logic, and if they don't match up, they'll be fine for the time being. But they are also time bombs that move and may explode at any time. Still very dangerous. He wished he could summon Brother Heidao to clean up all these evil spirits. However, the reality is, Brother Heidao can only deliver once a day, and today's delivery opportunity has long been used up, so he can only wait for tomorrow. During this CD period, he felt very insecure. Mission dispatch, clearing the evil spirits. This must be the experienced and powerful Brother Heidao. I am only responsible for ultra-long-range support. But the water in this world is very deep and dangerous. It's obviously not enough to rely on the black knife alone. You still have to rely on yourself. And since he himself is also on the list of apostles, it means that he can be promoted and get rid of his status as a weak chicken and 5 scumbags. Savior of Destiny Physique, 0.8 Spirit, 1.5. This is Fong Yu's own panel, except for the basic attributes, everything else is empty. Compared with the black knife, it highlights a dish. A whiteboard within a whiteboard. But, I have my own beer place. My title is Long Bushy, and my spirit is very high. It is as high as 1.5, which is better than the black knife. He, Fong Yu, is stronger than Heidao. This is not entirely wrong, is it? It's just a matter of spirit, and it's not clear what use it is for the time being. With anticipation, Fong Yu opened the list of items. Previously, his attention had been on Heidao, but he had ignored other items. He only remembered that it was white, just plain white. Against the blue light, it looks so bleak. But, in any case, it is also produced by Salvation Game, at least it is useful, right? Novice Wooden Sword, normal, Physical Potion, normal, X2 Skill Training Card, normal, X4 Double Benefit Card, normal, X2 for items. Fong Yu looked at them one by one. Double Income Card, the function is to double the income when performing dispatch tasks. You can try it tomorrow. The Novice Wooden Sword is probably similar to Heidao's Novice Sword. It has the word novice, but he doesn't think it's bad. How sharp the black knife's war knife is, you may not be able to see how sharp it is when killing Guixia, but when the black knife unlocks, it is vividly reflected. Novice weapon, your good helper for unlocking. But, how do you get this weapon? Since the game is real, can these items be realized in reality? Fong Yu fiddled with it. Suddenly, reminder, do you want to equip the Apostle's Savior of Destiny with the Novice Wooden Sword? He chooses to be. The ordinary wooden sword in the inventory disappeared and appeared in the hands of the game characters. At the same time, countless light particles appeared and converged in front of Fang Yu, spreading inch by inch, as if a 3D printer had printed this wooden sword within 3 seconds. Very delicate, with a light woody aroma. He held it in his hand and waved it. The wooden sword whizzed through the air, accompanied by the sound of cloth being torn. Oh, it hit the quilt. Etc. Fang Yu looked at the sheet with a big cut, and fell into deep thought. Novice wooden sword, normal a wooden sword for training, which has a weak damage increasing effect on evil spirits. Probably, please don't expect too much from a training wooden sword. The wooden sword in his hand was exquisite, but it was far from enough to deal with evil spirits and save his life with this weapon. However, how many of them are also lethal? From 0 to 0.001. Fang Yu clicked on another item. Physical elixir, normal when used on a target character, it can slightly increase the character's physical strength. Note, a grade of physical medicine can only be used once on the same target. He chooses to use. The target of use is yourself. Quite a while, sitting by the bed, Fang Yu was stunned for a while. There seemed to be no change in himself, only a reminder that the physical strength of the Savior of Destiny popped up on the game interface. No, this slight increase is really very weak, right? As he thought about it, as soon as he thought of it, a hot current gushed out of his body and flowed through his limbs and bones. Warm and cozy. Like soaking in hot springs, it also seems to be enjoying a formal massage with superb skills. Before he knew it, his eyelids gradually became heavy, and Fang Yu fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the white belly of the fish appeared in the sky, and wisps of sunlight passed through the window and fell on the sharp-edged face. Fang Yu moved his eyelashes and opened his eyes. The sun is not harsh. I slept on my stomach all night, and I didn't feel any pain in my cervical spine. I just felt energetic and full of strength, as if I could jump up and do radio gymnastics 180 times. He had never been so energetic. By the way, yesterday I used the physical medicine and the game of salvation that can be realized in reality. Fang Yu hurriedly opened the game. Still there. The game interface is exactly the same as the characters and items. What happened last night was not a dream. He hastily opened the character panel. Savior of Destiny Physical, 1.3 Spirit, 1.5 Physique actually increased from 0.8 to 1.3, which is a big improvement. And there is no pain in the promotion process. It is different from many novels. I love it. Fang Yu tried to wave his fist. I did dozens of push-ups again, swaying my surging energy. I think I can beat the past two myself. Overjoyed. But soon calmed down again. My current physique is only equivalent to a strong male. No real master can match it, let alone facing evil. Heidao's physique far exceeds him, but in the face of evil, what Heidao really wins is the two skills. Fang Yu thought back to yesterday's short battle, and under the sly and evil tracking, he still could only see a little bit of paw prints. He guessed that physical fitness alone was not enough. Skills that can cause damage to Weixia, are the key to killing Weixia. And this he didn't. A novice wooden sword may be able to hurt evil spirits, but it can scrape Sha at most. Of course it's better than ordinary weapons. Ordinary weapons are probably immune. Fang Yu analyzed and summarized. He has improved a lot, but the survival rate in the face of evil is about the same. 0. If you want to survive, you must at least have the skill of tracking the evil, so as to catch the traces of the evil, and if you want to defeat, well, you must have the physique of the black knife and the lethal skills. I'm not even close. I hope that next time I draw a card, I can draw a skill book. Is there a skill book in the card pool? The second Fate 10 consecutive draw requires 3 Fate points. Cannot solo. He is still 1 Fate point away, but it's not a big problem. He still has his brother Heidao, so he can just send Heidao out to get rid of the evil spirits. According to the instructions, rewards can be obtained for dispatching missions, including destiny points. And the delivery opportunity of Destiny Apostle Black Knife was refreshed this morning. It seems that the refresh time is at 0 o'clock. Well, it may be at 4 o'clock. Let's see tonight. Fang Yu was not in a hurry to complete the task. 1 chance a day, no rush. He opened the panel of the Black Knife, and under the data that was much more luxurious than his, he could give orders one by one. Training, rest, combat standby evacuation, mission dispatch, free time reminder. Do you want to check the Black Knife activity diary? Fang Yu opened the diary. This is not a diary written by Heidao, but a diary recorded by the game. That's right, whoever keeps a diary is a serious person. Heidao's diary is very simple. Rest and train. I went back last night, rested until 4 o'clock in the morning and started training. Except for a short rest to recover my strength, I never stopped. Brutal man, brother Heidao. It is worthy of being my number one part-time job. Number one apostle, yes, yes. Fang Yu was a little curious about where brother Heidao was now, but he was destined to be unable to figure out this question, so he stopped thinking about it. The most urgent task is to give his gold medalist a promotion, in order to get rid of evil spirits more easily. Thank you for the rewards of children's shoes such as human but there is perseverance, writing and painting Qingyan, listening to Yuyanlu and other children's shoes, and thank you for the children's shoes who voted and left comments, thank you. In the bedroom, before the game, Fang Yu recalled the horrific battle last night. Brother Heidao killed the evil knocking boy with 2 moves. It seemed easy, but it was actually quite dangerous. It's mainly a matter of consumption. Fang Yu noticed last night that after Heidao used 2 moves of blade slash to kill the door knocker, his breathing became a lot faster, obviously exhausting his physical strength. After all, there is no mana bar on the panel. He guessed that using skills requires physical energy, or both physical and mental energy. This item is pending. It can only be verified by waiting for him to have the skills himself. Black Knife Physical, 2.6 Spirit, 1.2 Mystery, 0.1 Skills. Basic Swordsmanship, Beginner, Blade Slash, Beginner, Evil Tracking, Beginner, Equipment, Novice Sword. Well, it's not just a 2-dimensional attribute. Yesterday, after the Black Knife killed Guaxia, there was another line of mystery. He had already groped the Black Knife for this last night, but he didn't find out the mysterious effect. It seems to be a decoration. He is just guessing, the mystery is approximately equal to the experience value. After all, fighting monsters to gain experience is also very reasonable. Wait and see if there will be changes in the future. In my hand, I still have a physical medicine, 2 double income cards, and 4 skill training cards. Aside from the double income card, the other 2 items can be used on Heidao. Especially the skill training card. I can't use it but the Black Knife can. According to the above description, the effect is to improve the proficiency of a certain skill, which is equivalent to several months of hard training. Leverage. Fang Yu is greedy, but unfortunately it can only be used on Heidao at present. He has nothing to give up, the wool comes from the sheep, brother Heidao is his only apostle of destiny, without brother Heidao, he will have to get stuck. He can't play in person, and he can't beat it. Fang Yu will use the secret medicine. Reminder, give Destiny Apostle Heidao the physical secret medicine, Heidao's Physique 2.6-2.8. The improvement is a bit low, probably because the body of Heidao itself is too strong, and the higher it is, the harder it is to improve, which is also reasonable. He wasn't too surprised. Then he picked up the skill training card and used it against Heidao. Empty, in a space surrounded by walls with metallic luster. Heiknife was waving the battle knife in his hand, chopping, slashing, teasing him over and over again to practice the basic knife skills. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, with astonishment, surprise, and more confusion in his pupils, but soon everything fell silent. Under the mask, he has no expression, no emotion. He just continued to wield the basic knife skills, practicing mechanically and tirelessly. As with the body, so with the mind. It seems to be able to maintain this posture and continue to exercise for decades or hundreds of years. Until a certain moment, something seemed to explode inside the body. Reminder, the Black Knife skill Evil Tracking has been upgraded to the proficient level. Reminder, the Black Knife skill Blade Slash has been upgraded to the proficient level. Reminder, the Black Knife skill Basic Sword Technique has been upgraded to the proficient level, and the physique is 2.83.1. Fang Yu didn't know what Heidao felt at this moment. In the non-delivery state, he can't cut into Heidao's perspective. He can only see from the panel that Heidao's skill proficiency has increased by a whole level. From the entry level to the proficient level, presumably, there has been a big change, right? Both Evil Tracking and Blade Slash are key skills. Fang Yu immediately upgraded Heidao, but after hesitating for a while, he used a practice card on Basic Sword Technique. He doesn't think there are useless skills. As expected, while improving the basic skills, can it also lead to the improvement of physical fitness? Maybe other skills are also good, but the improvement is not so obvious? So the improvement of basic sword skills, in addition to physical fitness, may also make Heidao's sword skills more exquisite? He was just guessing. There are only simple descriptions on the panel, which is not intuitive. But, wait until the Heidao is sent to carry out the task, peeping and observing the battle of the Heidao, and you will be able to get the answer. Fang Yu gave Heidao a rest command. waiting patiently for about 2 hours, during which he played a few matches. Seeing the capitalized failure on it, Fang Yu silently threw the phone away. Spicy chicken game, ruined my youth. I'm going to save the world. He picked up the old mobile phone that was running the game of salvation, opened the mission dispatch module, and chose the mission point closest to him. 1-star mission. Everything else is unknown. Fang Yu was also a little nervous. Brother Heidao, can he kill this little evil one? Ding. Reminder, please choose the Destiny Apostle to send. Currently, you can choose Savior of Destiny and Black Knife. Of course, you can choose both. There are 3 black frames on it. Fang Yu chose Heidao, solo. Reminder, since the Black Knife is a special apostle, it needs to be delivered. Whether to deliver the Fate Apostle, the current delivery locations are, with the Savior of Destiny as the center, within a range of 100 meters. Random delivery around the mission location. Woo! The wind was howling, and the sky was gradually darkening, which seemed to indicate that something bad was about to happen. It's too bad for it to become cloudy. Brother Wei, what should we do? Do we have to wait for the sun to come out before going over? 2 young men in black trench coats crossed the outer blockade and walked into this place, which was already a suspended construction site. Ko Yuan, with a slightly younger face, turned his head and asked. The young man on the left put his hands in his extremely wide pockets, and stared into the distance without blinking. The whole construction site was silent. No one was seen, only the wind was blowing, and it seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Wait? Can't wait. That kind of thing is a time bomb. It might explode at any time. We don't have time to wait. What's more, the surrounding area is a residential area. If the thing is moved, hide it in a crowded place. Grunt. The young investigator Ku Yuan swallowed. He also understands the seriousness of the incident, or in other words, nothing that involves that kind of thing is not serious. Bureau of Investigation. The full name of the Weird Events Investigation Bureau, also known as the 17th Bureau, is responsible for investigating and dealing with abnormal events deep in the hidden reality. It was only established 7 years ago. But there were very few such abnormal events before, but in recent months, the situation has suddenly become serious. Under such circumstances, Ku Yuan was a newcomer who had been trained for a period of time and was sent to the Investigation Bureau of Baijiang City some time ago. I also investigated several incidents with Brother Wei. It's just that the previous incidents were just suspicions, and there were some unusual traces. They didn't find out whether there was such a thing. Can't tell. It is common to investigate weird incidents without results, and there are many investigations that reveal that it is just a routine case and a man-made case. Ku Yuan very much hoped it would be the latter. Dealing with that kind of thing is not dangerous. Even if they are glorious investigators, they actually know very little about these things. They cannot be seen or touched. Once they are removed, they will disappear as if they have never appeared before. It is a summary of experience again and again, so that they have a little understanding of that thing. For this incident, other units sent some photos of the scene, which were analyzed and judged by the Municipal Investigation Bureau. The probability of such a thing existing at this construction site is as high as 99%. If you don't touch it, there is only one possibility: that thing has been transferred. Comparing the two, Ku Yuan hopes that he can meet again. The abnormal situation at the construction site occurred 3 days ago. 3 days ago, a truck tire was damaged for no reason. I thought it was man-made, but after inspection, it was found that the damage was very strange, as if it had been torn by a beast. What's even more outrageous is that in the footage captured by the surveillance, there are no ferocious beasts, but an invisible monster that is biting and scratching. Ko Yuan recalled the surveillance video he had seen. The distance is far, and the clarity is poor. Ordinary people can't see anything, but they are professionals. That kind of invisible evil might cling to the side of the truck, bite with teeth, and tear with sharp claws. This is Ku Yuan's own imagination. Human beings are unable to see the evil, no matter what. It is rumored that some masters can see the figure of that kind of thing, but it is only a faint gray-black outline. As for the real appearance of the evil, some painters draw roughly based on the information. It doesn't look like a beast, it's much more terrifying, with empty eyes, sharp teeth, abscesses on the face, etc. This is only drawn and guessed. The real evil appearance is likely to be even more terrifying. Perhaps being invisible is also a kind of protection for them humans, right? If you can see these horrible evils just by opening your eyes. Ku Yuan imagined it for a while, but couldn't think about it anymore. These intangible evils are indeed hard to deal with, hard to find and hard to get rid of. Wei Nian, who has rich experience and has dealt with more than a dozen real evil incidents, also sighed, if there is an entity, we can use guns to shove, and then if not, bring a bazooka over here. However, most of the evils don't have entities, and we can't use many methods, and they have no effect. He was cursing, but his eyes did not pause at all, and he scanned the surroundings sharply. Soon, the truck that had been gnawed was found, and there were obviously unusual marks left on some surrounding vehicles and building materials. So many traces. Wei Nian looked solemn. It's very active. The more active and evil it is, the easier it is to shift its position and the more harmful it will be. It must be removed as soon as possible. Xiao Yuan, proceed according to plan number 1. They didn't step forward, they were still tens of meters away from the truck. Ku Yuan took out the gray-black powder and sprinkled it around. This is a special kind of powder. He doesn't understand how it came from, but he is very clear that human beings can't see the evil, and if they can't find it, they have to resort to some extra means. These gray-black powders can have an effect on evil spirits. Very weak, the lethality is 0. But when Guaxia touches these gray-black powders, a Guaxia reaction will occur, and wisps of blue smoke will come out. Ku Yuan sprinkled it several times, and even threw out some small balls that looked like marbles, which exploded in the distance, and the powder scattered everywhere. His eyes were fixed on him, he turned left and right, and his heart couldn't help but started beating. Wei Xie, is it there, or is it not? He didn't dare to blink, his eyes were staring sorely, and Brother Wei reminded him, don't be too nervous, finding the evil is only the first step, remember to maintain your own state at all times. Ah! I found it, it's there. Ku Yuan's eyes widened. This is the first time he has encountered treachery in the handling of incidents, but, after all, he has been trained, and he is sure that it is a treacherous reaction. Not far away, blue smoke suddenly rose from a pile of building materials, approaching them one by one. It's coming. Ku Yuan seemed to hear the loud noise of giant beasts approaching, and the tick-tock of viscous saliva flowing down, as if breath was blowing past his cheeks. The scene in front of him was gradually distorted, and his heart seemed to be about to jump out. Boom! Pumba! Bang bang bang! Ku Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and lifted the bracelet on his wrist. This is a bracelet for exorcising evil spirits. Peachwood bracelets. It's not that Peachwood can exorcise evil spirits. The Investigation Bureau has tried many kinds of items, such as peach wood, black dog blood, garlic, Zhong Kuei's portrait, etc., but none of them have even the slightest effect on evil spirits. Once desperate. Fortunately, after a period of experimentation and digging, the experts from the Bureau of Investigation finally found an item, a consecrated item. Items that have been consecrated by real Taoist priests or monks are not miraculous, let alone have any immediate miraculous effects. Just like the bracelets wrapped around their hands, they are still ordinary, but they can drive away, and even kill evil spirits. Ku Yuan stretched his hand forward, aiming at the direction where the blue smoke came out. The eyes didn't blink. Affected by the evil, a faint light appeared on the mahogany bracelet. It works! Evil, die for me, boom! The heart seemed to stop suddenly, and the picture in front of him turned into black and white. In Ku Yuan's field of vision, this string of mahogany bracelets with a faint white light came out suddenly. Disconnected. As if being subjected to a huge pulling force, the bracelet rope suddenly burst, and the mahogany beads flew all over the ground. The furthest one flew 5 or 6 meters away, and fell to the ground and smashed several times. It's like hitting Ku Yuan's heart. The whole world suddenly turned gray. It's broken, how could it be broken? Ku Yuan turned his head in a daze, and looked at the elder brother Wei. His eyes were asking for help, and he was a little absent-minded. Wei Nian was equally at a loss. The bracelets they were wearing were equipped by the Bureau of Investigation. He had used them a few times, and it might not be able to get rid of all the evil spirits, but it was the first time he met them when they broke. This is the case. This evil head is too powerful, and a backup plan must be used. Hold him. Traces of green smoke are approaching quickly, but both of them are mortal bodies, invisible, and it is delusional to fight against the evil with their own strength. That thing cannot be resisted by manpower. A sliding shovel passes by, and the person is gone. But Ku Yuan had received professional training after all. Although he panicked, his body's instinctive reaction was not slow. He raised his hand and threw out a few gray-black balls, which exploded in mid-air without seeing anything hit. Gray-black powder floated everywhere. Hit that evil. The harm may be 0, but the insult must be enough. Ku Yuan seemed to have heard a sharp roar. His expression was a little dazed. He bit the tip of his tongue, and threw himself to the side. Wind, no. No sound. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was bouncing around like a psychopath, but Kuyuan saw it. There was a large cloud of green smoke rising from the position he was just now, and the ground was even faintly spread in a circle of scorched black. Fortunately escaped. But I can hide a few more times. Hold on, the trump card has been taken out. Not far away, Wei Nian had already taken out a small agarwood box, which also contained a string of Buddhist beads. The difference is, this string of prayer beads has been blessed by Master Mingding's 20 years of chanting scriptures. 20 years. This string of Buddha beads has 20 years of skill. In order to avoid the loss of efficacy of the beads, they are sealed in this agarwood wooden box. Wei Nian held the wooden box with great care, stretched out his hand to grab the seal on it, and yanked it open. The lid of the box opened slowly. At this moment, he saw the light. There is golden light blooming from the wooden box. This is not an illusion. This is the light of hope. Wei Nian put on the Buddha beads, with a strong will. At this moment he seemed to turn into light, and rush towards the place where the blue smoke was rising in the distance. So, just disappear. Boom, boom, boom. In a world beyond the reach of the naked eye, the four-legged monster raised its huge tumor-like head and screamed fiercely. The sharp whistling sound made waves round and round, and the 8 pairs of eyeballs jumped up and down, and the gloomy world seemed to be distorted. The 2 investigators, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suffered cardiac arrest and their pupils constricted. The prayer beads that radiated the light of hope suddenly snapped apart, as if being pulled and pulled out by several hands. Crack! The silk thread was broken, and the 18 beads on the bracelet were also ejected. Time seemed to stand still. Only the dimmed Buddha beads with cracks spreading on them were flying. The bullet flew 20 or 30 meters away. Or hit the 2 investigators on their bodies or in the face, like being hit hard by a marble. Wei Nian's face was bruised. He didn't care, just stared blankly at the broken Buddhist beads in his hand. The pain in my heart is even worse. People seem to have lost their souls. This string of prayer beads, which had been blessed for 20 years, was actually broken. This evil head. He vaguely saw a huge shadow not far away. A tumor-like monster with a huge head was opening its mouth and roaring towards them, with tentacle-like threads extending from the opening and closing of the mouth. The scene in front of him gradually distorted. There was a loud and shrill cry. Fuck! Wei Nian woke up suddenly, biting his lips for blood. He rushed forward and grabbed his colleague Kuyuan, who was in a daze, slapped him twice on the face, and shouted at him, "Go quickly, let the bureau support you." Kuyuan, who staggered and ran for a while, came back from his trance. "Brother Wei, what about you? Someone must keep an eye on this evil head, otherwise, when the support arrives, where to look for it, you just need to be quicker." Wei Nian felt that he would be handsome if he lit a cigarette. It's just too late. This evil has already become angry and extremely active. As the culprit, he cannot escape, nor can he escape. Once he left, how much danger would an active evil spirit bring to the surroundings? He dare not imagine. I hope that my own life can calm down this treacherous activity a little bit. With such an ending, he is not ashamed of his identity as an investigator. In this life, no regrets. Wei Nian stood where he was, and the wind blew up his black trench coat, making a rustling sound. Not far away, a huge and ugly shadow was bit by bit eating away at the remaining distance. Dark clouds gathered. The sky was getting darker, and a storm seemed to be brewing, with thunderclaps. The huge shadow stopped abruptly. It seems to have made a gesture of looking up. Wei Nian looked up. This is the construction site, and beside it, there is a half-built building. There is also a ring of scaffolding. Steel bars are like forests. A figure stood on top of it, its eyes seemed to be facing the ghostly figure with only a shadowy outline from a distance. A quarter of an hour ago, in the building under construction, the light particles converged, outlining the figure of the black knife. He was as vigilant as ever. Putting his hand on the hilt of the knife, his eyes glanced around, and skillfully entered the field of vision of the evil pursuit. Fang Yu, who secretly peeped at Bushi and synchronized with the vision of the apostle, noticed the difference keenly. Last time, He Dao's Guixia tracking can only see little gray and black spots, which are very light and thin. Only when Guixia is near, can he see the filthy wind lingering. That is to say, the place where the black knife descended was only a dozen meters away from the door knocking boy Guixia, so it could be traced easily. Any further, and there might not be enough clues. And today, it can be clearly seen in the field of vision, there is a dirty wind drifting towards the outside of the building, and the approximate direction of the evil can be judged with just one glance. He Dao glanced at it, and then turned off the evil and evil tracking. The opening and closing are smooth and natural. Fang Yu guessed that the black knife is to save energy. He arrived at the highest point of this unsealed building at a leisurely pace. Widen the horizon here. Hey Knife turned on evil and evil tracking again, and there were more differences in Fang Yu's game interface. Wisps of filthy wind drifted and gathered somewhere in the construction site, lingering around an invisible terrifying figure. But Hey Knife still saw more. It is no longer just a few delayed paw prints, but a whole trail of treacherous walks, like a monster that is completely wet, and the place where it moves is full of water stains. It existed for more than 10 seconds before disappearing from Heidao's sight. Judging from the traces, this treacherous one is not small in size, and I'm afraid it will be stronger than the last one. Fang Yu was still thinking, but Heidao suddenly looked to one side. At the entrance of the construction site, beyond the cordon, two figures walked in. Wearing a black windbreaker, he walked straight in with obvious purpose. Fang Yu ha. After a short thought, he gave Hey Knife an order to stand by. This was the first time he gave an order, so he was a little nervous, and saw that Heidao changed to a slightly hidden position, and stood there, watching silently. Looking at the two people downstairs, they began to spread powder, raise their hands to string, and wear Buddhist beads. Is this the way the guardians of the dark side get rid of evil in this world? It seems a little ordinary. He wanted to say weak. Maybe, these two people are just very small roles and passers-by? Wei Nian is an old investigator, and he can definitely be called an elite. He has independently dealt with more than 10 cases of evil. His knowledge is far beyond that of a newcomer like Ku Yuan who has just entered the industry. But the things he encountered today still made him feel ups and downs, but in the end he was able to get up again. The sudden appearance of a figure actually attracted the attention of Wei Xie? Attract hatred more than yourself? Is it possible? He didn't know, and the next moment his eyes widened, and he saw the figure on the roof jumping down. Like a macho that fell from the sky. The biting murderous intent spread out, stirring up a storm. Boom! Hey Dao stepped on the scaffolding, and the bamboo frame was almost broken. His figure was obviously not very strong, but at this moment, he looked like a charging chariot. There is only the gray and black shadow outline in the eyes. Before the person arrives, the knife cuts out first. Blade cut. A blood-red halo appeared on the blade, and soon spread to the entire blade with a snap, faster and smoother than last time. The color is also more intense. The proficient level of blade cut makes the black knife more casual when it is released, no need to start with a specific posture, and no need to stand still. He rushed over and cut out with the knife. Then came chopping, sweeping, teasing, and chopping, one style after another of the knife technique. Although it is prefixed with the basics, this saber technique is still very fierce, with bursts of cold light, and the basic saber technique is sandwiched between the blades. Ping a big move. Continue to draw a. After cutting through the gray-black mist like algae, Fang Yu vaguely heard a sharp scream, but it stopped abruptly. The sword glowing with blood-red light cut down from top to bottom. Boom! The outline of the faint shadow seemed to be clearer, and the huge tumor-like head roared and shattered in the next moment. On the game interface, Fang Yu was a little surprised. 3 blade slashes and more than a dozen general attacks showed that the combat power and visual impact of the black sword were much stronger than the first time. The upgrade of his skills made his combat smoother, and seemed to have the effect of reducing consumption. It's a pity that Fang Yu has no skills, so he can't experience it concretely. I can only sigh, black knife beer. It is worthy of being cultivated by this savior. From the sky. Slash the evil with the knife. Where did this fierce man come from? No, is this something humans can do? Wei Nian's eyeballs were round, watching the sword sheathed, the black sword that had gradually faded away and disappeared from sight. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses, and slapped his head. Grass. Forgot. Thank you brother for saving your life. But this brother is really a macho. Thanks to send you a little chrysanthemum, Lonling Xiaoxiation 2587, and QQ reading Jun Lianyan for their rewards huh? There is no danger, there is no danger. This evil head is indeed much more terrifying. Fortunately, I predicted the enemy's opportunity and upgraded the black knife a few levels. Reminder, Destiny Apostle Black Knife kills Guaxie alone, mystery plus 0.2. Reminder, this evil has been recorded in the illustrated book. The mysterious value of 0.2 also proves the power of this evil head. And the illustrated book. Fang Yu was surprised to find that the strangeness recorded this time was not a black outline, but a real drawing. But he preferred to continue with only one outline. Too ugly. In particular, the illustrated book is extremely detailed, and even a single hair is clearly visible. Fang Yu almost couldn't hold on, the whole appearance was lingering in his mind. He is tainted. He is no longer pure. He wanted a pair of eyes that hadn't seen this evil. However, why is it possible to record the appearance this time? It's not because of the evil pursuit. The upgraded skill is only able to see traces similar to water stains, not the whole evil appearance, but it is. He remembered the methods of those two young men in black windbreakers. Sprinkle some powder. Take out a string of beads. The special effect of the Buddhist bead was still very strong, and it diffused golden light. At that time, he thought it was a golden legend, but he didn't expect that the Buddhist bead disappeared after only one encounter. It's all about the special effects. The Buddhist beads are actually effective. The evil is invisible at first, but it shows a terrifying appearance after the Buddhist beads are broken, but it is not very clear, and soon there is only a shadow outline left. But even just the silhouette of a shadow is better than seeing nothing. Thinking about it further, maybe the Buddhist beads not only forced out the shadow of Guixie, but also hurt Guixie? Otherwise, if the black knife wants to kill, it will take more strength? Those two people still have some tricks, not all very ordinary. Pity. He actually wanted to get to know more, and get more information from these two people about the hidden secrets that are hidden deep under the water. However, there are only a few orders he can give to Heidao, coming and going. It's okay to let the black knife man kill people, ask a question? There is no such option. He was also worried that the black knife would really kill someone, so he simply didn't ask anything. There is ample time. I have the game of salvation in my hand, and there will be more and more apostles in the future, who will be able to come into contact with more evils, people, and things, and sooner or later they will be able to find out clearly. There is no rush for this moment. The small goal Fang Yu set for himself was to have the means to save his life from the evil, and then assign Heidao and other apostles to eliminate the evil, complete the task, and get rewards. You can become stronger by playing games can save the world, such a happy thing. He thought he could do it, as long as he has hands. Fang Yu enters the dispatch module. Reminder, the 1-star dispatch task has been completed, and you will get Fate Point X 0.6 and Skill Training Card, White, X1. Reminder, since you used the double income card, the income of this mission is doubled. Fate Point X 1.2 Skill Training Card, White, X2. The income turned out to be pretty good. Skill training cards are hard currency, and there is never too much, just look at the strength of Heidao. And Fate Point, including the remaining ones, there are already 3.2 units, which is enough to buy the second Destiny 10 consecutive draw. Fate Draw, just like the name, it is related to my destiny. Fang Yu didn't dare to be careless and made enough preparations. Including but not limited to washing face, washing hands, bathing, changing clothes, burning incense, etc. He solemnly picked up the phone. My turn, come out, Golden Legend. Hum. The vortex of fate filled the entire interface, and there seemed to be many scenes passing through it. Fang Yu still couldn't see it clearly, but only saw streaks of white light emerging, with some faint green hints. Good guy, the blue sky is gone, only a piece of green grass is left. Hint, obtain physical secret medicine, white, double income card, white, skill training card, white, dot. Hint, get evil tracking, green, hint, obtain pulm lightning, green, 8 white, 2 green. Naturally, the Apostle of Destiny was not drawn. Fang Yu was a little disappointed, but it was more or less expected. I am not used to it. 2 physical potions. 2 double benefit cards. 3 skill training cards. Next are the 3 skill books that will be the highlight. Basic swordsmanship, white, evil pursuit, green, Pom Thunder, green. Fang Yu smiled. These 3 skills are similar to those possessed by Hei Knife. As long as I learn them all, I can have a complete combat system. Almost like a black knife. It can save lives, and even kill Guixie. Come on, I will become extremely powerful in the next second. Woohoo! Fang Yu clicked on basic swordsmanship, white, to use it on himself. Instantly, the skill book in the game disappears, and as if the world was spinning for a while, when he came back to his senses, Fang Yu found that he had come to a dilapidated school ground, and he was the only one who was empty. And in his hand, he was holding a sword. Wooden sword. Drill up on your own. Smoke. Bring. Carry. Grid. Hit. Prick. Point. Every move, every rigid look, is obviously very unfamiliar, but the movements are standard enough, like a puppet on a string. Not like. He is now being pulled to complete standard movements. Fang Yu found that he couldn't control his body anymore, but he felt tired. His sword moves were sometimes light and sometimes fierce, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After finishing a set of sword moves, he continued to practice the second and third times without any rest over and over again, every time with all my strength. Not long after, Fang Yu felt his muscles sore and he couldn't stop panting. But his body didn't want to rest, and he was still extremely serious, continuing to use 1 move, 2 moves and 3 moves. Don't Fang Yu roared inwardly, but on the surface he was serious and focused. He had no choice. But I was so desperate. How long do you want to practice? How long do you want to be a marionette? He was obviously very tired, so tired that he couldn't get up even if he was comforted by the younger sister, but his body was still using the sword move rigorously. It just didn't fall. It was as if the stamina was locked when the last drop was left. Only endless walkthroughs. When will it end? Probably, only when I really learn this sword technique can I end it. Fang Yu was in great pain. Fang Yu was in a daze. Fang Yu gradually forgets himself. Gradually forgetting the time, just sinking into the body, experiencing every move of the sword with heart. A long time, when he came to his senses, the dilapidated schoolyard was no longer there, and he was lying in a large font. Sweating profusely. Muscle weakness. It seems that dozens of days have passed. At the same time, the 2 investigators who witnessed the Black Knife's random killing also hurried back to the bureau. Seedlings are asking for votes and support. If you can, please read more. I heard that you can't get recommended if you don't read enough now. Please or to an addition, this book is first published on Starting Point Chinese Network. Baijiang City, Bureau of Investigation. Round Table Meeting Room. Except for the 2 teams that were going out to carry out their missions, the other 3 second-level investigators, 6 third-level investigators, and the only first-level investigator all came here. Among them were Wei Nian and Ku Yuan. Wei Nian is the second-level investigator, and Ku Yuan is the third-level investigator. From the third level to the first level, this is the internal professional title evaluation of the investigators, and the only evaluation standard is the number and degree of harm of the strange incidents that have been handled. There were a total of 10 investigators, many of whom rushed back from the outside. Zhou Ju, what happened? An investigator asked. The man with a square face sitting on the main seat looked to one side. Since everyone is here, Lao Wei, let's talk about it. From discovery to despair, Wei Nian explained the ins and outs of the incident in great detail. When he said that the prayer beads broke in 20 years, many investigators in the conference room couldn't help but lose face. How can this be? Master Mingdang has chanted the scriptures and blessed the beads for 20 years. Not only did they not work, but they were smashed away by evil spirits? It's not completely useless. Wei Nian said, the Buddha bead should have hurt Yuxi, which made the Guixia reveal a faint shadow outline, but it's still too far away from getting rid of it. However, for the investigators at the scene, whether the injury was done or not was of secondary importance. The shattering of the Buddhist beads with 20 years of skill was unacceptable to them. This prayer bead is not a regular team's equipment, but one of the trump cards of their entire Baijiang Investigation Bureau. For the bottom of the box. Only occasionally, just in case, I lent it to a certain team to take it out, and I have made great achievements several times. And this time, the target's treachery is really extraordinary, but it's not a little stronger than expected, but 100 million points stronger. The recorder that Wei Nian wore with him also recorded the scene at that time. The Buddhist beads that diffused golden light were broken, and there seemed to be something screaming in the shaking picture, and a faint shadow silhouette was also recorded. The investigators were shocked. The consecrated talismans and blessed beads are not omnipotent. When they exceed the limit, they will naturally be unable to bear it. What we can get rid of is nothing more than a small number of weak evils. A young man leaning against the wall with his hands folded spoke lightly. He was wearing a black mask, a cap with the brim pressed down very low, and a black windbreaker, as if he was a suspect at a crime scene, Xiao Hei. But in fact, he is the only first-level investigator of the Baijiang Bureau of Investigation. Jiang Tingqiu. At only 26 years old, he has dealt with many strange and evil incidents and escaped from death many times. In terms of knowledge, he is definitely the first person in Baijiang, even 10 times that of other investigators. His word is authority. I have encountered such a horrible and treacherous situation. At that time, among the few investigators among us, only 2 survived. The other one, besides me, went crazy not long after. Jiang Tingqiu still has lingering fears about that incident back then. Thinking of this, he felt strange again. How did these 2 come back safely? It's not that he looks down on Wei Nian, but that a second-level investigator and a third-level investigator are really not worth mentioning to him. That's right, old Wei, I remember you sent an emergency call for help, but you said you were all right after a while? I was in a hurry to ask for a talisman, said an investigator. Wei Nian also felt dreamy about today's experience. He described the figure. That bloody knife. Cut off the evil spirit with just one knife? Wait, can evil spirits be removed by a knife? Some knives that have been turned on may be able to cause damage to the evil, but it is still too far away from the elimination. No, the point is, investigators stare at the video on the recorder. A few figures were captured in the shaking screen, and the speed was extremely fast, and the light of the knife seemed to bring up some gray objects. Is this the speed humans can have? And that knife seems to have flashed a red light? Not an illusion. The investigators swallowed. If it wasn't for the recorder, they wouldn't believe it just based on Wei Nian's description. Jiang Tingqiu, the only first-level investigator, also changed his complexion. He walked quickly to the screen and stared at it with wide-eyed eyes, not daring to miss any details. His method of getting rid of evil spirits is different from ours. It is eliminated by its own strength, Jiang Tingqiu said. Wei Nian asked, is it really based on your own strength, not that the knife is special? He saw it with his own eyes, and it was clear that it was true, but he couldn't figure it out either. How is it possible to kill Wei Xie with human power? Their investigators can't do it. They are all mortal bodies, and the only difference from ordinary people is that they have received special training and know how to identify, investigate, and look for evil. What's more important is that when facing the evil, you will not panic and not be affected by the evil. Use the most appropriate process to deal with the evil. But they are still just normal people who have been trained. Even the master of the 20-year-old Buddha beads, Master Mingdang, is just an ordinary person, but the master's dharma is profound, and the blessing power brought by chanting scriptures can bring harm to evil spirits. But this kind of power also needs to be accumulated in years. We need even more masters who truly understand Buddhism. If the Bright Lantern Mage encounters Guixie without equipment, his fate may be more dignified than ordinary people when he dies. Wei Nian looked at Zhou Ju, and then at Jiang Tingqiu. The first-level investigator was still playing the recorded images back and forth, staring straight at him with excitement. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, I heard that there is a rating above the first-level investigator, called Special Investigator. But the promotion of a Special Investigator does not depend on the number of evils eliminated, but requires some kind of more special factor. I've been wondering, I've been looking. He looked at Zhou Ju. He didn't say it clearly, but he was obviously asking if the person in the recorder was the legendary Special Investigator. That's a good question to ask. Zhu Zhou also wants to know. His authority is higher, but he also knows very little about the Special Investigators who never see the end of the dragon. Zhou Ju used the method of changing the topic. In this meeting, the damage of the Buddha beads is only one of the things, and now I want to talk about a more important thing. This matter, to be precise, is somewhat related to the first matter. Zhou Ju paused and opened a statistics sheet. Statistical table of spooky events. Not just Baijiang, but the whole country. Since a few months ago, the frequency of evils has increased significantly, and the probability of troublesome events has also increased. There are currently two speculations. One is that the evil spirits are constantly being born or emerging, and the other is that the evil spirits are constantly getting stronger. It may be for this reason that a powerful evil spirit appears in the urban area, otherwise, in urban areas, where people are densely populated, the evil is relatively common. What is really scary are abandoned buildings, uninhabited villages, and cemeteries. These areas are more prone to evil spirits, and some powerful and terrifying ones are not uncommon. Many local investigation bureaus are unable to eliminate them, so they can only block them to minimize the harm. The way. Now, there are more and more dangerous areas. Human beings have very limited means of dealing with evil. What should we do in the future? Zhou Ju paused and said, in short, deal with the abnormal cases at hand first. There are 15 cases in total, and you will divide 1 point among yourself. These are only medium and low suspicions, but don't take them lightly. Wei Nian's team had just narrowly escaped death, so he would pick them first. He didn't choose deliberately, he picked up one of the information and looked at it. 2 loud bangs suddenly sounded in the typing community last night. Is this also called an abnormal event? Forget it, just choose it. Typing community, the 6th floor of the 4th building. Fan Yu was still lying on the floor, his heart was heaving and he couldn't get up. I don't want to remember either. Too tired. Although he was not as tired as when he was in the state of endless rehearsal just now, When he was exercising to the extreme in that state, if he hadn't been pulled like a puppet, he would have fainted from exhaustion. But now, the whole person is as tired as running 10 kilometers. I was tired everywhere, and my muscles were sore. Without looking at the game interface, Fang Yu knew that he was in an extremely tired state. Is it so hard to learn a skill? It's true that I learned it in an instant, but sure enough, there is a price for taking shortcuts. Originally, he wanted to learn both slide tracking and lightning in the palm, but now he felt it was slow. It hurts so much to learn an ordinary level skill, but learning a rare level skill through empowerment, will it directly hollow out the whole person? No, I have been hollowed out now. If you take out the amount again, will you support the debt? After learning basic swordsmanship, my physique has risen from 1.3 to 1.6, which is not bad, but the process is much more painful than using physical medicine. But my physique has improved, so it will be easier to learn skills next time? So, before learning the evil pursuit, should I first improve the proficiency level of the basic swordsmanship, so that the physical fitness can also be improved? Now he has a lot of skill training cards in his hand. The remaining one before, the task to get 2, draw 3 cards. This is all 6. I can't use it all for myself, after all Brother Hadao is my number 1 thug, but I can use some of it. How can I say that I also provided ultra-long range support and made a great contribution? Let's use one for now to raise the basic swordsmanship to the proficient level. That is, according to the situation when learning skills, it may not be easy to improve the proficiency. When Hey Knife was promoted before, Hey Knife also seemed to be in a tired state for a while? He didn't pay attention. Controlling the black knife is just a game of dots and dots, and some details really need to be experienced personally to understand the difficulties. Brother Hadao is not easy either. Before, I gave Brother Hadao 3 practice cards at once, but luckily I didn't blow Brother Hadao to death. Fang Yu lay down and turned over. But Brother Hadao's physical strength recovers quickly. Is it because he is physically strong? Fang Yu, who still didn't want to get up after lying down for half an hour, thought probably not. He recovered a drop or 2 of his physical strength in half an hour, but his muscles were still weak. The gap between himself and Hadao isn't that big. There is a possibility that the space where the black knife is located is special? Such as the apostle space? Fang Yu, who had regained some strength, took the phone and clicked on it. There are currently only 4 modules. Destiny Apostle, Destiny Draw, Item List, Task Dispatch. There are also a few gray ones with a lock logo on them, which means they are not unlocked. Conditions need to be met. On one of the important modules, the word base is written. Fang Yu kept poking hard, probably annoyed by his poking, and a ding-dong reminded him. Having 3 Destiny Apostles can open the base module, current condition, 2/3. Fang Yu, Good guy, really told him to poke something. He was wondering if Hadao would stay in this unopened base on weekdays. Black Knife can recover so quickly, maybe it is also related to the base. The condition is to include myself, but there is still 1 Destiny Apostle short of it. Maybe I can be drawn next time? The next requirement is 9 Destiny points. 9 Fate points are not too difficult. Today, 1.2 units have been credited, and it won't take long to get them all together. It is easier than drawing 5-star characters from some mobile games. Only, can there be an Apostle of Destiny? Fang Yu thinks it is possible. The probability of the 3rd draw will increase a lot. There is a high probability that blue-level items will be produced. It is also reasonable to draw an Apostle. Will we continue to draw special apostles, or real apostles? Is it a macho or a young lady, or is there a non-human? Fang Yu saw that there were only 2 people on the list of apostles, a handsome guy and a tough guy, but there was not even a shy young lady, so it was very uncomfortable. This list of apostles is worth noting. After waiting for a while, Fang Yu took a hot bath, ate lunch, and took a nap. When people wake up naturally, they are full of energy. Holding a novice wooden sword, he danced every move, drawing, carrying, lifting, and striking, familiar with the moves of the sword. The movements are not very skilled, but they still look good, at least they won't scratch themselves. However, the living room is still too narrow to use it. A set of swordsmanship and footwork are combined together. However, I have to stop when I use it for a little bit, and move to a different position to continue. Otherwise, I will be hit. The furniture is gone. Some swords have to be used with great effort, which is not very standard and a bit awkward. After practicing a set of sword skills intermittently, on my own game characters, the basic sword skills have risen from 0% for beginners to 0.06% for beginners, which shows that daily training is useful. He himself felt nothing. After all, this thing has to be persistent. Exercise has never been easy, but I can see obvious improvement from the character panel. This kind of exercise is easier to persevere than others. But still not easy. My move just now is not standard. If I can practice it completely, it may increase my proficiency by 0.1%. If I practice it 1,000 times, I can almost reach the proficiency level. But 1,000 drills, people get tired, and the basic swordsmanship moves should be standard, and a set of them will consume a lot of physical strength. 1,000 times, definitely not easy. So, let's hang up. Our game can be what it is today, all by ourselves playing games conscientiously. Open the inventory. For my turn, choose a skill training card and use it. Suddenly, it was as if the world was spinning, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in a dilapidated school ground, empty, only himself. In his hand, he was holding a wooden sword. He has practiced on his own. The classic engraved belongs to Yes. At the same time, outside the typing community, several figures also ushered in. Wei Nian, Ko Yuan, and several supporting staff. The main duty of investigators is to find and eliminate evil spirits. Naturally, it is impossible for the entire investigation bureau to have only a dozen or so investigators, and investigators would not be allowed to waste their energy on trivial matters. More support staff. An investigation team is usually equipped with several auxiliary staff, but the last time the construction site was sure to be treacherous, in order to avoid accidental injury, the auxiliary staff stayed outside the blockade. This time, the person in charge of communication asked about the situation. Thanks for the rewards of steamed salted fish style and lantern flowers with wine. Wei Nian lit a cigarette, listening to the concierge Uncle Chin's vivid description not far away. That sound is really like thunder. My whole ear was buzzing and I almost had a cardiac arrest. I was so angry that I thought some wicked guy was doing the sabotage, so I knocked on the door and asked, but I couldn't find it. It stands to reason that there are some traces of the sound, but there is no. You think it's strange? It's a little strange, Wei Nian pondered. At first, he thought it was a high-altitude parabolic object, or a resident of a certain household was throwing things, and he wondered how such a small incident could be classified as an abnormal event. Looking at it now, it was indeed a little abnormal. Of course, the probability is only slightly increased, and the chance of winning the lottery is not very high. How can there be so many evils? If they really exist every day and everywhere, the world will end. Adhering to a cautious and professional attitude, two investigators, Wei Nian and Ko Yuan, went upstairs and knocked on doors from door to door. Of course it wasn't them knocking. These investigators are used to wearing black trench coats, and they are all powerful. They stood at the door and there was such a tense atmosphere. It is estimated that few people would dare to open the door. At this time, the young lady with affinity will come on stage. After some communication, go upstairs, knock on the door again, and communicate again. Business as usual. Except for a few households that were empty or pretending to be empty, Wei Nian didn't think there was a problem until the knock on the door reached the 5th floor. When asked if there was anything unusual, the family said, "It's strange that so many of you knock on the door. I wouldn't have opened the door if Uncle Chin wasn't there." But to talk about strange things, yes, someone knocked on the door yesterday, not ringing the doorbell, just knocking like this. Not long before the loud noise happened, the knocking was quite loud, and his hand was not. Does it hurt? I was in the toilet at the time. I came out a little late and there was no knock on the door. I looked into the cat's eye and didn't see anyone. Speaking of which, the person on the 5th floor looked at Wei Nian and the others suspiciously. Could the person yesterday be a wanted criminal, and how many brothers are hunting them down? He had already figured out the cause and effect in his brain, and had a cold war, but he didn't see Ko Yuan and Wei Nian walking aside. Their expressions became more serious. It's not surprising to knock on the door, it may be that the doorbell was not seen, it may be a child's prank, etc., but in today's place, Wei Nian has to be cautious in everything. Especially. Over the years, the Bureau of Investigation has collected and recorded some quirks with special behavioral logic. This is one of the key points that their investigators must remember in their training. Veteran investigators like Wei Nian also need to make up lessons from time to time. He recalled one of them: there is a kind of evil that likes to knock on the door, and it happens that that kind of evil can also make a loud boom. The clues are all aligned. No, there really is a ghost in Taiping district, right? The investigators are not so outrageous when they bump into two ghosts in one day. Wei Nian didn't know how to describe his luck. The other team took care of him and asked him to choose first, and he only picked one, but how could he choose the redcoat out of a bunch of low-level suspects? He took a deep breath. Xiao Yuan, report the situation here to the bureau. The 6th floor is just the two of us going up, you follow me, get things ready. At this time, the setting sun is gradually slanting, the light is gradually fading, and darkness is about to descend on the earth. Wei Nian cautiously climbed up the stairs step by step. He didn't stop at the 6th floor and continued to go up, cautiously spilling some powder from time to time. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, his eyes fixed on the corner of the corridor from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. There was a black mark on the wall. As if it had been burned by fire, it was inconspicuous, and many walls around this old building were black. But there is still around. Wei Nian took a few steps forward, knelt down and rubbed the ground with his hands, grabbed some dust and sniffed it lightly. It can't be wrong, this building has indeed been active by Guixia, but this Guixia has already died. How did you die? Ke Yuan was surprised, but Wei Nian himself was not. They dealt with all the incidents involving the evil spirits in the entire Baijiang city, and no one else had the ability to deal with them, yet the evil spirits died here without making a sound? No, it cannot be said that there is no sound at all, just the two loud noises last night. It is the last wail of evil. He and Ke Yuan looked at each other, checked their eyes, and thought of the person in common. It's him! That person yesterday, with the incredible ability of that mysterious man, it can only be said that it is normal to kill a ghost here. Very reasonable. But, who is that person? Is he the legendary special investigator? Thinking of He Dao's proficiency and decisiveness in dealing with evil spirits, Wei Nian felt that it must be, and the case was solved. Go back and ask Zhou Ju if there is any news about that person, it is best to thank him in person. Out of caution, even though it was confirmed that the evil spirits had been eliminated, Wei Nian still did not leave, and rang the doorbells of two households on the 6th floor to inquire about the situation. There is no one in the house. In another household, there lived a single young man who was handsome, but when he opened the door, his face turned pale, as if his body had been completely hollowed out. Hey, it's okay, we just ask about the situation, don't bother me anymore. Young people should pay attention, rest more. Today's young people, hey, really don't understand restraint, beep beep, what's the point, real men have to push iron and wrestle. Watching them push iron every day and have 8-pack abs, such a great body is fascinating. Young people don't understand. But after all, he is just an investigator and can't control other people's private life. I just sigh secretly, the young people don't cherish it too much, they don't know that they have passed by death. Hey, let's go. Mom is finally gone. After closing the anti-theft door with a slap, Fang Yu's whole body softened like a puddle of mud. He recognized these two people as the two probably official figures who appeared in He Dao's field of vision in the morning. Fang Yu didn't take the opportunity to inquire about the news. He's still a bit of a sucker for his acting skills, unlike the hero in the novel whose acting skills are level 10, he can't do it, he's just an ordinary game player. In addition to being a little bit handsome, there is no need to take risks. Don't all the risky things have to be done by the apostle of fate? He just needs to stay quietly before the game. What's more, he is now I don't have any energy, I don't have a drop. But it's better than last time, if last time I might not even have the strength to get up and open the door. Well, there has been some progress, or am I getting used to it? Fang Yu returned to the bedroom, opened the game with a snap, and called up his personal information. Savior of Destiny Physique, 1.6 1.9 from 0.8 to 1.3, then to 1.6, and now to 1.9, it has more than doubled. Is this power? Is this the pleasure brought by a strong body? Even though his physical strength was exhausted at this time, Fang Yu could still feel the strong beating of his heart, and a light clench of his fists was a surge of strength. In comparison, he who used to run for hundreds of meters and gasped for breath seemed to be a disabled person. Having an 8-pack abs is awesome. Although he was still not as good as He Dao, he might already be tougher than those two investigators. This is a powerful body that has never been experienced before. And he can be even stronger. The next day, the sky was dim. Fang Yu broke the seal of the quilt early without an alarm clock, and he was full of energy, wishing to practice the basic swordsmanship dozens of times. So much energy. It's completely different from him going to bed early and waking up late and being sleepy every day. At this time, he turned on the computer to code a chapter of the novel, and it would definitely be finished soon. But code words are not as fun as playing games. Bushi, how can the work of the savior be called playing a game? He is fighting for the survival of the world. Fix the meal first. Just cook the noodles. Fang Yu is in a happy mood, but the happy day ends with breakfast. Lowering his head, the chopsticks in his hand had been broken. Obviously he didn't use any force. Yesterday he was too busy and almost exhausted all day, he hadn't noticed it yet, but today, no matter what he picked up, it felt too light, and if he didn't pay attention, he would have to use too much force. After all, my physique is more than twice as strong as it was at the beginning. We must get familiar with the current state as soon as possible, otherwise we have to break something. Fang Yu did 100 push-ups, 200 squats, and rehearsed the basic swordsmanship a few times before he felt that he was getting used to it. After spending almost all his strength, Fang Yu took a rest and started today's daily routine. Save the world. It's too tall, let's simply get rid of the evil. Time flies. Since the day the Bureau of Investigation knocked on the door, Fang Yu stayed at home for a week and never stepped out of the house. During this period, he cleared a total of 6 areas with evil spirits by sending the Apostle of Destiny Black Knife, and they were not strong, not to mention compared with the second time. It's just that most of them can't compare. The Black Knife strikes in seconds. Let Fang Yu understand that this is the real level of 1-star treachery. As for the one he met at the construction site, he didn't know whether it was the top of the 1-star or just exceeded the specification. It's generally good news that the evil is not so strong, but the destiny points obtained by task dispatching are also less. For the first dispatch, I got 0.6 fate point and a skill training card to get rid of the evils on the construction site. But in the following 6 times, the fate points obtained were only 0.2 0.4, and there were no skill training cards. Instead, they were replaced by a material called spiritual crystal. Use unknown. Fang Yu opened the game. As of today, he has harvested a total of 2.6 units of destiny points and 8 warp crystals. This still used up 2 double revenue cards. This kind of item needs to be used before dispatching, but it made him afraid to use the remaining one now. Yield is too low. It may be more worthwhile to use it for the dispatch mission of the 2-star evil, but the 2-star evil. If there is no supermodel in the construction site, then the 2-star Guaxia will be very scary. With the strength of the Black Knife, there is a high probability that he is not an opponent. And around here, apart from one 2-star area, there are only 2 1-star areas left in the treacherous area retrieved. Definitely not enough points for the 3rd fate draw. It's not impossible to continue to make up. The mission dispatch is a scan centered on him, as long as he moves to a nest. But the outside is too dangerous, and he has to wait until he really has the power to protect himself. Well, not so much now. 5 days ago, he used the skill book of evil and evil tracking. The whole process was similar to learning basic swordsmanship, but it was more cumbersome. Not just exercise, but also soaking eyes with a special liquid. This time the skill learning is not very tiring, but the pain reminds Fang Yu of washing his eyes when he was a child, and thinking about his eyes makes him a little uncomfortable. After learning the skills, his eyes were also uncomfortable for several days. There was a process of gradual transformation and adaptation, but he used the skill training card to upgrade the evil tracking to the proficient level without much discomfort. Fang Yu blinked and immediately opened up the evil tracking vision. The proficient tracking of evil spirits, he can use it no less than the Black Knife 6 days ago. It can be switched on and off freely, and can capture the evil traces 1 or 200 meters away. Of course, there is nothing in his field of vision. No. If so, Fang Yu would consider calling Brother Heidao or just run away. Fang Yu called up his panel. At this time, he has the proficient level of basic swordsmanship, the proficient level of treacherous tracking, and the attacking skill lightning in the palm that he is about to learn. There is 1 skill training card left. Of course not all of them were used on him. 3 of them were given to Brother Heidao, and he still relied on Brother Heidao to fight the boss. Fang Yu called out Heidao's information. Black Knife Physical, 3.1 plus 0.1 is Spirit, 1.2 plus 0.1 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 15%, Blade Slashing, Proficiency, 5%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 15%, Equipment, Novice Sword. Compared with the first day, there have been earth-shaking changes. Among them, Heidao's physique has increased by 0.1 units, which is what he has improved during his daily exercise. Don't ask how Fang Yu knows, it's just a peep. Check the game diary. And the 0.1 unit of spiritual improvement is the change brought about by cutting through the mastery level. Well, entry level, proficiency level, the next level is proficiency. Using 1 skill training card can increase the proficiency of proficiency level skills by 33%, and 3 cards are needed to upgrade the skills to proficiency level. He just gave Hei Knife the main killing method of Blade Slash. The day before yesterday, when he was dispelling evil spirits, Heidao demonstrated the ability to master the Super Blade Slash. Compared to the proficient level, the upgraded Blade Slash can not only be used for an instant burst, but also maintain the bloody blade glow for a short time, and even extend the blade glow slightly. Proficiency level, with the characteristics of change. Undoubtedly, while enhancing the lethality of the black knife, it also enriched his fighting methods. Maybe in the future, if Brother Heidao continues to improve, he can really cut out a 40-meter sword light? The only problem is, the proficient blade cut maintains the bloody blade light, which consumes more, and the black blade may become a 3-second blade. The current black knife may be able to kill the evil spirits on the construction site with 2 knives, but it is only facing 2 stars. Looking at the eye-catching 2 stars on the dispatch map, Fang Yu fell into deep thought. In a place only a few hundred meters away from the 2-star Guatia, there is a 1-star Guatia. Perhaps, today, we can take the opportunity of getting rid of this first star to let Heidao run over to see if he can have the strength to fight. If he is really in danger, he can escape. Instead of bumping headlong into Urshing's treacherous face when it was delivered randomly. Just do it. Half an hour later, a few kilometers away from the Taiping community, in a desolate grove, a black knife wearing a mask walked out unhurriedly, shook the blade, and walked far away on the asphalt road. It's desolate here. The location is already remote, and when the sky gets darker, there is not a single person to be seen along the entire road. This is convenient for Heidao. He looked towards the end of the street. Behind the dilapidated fence was a building that had been abandoned for more than 10 years. It is also the destination of Heidao's trip. Thanks to Breeze on Cheeks, Light Flowers and Wine, and Faker for their rewards. Thank you for your support. Step step step. The black knife combat boots stepped on the asphalt road, at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow, just like an ordinary passerby, if one ignored the mask he was wearing and the saber at his waist. Walking to a position about 50 meters away from the abandoned building, Heidao paused, tilted his head slightly, and looked at a place with his eyes under the mask. There was a dim light, and it looked like a guard room. With the eyesight of the black knife, 2 figures could be seen inside. There is actually a guard in front of this abandoned building? Fang Yu checked the information on this building, and it was abandoned more than 10 years ago. At that time, the building was almost completed, but it seemed that the boss's capital chain was broken or there were other reasons. In short, the construction was interrupted. The building has never been taken over. It is indeed obsolete. Through the vision of the black knife, you can clearly see the dilapidated outer wall of the building, and some places are covered with weeds, but the guard room in front of the building looks like it is newly built. Not old, there are people with electricity. This is at. Combined with the current situation of the abandoned building, Fang Yu had some vague guesses, but it would be a little troublesome. He just wanted to brush a few little ghosts quietly at the moment. Suddenly an option popped up on the game interface. Please choose. I act with black swords. Why do I need to explain to others? Go straight in through the gate. Everything must be done first. Don't attract the attention of others. Enter from the side. Option countdown, 5, 4, 3. A circular countdown logo, constantly turning in circles. Not much time. Oh, you can also perform on-site micromanagement? Fang Yu rolled his eyes quickly. 2, must choose 2. He also didn't know what form his order was given to Heidao, but seeing Heidao paused, he walked aside. Detour to the side of the abandoned building. There is no door here, but there is an open window on the second floor to enter and exit. Of course, at a height of more than 4 meters, Heidao stepped back a few steps and charged forward. He jumped and grabbed the window sill on the second floor. Then the arm muscles exerted strength, and he easily lifted the whole person, climbed over the window sill and entered the second floor of the abandoned building. The whole process is smooth and flowing. Whether it's unlocking with a sword or opening a window to get in, sure enough, Brother Heidao is extremely proficient, and he is particularly experienced in this area. As soon as he entered the abandoned building, Heidao immediately started his treacherous pursuit. Of course, he also used it outside the building just now, and he chose to enter from this location only after making sure that the filthy wind from this window was very light. The light inside the building was even dimmer, and the ground was full of debris, but neither Heidao nor Fang Yu paid attention to the environment. Instead, gray and black. Gray and black everywhere. The filthy wind whistled, and there were gray and black spots everywhere, and there were traces of evil everywhere. If we used this skill to look for evil spirits before, we were afraid that the distance would be too far and there were not enough clues to find them. Abandoned buildings are haunted haunts. No, probably not as if either. Heidao lowered his head, and there was a pool of water stains moving slowly not far away. Found it, Wild cunning. It seems to be very weak, huh? Now that Heidao has dispatched 7 or 8 missions to Heidao, and seen 8 times of evil, Fangyu himself can be called rich in experience. Even if it's just theoretical experience. He could tell at a glance that the little Guaxia in front of him was very weak, small in size, and the color of the scars left was very light. It was an extremely weak Guaxia. Maybe you don't need to cut it with a blade, just scrape and scrape a few times with a novice sword, you can get rid of this little evil. So dignified 2-star dispatch mission, that's it? Obviously impossible. Fangyu discovered this very easily by relying on the game prompts, and Heidao did the same, but he relied on his rich experience. The wind of filth is too strong. Weird, this one is not the source. Heidao slowly pulled out the sword, but he didn't make a move, he just held it in his hand, and bypassed the little ghost in his field of vision. Little Guaxia didn't seem to find the black knife? But the previous few times, the black knife seemed to attract evil hatred as soon as it appeared on the stage. Is this little ghost too weak, or Heidao has some kind of unique ability? It doesn't show this on the panel either. Fangyu was thinking, his eyes fixed on the phone screen, not daring to relax in the slightest. He hadn't forgotten that at this moment, Heidao was going deep into Urshing's treacherous lair. Just one word, very. Danger. Risk. As the behind-the-scenes person who provides ultra-long-range technical support to Heidao, he is of course not just sitting there. In addition to giving a few micro-operation instructions to brother Heidao at critical moments, he also shoulders the most important responsibility: tactical retreat. The delivery of the Apostle's black knife lasted up to 1 hour. During this period, Fangyu could stop at any time and let the black knife return to the standby position. Although the entire return process was not instant, it was also very fast, and the person was dragged back with a snap. Fangyu stared. The black knife shuttled in the thick filthy wind, and his vision was very poor, but the evil tracking couldn't be turned off at this time. He just opened his eyes wide, searching. Walking down from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, he suddenly stopped. In front of the eyes, a thick foul wind lingers around some terrible monster, like a ball. He could vaguely see the figure hidden under the filthy wind. It's like several giant snakes churning together. Slender and weird, with a bloated lower body that opens and closes, and something invisible spits out from it. See? Although it is still very blurry, Fangyu can't wait to use 2 fingers to zoom in on the game screen. At this time, a game prompt appeared on the side. Ding! Reminder, I have collected information about the evil spirit, and it has been determined that the evil spirit is the mother snake, and it has been recorded in the illustrated book of evil spirits. Reminder, the 2-star dispatch mission information has been updated, do you want to check it? Reminder, do you want to pass this information to Destiny Apostle Black Knife? On the illustrated book, a huge, ugly, and terrifying figure appeared. The entered information was not complete, but even through the game interface, Fangyu's heart was beating, and a chill rushed straight to the Tianlingai. What's more, it was the black knife that was only 10 or 20 meters away from the evil snake mother. Hint, Black Knife's sanity has declined slightly. Hint, Black Knife's sanity has declined slightly. Hint, Black Knife mysterious value plus 0.02. Hint, Black Knife mysterious value plus 0.01. Afraid that Heidao would go up rashly, Fangyu hastily gave him an order to stand by. Not far away, the treacherous snake mother shrouded in the filthy wind didn't seem to notice the black knife, but saw its huge body moving, bit by bit, towards the door of the abandoned building. It, the terrifying 2-star evil, is going to move its nest? Abandoned building, door, guard room. Zhang San and Li Si were farting and chatting inside, occasionally breaking their wrists and punching each other's muscles. This is the boring daily life of investigators. Yes, Zhang San and Li Si are a couple. Cough, they are partners in a team of investigators. Both of them are 3rd-level investigators, but compared to Kuyuan, they have more experience. I have worked together to eliminate 4 or 3 times of evil spirits. Great results. So he was sent here to guard the evil of the abandoned construction site. The Evil Investigation Bureau here discovered it a few months ago, but after a comprehensive investigation, it was found. This evil is so terrifying, invincible. But this abandoned building is located in the urban area, unlike some barren mountains and wild mountains that can't be dealt with and just leave it alone, it can't work here. Even if the location is remote, there will still be pedestrians passing by. Once this terrifying and evil head has a convulsion and wants to go out for a stroll, this thing will happen. That's why they let their investigators guard here, several teams take turns, and occasionally let auxiliary personnel come to cover the shift. Zhang-san and Li Si have been guarding the gate for almost a week, and they have nothing to do except play with their mobile phones or wrestle every day. It's okay to walk away. You have to order takeaway for meals. No, there is no takeaway delivery in this place, and they have to ask their colleagues to pack and deliver it all the way. I don't know where these evils come from, and there are more and more of them. Hey, it would be great if we could hit Guaxia. I want to let Guaxia taste the fist that is the size of a sandbag, and beat Guaxia out of shit. Make Guaxia dizzy. There's no shit in Waxia, right? That's not necessarily the case. I once saw a ghost with its head revealed at the State Bureau. It was disgusting. Rather than saying that the ghost has no shit, it's better to say that the thing is full of shit. During that time, I dreamed about shit every day. So, there are advantages and disadvantages for us not being able to see the evil. If we could see that thing, the world would have been in chaos long ago. How can we maintain it like it is now? Zhang-san said. Li Si did dozens of squats and continued, indeed, but it's very annoying for us investigators if we can't see it. Whether it is early warning or search, it is extremely rare, not to mention that we are on the sidelines of evil. Yes, I'm afraid that one day when I wake up, a big ugly face will appear in front of me as soon as I open my eyes, with a bloody mouth open. It's not impossible, didn't we make the arrangements? Zhang-san said. Besides, this old house is creepy, and it has been here for several months without moving a step. It is very stable. If it's much easier for us to work with all the evil spirits like this. He gives a thumbs up. One word, steady. Staying here is out of caution, and it is considered a vacation, although it is not comfortable at all. After finishing the warm-up exercise, Zhang-san was already sweating slightly, and wanted to have a fierce wrestling with Li Si before dinner. However, he found that Li Siren in front of him was already sluggish, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What's wrong? Exercising your brain? Zhang-san thought so at first, until he heard the ringing of ding 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 ding, his whole body trembled, and he suddenly turned his head to look behind him, looking at the entrance of the abandoned building. The bell hanging there shook slightly. Wisps of blue smoke emerged from the special dust scattered several times around the door. This situation shows no need to show it. Zhang-san's pupils shrank suddenly again, and at the gate, where the dim sunlight couldn't shine, there was a huge shadow looming. I couldn't see it clearly, but I saw a huge gray and black silhouette. Bloated and ugly. Moving forward step by step. He looked shocked, treacherous. Isn't it normal that he can't see it? The giant shadow moved out of the dark and lightless abandoned building, step by step, to the outside of the building where the setting sun had not yet completely set, and was still shrouded in the dim afterglow. Roar! Zhang-san vaguely heard a roar. It was the roar of Guaxia. The world in his eyes gradually turned red, and a noisy and sharp voice sounded in his ears. He was very irritable and wanted to tear something off. At this moment, the Buddhist beads on Zhang-san's wrist diffused a faint gleam, and then shattered. The same as in Li Si's hand. The two investigators also woke up from a trance. Their eyes were still a little red. They immediately turned their heads away, but their pupils were filled with fear. Abandoned, the evil in the abandoned building has come out? It moved. It's also manifested. Zhang-san and Li Si, with strong bodies, full of muscles, and 8-pack abs, hid in the guardroom, shivering, panting heavily, covering each other's mouths tightly. It wasn't until the great terror lingering in their hearts faded that Zhang-san and Li Si fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Their bodies were already wet. After a delay of more than 10 seconds, Zhang-san was startled and growled, hurry up, notify the bureau, something big is going to happen. Baijiang City is in crisis. The street outside the abandoned building is desolate and empty. It's just that if someone is on this street at this time, they can see a huge black cloud slowly going out from the door of the abandoned building. Faintly, he could still hear a roar. Very light. It seems to be an illusion, but it can evoke the deepest restlessness in people's hearts. But deep in reality, in a world that ordinary people can't see, the terrifying and treacherous snake mother with a body stretched for more than 10 meters is moving out little by little. Its upper body is composed of 7 or 8 giant snakes, the ends of which are tightly intertwined like ropes. The first of these snakes open their teeth and claws, screaming hoarsely. Their skin is gray, like a motley wall that has fallen off. However, the lower body is extraordinarily bloated, as if dragging a ball. It seems that because of this, the snake mother moves very slowly. As it moved, patches of gray spots on its body peeled off like a wall, and a thick black and gray mist lingered all over its body. In this world that dives deep under reality, its appearance is terrifying. Far beyond it. Once you see it, you can't forget its appearance. Terrifying, disgusting, deeply rooted. Pat at the end of the street, a shopping bag in a girl's hand fell straight to the ground. She didn't seem to notice it, but just stared at the terrifying figure at the end of the street, shocked and terrified in her heart. Her eyes were like water, reflecting a wide and desolate street. At the end, there are 7 or 8 snakeheads who are screaming and pulling. The gray patches were very clear in her eyes. But it's not just that, it also reflects the rotting figures that staggered one by one, wandering aimlessly on this deserted street. Suddenly, an ugly body elongated its neck and stretched out from one side, circled twice and stretched out in front of the girl. Its mouth was split to the base of the ears, and the gray mist it exhaled seemed to be spit on the girl's cheeks. A hoarse voice echoed in her ears. "Can you see me? Thanks to Yemu Dan Rand for the reward of 5,000 points. It's a new week, please recommend tickets and follow up. Oops, oh, it's getting worse." On the deserted street, the cold wind blows, blowing the girl's hair and the bleak fallen leaves. But she didn't seem to notice, her eyes trembled, the great terror in the distance and the ugly and terrifying face in front of her kept impacting her fragile inner defense. Made her want to cry. I was still too careless. When I saw the scary big guy in the distance, I couldn't maintain my expression, and it attracted the attention of some dirty things around me. What's worse, the big guy at the end of the street seems to want to follow him. Woo, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And Jian Yu, you have to hold on. The girl gasped in her heart, letting these shambling and ugly figures come closer. Her cheeks were tensed, maintaining an expressionless expression. Terrible Wu. How could you not be afraid? However, this is not the first time that Jian Yu has encountered similar situations. He has experienced too many times and is unable to resist, so he can only get used to it gradually. About 2 years ago, she discovered that she could see some strange and dirty things. At first, it was just some little people, or some vague shadows. The quantity is not much either. She was afraid for a while but found that as long as she ignored the shadows, she would not be affected. It's useless to be afraid, and Jian Yu can only accept it. Gradually, as time passed, she saw more and more dirty things in her eyes, and they became clearer, and she could also hear some strange sounds. She could only force herself to ignore it, and tried to find a solution, but to no avail. Sometimes even more dangerous. And Jian Yu is also used to it, just ignore them. She could do it originally, and those things only exist in some desolate and lonely places, not many. But during this period of time, for some reason, the world in her eyes seemed to be getting more and more strange. Staggering rotting figures roamed the roads, the sky was clouded with a faint gray mist, and something even scarier haunted the place. The big guy in the distance is. And that one. The figure of the snake mother was reflected in Jian Yu's pupils, and her heart was beating thumpingly. Instinct seemed to tell her that this big guy was different from the other big guys she had seen before. She must never get close, and she must never be targeted. Otherwise, even if I ignore it, we'll die too. Death, death, death. Breathed in. Jian Yu stood there in a daze for a few seconds, then suddenly twisted his wrist and muttered, "It's so heavy, did I buy too many things? Damn, I should have brought Ing along." She rubbed her wrists, turned on her cell phone and made a call, muttered a few words, saw the shambling figures around her gradually ignore her, then picked up the dropped shopping bag as if nothing had happened, turned a corner and walked away. It's just that her steps are more hurried than before. And Jian Yu looked up slightly, and looked across the buildings to the far distance, a building more than 100 meters high. The building is magnificent, but in her vision, there is an extremely huge, terrifying monster like an octopus clinging to it. Bulge, shrink. As if sucking something. What happened to this world? How do I know what happened? Does Guixia need a reason for what he does? The problem now is that the evilness of the abandoned building is far more active than before, and it has begun to move. Inside the Baijiang Investigation Bureau, Bureau Zhou banged on the round table. Restless, heavy. But none of these emotions make sense. The key now is how to deal with this matter. Zhou paused and said, "First of all, it is to evacuate the surrounding people and expand the area of the blockade. Fortunately, there are few people in the remote area. Secondly, it's how to deal with the evil side. Before, it could be blocked temporarily, but now it has to be dealt with. However, if it was easy to get rid of this evil, the Bureau of Investigation would not have taken the method of blocking it before. There is no way to block it." Meeting room, several investigators thought that the construction site was so eerie and scary a few days ago that 20 years of Buddhist beads were broken because of this, and the removal failed. And the evilness of the abandoned building will only be more terrifying. After a series of analysis and judgments by them, it is far beyond the treacherous construction site. Director, can you contact the one from the previous few days? Investigators asked. Bureau Joe shook his head. I know what you guys want to say. I have already asked the higher-ups whether there is such a person in the Bureau, the mysterious man in black who appeared on the construction site a few days ago. He is not a special investigator of our investigation bureau. I also asked for support from the State Bureau of our Bayonne Prefecture, but, Joju shook his head, the number of special investigators is very small, either they have important matters to attend to, or they are too far away. The only special investigator who is in the city next door to us is rushing here. It's just that she made it clear that she might be helpless in the face of such horror and treachery. The heavy pressure fell on everyone in the Baijiang Investigation Bureau. There are several ways to deal with evil. The Master Consecrated. Blockade. Special Investigator. But all of these are not enough. Suddenly, Jiang Tingqiu, the only first-level investigator in Baijiang, looked at Zhou Ju and asked, what does a special-level investigator represent? If we have our own special-level investigator in Baijiang City, can we? Yes. When several investigators heard this, they looked at Zhou Ju with burning eyes. Is there any big secret in this? In it, there is indeed a piece of information with a very high level of confidentiality. I didn't know much about it at first, but now, Zhou Ju sighed, the current situation is getting more and more serious, and the higher authorities also allow small-scale disclosures. Remember, the news you hear today will rot in your own stomach. This is inevitable. As investigators, they are the ones who are the best at keeping secrets. But that doesn't stop them from looking forward to it. Especially Jiang Tingqiu, he has been doubting and pursuing, he is eager to have real means to deal with evil. Just like the man in black a few days ago. Special investigators are all people with special means that can directly injure and kill Wei Xie, but they are not strange people who have learned to practice since childhood. Most of them have the same background as you. From an ordinary investigator staff begin. The difference is that when one of you awakens, you will receive a call from the general administration, and as long as you pass the assessment, you will be promoted to a special investigator. Therefore, special investigators have never had a fixed promotion channel. They can only wait for their own conditions to be met before accepting the call of the general administration. As for, you must want to ask, how to awaken, what is awakening, right? Zhou Ju paused, glanced at the investigators in front of him, and told the big secret they were most concerned about. Embracing the mystery can only awaken you. Embrace mystery before awakening? Jiang Tingqiu, Wei Nian, Ke Yuan and other investigators were all pondering, watching Zhou Ju and waiting for the next step. The man with the square face paused, and slowly revealed the secret. Actually, you are already walking on the path of embracing mystery. He said, evilness represents mystery. When we investigators are exposed to and get rid of evilness, we are already contaminated with mystery and are slowly accumulating mystery. When the mystery accumulates to a certain limit, we may awaken. The people who accumulate more mysteries, the more likely they are to awaken. In other words, our investigators are the group most likely to awaken. After awakening, you really have the means to directly kill and injure the evil spirits, and you may have some special abilities. At the same time, a person's physical strength and mental strength have been improved. This sounds very good, right? But if the awakening is really so good, the general administration will not hide this secret. Because compared to ascension, the whole awakening process is more dangerous. Zhou Ju said, mystery comes from evil. Embracing mystery is embracing evil. You can imagine for yourself. The chance of death during the awakening process is very high. Even death is not the worst. Some investigators failed to awaken, and turned into even more terrifying evils. So you should understand why the general administration has to hide this news. Zhou Ju looked at Jiang Tingqiu. The general administration is afraid that investigators like Jiang Tingqiu will be too paranoid, and they will try their best to drill into the evil pile in order to wake up. This method does have a high chance of triggering awakening, but it is more likely that the awakening fails, death, madness, or turning into evil. Too much urgency can cause disaster. It's just that now, the situation is changed, and even if the danger may be serious, the Bureau of Investigation has no choice but to disclose this secret. In a certain flat house in Taiping community, Fang Yu was flipping through the game records, absent-minded and clenched his fists. No power. It's just a game, if you can't beat the monsters, you can't beat it, but this is not just a game. This is reality. Even if he can see the movement of the treacherous snake mother from the game interface, he can avoid it, but what about the others? How much harm will such a terrifying and treacherous beast bring to the entire Baijiang city? How many people will die as a result? He wouldn't just go up and give it for free, but he was eager to gain power. If you spend more time and train the black knife to become stronger, can you? Fong Yu flipped through the game diary. The black knife looks directly at the treacherous snake mother, and his sanity drops. He Dao returned, hated that his strength was too weak, so he doubled his daily training plan, and vowed that as long as he could not die from training, he would practice to death. Black knife training. Black knife training. He Dao Xiao. In training. Although he couldn't cut into He Dao's perspective, Fong Yu could imagine that brother He Dao was exercising desperately at this time. Brother He Dao's skill proficiency has also improved rapidly. In just a few days, he is trained to 15% of the proficiency level in basic sword skills, and more than 2% in a day. Just like Fei, the training speed is much faster than Fong Yu himself. Only, it will take 30 to 40 days to break through simply training He Dao, and even if He Dao breaks through the basic sword skills and He Dao's physique improves, Fong Yu doesn't think He Dao can fight against the evil snake mother. The gap is too big. Is there only one way to increase the combat effectiveness of the Destiny Apostle? Fong Yu pondered, frowning, but even if a skill has been cultivated to the peak, it must have a corresponding foundation to support it. But now, even He Dao, the organization's #1 warrior, is only a mortal. It's just that he has mastered some, slightly extraordinary abilities. Even 2-star ghosts can't deal with it. If more advanced and terrifying evils appear in the future, won't it be even more difficult to deal with? This is unreasonable. Fong Yu flipped through this extremely simple game interface back and forth, and when he clicked on the information column of the black knife, he gave a huh. Black knife physical, 3.2 spirit, 1.3 mystery, 1.01. Except that the mysterious value is a little more than before, there seems to be no change, but the key lies in this mysterious value. Fong Yu is sure that there was no, on the right side of the mysterious value before. Here, there is a big secret. He clicks. Reminder, Destiny Apostle Black Knife has accumulated more than 1 unit of mysterious value, and there is a possibility of awakening. Do you want to guide the awakening? Fong Yu clicks, and the page jumps. Regarding the explanation of awakening, there are so many listed in the game, thousands of words can't be finished. Fong Yu's eyes are sore. It's like reading a paper. But dare not glance at it. Fong Yu carefully read and understood word by word, and it took him a long time to figure out the meaning of awakening. Show joy. Awakening, isn't it the way I've been looking for to become stronger? Mysterious values are indeed, as I guessed, similar to experience points. Under normal circumstances, they don't help combat effectiveness, but when they accumulate to the limit, they may touch awakening. 1 unit is the limit. It doesn't mean that you will definitely be able to awaken. 1 unit of mysterious value is just a starting point, and there is a possibility of awakening. The more mysterious points are accumulated, the higher the probability of awakening, but at the same time, the higher the probability of going crazy, or even turning into a ghost. This is a double-edged sword. So in a sense, the earlier the awakening is, the safer it is, and it is the most appropriate time of one. However, awakening is not what you want to feel, and you can feel it when you think about it. It depends on fate and luck. At the same time, the process of awakening is also a process in which mysterious factors integrate into the body and release madness. Comes with danger. The manual also lists various awakening situations. Being too paranoid, pursuing evil spirits, and awakening with the power of evil spirits, this trigger has a high chance of being triggered, but it is the most dangerous. The second is the natural awakening of the primitive stage. Awakening ignorantly. Awakening by chance. There is also an awakening with rituals arranged. Use the awakening of auxiliary treasures. Etc., etc. It's just that there are no specific instructions on rituals, treasures, etc., and it doesn't matter, because the game interface provides a guided awakening mode. More directly. Safer. Reminder, do you want to guide the Apostle of Destiny Black Knife to awaken? Reminder, this guided awakening needs to consume Fate Point X1 and Wild Crystal X3. The probability of awakening is 90%. Failure to guide the awakening for the second time will consume more resources. Reminder, do you want to start guiding awakening? Fong Yu glanced at the game interface. Currently, there are 2.9 fate points and 9 ghost crystals left. The cost of awakening once can be said to be huge, but there is no hesitation. His turn, start booting. The same is still empty and silent, only the sound of the blade waving, the black knife stopped, and the war knife was sheathed. Guide, wake up. The eyes under his mask seemed to recall something, but then fell silent again. He just raised his head slightly with respect and looked in front of him. It was as if an invisible finger was tapping on his forehead. Suddenly, mystery boils. Thanks to Lan Ling Xiaoxiation 2587 for the reward of 1000 coins, and Tinju Winela for the reward of 500 coins. Mysterious factor, invisible and elusive. It seems that it cannot be captured anyway, but various examples can be used to prove the existence of the mysterious factor. At this time, as if ignited by an invisible force, the mysterious factors deposited in Heidao's body suddenly boiled up. At this moment, his face began to twist slightly. The whole person is like falling into the abyss. The wind is howling, and the giant beast is roaring. Distorted and ugly faces appeared in front of Heidao's eyes, and countless screams were heard in his ears. But although Heidao's face was slightly distorted, painfully distorted, his eyes were still calm. Like a veteran who has experienced countless times of life and death, he is not afraid even though he is suffering. Only, the will can play a certain role in the process of awakening, but not all. Heidao's will is very strong, but the mysterious embrace is also extremely terrifying. Entangled and confronted, perhaps with his own willpower and solid foundation, Heidao will not fall into evil and has a relatively high probability of awakening. However, any awakening is a process of mysterious influx and penetration. Inevitably be affected. This is normal. At this time, under the guidance and awakening, an indescribable power that seemed to exist and did not exist shrouded it. Heidao's face gradually became peaceful, and his will was like a ball, slowly rotating, impeccable. In the confrontation and wrestling, the mystery will be crushed and digested bit by bit, and truly integrated into oneself. At some point it really reaches a critical point. Boo, as if something broke open. An invisible wind stirred up around Heidao's body, and the dust overflowed, swinging round and round visibly with the naked eye. He stood up, clenched his right hand and slowly placed it in front of his left chest. The head drooped slightly. Pass the torch from generation to generation, and mankind will last forever. Reminder, Apostle of Destiny Black Knife awakens. Reminder, Destiny Apostle Black Knife's physique has been greatly improved, his spirit has been greatly improved, his mystery has been reset to 0, his life energy has been activated, and he has acquired the talent Icy Killing Intent. The panel of the Black Knife has changed a lot. Fang Yu glanced at the prompt and called up Heidao's information. Black Knife, 1 Awakening, Physical, 3.2 plus 3.5 Spirit, 1.3 plus 0.8 Mystery, 0 Life Energy, 4.86 6.7 times 0.6 plus 2.1 times 0.4 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 16%, Blade Slashing, Proficiency, 5%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 16%, Equipment, Novice Sword Ability, Cold Killing Intent Explanation. When entering this state, the Black Knife can eliminate most of the negative effects with a strong killing intent, including the influence of evil on sanity, and it also has a deterrent effect. Remarks, Awakening ability can also be improved through exercise and other means. The improvement of this awakening is quite awesome. Especially when your physique is directly raised to 6.7, so Heidao is no longer human. There is also an additional attribute of life energy. Fang Yu studied for a while. Life energy is not a separate attribute, it is still based on the basic 2 dimensions of body and spirit. The fusion of body and spirit creates life energy. Theoretically speaking, as long as they are alive, everyone has life energy. Heidao also had it before. To perform special skills such as sly tracking and blade slash, you need to squeeze your own life energy to use it. This order is not right. It is harmful to the body and consumes a lot. Of course, this damage refers to long-term use, and it is not a big problem after only a few days. All of the above were read by Fang Yu to the explanation of life energy on the game interface. That is to say, now with the blue bar of life energy, the endurance of the Black Knife has been greatly improved, and the use of special skills will be easier. In this way, the Black Knife can fully support the performance of the proficient blade slash. Under the action of life energy, the lethality of a single burst may be even stronger. Besides, awakening ability is more important. Special abilities have appeared, and the awakened ones are really inhumans. As for Heidao's ability, it also has the effects of control, group control, prevention and control, etc. Although there is no other awakening ability in hand to compare with, Fang Yu thinks that Heidao's ability should be superior. Since you can awaken by accumulating mysteries, will there be special people who are awakened in Blue Star? Fang Yu thinks there is a high probability that there will be. Dangers aside, awakening is an opportunity for everyone. Was there one of the official personnel in the Black Windbreaker that I saw last time? Standing on the human side, Fang Yu still hopes that the official staff can be stronger and can get rid of the runaway snake mother. But when the construction site was getting rid of the evil spirits, the performance of the two black trenchcoats pulling their hips made him a little worried. Hato has used up his delivery opportunity today, and it will take him a while to adapt to his awakened body. Wait until tomorrow. If Mother Snake still can't be dealt with tomorrow, I'll let Brother Hato go out. Thinking about it, Brother Hato, who was awakened once, is capable, and he broke his wrist with the snake mother. Hato, you have already done what you should do, and the next step depends on your performance. In the following time, Fang Yu opened the mission dispatch module from time to time to check the weird locations on it. There are changes. Although the evil location detected by the map detection function cannot be updated from time to time, it is updated every 10 minutes or so, but it is enough to allow him to track the movement trajectory of the evil snake mother. Looking at the location marked above, Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although this terrifying and evil spirit has left the abandoned building, its moving speed is very slow. The specific reasons are unknown, but it is a good thing after all. But on the other hand, it's been an hour or two, and the weirdness still exists. It seems, maybe officials also find it tricky. Not easy to deal with. Fang Yu entered a forum in the same city, and heard from the elder brother in it that the abandoned building in the south of the city and the surrounding area have been cordoned off, and the residents in that area have been organized to evacuate. Yes, there are several gangsters hiding in the abandoned building. Aren't there a lot of bandits these days? The Zhongbei city next door the day before yesterday also blocked an area because of bandits? Well, there are accidents like poison gas leakage. No way, no one really thinks it's a gangster, right? If you want me to say that some kind of mysterious incident must have happened, haven't you noticed that mental hospitals, cemeteries and other places have gradually been blocked during this period? According to research, some kind of change has definitely taken place in this world, and it is likely to be the recovery of spiritual energy. Tremble, we will usher in a great era. Upstairs is crazy. Hey, drag it away. But this period of time is really not peaceful. Fang Yu scanned for a while, focusing on marking the blocked areas, and then closed the forum. Save the World is currently on CD. He opened the inventory, faced the remaining skill book Palm Thunder, and chose to use it. 3 skills, from basic swordsmanship to sleight tracking, and then to Palm Thunder. What is important is a process from easy to difficult. And it is convenient for tactical evacuation. Basic swordsmanship can exercise your body, and you can run faster. Evil tracking can detect evil figures and avoid danger. Learning a basic swordsmanship will exhaust me personally, but it is not a big problem to enjoy the pleasure brought by physical improvement. It is more painful to follow the evil spirit. After so many days, Fang Yu's eyelids still twitch from time to time. He was jumping while typing. This is the sequelae of learning treacherous tracking. It brings pain to the eyes. Fang Yu is also a little scared about learning Palm Thunder. It's like going to the operating table. Of course, minor surgery should still be done. Fang Yu originally wanted to wait until tomorrow to learn, but what happened today? Time waits for me. Hey Dao has worked so hard, and I, the behind-the-scenes supporter, can't stretch my hips. Moreover, to see the current intelligence becoming stronger requires awakening, and the premise of awakening is to accumulate mysteries, and the way to accumulate mysteries is to contact and kill evil spirits. Sooner or later, he will really face the evil. Palm Thunder, a lethal skill, must be learned. But, don't be in a hurry. He wouldn't think that if he was proficient in the 3 major skills, he would be comparable to Brother Haydao the next day. Besides, Brother Haydao had fought for a long time when facing the treacherous construction site. Not easy. But I don't have the physique of Haydao, let alone the experience that Haydao is extremely proficient in everything he does. If you want to face Weixia, Yixing Weixia, you have to, Fang Yu set a small goal for himself. Raise your physique to above 3, and then train your Palm Thunder to the proficient level, at least. So now, his turn, skill book, use. There was a familiar whirlwind, and what appeared in front of Fang Yu was an empty unmanned platform. The wind whistled and slapped his face. He stood still, without a weapon in his hand. That's right, the thunder in the palm naturally relies on a pair of fleshy palms. Fang Yu is used to this kind of skill learning mode, since he can't control his body. The immersive enjoyment is it. The sooner you learn it, the sooner you can get out of this sea of suffering. However, today's study of lightning in the palm, depending on the situation, seems to be less cumbersome than the study of tracking the evil a few days ago. Might be simpler too. Simplicity is a good skill. Rumble at this time, Fang Yu heard the muffled sound of thunder, and his vision gradually increased. Here is a platform located on the top of a mountain. However, above the platform, in the sky not far away, dark clouds had already gathered, and there were lightning arcs flickering in it, which became denser and denser, until they rumbled to the ground and fell straight down. Fang Yu, day. I'm just going to learn an ordinary palm thunder, why don't I have such a big fight? The ancients are right. When the heavens will send a great mission to the people, they must first shock their minds, muscles, bones, and skin. Fang Yu was lying on the ground in a large font, only feeling that a black circle could come out of his mouth. Of course, it was just an illusion that his whole body was burned by electric shocks. Apart from the numbness and twitching of his whole body, he didn't have any wounds on his body. When on the Yunding platform, he also locked his blood and locked his physical strength. As for other people who want to cry but have no tears, and feel the pain from the world, don't mention it. But, leaving aside the fact that the whole body still twitches from time to time, it is amazing to learn the skill of lightning in the palm. Unlike evil tracking is just seeing in the final analysis, slightly visible evil, but it doesn't actually interfere with real physics. Palm thunder is different, this is the real special ability in his mind. It has been firmly engraved in my heart. During the thought movement, the fingertips could jump with crackling lightning. Fang Yu slowly raised his palm, and suddenly stopped. No, I don't have a single drop now. Another move of thunder palm, can anyone die on the spot? I almost lost my mind. Sunset, the sun has not yet risen. While Fang Yu was still twitching from time to time, the atmosphere on the barren grass road a few kilometers away became more and more tense. The rain is coming. Zhou Bureau, all the surrounding people have been evacuated. A staff member from another department said. The Bureau of Investigation has a plan for this situation. Quickly call for help, evacuate, and blockade the area. The action was very fast, and there were no accidents during the whole process, just. The middle-aged man with a square face still has a heavy heart. As long as this terrible evil is not eliminated for a day, this crisis will always exist, and this bomb is on the verge of exploding. It can still be maintained now because the moving speed of this evil head is very slow. But when it will get up soon, who knows? Did you bring everything? Well, the Buddhist bead blessed by Master Mingding's 25 years of mana. The master also asked me to bring the burning lamp in the temple with a history of several decades, and the one marked with the word special that you told me safe. This is the whole background of Baijiang Bureau of Investigation. Of course, the Investigation Bureau of Baijiang City has only been established for a few years. It is not so much the background of Baijiang City, but the background of Jiangming Temple outside Baijiang City. The 25-year-old prayer beads are 5 years longer than the broken string. And that's not all. The previous Buddha beads had been used several times before they were broken, and the blessing power on them was passive water, which would wear out every time they were used. Otherwise, the investigators would not be equipped with ordinary prayer beads. The ones that are truly effective are very rare and cannot be used indiscriminately. They can only be reserved for critical moments and when it is necessary. Right now, the string of Buddhist beads with 25 years of skill was just brought over from Jiangming Temple, as well as the burning lamp. It's just that these are not enough, far from enough. Joju didn't dare to have too much expectations. It would be nice to scrape some blood off Guixie, burn the incense, and count on these two things to get rid of Guixie. Joju, who is already middle-aged and his hair is starting to go bald, don't dare to be so naive. In the face of evil, human beings are so powerless, all means are in vain. There are no immortals. There are no magicians. Only evil spirits can deal with evil spirits. However, even if special investigators have the power to kill evil spirits, most of them can only deal with the most common evil spirits. The more one knows, the more desperate one becomes. It was early morning at this time, the sun had just risen, but the sky was still shrouded in misty clouds. Dim. Dark. Lingering. Joju's eyes fell on the safe marked with the word special, and he was silent for a long time. At this time, Investigator Kuyuan ran over with a happy face. Juzhou, special, that special investigator is here. Thank you for the reward of 1,500 coins from Lantern Flowers and Wine, and the reward of 500 coins from Guardian of Fengua. Special Investigator. Humanity's Slim Hope. Before, the Zhou Bureau was the first to ask for help, but there was only one person in the Baiyun Prefecture Bureau who was able to spare a hand, and it was around Baijiang City. Special Investigator Bai Shui. Snow White is naturally a code name. It is said that many special investigators will give themselves a code name instead of using their real names. Joju himself didn't know this investigator, and he had seen very few special investigators. But as soon as he walked into the temporary combat meeting room, he immediately recognized who was the special investigator by Shui. So eye-catching. Her white hair was like a waterfall of snow, and the black sunglasses on her face covered her eyes. The man just stood there, tall, standing out from the crowd. As the name suggests, he exudes a cold aura that should not be entered by strangers. However, none of these could dampen the enthusiasm in the hearts of the investigators present. This is a living special level investigator. This is the first time I have seen a special level investigator with my own eyes, so I have to be familiar with it. Maybe there is some unique secret recipe for awakening? Miss Sister, what skincare products do you use? We can communicate. Miss Sister, your hair color is really beautiful. Miss, bang. The slender legs in tight trousers lifted like a black phantom, and Zhang Tingxiu, who was buzzing in front of him, flew out the next moment. It flew several meters away with a click. But he was rough and thick, and he got up immediately as if nothing happened. Not only did he not feel the pain, but he still felt the aftertaste. Is this the strength and speed of a special investigator? Hiss, it's really amazing. Do you think he is asking for a fight? Wrong, he just wanted to try his skills as a special investigator. It had nothing to do with him. At most, it had nothing to do with it. At this time, Joju pushed the door open and saw Zhang Tingxiu being beaten as soon as he entered. Well, I hope others are okay. Investigator by Shui. Director Zhou. Time is tight now, and the task is heavy. Since everyone has arrived and Joju has no ink marks, a group of people set off immediately and arrived at the top of a tall building on Huangqiao Road. At the end of the barren grass road is the abandoned building. The treacherous snake mother has been slowly moving on this road since she came out of the abandoned building, and she has already traveled several hundred meters. This tall building is still far away from the snake mother, but standing here, you can still see a faint black mist moving slowly in the distance. In the black mist, one can vaguely see the hideous and terrifying snake head tearing away. In the ears, there was a faint scream. Special investigator by Shui frowned. This evil head is indeed as terrifying as I expected. To be honest, I'm not sure. Of course, I will hit if I should. Can't you really handle it? The weak is bitter. Bai Shui said, if I could beat it, I would have gone up to kill this treacherous shark a long time ago, and if it's still in ink, it's just that I can't beat it. Special investigators are not gods, they just have a little more special abilities than ordinary people. It's okay to get rid of some ordinary evils. If you want to deal with this kind of big guy, unless there are strange things. Creatures. Except for Bureau Zhou, the other investigators all looked dazed, but it was obvious that this was something not trivial, and none of the special investigators had it. Zhou Ju looked into the distance and said his plan. The influence of this evil head is getting bigger and bigger. Although we have blocked the surrounding area, some effects cannot be blocked. And, a few hundred meters away, he could still vaguely hear low roars, which meant that they were investigators, and they had received professional training to resist. Ordinary people can't. Even though this area has been sealed off, many people still heard the low growl and experienced various mental abnormalities. The impact has been growing. If it goes on like this, it will even expose the existence of evil in evil, causing great panic. It can't be delayed any longer. Our plan is like this, try to injure and kill this evil. If this way doesn't work, we will lure this big guy away. At least we can't let it continue to the direction of the downtown area. A special item was sealed in the safe marked with the word special. Not a creepy thing. But it has a special attraction to evil spirits. Holding this item has a high probability of seducing this big guy away. But it may be too delicious to be eaten directly by this big guy. There are also 25 years of prayer beads and decades-old burning lamps. Our special investigators can't use this kind of thing. Bai Shui waved her hand, and your plan is too long-winded and I don't understand it, so just tell me how to fight. As she spoke, she took out the two long spears she was carrying, and locked them with a bang. The bandage tied to the gun head was scattered, revealing a cold light. The sunglasses on her face were also removed and thrown away on the spot, revealing a pair of bewitching eyes under the white hair. Outside the barren grass road, the blockade line was stretched very long, and even at this early stage, some melon-eating people were surrounded. There are really bandits hiding in it. Isn't this battle a bit big? Let's go, let's not gather here to watch, it will cause trouble to the elder brother on duty. Hey wait, did you hear any strange noises? You mean the sound you just farted? You're the one who farts, your whole family farts. Beep beep, and Jian Yu was also among the crowd. The difference is that she knows the reason for the blockade, and she even heard the roar far clearer and louder than others. Is there anyone else who can see that terrifying monster? But obviously, they couldn't see some other things. And Jian looked away. One by one, figures like walking corpses staggered on the street, passing straight through the crowd and passing through the crowd of onlookers. No one is aware of it and is not harmed by it, at least not for a short time. Including herself. Yes, and Jian Yu has tried it before. As long as he suppresses any expressions and pretends to be like ordinary people, these terrifying things are just phantoms. But once you see it, really see it, you will encounter great terror. Something very, very, very scary is going to happen. This is her intuition. But yesterday's big guy felt a little different to her. It seemed to be. It will be more dangerous. Can't pass. It's different from other big guys I've seen before. But no, someone can deal with these things? Scary monsters that appear in the mirror. The scary monster seen when the quilt was lifted. Eyes open and eyes closed are terrifying monsters. And he had to pretend that nothing happened. And Jian Yu pursed her lips, with tears in her eyes. If there is a way to deal with these things, she wants to learn. Even if you pay for it. Standing on tiptoe, she looked into the distance, where thick black fog gathered. But I can't get through. She didn't dare to go there either. The girl is in a tangle. At the same time, a bedroom on the 6th floor of a certain building in Taiping community. Familiar place, familiar scene. Ding! Reminder, the delivery opportunity of Destiny Apostle Black Knife has been refreshed. The time has come to save the world. P.S. Well, adjust the update time and move both chapters to the morning, so it won't be too short, right? Woohoo, so I want to read more. This is the most important data in the new issue. Click to view the picture for details. Put your hands together and spin in the air to read more. Game Interface, Mission Dispatch Module. After a few days of cleaning, the safety index of the area where Fong Yu lived rose by 80% due to the hard work of Brother Heidao. There are only 2 red dots left. It is conceivable that when there are more Apostles of Destiny in his family, it may not take too long for Baizhang City to be rated as the safest city in the country and even in the world. There are 2 dots marked in red, and one is a little ghostly star. And the place representing the Snake Mother has moved hundreds of meters compared to yesterday, and it seems to be getting faster and more active. Evil, Snake Mother, 2 stars, urgent. The tasks are all marked with the word urgent in red. The situation is indeed urgent. I don't know what's going on there now, whether it's being removed or just surrounded. He didn't know, had no way of knowing. He thought about whether to take a look and observe the situation, but considering that the situation was unknown and he was half-baked, if he was in danger, the gain would outweigh the loss. It's better to sit in the rear and provide ultra-long-range technical support to Brother Heidao. Choose 2-star treacherous mission. Deliver. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. At the same time, the barren grass street. The morning sun rose sharply, and the sky was still shrouded in dark clouds. A little light shone on the faces of every investigator, including Zhou Ju. He also put on a big black trench coat and went on the field in person. Everyone has determination on their faces. In front of them is terror, the abyss. Are you scared? The vast majority of investigators are also afraid. How could they not be afraid? But can you hold back? Can you make yourself unable to hold your head up for the rest of your life? Cannot. If you can't, just go. If you never come back, at least, someone will remember your name. There are still 300 meters away from the target. Clear the weak and evil in the surrounding area. Fire a revealing bomb. Steady progress. Zhou Ju calmly ordered. Special Investigator Bai Shui stood aside, her long snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. Very pure white. This is a hangover from her awakening. Embracing the mysterious awakening will more or less produce some side effects, such as horns on the head and tumors on the neck. Her hair just turned white and her eyes became so weird that she had to wear sunglasses. Compared with other special investigators, these changes are already few. Her awakening ability is also concentrated in the eyes. Looking at the empty street in front of her bewitching eyes, what is reflected is not only the huge silhouette wrapped in black mist, but also cute little things crawling out of the huge, evil, and bloated belly. There are so many. Bai Shui stepped forward, pulled a spear in her hand and poked it violently. The life energy gathered on it exploded. In her field of vision, a light gray silhouette was outlined, a cutie the size of a mountaineering bag, which exploded like a balloon. It explodes at the touch of a poke, which is a pleasure. Next, let's poke and poke all these cuties. A strange smile appeared on Bai Shue's face. But being stopped by Zhou Ju, he was a little helpless. Ms. Bai Shue, you should save some strength, you need more strength to deal with that big guy. All right. Bai Shui reluctantly retracted the gun. This kind of balloon poking is very happy. But yes, save your life energy. Bai Shui looked at the investigators of the Bai Zheng branch, holding Buddhist beads or talismans, rushing to the place where the green smoke was rising, sticking, throwing, and smashing. There may be a faint white light emerging between the contacts. In the world that ordinary people can't see, Xiao Weixia's face is distorted, and the whole body is stretched like noodles, and then shattered. Just dissipate. The investigators eliminated the evil one by one, and from time to time, the power of the Buddha beads was exhausted, broken, or the talismans became wrinkled. It will be replaced with a new one at this time. It's a lot of consumption, but now is not the time for pain. Bai Shui went a little further. She didn't like this kind of power, or it could be said that all special investigators were. It's not likely to be hurt by this kind of power like treachery, but it is disgusting from the heart. She stepped back a little, looking at the huge black silhouette in the distance. Clean all the way. All the little evils were eliminated, but the investigators were not happy. Only stress. The pressure is getting heavier. Especially as the cleaning progressed, the terrifying black shadow in the distance got closer and closer, and the pressure lingering in my heart became greater. A shrill roar echoed in his ears. The scenes in the field of vision gradually overlapped. The heart is beating, the sanity is being lost, and a face has become half a smile or a cry. Plop, an investigator beat his heart hard, curled up, and fell to the ground. Even wearing Buddhist beads, various necklaces, and bracelets, they can't resist the influence of this terrifying and evil head. The investigators have never been so close before. Unbearable. Back. If you can't bear it, you all back away. In the invisible world, the black mist is thicker here, the snake mother's body twists and turns, and suddenly several openings let out a shriek. Roar, a circle of sound waves swayed, and pairs of eyeballs moved up and down, staring at the figure in the distance. Bang, the black mist suddenly became thicker, and the snake mother's huge and bloated lower body suddenly stretched out a leg, lying on the left and right sides, like a centipede. It became extremely flexible, crawling forward quickly. It's evolving. Bai Shui went up with a gun, and met the huge figure. Her white hair was flying, and a long spear pierced the black silhouette with puffs. Stab, but only a little water splash came out. The black mist lingering around Mother Snake was blasted out small holes. Well, the defense is broken, let's scrape off the level of the scales. At this moment, accompanied by a howl, the snake's shadow stretched like a whipped, and was ejected more than 10 meters away. It is invisible to the naked eye. Dive deep into reality, however, the whipping rumbled so that the asphalt road was splashed with gravel, and the invisible world was full of smoke and dust. The stones flew around, and the ground was cracked. The investigators fell to the ground long ago. The only ones who could still stand were Zheng Tingxiu and Bai Shui. Zhou Ju counted as half of them. He was squatting and lit a lamp. Lighting lamps in front of the Buddha. The lights flickered, as if dispelling the darkness. The hoarse screams in the ears also faded, and the terrifying black figure not far away also stopped, lingering around, as if a little afraid of the light. It works. It is worthy of being a burning lamp with a history of decades. It is more. Roar. The airwaves rolled and shattered the eardrums. The terrifying monster in the invisible world popped open 2 eyeballs, but the burning lamp in front of the Buddha in front of Joju also went out. Lights out. At the same time, his hope that had just been ignited was also extinguished. Sure enough, I still can't deal with it. It can only be done as a last resort. Zhou Juqian propped up his body, but caught a glimpse of a figure approaching in the distance. All in black. Wear a face mask. The knife is out of its sheath. Weedy road. It is desolate and overgrown with weeds, but today is different from the past. The black mist can be seen in the distance, and there are roars in it. There are many people on the periphery waiting for the battle. At this time, a figure walked along the empty road. Dressed in black, with a strange mask and a knife hanging from his waist, he walked straight towards the place filled with black mist. The peripheral support staff were stunned. They are not the group responsible for the blockade, they are responsible for transporting items, assistance, and support, and this place is already within the blockade. Is it an investigator from our bureau? No, I know everyone in the bureau, and there is no such dress. It's not a special investigator either. She's already here, and I pointed the way. So, how did this guy get in? This is a blockade. Don't think that you can get away with wearing weird clothes and don't know who to cosplay. I hate these guys who make trouble for them the most. The investigators on the front line are still in danger. You bastard, etc. Another member of the Bureau of Investigation suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened. He recalled the video he had seen in the bureau a few days ago. The picture was shaky and blurry, but he still remembered some features. Black. The black suit is nothing special, but the mask and saber. Yes, that one. The mysterious man who appeared on the construction site. He's here. That man is here. A hot man is here, Hope is there. Taiping is here. Many people in the investigation bureau are well aware of the trickiness and terror of the big guy. The situation on the front line is unknown, and the victory or defeat is unknown. Although the man in black is dressed strangely, has a mysterious identity and unknown temper, but this man is very strong. Don't stop him. This is the one Joju has been looking for. Quick, invite him over. Heidao didn't speak, and didn't care about the people around him, but just stared straight into the distance, walking step by step, like a warrior with no emotions. This savior has an Admiral Heidao, a dove-like killer, so he has no feelings. Near. It's getting closer. Through Heidao's field of vision, Fang Yu could see the faint black mist in the distance, which was thicker than yesterday, and the huge silhouette in the black mist was also clearer. And around that, there were people lying on the ground. Only 2.5 are left standing. Already started? Still so tragic? No. It's going to happen. Looking at the figure on the game screen, whose life and death are uncertain, Fang Yu's mood suddenly became heavy. Heidao, hurry up. But without Fang Yu's urging, Heidao's knife was already out of its sheath, and a cold killing intent seemed to condense into substance, whipped up the wind, and swayed away the clouds. The black mist exploded and suddenly became fluffy. The eyeballs under the black outline transferred to Heidao. Killing intent started, the black knife attracted hatred. Fang Yu stared at it without blinking, and became tense again, his fists clenched tightly, sweat dripping out. Still too weak. I am too weak, the black knife is not strong enough, and the organization has too few destiny apostles. If there are 10 or 8 apostles, how can they play single-handedly with this Guixia, and wiped him out yesterday? Boom! The snake mother who had grown legs galloped like a chariot. Bai Shui, a special investigator from the State Bureau, was frantically chasing after her with her long legs, but it was useless to catch up. She was frustrated to find that she had broken the defense at most and exhausted her whole body's life force, but it was far from enough to seriously injure this treacherous beast. Too weak. No power. But she still rushed forward, be careful. Hearing her shout, Jiang Tingxiu, the first-level investigator, and Joju, who was already in a trance, also looked up. In the already distorted field of vision, a figure walked over. They are overlapping, but Joju and Jiang Tingxiu can still recognize them at a glance. It's him. It's him. Hot man. Can you deal with this evil head? Even Jiang Tingxiu, who had hung the photo of the black knife on his bedside and looked up at him day and night, couldn't be sure. This man must be stronger than that long-legged special class, but, however, the snake mother roars like a chariot. Heidao, who had been walking at a steady pace, suddenly leaned forward and accelerated. Accelerate! Speed up! The whole person galloped up, and the dazzling red light bloomed on the saber held in both hands, and extended inch by inch. Blade cut! Proficient level! A 10-meter-long red glow suddenly appeared, and the black knife staggered, rushing past the side of the treacherous snake mother like lightning. The light of the blade cut down, and the long legs on the side of the snake mother broke apart, just like the tire on one side of the assault vehicle was blown off, and the entire huge body could not stop leaning to one side. This is the opportunity. There is a flaw. Heidao turned around, his figure was like lightning, and he dodged the whip of giant snakes like long whips while jumping left and right. The fragments of the asphalt road were flying, and the wind was blowing. His eyes did not move at all, and the red light on the extinguished knife lit up again. Spread inch by inch. Savings. It's getting brighter and brighter. It's getting thicker and thicker. It's getting longer and longer. This blade slash was 1.5 feet long, and gathered all the strength of the whole body. The life force of the whole body erupted like a volcano, pouring out, and the cold killing intent also poured down. Heidao leaped high with both hands holding the knife, and the half-long knife light cut down. From top to bottom, divide the huge body of the snake mother. Diving deep in the world below reality, the body of the snake mother twisted, a thick red line spread inch by inch, and the body of the snake mother also cracked section by section. Surfaced. Totally broken. It turned into wisps of black mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. All that remains is the mess on the ground, gravel, traces of dragging and pulling, and large areas of gray and black, telling that there once was a terrible and evil animal here. A figure in black stood aside, standing tall. The red light on the saber had been extinguished, and the saber had been sheathed again. The wind blows. In the distance, wisps of golden sunlight dispelled the dark clouds and spilled through the gaps in the buildings. When it fell on Heidao, his black clothes seemed to be dyed with golden light. Still chasing, but Bai Shui, who didn't catch up, was stunned. Jiang Tingqiu was stunned. The precarious Zhou Bureau also froze. The golden light in the eyes sprinkled on the earth. Sluggish. Shock. Ecstasy. Rubbing his eyes, it was full of blood, but he didn't care about it anymore, even because the evil spirit had been removed and had no effect. His state had recovered a lot. He tried to stand up, but couldn't stand up completely. Hurry up, give me a hand. Oh. As if he was afraid that Heidao would run away, Zhou Ju was supported and jumped up and down in front of Heidao, expressing his gratitude. After a pause, he pretended to ask casually, "Is brother a member of the legendary hidden martial arts family?" Although Zhou Ju had never heard of it, there was such an aristocratic family in China. But he saw just now that the light burst out from the blade was several meters long. This is definitely the legendary sword energy, right? Bai Shui and Jiang Tingqiu also pricked up their ears. Heidao paused, seemingly lost in thought. Quite a while. I'm just an ordinary soldier in the organization. Thanks for the reward of 500 coins from Dyeing Ink, painting Qingyan. The cool breeze is rustling. On the messy street, there were 3 dumbfounded figures. What organization? What kind of organization? Organize what? Zhou Ju muttered to himself. Jiang Tingqiu said from the side, "Is there a possibility that this organization is a very mysterious force? Do we have such a force in Donghuang? Or is it a very secret department?" He looked at Zhou Ju, then at Bai Shui, and his eyes wandered between the two. "Seeing what the director is doing, didn't he just hide his awakening from you?" Zhou Ju said unhappily, "No." Bai Shui also said, "I haven't heard of any special department. However, if there are unregistered awakened people in China, this situation is possible. After all, awakening is not the monopoly of the Bureau of Investigation. The experts in the Bureau have done little research on how to awaken and reduce the death rate. So far they still rely on awakening according to circumstances. The investigators are on the front line and are most likely to be awakened, but other ordinary people are also possible. It's just that the probability is lower and lower, and it's more dangerous when awakened. It can't be a wild awakened person," Zhou Ju said. Jiang Tingqiu also nodded. The director is right. Looking at the fierce method of the big brother when he cut the evil with the sword, he knew that he had been specially trained, and the red glow on the knife seemed to be particularly effective against the evil. Awakening ability or, in contrast, Special Investigator Bai Shui doesn't seem to have any special abilities except for her long legs. His eyes were full of suspicion and disappointment. "This is the Special Investigator, is this all? This investigator is not right." Bai Shui actually understood. "I really want to punch someone." But considering that Jiang Tingqiu was still wounded, the beating was not owed for the time being. Of course she has the ability to awaken, she can release a piercing chill, and at the same time, she can see the outline of the evil without the help of props. And because the changes in her awakening were mainly concentrated on these strange eyes, the chill also shot out from the eyes. Strange is a bit strange. But it doesn't matter if it's weird or not, the main thing is scraping, which is better than simply using her life energy to poke and prick with martial arts marksmanship. Scratching and consuming a lot. Over time, Bai Shui didn't use much. But the man just now seemed to be very proficient in the use of life energy, and whether the red sword light just now had awakening ability or not, it really seemed to have a teacher's inheritance. As the man said, he came from a certain organization. And, just an ordinary soldier in the organization? You call yourself ordinary? She, Bai Shui, doesn't believe it. No matter where such a strong person is, he stands out from the crowd. Even if such an organization really exists, he probably has a very core position in the organization. At least the top 10, top 5. But it's really strong. How many people are there who are as powerful as him? Snow White became excited. Jiang Tingqiu became excited. He didn't doubt what the big brother in black said. Such a strong man would disdain to lie. At most he thought the big brother was modest. Organization? What kind of organization is it, and what is its name? Unfortunately, I don't know anything. But it's also burning. There is a way ahead, and a tough guy like the big brother in black is the one I should chase. As for the Special Investigator? pull it, don't worry about it. Director, why don't you invite elder brother to have a meal, so as to make connections, and ask more clearly, elder brother is also our savior. What are you thinking, kid, when I can't see it? The mysterious man in black came and went in a hurry, as if he was about to leave. Can someone in Joe still stop him? Not to mention the grace of saving lives, even if the man in black decisively cut off the big guy, he dare not stop him. Joju glared at Jiang Tingqiu, why don't you stop yourself and ask yourself? He also wanted to know what kind of organization this was. If Jiang Tingqiu has any winks, he can ask him himself. If the atmosphere is not right, he can come out to smooth things over, or he will be beaten up if it is not good. This guy has been beaten so much that his skin is thick and thick, such a strong man would not really beat him out of shit. You, why don't you ask yourself? Jiang Tingqiu opened his mouth wide, lost in thought. He said why the director's eyelids were shaking just now. Did he want to ask himself? He really wanted to ask. I also wanted to kneel down on the spot to worship my teacher and beg my elder brother to accept me, but this is not. Isn't this because I care about Lao Zhou's face? I just don't want to embarrass Lao Zhou too much. Why do I blame myself? But, since the eldest brother appeared in Baijiang City twice, can it be explained that this mysterious organization is in Baijiang City? Well, at least there must be an important stronghold. Gotta find them. But how to find it? Jiang Tingqiu thought about it, but only thought of getting rid of the evil spirits, because as long as he got rid of the evil spirits, he would have a chance to meet his eldest brother. No, it may have to be a powerful evil. I have to go squat by myself. Go back and find a few big brothers and big sisters in the group to ask if they have heard of this man. Bai Shui thought so. The emergence of such a mysterious organization in China is not clear whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. For now, it's a good thing. But it has to be investigated clearly, but such a special person, such a mysterious and powerful organization, maybe, the higher-ups already know about it. It's just that my identity is not enough, I haven't heard of it. Joju thought, in short, he just went back and asked. By the way, did we forget something? Hurry up and rescue the wounded. On a certain rooftop 1,000 meters away from the battle site, the wind was howling, stirring up the girl's hair. And Jin Yu was lying on the edge of the roof, holding a pair of binoculars, staring at it without blinking. Through the gap between the two buildings in front, she saw it. See clearly. Especially when looking at the dirty stuff. But this time was different. That horrible-looking monster was eliminated. Really got rid of it. And Jian Yu saw almost the whole process. At the beginning, she was desperate and numb when she saw the people from the investigation bureau fell to the ground and the lights were turned off. It's not that she hasn't looked for some strange people and strange things before, and she has indeed found strange people. But it was only a little strange, and she couldn't see many scenes in her eyes, let alone get rid of these terrible monsters. And today, there was light in the girl's eyes. But immediately became troubled again. How should I find it? At this time, Fang Yu, the leader of the mysterious organization that many people miss, has changed from sitting to lying down, and he is in a happy mood. Destroyed the big booze, saved Baijiang City, and gained a lot of things, this. It is 3 times the happiness. It turns out that these people in black trenchcoats belong to the Bureau of Investigation. Is this the official department of Don Juan? Fang Yu thought about it, but what was even more surprising was, Brother Heidao has a mouth and can speak. But, brother, how do you feel that you are just an ordinary soldier in the organization? Is my treatment not enough? You are obviously a gold medal general, hey. Maybe no one will believe it, because there is no one in the entire organization who can fight except Brother Heidao. After all, there are only 2 people in this organization. The good news is that this time I have gained a lot, and I will be able to conduct the 3rd fate draw soon. On the game interface, the prompt message is the same as swiping the screen. Ding! Reminder, Destiny Apostle Black Knife kills the 2-star treacherous Mother Snake, and the mystery value plus 0.8. Reminder, the first kill of 2-star Guaxia will give you plus 5 fate points. Reminder, complete the 2-star dispatch mission, get fate point x 3.9, skill training card, white, x5, the double income card has been triggered, and the income of this mission is doubled. This one is a big harvest. Fang Yu's eyes glowed, wishing he could paste it in front of the phone screen. Double the 2-star mission, and the income will be 7.8 fate points and 10 skill training cards. It's a wave of fat, damn. Thinking about it this way, the 2 double income cards I used before are not blood loss. Damn, the loss is too great. Even an Apostle of Destiny is not enough to compensate him, he must have a beautiful lady with a sweet voice to make him feel better. But the benefits are really big. 10 skill training cards. It is estimated that the blade of the black knife can be upgraded to the next level. Of course, Fong Yu would not do this. It is impossible to use all 10 training cards on He Dao, and he himself has to become stronger and easier to cut. Even if He Dao uses them, it is impossible to improve all of them. The price/performance ratio does not seem high enough. Let brother He Dao train slowly by himself. The most important thing is a good harvest of destiny points. Before guiding the awakening of the black knife, there were still 1.9 fate points left, but this time I got 7.8 plus 5, a total of. Fong Yu took out the calculator on the phone and clicked and calculated. Oh, it's 14.7 fate points. It is far beyond what is needed for the third fate draw, and there is still a lot left. You have to save some, and you can't use it all for drawing cards. On guidance and awakening, fate points are the key. Maybe there are other places that need to be used. You should save at least 2 or 3 points on weekdays for emergencies. You need to be cautious when drawing cards. Fong Yu is not in a hurry, this fate point cannot escape in his hands. This time, we must be cautious, solemn, and pious in the extraction. Can't rush. He recalled the scene he saw just now following He Dao's vision, and summarized today's actions. Overall, relatively successful. However, the consumption of the black knife is quite a lot. 1 blade/enchantment, 1 blade/full power consumes almost 70% of the life energy of the black knife. It seems that using life energy to activate skills is much more powerful? Well, but it is also possible that He Dao's body and spirit have improved, and everyone has awakened once. This is to be determined. I'll have to wait until I try it myself before I can clearly appreciate the difference. There is also the Investigation Bureau. This is undoubtedly the department of our Donghuang Kingdom to deal with abnormal incidents. It is very active and blocked the surrounding area early on, but a little weak. The last time I met investigators A and B on the construction site, Fong Yu felt very weak, thinking that these two might be extra characters. But it doesn't look like it now. It may be weak. After all, the scope of the blockade area is quite large this time, and many people have been mobilized. It is impossible to come here as a trick, right? The Bureau of Investigation seems to use Buddhist beads and talismans to deal with evil spirits. Should I buy some to see the effect? Is there a possibility that the Bureau of Investigation actually doesn't have the real means to kill the evil? Seeing brother He Dao beheading Weixie just like cutting melons and vegetables, Fong Yu also ignored it. Ordinary people would die in the face of Weixie. Even if it is a black knife, if it is just an awakened person, but does not have a proficient level blade. He Dao is by no means an opponent of Snake Mother. And the Snake Mother is only a 2-star cunning and evil. Will there be higher stars, more terrifying, and more widespread influences in this world? Will there be a terrifying existence that can affect the entire city and turn tens of hundreds of kilometers into disasters just by existing? Maybe, maybe not. For a while, Fong Yu also felt a little heavy. It's useless to think too much. Even if I'm a salvation organization, I can't save the world with just a name. How much ability you have, how much you can do. It's just a small exorcism organization right now. There are only 2 people in the organization. I can't worry about too many things. Let's talk about it in the future. Looking at the game diary, He Dao couldn't wait to get into the training again, and Fong Yu was not idle. Bathing, burning incense. Maybe I have to go out to buy the incense at home when it is almost finished. Change clothes again. Put on white clothes to make yourself look whiter, and look in the mirror again. As the saying goes, handsome people will always be favored. He is so handsome, there is no reason to become a non-chief when drawing cards. Bring it on! Fong Yu raised both hands, and slowly took out the phone. In order to ensure that the draw is enough, he also deliberately transferred the game from the old mobile phone to the mobile phone he is using. This is value. There is no way to ignore it. The third time to draw a card requires 9 fate points, and the fourth time is 27. If you can't draw good things this time, you don't know when you will have to wait for the next time. Come out. My Destiny Apostle. Come out. My Miss Apostle. Draw card. The classic reappears, the vortex of fate fills the entire interface, and many scenes sway in it. This time, the passing speed of the scene seems to be slower, there are phantoms of people and buildings, but Fong Yu still can't see clearly, and he doesn't care too much. I care more about the brilliance that emerges from the vortex of fate. White, green, blue. Will there be an apostle of destiny? In the vortex, one item after another emerged from it. The first one shrouded in white light is a double revenue card. It's okay, Fong Yu muttered, without blinking his eyes. The second, third, and fourth items emerged one after another. Skill training card, white, skill training card, green, life energy potion, white. When it came to the fifth piece, a blue light finally bloomed, but Fang Yu felt a chill in his heart. How could it be a skill book? Although the skill book is not bad, what I want more is the Destiny Apostle. With one more apostle, his organization will have at least 1/3 more combat power. Obtained, skill book, Deceitful Royal, blue, acquired, skill book, Evil Tracking, green, acquired, the Strange Object, Spirit Banner, blue, acquire, skill training card, white, acquire, double revenue card, white, 2 blue and 2 green. It stands to reason that this is already very European, but Fang Yu is not satisfied. He would rather have an Apostle of Destiny, even if it is only green, if there is a green apostle. The vortex of fate spins to the extreme. A flash of bright purple brilliance suddenly appeared, blinding Fang Yu's eyes. Wrapped in purple brilliance is a pitch-black silhouette. Human silhouette. Was it someone he imagined? The outline gradually became clear, and the prompt information appeared immediately. Reminder, obtain the Apostle of Destiny Eye of Tongyu and Jianyu, purple. A girl wearing a beige sweater and a scarf appeared in front of Fang Yu. Thanks for the reward from holding Mayu. Grass. Really shipped? The purple level Apostle of Destiny, and Li Hui's very poking XP young lady. This is definitely double the joy. Is this really what I, an African chieftain, can draw out? Really? Handsome people really don't have bad luck. As expected of me. The list of apostles has finally increased from 2 to 3, a 50% increase. The most important thing is that this list is finally worth opening and glancing at from time to time. He poked. The girl on the vertical painting looks around. She is so cute. Fang Yu looked at it carefully. This girl can do it. This kind of appearance and vertical painting are what this kind of card drawing game should have. The kind of brother Heido is like a gift. This kind of apostle is worth Krypton gold. It's just, this girl looks a little weird, like she's about to cry? Inexplicable and unreliable sub. Fang Yu clicked on her message. And Jianyu Physical, 1.0 Spirit, 1.6 Mystery, 0.19 Skill, none Equipment, none Talent, Eye of Phantom Age, 19 Evaluation, a sophomore at Baijiang University. On the surface, he is an ordinary Baifume, but in fact he is a Baifume who can see strange things. Fang Yu was silent for a while. This attribute, this evaluation, can't be said to be weak. After all, this girl is a little bit higher than Fang Yu's initial data, both physically and mentally. Fang Yu felt ashamed. Maybe female college students are more likely to exercise more. I think that when he was studying, his body was fine. It's a pity that he later tied up a code word career, and his body deteriorated day by day. It's not his fault, it's that writing novels is too difficult. Now he has been updated according to the fate, and he has gone to save the world. But the girl named in Jianyu, the panel data is indeed very ordinary. She has an ordinary physique, skills, and equipment. She is far inferior to brother Heidao. Looking at her attire, it means that she is really an ordinary college student, and she is here in Baijiang City. It may not be very far from his home. If you want, you can go out and make a base. Maybe this is the apostle of reality. It's too realistic. It is so realistic that it is a whiteboard. Fang Yu is not very depressed. After all, this girl is good looking, and good looking is a good apostle. Bushi, he believed in the evaluation criteria of the game of salvation. This is the purple 4-star apostle, 1 grade stronger than brother Heidao. No matter what, it is impossible to be as ordinary as it appears on the surface. It must have the potential to meet her rating, and the key, presumably, lies in this talent. Talent, natural ability. He didn't. Brother Heidao didn't either. The Eye of the Ghost, the legendary eye, has the ability to penetrate the netherworld, but it needs to be developed. Explanation: the holder of this talent can learn some skills that ordinary people cannot learn. Learning and practicing the skills of this department will improve faster. At the same time, it has the following effects: people with this talent are naturally open-eyed and able to see Yuxia, not just a faint outline, but can really see. The pores on Yuxia's body are clearly visible. At the same time, it is resistant to evil. Looking directly at evil will not lead to a decline in sanity, but the fear, etc. that ordinary people should have will also have emotions. This is the first level of the Eye of Tranquility. Look. The second level is communication. Not only can you see some evils hidden deep in the world, but you can also interact with these evils. To put it simply, these evil spirits have not yet arrived at Blue Star. They may be on the way, or they may be in another world. But those who have the talent of eye of penetrating darkness can experience this evil after seeing it. And Jianyu's current talent development is in the second stage. Well, in her case, it can't be said to be development, it should be the self-enhancement of natural abilities, but it is also difficult to control because it is too strong. The first level of seeing is at most equivalent to a high-end version of the evil tracking, but the second level of passing is quite powerful, directly penetrating the netherworld, which is quite mysterious. However, and Jianyu doesn't have the ability to get rid of evil spirits, she doesn't even understand anything, she's just an ordinary girl. Apart from being beautiful, rich, and visible, she was a completely normal girl. Imagine that an ordinary person can see ugly and terrifying evils every day when he opens and closes his eyes. If he is not careful, these evils will come to her and bring danger. This is so scary that it explodes. Because the talent was too strong, and Jianyu couldn't control it, and he didn't even understand what was going on at all. Can only be passive, be troubled by evil day and night? No, this is torture, and life-threatening. It's not easy for this girl to live until now. Fangyu feels distressed just thinking about it. Fortunately, now, and Jianyu has come to the end of all hardships, as long as he works for the organization, gets rid of evil spirits, becomes stronger, learns to control his own talent, these are not problems. So, work girls. And Jianyu is still an apostle of reality, and may not have the once-a-day limit of Brother Heidao. At that time, we will study in depth and see what is different about Jianyu. Well, but the premise is that Jianyu must have the ability to dispel evil spirits. As long as she becomes stronger, her talent can gradually learn to control it. So here comes the question, how to make Jianyu stronger? I still have the secret medicine of physical fitness, but this thing is not enough, and a direct means of killing is needed. Blade slash, palm thunder, is it possible not to learn it through the skill book? Fangyu found it difficult. Zhang Xinlei's learning process made him feel overwhelmed, and he didn't want to think about it. Even if such an environment could be reproduced in reality, it could not guarantee safety. He opened the inventory. Just got a total of double benefit card, white, X2 skill training card, white, X2 skill training card, green, life energy potion, white, 6 props, and 2 skill books and 1 trick. Among them, he already knew the skill book Sly and Evil Tracking very well, so he skipped it. Looking at the other two, both of them are blue level, in a sense they are equal to 2 Black Knife brothers. Skill book Deception, blue, description, special skills, which can be used to control the evil spirits to fight, and can also be used for direct attacks. They have the effect of suppressing and weakening the evil spirits. Remarks, this skill is quite special. The prerequisites for learning it are spirit greater than 6.6, total accumulation of mystery greater than 10.1. It can be learned if it is lower than this condition, but it has a greater uncontrollable risk. Those with special talents can ignore this skill. Preconditions, and the power exerted will be stronger. The Imperial Emissary is cunning and evil? I was very excited when I first saw this skill. If you want to ask which profession is the safest, of course it is Summoner. Send the summon thing up, and hide away by yourself, which is very suitable for a heir like yourself. But, what the hell is such a high prerequisite? Is this the threshold for blue level skills? I hate. Beastmaster, the road to Master Ghostmaster, died before he walked up. The prototype of Jianyu is referred to from the Visible Girl. It is really good to say something. It's not that Fangyu can't keep the skill book Slyu to himself. He believes that he will be able to achieve the total accumulated value of spiritual power and mystery sooner or later, but the question is how long? The organization is now in its infancy, and every step is fast. On the contrary, it would be a waste to rot this precious skill book in the warehouse. Of course, the main reason is that he can't learn it, Brother Heidao can't learn it, but it seems there are all kinds of difficulties and learning conditions written in the skill book of Guiyu, but there are only 4 words written crookedly between the lines tailor-made. This skill book is almost tailor-made for the new apostle in Jianyu. It can make her stronger, let her quickly embark on the road of working as a worker, and give the organization a glow. Never mind. The road to mastering ghosts sounds beautiful, but if these ghosts refer to ugly and hideous evils that would affect your sanity if you stay around them, then it's not so wonderful. It's not the same as the ghost he wants to control. Even if it's not a cute girl ghost or a cool and cold UJ ghost, how come there must be a butterfly that can only make money or a crow that can breathe fire? But no. The evil thing is not only ugly, but also uglier. Thinking about it this way, Fangyu's mind is balanced, and the most important thing is, perhaps Jianyu can resist tricks, but I'm better, I'm the one who resists people. He worked so hard to make the apostles strong with shit and urine. Fang Yu felt that there was nothing wrong with saying that he was in control. Who would refute? And Jian Yu may be very strong, but everyone is his, so it's not a big problem. Certainly, and Jian Yu is different from Heidao. Even if you give her abilities, you can't be too direct. Well, the most important thing is that with the drawing of the second apostle, the Salvation Organization has gathered 3 people. It seems that my authority has been improved, and some new ways of playing the ship have been opened. Not in a hurry to cultivate in Jian Yu, Fang Yu opened the game record. Ding! Reminder, the Salvation Organization currently has 3 Destiny Apostles who meet the conditions and the organization base has been unsealed. Reminder, the specific information of the base can be viewed from the base module, and an entrance and exit linking with the outside world can be set up. Reminder, the base module is turned on, fate point +5. Reminder, the authority of the Savior of Destiny has been increased, the operation items for the Apostles have increased, and the Savior's unique power, the Apostle's Heart, has been obtained. Heart of the Apostle, you can borrow a skill from any Destiny Apostle. The borrowed skill cannot be improved and can only keep one at most. It can be replaced. This power can be used once every 3 days. The current power cannot borrow awakening ability, talent, and purple level and above skills. Remarks, borrowing skills will not have any effect on the apostles. At the same time, upgrading the level of the Salvation Organization can enhance the power of the Savior. Evaluation, as a Savior, it's reasonable to know a little bit of the apostle's ability. Fang Yu. Originally, he just took a casual look, wanting to see what new features the game had, and was mainly curious about the newly added base module. But now, the base? Someone from the other side just wants to study the power that belongs to him alone. Fang Yu clicked into his own character. At the bottom of the information column, there is an additional power button, and an option will pop up with a single press. You can borrow a skill from the following apostles. Black Knife, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, Blade Slash, Proficiency, and Jian Yu, Empty Gene shows the blade cut of the black sword. In an instant, on the game interface, on the skill bar of his character panel, there was an additional word Blade Slash Mastery, Temporary. The way to use the proficient Blade Slash was poured into his mind. There is not much content, and it is different from the process of learning Palm Thunder and Guaxia tracking. This time, the re-engraving process was painless, but the entire re-engraved skill is also in the fog. He cannot understand. Totally incomprehensible but shocked, but he knows how to use it. Both Guaxia tracking and Palm Thunder have a learning process. From scratch, there is no temporary blade. It feels very empty to him, as if it is a pendant. But instinct told Fang Yu that it could be used, and that's it. He took out the novice wooden sword and held it in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing upwards. Blade cut. Accompanied by a low drink, the power in his body seemed to be boiling, pouring into the blade, and a dazzling red light appeared in an instant, covering the blade and spreading forward with his thoughts. Red sword light. Half a foot. Sustainability, changing stretching characteristics, it is a proficient blade cut. In this way, the Savior also has the power of the Black Knife. Clatter, the red light on the blade quickly extinguished, and Fang Yu Pada fell to the ground, feeling very empty. The body has been hollowed out. The entire proficiency level blade cut only lasted for a second, 2 seconds? Fang Yu slept on the ground, his head was empty. Careless. Heiknife was just a 3-second man before he was awakened, that is to say, he was awakened and had the blue bar to support the perfect performance of the proficient blade. And it was too fast, and Fang Yu didn't want to. But there is one thing to say, he used the proficient level blade slash once, and he seemed to have a little understanding of the use of life energy. Fang Yu had already foreseen that his proficiency in Palm Thunder would increase slightly. This is not an illusion. In addition, his understanding of blade slash has also become clearer. In the long run, it is very likely that I will be able to learn the skill of blade cutting without a teacher, and other skills as well. The more apostles I have, the more skills I can learn, and at the same time, the stronger I am. Thinking of this, Fang Yu couldn't wait, and wanted to arrange a skill learning plan for Jian Yu. At that time, I will be able to copy the Guayu by myself. It doesn't matter if you can't learn by yourself, just copy it. But there is no rush. It's no use rushing. Fang Yu, the savior of his destiny, the game player who knows a little bit of skill, and the guiding light of the apostles, is still lying on the ground and unable to get up. When Fang Yu couldn't get up, in a certain cafe in Baijiang, and Jian Yu held his head and lost his mind. You have been chosen by fate, and Jian Yu. From today, you will be part of the organization. The voice seemed to come from the far shore. It was an unspeakable great existence speaking to her, echoing in her ears. It took a long time before it gradually faded away. And Jian Yu thought he heard some whispers again, but it didn't seem to be. In the past, the low roars from those terrifying monsters were chaotic and hoarse, but the voices echoing in her ears were very loud and clear. It was a gentle yet majestic young male voice. Immediately afterwards, and Jian Yu seemed to have seen such a scene. The shadow of the old days is approaching, the filth of the world is growing, the countdown to the end has begun, the whole world is falling into the abyss, and disasters will be everywhere. Are you ready to fight for the future of the world? And Jian Yu was at a loss, but another impulse was sprouting from the bottom of her heart. Himself, the one chosen by fate? Struggle for the future of the world? If a normal person heard such a voice, such a statement, it would be unreasonable to believe it. Can see you. She looked out of the window, and there were shambling figures on the street like walking corpses, shuttling among the crowds. The sky was gray, and terrifying monsters were entrenched on the building, exhaling an ominous breath. The whole world is falling into the abyss. She didn't doubt it. What Jian Yu didn't doubt was that the world was gradually slipping into the abyss. But she still has doubts about the voice in her head, fighting for mankind. Yazi, who was unreliable at first hearing such a statement from the Salvation Organization, must be some kind of cult, or some whisper of an indescribable existence. And Jian Yu shook his head. She thought about it carefully and came to a conclusion. Whether it was true or false, good or bad, she had no ability to resist. It appeared directly in her head. If you can't resist, you can only accept it. Suffering from the visual and auditory devastation of those monsters, and being unable to shield them, and Jian Yu is quite used to lying flat and enduring it. She asked in her heart. Ask what's planned and what she's going to do next. But there was silence, and the expected voice did not appear again. And Jian Yu peeked around his eyes again, lowered his voice and asked, Excuse me, what do I need to do? There was still silence in my heart, and there was no sound in my ears. Wouldn't it be to shout out loudly? I swear. I am willing to turn into light and fight for the great cause of saving mankind. Woohoo, how can I shout out such shameful words in public? It is not necessary. That voice didn't make me yell like that, and the yelling was most likely in vain. In this case, and Jian Yu still needs to feel ashamed. Then what? Why tell yourself that you have been chosen by fate, and then there is no more to say? This situation is even more outrageous than when she reads a novel and sees the climax in fragments, and then does not update for a few days. And Jian Yu was at a loss. Maybe, this is a test for yourself. Typing community, building number 4. Fang Yu was still lying on the ground. The floor was a bit cold in winter, but it was not a big problem. He was a strong human being with a physique of 1.9. It's not a big problem if the body is hollowed out and exhausted. He's used to it, he's done it many times. The only problem is, Fang the savior of destiny Yu is temporarily offline. The savior you are calling is currently offline. After a while, Fang Yu moved to the sofa. Look at the information on the panel. Blade/mastery level, temporary, still exists, he pondered. The blade/I reproduced is indeed no less accomplished than Heidao, but the strength of the skill also depends on whether you are strong or not. He didn't integrate life energy, and his physique was far weaker than that of the Black Saber. Not to mention the extremely poor battery life when using blade/. His lethality was also worse than that of the Black Saber by more than a cut. At the same time, he is a forged skill, and his proficiency cannot be improved. But, just as he had guessed before, it is possible to learn the skill of blade/ after performing it many times. At this time, beside the temporary blade/, there is another blade/, 0.3% for beginners. It is more able to comprehend by analogy and improve the proficiency of other skills. So, the most cost-effective way is to give the skill book to other apostles to learn, and I will copy it? This probably is. But it has to be taken into consideration that it will take time for Fang Yu to learn by himself. Even if he uses blade/ leisurely, he can only use 2 or 3 rounds of his physical strength at most. If he just learns blade/ like this, it will take a long time. Maybe in the future, as your own strength improves and the power of the savior increases, you will learn faster. For the time being, having the right skills has to be left to yourself. Well, but Fang Yu also thought that there may be more and more skills such as Slyu, which require a high prerequisite, in the future, and there may not be any suitable for him. Sure enough, re-engraving is the kingly way, but there are too few slots for a re-engraving, so when a skill can be copied and learned directly, that would be wonderful. Fang Yu thought about it, and opened the list of apostles. He himself, He Knife, and in Zhen Yu were displayed in it. The new apostle in Zhen Yu is a real apostle, and I don't know the specific situation. Fang Yu clicked on the panel of in Zhen Yu. The basic information is below. Cultivation, rest, battle, mission, communication. The instructions have changed a lot from before, and anyone has multiple branches. For example, in the item of training, there are several options such as movement training, physical training, competition, and endowment of the savior. Move training can also specify moves, a certain set of sword techniques, specific to a certain move and a certain posture, which is not enough. You need to have a companion before you can choose to compete. And the most important item is the Savior's Endowment, commonly known as adding points and opening hooks. Under Rest, Combat, and Task, there are also branch commands one by one, which can be said to be a complete upgrade of the version. Unlike before, when he gave orders to Brother Heidao, he could only choose fight or withdraw. In fact, he only gave Brother Heidao 2 orders, stand by and mission, and he didn't try anything else. Brother Heidao was too self-conscious, and he couldn't find the space to give orders. Fang Yu tried it on himself, and tried the training instructions. I manipulate myself. The entire process of issuing instructions is roughly, tips, suggestions, warnings. You don't want to train? No, your body wants to. As a result, Fang Yu was almost paralyzed that day, the same as when he was learning skills in a special state. The problem was that he didn't lock his energy. Whether to issue this order or not to issue it, it is fine to be self-conscious like Brother Heidao. Thinking about it, Fang Yu looked at the last option, the communication option. Go can communicate with the Apostle of Destiny before the game and give the most specific instructions. Fang Yu clicked on the communication option, and the next moment, he saw, a familiar window similar to a penguin chat opened in front of him. It's very grounded. It lists language input, voice communication, and vision synchronization. In Baijiang City, a high-end residential area not far from Baijiang University, in front of one of the villas. Drop face recognition. The door of the villa opened, and Zhen Yu sighed and walked into it, and at a glance, he saw Wei Xie who was watering the flowers. She sighed again, but the expression on her whole face didn't change at all, and she didn't glance at that evil one. Just walked straight back to his home, washed his face. What happened today seemed a little bit more exciting, and Zhen Yu has not been able to recover until now. A black-clothed weirdo who can kill that kind of scary big guy. A strange voice ringing in my heart. Fate chooses. She didn't know whether to expect or not to expect that voice to appear. Are you ready? Strive for the glory of mankind. The voice was not as loud as it was when it first appeared, but very gentle. It seemed that one could imagine that the owner of the voice was a very handsome young man. And Zhen Yu was startled. For a moment, she said in her heart, what do I need me to do? She trembled a little, thinking of some pictures that needed to be mosaicked. Just here, no need to be nervous. The purpose of our organization is to save this world that is about to sink. We need you and other people chosen by fate to clean up the filth of this world. To put it simply, it is the monsters that you can see in your eyes. We named them Sinister. The voice was not high above, it seemed very gentle. He is even more aware of his own situation, knowing that he can see monsters, those monsters. And Zhen Yu's tense mood gradually calmed down. But, how to get rid of those terrible evils? It's something she's always wanted to do, but she can't. Su knew what she was thinking, and said in a gentle voice, you really don't have the ability now. For this reason, I will advance some money to you in advance, and as a person chosen by fate, you will also shoulder heavy responsibilities. Now, I give you the baptism of the body. It was as if there was a soft force hanging down in front of him. And Zhen Yu closed her eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. Evening, and Zhen Yu straightened up like a carp, and jumped up from the bed. She was a little dazed, and quickly remembered. No, it was the morning, and a very incredible thing happened in the morning. One may be a very great and noble lord who chose me and gave me the baptism of my body. By the way, my body. And Zhen Yu bowed her head. She was still a little flat, but her body was full of strength, and she became different when she woke up. The body has indeed been baptized, which is incredible. She didn't really believe it at first, but at this moment she believed it. A single thought can endow oneself with physical changes over an unknown distance. Such an existence. If there are gods in this world, maybe this is it? How could he be greedy for his own meat? Well, but I don't have much meat myself. By the way, that one wants to get rid of the evil by himself, and physical baptism seems to be only the first step. And Jinyu wanted to have the ability to dispel evil spirits very, very much. She often woke up in a dream, was troubled by that monster day and night, and almost collapsed many times. But now, he seemed to have the power to face his fears. She cried out in her heart. It's just that no one answered. That's right, how could such an existence watch him all the time? It's quite lucky to be selected. And Jinyu hugged the quilt and rolled around on the bed. Wait left, wait right. Don't be in a hurry, don't shout anymore, it will be bad if you leave a bad impression. And Jinyu was both happy and nervous. With anticipation and various complex emotions, I waited anxiously in the spacious and elegant villa. Time moves forward a little bit. In the bedroom of an old house in Taiping district, Fangyu stared at the game interface, a little impatient. This girl sleeps too long. How long did I sleep? Oh, it seems like I slept all night. It's okay. You can't just wait for Jinyu, you have to use your time. Fangyu opened his information panel and glanced at it, then pulled out a skill training card. Choose to use. Target Palm Thunder. Rumble, the sky and the earth are changing, the mountains and the thunder come again. Fangyu raised his hand, and slapped the falling thunder with a pair of fleshy palms. A mortal body, facing the punishment of heaven. Boom! Fangyu was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, his body twitching slightly. The quilt was covered by himself before he used the skill training card, which was very prescient. The practice of skills is indeed difficult. A person as talented as myself has to go through suffering and calamity. Hey! Fangyu adapted faster this time, and he recovered almost after only convulsing for more than an hour. Picking up the phone, he opened the game familiarly, and saw a familiar little red dot next to the Apostle of Destiny in Jinyu. Likely, unread news. There is a message from Jinyu, more than an hour ago. Fangyu checked Cha and Jinyu's panel. Jinyu Physique, 1.0 1.5 Spirit, 1.6 Mystery, 0.19 Skill, none. She's improved a lot. However, Physique is only the basis for supporting skills, and the key lies in skills. Without skills, even if you have a 10-point physique, it is still useless, referring to the situation where life energy has not been fused. At this moment, Fangyu still has 2 skill books in his hand, Deceitful Control and Deceitful Tracking. Don't waste the evil tracking on this girl, he doesn't have basic skills that can continue to improve his physique. It can only throw out such an advanced skill as Slyu. Let this girl have the means to deal with and get rid of the evil spirits earlier, and let her sell herself as soon as possible, to work to pay off her debts. Baby, you have to work hard. Dad, I am bleeding profusely. Reminder, Apostle of Destiny, and Jinyu, meets the learning requirements for this skill. Do you want to grant the skill Deception? Reminder, in view of the fact that Deception is an advanced skill, this teaching will last for 3 days and be divided into 3 times. Do you want to continue? Yes. Late at night, quiet. Girls are preoccupied. She didn't even care about the occasional swaying outside the window. Just preoccupied with waiting. After waiting for a long time. Well, in fact, the time scale is not very long. She waited. I will give you the ability to fight against evil. This moment, many years later, when Jinyu recalled it, if he had to describe it in one sentence, it would probably be an immortal touches my head. Her eyes widened, as if a finger had dropped from the sky and tapped lightly on her forehead. In an instant, the world was spinning. When Jinyu came back to his senses, he was already in a place like hell. The evil spirit growled. And her body walked forward step by step to meet those terrifying evil spirits. Etc. No. Even though she roared like a groundhog in her heart, she didn't allow her body to shrink back. She went straight through the group of evil ghosts and stepped into a sticky small pool filled with thick dirty gray mist. The surrounding evil is entangled. And Jinyu could also smell a fishy, rotten smell, worse than the sewer. And Jinyu, no, I really can't do it. Body, no, you can. And Jinyu was completely desperate. And Jian was in a daze. And Jinyu gradually lay down. And Jinyu was surprised to find that she was still alive and fine, and gradually forgot herself. Throw away everything around you, throw away all the scary and evil interference, and immerse yourself in learning completely. When she regained consciousness again, she found that she was still lying on the soft and comfortable big bed. Apart from being covered in sweat, as if the whole person was picked up from the water, there was no other condition. It was still dark outside the window, only the soft light of the street lamps. The wall clock on the wall shows that only 1 minute has passed since just now, a real minute. Not every day or two. Her eyes were wide open, and there was a big fuck written in them. Although the experience just now was terrible, she was even more shocked now, shocked in Jianyu for 10,000 years. Especially. Keeping the information in her mind firmly in mind, as well as her eyes, she seemed to understand what was going on with her eyes, why she could see one by one, and see more than others. And all of this stems from the endowment of that one. At this moment, and Jianyu's heart was only grateful, it was too much. Are you really entitled to so much? She was a little embarrassed and uneasy. When you have the ability to get rid of evil, you will be a full member of the organization. I will work hard. She said heavily, then raised her head slightly, and asked solemnly and reverently, however, what should I call you? You can't keep thinking about that person, it's very disrespectful, what if you leave a bad impression? That one seemed to ponder for a while. It's an illusion. And Jianyu heard a gentle and calm voice. You can call me, tutor. To guide the apostle of destiny to the way forward, give the apostles of destiny the power to become stronger and the ability to dispel evil spirits, guide the apostles to wake up and step into a new world, although not a mentor, but better than a mentor. Fang Yu felt that there was nothing wrong with calling himself this way. The main reason was that the title of savior was a bit shameful, and he felt that he was far from worthy of being called the savior at this time. Is it okay to call yourself a savior player, savior? Tremendous stress. There are only 3 people in his organization. A gold medal general. A remote support. A pink and cute new. It's the instructor. I have the ability to reproduce the apostle, and maybe one day, I can really become a destiny mentor who controls thousands of paths. As for now? Tired, late, go to bed. Before going to bed, Yu habitually picked up the phone and swiped it familiarly. He wanted to sleep, but he couldn't control his hand. He swiped open the phone with his hand and clicked on Jianyu's panel. Jianyu Physical, 1.5 Spirit, 1.6 1.7 Mystery, 0.19 Talent, Eye of Phantom Skill, Deceitful Manipulation, Unfinished 33%, Status, Exhausted. He glanced at the diary again. This girl seems to be in good condition? Looking at the description of the skill of Guiyu, and imagining its terrifying learning process, Fang Yu thought that the girl's eyes were blank, and she looked like she had been played badly. Not even. It may not be as hard as him learning Poem Thunder. Is this extraordinary talent? Damn it. Hey, tired, go to bed. Staying up late hurts your body. And Jianyu was lying on the bed, unable to sleep anyway. Probably insomnia, too many things happened today. And myself, her body was wet, full of sweat, and she was scared just now, and Jianyu was both terrified and excited. I really couldn't sleep, and my body was still sticky and I couldn't stand it. After lying down for a while and waiting until her strength gradually recovered, and Jianyu got up, went into the bathroom to fill the bathtub with water. At this time she was a little unsteady standing, so of course she could only choose to sit and wash. The water was rushing, and clouds and mist gradually floated in the spacious bathroom. And Jianyu put away his clothes and walked in. The body below the neck was covered by the permeating holy light, and soon the whole body was submerged under the water surface, leaving only one head outside, with bubbles gurgling from its mouth. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will go to that special space to practice. She was terrified when she thought of it. It was really a super scary place. But it doesn't really hurt or die. That's enough. You can't live up to the teacher's expectations. And Jianyuan secretly clenched his fists. Although he was afraid, he still wanted to punch the duck. But it's still scary. No, I can't embarrass the organization. The instructor said that only if I really learn the means of getting rid of the evil, can I become a full member of the organization? In our organization, there must be many, many powerful seniors. And Jianyu, you have to work hard. Oh, by the way, I obviously asked how to call the mentor, but I forgot to ask what our organization is called. The purpose of the organization is to save the world from sinking, but it must have a name. It is impossible to organize and call. An organization like ours has probably been passed down for a long time, silently guarding human society from ancient times to the present. And Jianyu felt that he had discovered the truth. After all, the mentor can endow himself with extraordinary abilities with a single finger. With such a magical and great power, he must have cultivated many strong people. Maybe the organization has left legends in history and all over the world. Only organizations can deal with those terrifying big guys. And Jianyu thought of today, the monster on the barren grass road. There is even more frightening, super scary monster tens of meters long that is attached to the building, and a shadow hundreds of meters long that dives deep under the river surface. These. And Jian Yu was no longer afraid to think that the strong organization might be dealing with these monsters somewhere. She hopes to see more people in the organization, so all she has to do now is to become stronger and have the power to eliminate evil. And Jian Yu touched her eyes and looked around. She didn't have a panel to look at, but she could still clearly feel the changes in herself. She has already learned some of that method, and at the same time, she also understands a lot about her own eyes. How to turn it off, how to turn it on, how to distinguish whether the evil has come to the real world, or is still lurking deep under the reality, that nameless gray world. She already has a little understanding. I also understand that she is different from other people. Her eyes affect the surroundings. Many evils have not appeared in this world and are still in another world, but as long as she is near her, she will be between reality and unreality. Can be realistic. May not be. It depends on her thought. She couldn't control this thought before, but now she can barely control it, and Jian Yu has tried her best to close her eyes. I can sleep well tonight. How can I not suffer from insomnia? When I learn that method, my eyes can almost be controlled, right? At that time, we will deal with the evil spirits. She didn't forget that her mentor said that the abilities bestowed on her were paid in advance, but even if there was no advance payment, she would still go. It is duty bound to get rid of evil spirits. Yu Chong duck. Come on. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Fang Yu woke up. He dreamed that he became a peerless master, stepping on the 9-color auspicious clouds, and slashing the 9 stars with his sword. When the boss finished fighting and was about to hug left and right, he woke up from the dream. Waking up is still a weak chicken. But he can't sleep anymore, he is very energetic now. Cultivate, practice palm thunder, exercise your body, and strive to brush up a few skills to the proficient level as soon as possible. Brother Heidao must have started training by now. Although the new girl in Jian Yu is still asleep, she is very talented and will be a good exorcist in a short time. Although I am positioned as an ultra-long-range tactical support, but I can't stretch my hips. As a mentor, you can never be compared. Fang Yu stretched out his hand, palm facing up, and held the wrist of his right hand with his left hand, while thinking. Zila! A blue lightning arc emerged from the fingertips of the 5 fingers, and quickly gathered in the palm of the palm. A group of blue lightning crackled and danced. It illuminates the night, but it disappears in an instant. Fang Yu shook his hands, neither sore nor numb. With my current physical strength, I can use the palm thunder twice and a half at most, and the physical strength consumed by this will take about an hour to recover. This is what he tried yesterday. But today, the proficient palm line is more proficient in use. The speed of the lightning gathering is faster, and the lethality will increase a little bit. But he can't verify the lethality, so he can't just throw a palm thunder at the wall. There is also a base module. Yesterday, it was in Jian Yu and the function of the savior, and they all left behind the base they were expecting. This will not work. Brother Base, I'm sorry. It's not that I like the new and dislike the old, it's because the new apostle is so attractive. He opened the main interface of the game. On the main interface of the game, there were 4 operable modules: Fate Extraction, Apostle List, Item List, and Task Dispatch. Now there is an additional Organization Base, and there are unopened modules further down. The words are a bit vague, but it can be seen that it is XX Exploration and Dungeon XX. What is it for? Fang Yu didn't know, and there was no response to poking and poking. He was much colder than the base module. He clicked to organize the base. Immediately, the interface switched, and a 2-dimensional picture was presented. The entire base entrance is at the highest point, from high to low: aisle 1st floor, base hall, training room E1, training room E2, training room E3, 2nd floor, entertainment area, lounge E1, lounge E2, lounge E3, 3rd floor, base center, conference hall, others, not enabled, cure. This is the current base. Browsing through the interface, Fang Yu saw that the training room E1 was in use, and the person using it was rightly Brother Heidao. At 4 o'clock in the morning, secretly train. Brother, you are too curly. Oh, I'm the boss? That's fine. The functions of the base are mainly concentrated in 2 places, the training room and the lounge. Training room level E, concentration during training plus 20%. Lounge level E, stamina recovery speed plus 50% when resting. The base hall and conference hall have no special effects, while the base center is mainly used to control the entire base. You can also upgrade, or open up new areas. Of course, these Fang Yu can be operated directly on the mobile phone. He looked at it, and the only areas that can be opened up so far are the training room and the lounge. Other more advanced special facilities can only be opened up after the level of the main base. But the training room and lounge are already very strong. It is worthy of being produced by Salvation Game. No wonder Brother Heidao's skill proficiency has improved so quickly. He not only trains secretly, but also has a special increase in facilities. Fang Yu was envious. Now he has to rest for an hour after using Palm Thunder twice, not because he is too lazy in cultivation, but because he is really powerless. 1 hour of rest, only 2 shots in battle, what can he do? He is also very desperate. The entire organization base is in a special space, and it needs to set up an entrance to the real world to be able to enter and exit. And the opening of this entrance and exit requires not only the selection of a site, but also the selection of a real location as a cover, and the need to spend a lot of treacherous crystals to open and erect the entrance and exit. He is not enough to be a ghost, and to be honest, he didn't think about how to confront Brother Heidao. But, if you want to enjoy the benefits of the training room and lounge, you don't necessarily have to enter the organization base. There is another function on its solidification. Fixation Lounge, you can designate an area and solidify it into a temporary E-level lounge, so that it has a recovery gain effect. When a reality lounge is solidified, there will be a lounge in the base that will temporarily lose its gain effect. Fixation Training Room, you can designate an area and solidify it as. Explanation: this option has the power attached to the Savior of Destiny, the base center is invisible, and the cooling time of this power is 3 days. It is equivalent to transferring the special effects of the base lounge to a certain place in reality. And this is his power. Savior, I like power the most. Fang Yu tried it, and it was still a map that opened, with him as the center and a range of 100 meters. It was the same as when he first delivered Brother Black Knife. It was very detailed and could be controlled up, down, left, right, and right. He tried it. Ding. Hint, do you want to solidify the bedroom into a lounge? Hint, do you want to solidify the living room into a training room? He chooses to be. For a while, it seemed that something had changed, but it didn't. Fang Yu pondered for a moment, tidied up the living room, and moved the coffee table, sofa, TV cabinet, and other things to one side. It looks a lot messy, but the whole living room is much more spacious because of it. Can display it well. Fang Yu took out the novice wooden sword and practiced the basic swordsmanship more than a dozen times, and used the crackling Palm Thunder twice in the middle. Sweaty and empty. He just came back to his senses, and when he looked at his panel, both his proficiency in Palm Thunder and basic swordsmanship had improved a little, especially the basic swordsmanship. This time the improvement was far higher than the previous few times. Is this the benefit of focusing enough? And enough focused training without feeling tired. At least I didn't feel it during the training, because I was so focused that people were immersed in the performance of each move, forgetting the time and forgetting the tiredness. Fang Yu didn't realize that he was very tired until his physical strength was almost exhausted and he could no longer maintain concentration. Hastily moved to the bedroom solidified as the E-level lounge. Lie down. It's so comfortable. Another bottle of Fat House Happy Water will make you more happy. I love it. With the lounge and the training room, I can move up my training schedule. Of course, training is only an auxiliary means, and the real improvement depends on opening up. No, the process of cultivating cards by skills is also very hard and good, but the time is shortened. How can it be called cheating? It is obviously all due to diligence and hard work. At most Salvation Games gave a little help, just a little. The focus buff in the training room is really powerful. I usually suffer from lack of focus. When I was writing a novel, I was not focused enough, so the code word speed seemed to be particularly slow. More than 1,000 an hour is fast time. Move the computer to the living room. Can this code word be more focused and faster? Fang Yu pondered. Fang Yu came to his senses. That's not right, I'm planning to stop updating and save the world. It doesn't matter what the word is, it doesn't matter. He played games and watched videos, and when he had almost rested, he raised his sword again. So back and forth. This is also a process of adaptation, and it cannot be entirely dependent on diligence and hard work. At the same time, some combat experience can be gained to some extent, even if it is only theoretical. When it was about the same, I went to find a little Guaxia to play with. Well, today's small goal is to improve the basic swordsmanship to the proficient level. Effort. Practice. Throughout the day, Fang Yu repeated between his own practice and open practice, brushing up the basic swordsmanship to the proficient level. Savior of Destiny Physique, 1.92.5 Spirit, 1.5 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 1.7%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 5.6%, Palm Lightning, Proficiency, 3.5%, Blade Slash, proficiency level temporary, great improvement. There is not much difference in physique from before Heidao's awakening, not to mention the subtlety of proficient level swordsmanship. This physique alone can support his palm thunder from 2 shots to 3. When I have brushed my palm thunder to the proficient level, it will be the day I leave the level. In the middle, Fang Yu also assigned Heidao to complete the last evil task within the range, and at the same time gave brother Heidao a few skill training cards as a reward for his good performance. In the evening, I continued to instill the skills that I didn't finish yesterday in the girl and Zhen Yu. But, after finishing today's lesson, the girl stopped him with one word. What is our organization called? Happy New Year roar. Omega, thanks for the reward from holding Mayu mentor, that. I don't know what our organization is called. And Zhen Yu, who was lying on the chair and panting, was afraid that the instructor would walk away again, so he hurriedly asked in his mind. Our organization is so powerful, it must have a thunderous name. What will it be called? Wait, why did the instructor stop talking? Did I say something wrong? The underfloor heating was turned on in the bedroom, making the girl's pretty face blush. She was struggling, wanting to ask but not daring to ask. Maybe the mentor suddenly encountered something important. Nothing will happen. Woo woo woo. The girl swiped her mobile phone, flipped through moments but was absent-minded, full of entanglements. At this time, in the bedroom of Taiping District, Fang Yu fell into deep thought. What is our organization called? Of course it's called the Salvation Organization, cross out. No serious organization would call it the Salvation Organization directly, it would be a cult to call it that. His organization really takes saving the world as its core purpose, spreading the light of righteousness. Of course, there must be a name of light that conforms to the righteous way. But what to call it? Naming a name has always been a difficult task, so we can't collect one through online crowdfunding now. Fang Yu thought. This kind of thing is like writing a novel. If there is no inspiration, there is no inspiration. Why doesn't this game of salvation include the name of the organization? Bad review. Fang Yu also wanted to know about Ingenio's question, whether he chose to procrastinate or procrastinate. Fang Yu flipped through the salvation game, and then poked at the character model of the apostle. Well, this kind of poking is purely for fun, and will not really interact with the apostle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to poke in Zhen Yu in his spare time. He knocked, and the girl's voice pack was updated, on Zhen Yu Chanjia. He patted brother Heidao again. He was still as cold as ever. The torch is passed down from generation to generation, and human beings will last forever. Dude reads this sentence most of the time, like a repetition base. Wait. Fang Yu thought of the opening CG of the game. Black clouds enveloped the sky, huge shadows emerged from the sea, and the dilapidated buildings shrouded in gray mist seemed to have been dried for thousands of years. Dark. Run down. But a ray of fire suddenly bloomed. The fire is burning. When the torch is passed on from generation to generation, human beings will not be cut off. Our organization has had many names, but it can also be simply called Xinhua. Ding. Reminder, you have been named. The Salvation Organization Xinhua is officially established. Fate point +2. Fang Yu? Torch. Those two simple words echoed in Ingenio's mind for a long time, causing ripples in her heart round after round. These two words must represent a lot of meanings. And Zhen Yu seems to see that in the countless years from ancient times to the present, under the reality that people can't see, there are countless guardians who have stepped forward to ignite the torch of human inheritance. This is the reason why human society is prosperous today. Perhaps this is one of the meanings of the salary, more. And Zhen Yu feels that he is not qualified to understand it now. But it doesn't matter. Her small goal now is to learn the skill of deception, so that she will be able to complete the tasks assigned by her instructor. Work hard in Zhen Yu. Today, it was the second time she learned the trick skill, and she had a better control over her eyes. She rested for a while, and when her physical strength was almost recovered, she walked to the windowsill and looked out at the road outside. The night was very quiet, and there were very few people on the road, except for occasional security guards on patrol. And Zhen Yu's eyes were watery. She tried her best to open them wide, and if they opened a little wider, her eyes felt a little astringent. Suddenly, there was a gray fog on the silent road, and the soft light diffused by the street lamps became much dimmer, and ugly and ferocious figures appeared, staggering on the road. Roaring. They look like walking corpses, but they are not serious walking corpses. Or the neck is twisted 3,600 degrees like a screw, or the arms are elongated like two tentacles, which are both weird and terrifying. But now that Zhen Yu dared to stare, she already understood how to use her eyes. It exists only when it is seen, and it does not exist if it is not seen. Just turn off the switch before going to bed. Now, just get used to it in advance, and Jinyu, you are a person who has to face the evil and get rid of the evil, so keep your eyes wide open and not tremble. Boom! 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 The ground trembled for a while, and Ingenio's heart also thumped and trembled. In front of her eyes, a gigantic monster with a height of more than 10 meters appeared. It seemed that the skin had been peeled off and only flesh and blood remained, and the forked tongue extended more than 10 meters. They are all impacting her fragile heart. Suddenly, the giant turned its head treacherously, its scarlet eyes staring straight at her villa. And Genyo's mouth twitched, and there was not much expression on her face, like a girl who was blowing the night wind. She has almost developed an instinct in this move. I'm used to it. I am no longer afraid. No, it's still super scary. The huge ferocious face slowly approached, and Genyo's teeth were chattering. Her heart almost stopped suddenly, and her eyelids twitched and twitched. Jumped to the limit. The scene in front of me disappeared, the misty gray fog, staggering figures, and the terrifying giants all disappeared, and there was a silent night outside the window, only the lights were emitting soft light. As if it was just a dream, waking up from the dream will not hurt. And Jinyu was still standing in front of the windowsill, as if petrified for more than 10 seconds, before blinking his eyelashes, he sat down on the ground. Biting his lip, tears in his eyes. This world is still too dangerous. The typing community is as peaceful as ever, except for the occasional loud voice of the concierge, Uncle Chin. On the 6th floor of one of the buildings, Fong Yu walked out of the steaming bathroom and showed off his muscles in front of the big mirror. He is handsome and has a great figure. Hey, how can he go out? If the young ladies gather around him, how should he refuse gracefully and politely? This may be the trouble that handsome and talented people like him have. Everyone understands. Fong Yu lay down on the bed naturally, turned off the phone, casually glanced at the diary on the Game of Salvation, and suddenly froze. Ding! Reminder, the illustrated book contains the evil corpse. Reminder, the illustrated book has entered the treacherous long-tongue corpse. Hint, what's going on here? The beginning of the fire, the beginning of the new year. Here, all members of Xinhua wish everyone good health, happy family, good luck, and auspicious year of the tiger in the new year. In fact, I originally wanted to add a new chapter, but the manuscript is not allowed, and there is no time code word, so this chapter will be published in advance at 8 o'clock tomorrow. But after all, don't Googling during the Chinese New Year, and not Googling is awesome, so... New Year, ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a recommendation ticket, and ask for support. Roar! Push a book. Your ability is very strong. Now it's mine. Fong Yu thought that he just took a bath, and it didn't take long, but why did he suddenly enter so many illustrations? The completeness of the entry is quite high. Before, Brother Heido had collided with Guixie and recorded a lot of information in the process of eliminating Guixie again and again. The initial information completeness of the treacherous knocking boy that impressed him was only 33%, and it is still a dark outline. The completeness of the construction site is higher, there are pictures. Although you may not be able to eat for a day after looking at this picture, probably this is the decline in sanity. The snake mother is similar, but in the past few days, a total of 6 ghosts have been recorded, which is a drop in the ocean compared to the countless frames in the entire ghost book. At this time, Fong Yu counted. Hint, reminder, the 3-star treacherous flesh giant has been recorded, and the current completeness of the treacherous information is 40%. Fong Yu's mouth twitched. It's nothing more than 7 new Guixie illustrated books suddenly appearing. What the hell is this 3-star Guixie? There are 3 stars in Baijiang City? Is it still too late for him to carry the bucket and run away? Fong Yu turned on evil tracking and looked around. It was okay, nothing happened around here. He pulled up the game record again, and fell silent after a while. It's in Jinyu, so that's the case. All the evils she saw have been entered into the illustrated book. Speaking of which, I also entered a little ghost yesterday, but it was just ignored by me among the many messages. Fong Yu fell into deep thought. Speaking of it, maybe I was narrow-minded. The girl in Jinyu is not just a worker, she is just like a picture book collector. Perhaps, through Ingenio's vision, you will see a different scenery? And Jinyu is not a special apostle, so she can't deliver, so naturally she doesn't have the vision to cut in when delivering. However, in the brand new version after the upgrade, there is an optional operation of vision synchronization on the branch of the communication option. He hadn't tried it, and Fong Yu didn't know whether the apostle knew or didn't know when the vision was synchronized. Brother Heido always wore a mask, and he looked like a cold and evil killer, so it was hard to guess his mind. He hasn't tried it on Ingenue yet. Well, the main thing is not to peep at will. He is an upright person, full of noble sentiments. How can he do such things as peeping? At most it is necessary to observe during ultra-long distance support. When Ingenue has fully learned how to control deception and is ready to make her official debut, I can cut my vision to her. This is mainly to ensure the safety of Ingenue. He, the savior and mentor, loves the younger generation so much. Plan pass. The next day, Fangyu went out after doing some basic training. It's the first time I go out after staying at home for so many days. Thinking back a week ago, the outside was still sick and evil, and these monsters that ordinary people would die if they touched them made him make up his mind to stay at home. But now, Fangyu glanced at the panel information in the game, then clenched his fists again. The power in his body was surging. A man is strong if he is courageous, and now he has the courage to face, he has gone out for a while. This time he mainly wanted to buy some daily necessities, and buy some incense candles. Otherwise, the next time Destiny Tanlian wanted to burn incense to take a bath, there would be no incense to use. Be pious and dignified, and be serious when playing cards above. In addition, he also wanted to find a suitable place as the entrance and exit of the fire base. This place, first of all, don't choose a place with too many people, otherwise there will be more apostles of fate in the future, and some guys with weirder clothes than Brother Heidao will come in and out every day. It's a cult party. But it can't be too far away from the city. It's inconvenient to get in and out. It is best to have a house large enough to use as cover. Although I have thought a lot about the above, and the plan is very good, but all of this ignores one premise: Fangyu has no money. No money in every sense of the word. A total of 50 treacherous crystals are needed to open up the entrance of the base. He's far from it, and the reality. Fangyu took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code to pay. With a beep, the transaction is successful. Your balance remains. No, he really has no money left. He was already poor during this period of time, but in order to save the world, he had to reluctantly end the novels that hit the street. Now he is so poor that he is only poor. Life is not easy, sighs the savior. Wei Jing is far from enough now. Let's consider this issue later. Fangyu shook his head, took out the game and glanced at it. In the mission dispatching module, the map around him was so strange. The last one was killed by Brother Black Knife yesterday. But early this morning, there was another little ghost in the Nanqing district. 1 star is evil. Fangyu is ready to move. No, I said that I have to wait for Palm Thunder to become proficient before making my official debut. Let's wait for another 2 days. I am now proficient in basic swordsmanship, proficient in tracking evil, proficient in Palm Thunder, and it is not safe enough. After all, I do not have the fearlessness and rich experience of Brother Heidao. Fangyu glanced at the map again, and then turned on the evil tracking to scan around. No gray and black spots and foul winds. Very good. No problem. He turned around like a thief, turned into a small alleyway where no one was monitoring him, and rubbed his hands. Stretch it out and press it on the ground. Palm Thunder. Zila lightning arcs appeared on the fingertips, quickly gathered and covered the entire palm in an instant, and when he squatted down and just touched the ground, the palm of his palm burst out completely, and a cloud of blue thunder light blasted on the gray ground of the alley superior. Very shocking. Very real. Fangyu looked at the scorched black ground, and nodded slightly at the slightly shattered small stones. He had been trying Palm Thunder at home before, and it was always boring if he didn't get something. Today, he was satisfied. No, he tried something to be familiar with it, and to prepare himself for facing the evil in the future. The proficient level palm mine fires very quickly, about a second or more. The most important thing is that it can move when it is condensed, and it will not be easily interrupted. The entry level is not good, the prelude takes a long time, and you have to maintain a relatively specific posture. If you don't pay attention, the operation will fail. Proficiency level, what will change? Brother Wanwang Heidao is either on a mission or exercising. Meng Xian Ingenue is about to make his debut. Fangyu himself is also very angry. Exercise your body, get used to your body, practice blade slashing from time to time, rest and recover, and then use skill training cards to improve your Palm Thunder. Boom! The thunder on the top of the mountain was roaring, and in a special state, Fangyu, whose physical strength would never be exhausted, used the thunder in his palm again and again to face the thunder. Crackling! Crackling, crackling! Once in the morning. Once in the afternoon. Once before bed. Watching the Palm Thunder on the panel upgrade from proficient level to proficient level, Fangyu showed a sincere smile, then he twitched his legs, kicked his eyes and closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Thanks to Muyu and Jiashou for their rewards, and thank you for your votes and comments. The next day, Fang Yu got up late and didn't wake up until 6 o'clock. Wait, why do I feel that waking up at 6 is relatively late? Seeing that the sky outside the window was still dark, and Mr. Sun woke up before he clocked in, Fang Yu fell into deep thought. This must be Brother Heidao's fault. He opened the game diary, and Jian Yu was sleeping, and Brother Heidao was practicing. Brother Heidao, it is indeed you. Fang Yu got up, washed, and moved his body. The numb feeling is still there, but it's no longer a big problem. Compared to the first time I learned the Palm Thunder, my resistance has improved a lot now. After 3 shots at a time yesterday, I am still energetic. Although he doesn't want to experience this kind of spirit again, he will be refreshed if he experiences it again. Fang Yu opened his character panel. Savior of Destiny Physical, 2.5 Spirit, 1.5 1.6 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 1.8%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 5.8%, Palm Lightning, Proficiency, 1.4%, Blade Slash, Proficiency Level Temporary, Blade Slash, Unintroduced, 7.2%. Equipment, Novice Wooden Sword. Looking at his gorgeous panel, Fang Yu smiled. One thing to say, his current skill list is longer than Brother Heidao, just one word, woohoo. Now let me try the power of the proficient palm line. Fang Yu raised his hand, palm facing up. Zila, almost in a moment of thought, azure blue lightning gushed out, covering the entire palm in an instant. Soon, maybe 0.5 seconds. The most important is, he had an instinct at this time. The ball of thunder in front of him was like dough, and he could let him knead it. With a thought, the azure blue light gradually converged and extended, turning into a sword of thunder. The light of thunder dagger. Very short. He can extend half a foot for the proficient blade cut, but he can only extend 1 foot for the proficient palm thunder, which is the limit. This should be due to the different characteristics of the skills. Blade Slash is more concise, while Palm Lightning is more scattered and violent. In terms of lethality, it is probably higher than Blade Slash. However, when I use Palm Thunder, it's easier, more precise, and less expensive to control than Blade Slash. He restrained the lightning and concentrated all the energy, so the consumption was naturally low. And when using Blade Slash, although this skill is also proficient level, it is copied. It has the characteristics of proficient level, but the specific use of it is still in the fog, and it is slightly worse than his own after all. With my current strength, it's almost enough to go out and kill a little Guaxia. Well, you can change the borrowed skill from Blade Slash to Slyguard, which will be more stable. The 3-day cooling period of the power has ended, and the skill can be replaced at any time. As for the skill of Gaiyu, Fang Yu didn't think about using a little Guaxia. He's not in Jian Yu, he doesn't have that special talent. Even if he has a little Guaxia by his side, even if he is psychologically, if you can restrain it, your sanity will not be able to withstand the slow decline. But this blue skill can not only be used to control the evil, but also has the effect of suppressing and weakening. It is a control skill. With control and output, it's almost enough to kill a little ghost. If you encounter a ghost on the construction site who is obviously not easy to mess with, it's a big deal for yourself. I will challenge it later. It is not a big problem to be able to see the generality of the evil tracking from a distance. But now in Nanchang district, there are no small evils within the scope of the detection map. He thought about moving a nest, but after trying it out, he found that his idea was too beautiful. The refresh of the map detection is only to refresh the marked evil location. It's so tricky, it will take a long time. It's not impossible, he has to find a hotel outside, not to mention the trouble and time consuming. The main thing is that his wallet doesn't allow it. But thinking about it might as well. Fang Yu opened the Mission Dispatch module, and there were 2 sub-modules, Evil Illustrated Book, and Map Detection. Among them, the Evil Illustrated Book module cannot be upgraded, and it depends on the daily collection, while the map detection function can be upgraded. The upgrade can improve the detection range or the accuracy of the evil rating. Map range LV1, upgrading to LV2 can double the exploration radius. To upgrade this item, you need to consume Spirit Crystal 5 and Fate Point 2. Detection accuracy LV1, upgrading to LV2 can improve detection accuracy, increase the frequency of detection map refresh, and have a low probability of detection to find hidden evils. Upgrading this item requires consumption of Wild Crystal 5 and Destiny Point 2. 2 upgradable items. And the first upgrade is not very expensive, although the price is almost equivalent to the guiding Brother Heidao to awaken twice. I currently have 8 warp crystals and 13.3 units of fate points, and I can upgrade one of the modules. Of course, this is to upgrade the map range. Sooner or later, it is not a loss to have enough destiny points now. Fate points, it just changed a way to stay by my side. When the ghost crystals are abundant, the precision item will also have to be upgraded. Everything is for safety. No, it is for organizational development. Ding! Reminder, the range of the map is from LV1 LV2, please check for details. On the mission dispatch module, the circular detection map border slowly extended until it doubled in length before stopping, and then the detection light turned around like a radar. They sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Mom! Sure enough, there are still many evils. More means more benefits, but these are not just numbers. Start removing from places with a lot of traffic. I'm going to find a little Guaxia to try my hand today. As for now, and Jianyu, who he was particularly concerned about, took action. In a certain villa area of Baijiang City, female college student and Jianyu woke up not too late today. It is impossible to go to school. She asked for leave early, and even used her money-making ability. It is not a big problem to ask for a few months. Going to school is not as important as fighting for the future of mankind. And Jianyu Xiao blushed. She was excited, because she was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Last night, she finally fully mastered the ability of Slyu, and today is the first day she has taken an important step. It is necessary to have the means to dispel evil spirits. And myself. And Jianyu was thinking about the ability of Guayu. The core of this ability is to use Guaxia to deal with Guaxia. Now she finally doesn't have to be afraid of that kind of scary evil. But I don't have any evil spirits that I can control right now, so I have to catch one. How to catch? Asking the mentor for help or something, and Jianyu immediately threw away such thoughts as soon as they came up. What kind of person is the mentor, and it is not worthy of the mentor's attention to catch such trivial things as cunning and evil. Impossible, the instructor is busy. After much deliberation, she finally came up with a more secure plan. While at the same time, wherein Jianyu couldn't notice, a gaze cast down. Come on, this girl is about to start trying out the tricky skills. What will she do? There is one thing to say, this skill is strong, but it needs to be developed. It is quite embarrassing in the early stage, which is equivalent to control but no output. However, Jianyu's current basic 2-dimensional is quite acceptable. Jianyu physical, 1.5 spirit, 1.71.82.0 mystery, 0.19 skill, deception, entry level, 3.1%, her mental power is very strong, even 2.0. With the support of this spiritual power, Fang Yu believes that Jianyu can also exert a lot of power on the control alone. The most important thing is that she is blessed with talent, and the eye of Tongyu is not just for seeing. Fang Yu thought about it and didn't speak. He wanted to see what this girl would do. It was also a test. This girl has been able to live safely in an environment of everywhere for several years. Fang Yu still has a lot of affection for Jianyu. Confidence. He made himself a bucket of instant noodles, swallowed at the scent, and looked at the busy figure of Jianyu on the screen of vision synchronization. Sucked a handful of noodles. Very moist. That is, the place where this girl Jianyu lives seems to be a little bit bigger than a billion. Fang Yu looked at his hut and fell silent. In the villa, Jianyu rummaged through some items, and soon found a few amulets locked in a small wooden box. This is what she had been looking for and spending a lot of money on before. Say it's useless, these amulets are useful. Say they are useful, these amulets are useless. She tried. Walking near the stronger big guys, these amulets immediately cracked, and some weaker evil spirits can only make them fear and retreat. It's 1,000 miles away from getting rid of the evil spirits. But in today's occasion, these amulets are my life-saving means. Jianyu kept cheering herself up. After beating for a while, she wrapped all the silk thread tied on the amulet around her hand. After thinking about it, she picked up a broom again. Although she knew it was useless, she took something in her hand. There will always be a sense of security in my heart. Is such that. It's time to start, don't be afraid anymore. Jianyu walked out of the villa and came to the small garden outside. At this time, the sun was warm, and the whole body was warmed by the sun. In the distance, you can see ants trimming the flowers and plants in the community, and you can hear the sound of children playing in the distance. It's a very beautiful world, if you haven't seen the truth that is hidden deep under the reality. Jianyu stretched out her hand, covered her eyes, closed and opened them again, and the scene she saw completely changed in the next moment. The sky became gloomy, and the road was filled with an inextricable gray fog, which became thicker, and there seemed to be a lot more shambling figures under the dense fog than in the previous few days. Besides, Boom! 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 The huge figure of the flesh and blood giant appeared from a distance, and the place it walked through stepped on the ground out of a deep pit, as if it was stepping on Ingenio's heart, and those terrifying eyes seemed to have looked over. Such as a thorn back. It's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Cold sweat fell down, and Ingenio tried his best to control himself not to look, and there was no expression on his face but his teeth were still chattering uncontrollably, and the sound of the giant walking was getting louder and louder. It also seems to be getting closer. Help! Her eyelids were trembling, and the frequency of her blinking became faster and faster. At a certain moment, how the gray fog on the road became much thinner, the sky was not so gloomy, and she seemed to have returned to reality, the world, but not quite. And Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief, his heart fluctuated. It's too dangerous, these eyes must be practiced more. There are more and more scary guys outside, and the giant seems to be more sensitive. She wasn't sure, and she didn't dare to try. Survival was not easy, Yu sighed, and Jinyu stopped for a while, trying to adjust the degree of opening of her Eye of Tongyu. She drew a few gears for herself. First gear, second gear, third gear, fourth gear. When I was ignorant before, these eyes could not be controlled, and they were maintained at the third gear all the year round, and I would see many scary big guys. Now that I have learned to control it, I can use the full power of my eyes, open to fourth gear, and can see things deeper. She has never tried it, and dare not try it. It is also possible to lower the power of the eyes, but it is not very proficient. And Jinyu worked hard to adjust to the first gear. At this time, the gray fog was thin, and there were wisps of sunlight. The terrifying flesh and blood giant on the road outside had disappeared. There are a lot fewer, and the ones that stay are presumably weaker ones. Besides. And Jinyu turned her head to search. She had already found a target, a weak enough target. That's right, it's you, the evil one who is watering the flowers. This ghost has always stayed in the garden of her villa, and Jinyu has been in contact with it a lot and is familiar with it, so she can be sure that this ghost is not strong. She took a deep breath, and stepped forward like a strong man running on the battlefield. Her eyes were on the evil one who was watering the flowers. This time, she never looked away. Hiss! Look! See me! You saw me! It was as if a circle of water curtain had exploded, and this watering flower sprang out of it. Its limbs are twisted, but it runs fast, like a strange species. And Jinyu was taken aback, and for a moment she couldn't remember any preset plans. Her mind went blank. She just instinctively raised her hand and waved the broom. Wow, there was a gust of wind in the sweep, and now she was very strong, and the broom she held in both hands was waving vigorously. Of course, this is useless. Physical attacks will only be immune to immunity, but the eccentric species of watering flowers is hesitant, with some fear. What he was afraid of was the amulet wrapped around Jinyu's hand. Right. Don't panic, panic is useless. And Jinyu came back to his senses very quickly. It could be seen that this evil head seemed to be moderately afraid of the amulet and might pounce on it again at any time. She regained her composure, bit her lip and tried to use the skill of deception. She is only entry-level, not proficient but she is very talented. In just a moment, Jinyu's eyes glowed with blue light, her black hair fluttered slightly, and an invisible force spread out. This power has no effect on people, but when it fell on Yuxi, watering flowers, Yuxi seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, trembling all over, and his movements became more and more sluggish as if he was bound by something. And Jinyu took a look, and seeing that Guaxia looked so immobile, she plucked up the courage to take 1, 2, 3 steps, and walked towards this Guaxia. And Jinyu's eyes were wide open, there was still a faint blue light in them, and she stepped forward step by step with some fear. It's like catching a big mouse in a mousetrap, but you will still be scared if you grab it with your hands, and the evil is much more scary than a mouse, ugly and scary. And Jinyu is not a timid girl, nor is she aggressive enough, but she has tenacity in her bones. She has persisted for so many years, and now she will not back down, and she is still approaching Weixia step by step with a look of being so scared that she is about to cry. Watering the flowers is evil, I should be afraid, don't come here. As Jinyu approached, the few amulets wrapped around her hands shone slightly, but the quality was not enough to make up the quantity, not to mention that watering flowers is indeed just a small trick. Suddenly there was a sizzling sound, and there was a faint smell of burnt smell. And Jinyu, who was suppressing this treacherous head with the deceitful royal, also felt obviously relieved. This evil has become weaker. So she becomes stronger. Facing the stronger Guaxia, the effect of Guayu is weaker and the consumption is greater. She can only be submissive, but facing the weak Guaxia, the oppression of Guayu is reflected, and she strikes hard. After a series of bastard punches, it was mainly the amulet in his hand, which was so bared that it watered the flowers and became weaker and weaker. And Zhenyu doesn't need to be suppressed by Guiyu at this time, and this little Guixia is no longer a threat. She is going to the final step. Brand, control. The already dim blue light in her eyes lit up again, this time brighter, as if a unique inscription pattern was outlined in the body of Yuxia. Quite a while, the blue light in Ingenio's eyes faded, while watering flower stood there, already dazed and stupid. Is it done? I caught the first one, that's great. She made a V, and then her whole body fluttered a few times as if she was about to be blown away by the wind. Lost in focus, it took a long time before I gradually came back to my senses, but my head still hurts a bit. Is this exhaustion of physical and mental strength? It is really difficult to deal with evil spirits. The skill maintenance time is too short. I am too weak. Work hard. Exercise. I seem to be able to control one more head of Guixie, and I'll catch the second one when I recover. Although even if there are two evil spirits, it is still too weak for the seniors in the organization. In front of the mobile phone screen, Fangyu fell into deep contemplation, and the noodles in his hand were no longer fragrant. He calculated how much time Zhenyu spent in this battle. Well, at least 10 or 20 seconds. From his point of view, Zhenyu made a lot of mistakes in this battle. He panicked when dealing with Guixie, and even though he suppressed Guixie, he didn't hurry up to weaken it with amulets and so on. A lot of precious time, precious energy was wasted. However, Zhenyu can still be described as a complete victory in this battle, even though Slyu is a continuous skill, but with the barrenness of this girl, Zhenyu, who can last more than 10 or 20 seconds, this battery life is also too strong. Think about yourself with only 3 rounds, thinking about Brother Heidao who burst out with all his strength for only a few seconds at most. Fangyu continued to remain silent. My apostle, Zhenyu, looks like a strong man. Of course, Zhenyu's current strength is still not good enough. From Fangyu's point of view, this creepy watering flower is at most 0.3 fate points. Let alone Brother Heidao, he can slap this creepy one by himself. Evil snap off. But the skill of Guiyu is originally strong in the late stage. This skill has the 4 abilities of suppressing, weakening, controlling, and replenishing. Among them, the suppression is what Zhenyu showed just now, which can slow down and even imprison Yuxi. Weakening can reduce the energy level of Weixie, and can cause continuous damage. It is not impossible for the user to stare Weixie to death with a strong enough look. But this usage is wasted. These 2 abilities are only auxiliary, the real core method is to control the evil, and manipulate the evil to deal with the enemy. An entry-level Guiyu can usually only control one Guixie. This is what Fangyu saw in the skill description, but since Zhenyu is sure that she can control the second head, it is also due to her talent. Increased. Fangyu can't say that he is very envious, he can only say that he is very envious. Although such a talented girl still works for herself, so I'm still the one with the best beer. After Fangyu had breakfast, after exercising for a while, he turned his attention to Zhenyu again. At this time, the girl had almost recovered after a period of rest, eating, and drinking. As soon as she recovered, she used the skill of Guildly Control to replenish energy for the flower-watering Guixie, and the injured Guixie visibly became active with the naked eye. But it was still under Zhenyu's control. She muttered, after recovering, "You can catch the second one. This time, you can set the target on a slightly stronger one. After you have caught enough too, you can choose the third target. At that time, you can throw away a weak one and replace it with a strong one." She has no psychological burden to throw away the evil spirits. If it wasn't for fighting, she really didn't want to take these evil spirits with her. So ugly, so ugly. Seeing it every day will really have nightmares, it is completely different from pets. And Zhenyu frowned again, she was not completely Xiao by now, she had learned some information. Ordinary people cannot see the evil, but it will subtly affect the emotions and reason of ordinary people, and the harm is quite great. She herself is not very afraid that she will not be affected, but carrying it is equivalent to bringing a mobile source of pollution, and it is not acceptable to go out like this. Locked at home, she was afraid of affecting the neighbors next door. When she thought this way, in front of her eyes, countless particles of light converged, outlining a palm-sized object with a long strip of flags hanging down. Just like that, it turned from fiction to reality and appeared in her hands. This means, a means of conveying objects across infinite spatial distances, and Zhenyu was shocked, the instructor is really amazing. She is so weak, can she really live up to the teacher's expectations? Among the items drawn at the same time as in Jianyu, in addition to the skill of Slyu, there is also a precious Sly Soul banner. This is the first time Fawn Yu has heard of the word monster. It refers to weirdness, side effects, and of course all kinds of magical effects. The effect of the ghost banner is very simple, that is, it can absorb the ghosts that do not have resistance, and can absorb the filthy wind and store it for the recovery of the ghosts on weekdays. It can't be said that it is a good match with the skill of Guiyu, it can only be said that this is a set. It is also tailor-made for this girl, because the side effect of the ghost banner is that the holder of this ghost is equivalent to facing the evil all the time, and his sanity will slowly decline. There are only two kinds of people who dare to hold on to it all the time: the lunatic and Jianyu. And Jianyu's sanity is not affected, at least ordinary and advanced people can't affect her. It's okay to be intimidated, she is intimidated every day. With the evil head and the strange soul banner, and Jianyu's system can be said to have initially taken shape. Girl, from now on, you will be the number 2 worker in the organization. Try to catch up with Brother Heidao as soon as possible, I am optimistic about you. In the name of cultivating newcomers, Fang Yu equips Jianyu with a spiritual soul banner, and urges her to fight as soon as possible, to contribute to the future of mankind as soon as possible. When Jianyu is more familiar with her, you can assign tasks to her. Now, the skill of Guiyu is very good, and it will be lying in my skill bar in the next moment. At this time, Fang Yu's temporary skill bar also borrowed Brother Heidao's blade/mastery level skill, but he has the Palm Thunder himself, so this blade slash doesn't have much effect on him, so he can use it by analogy when practicing on weekdays. Improve some proficiency. But today, Brother Heidao, I'm sorry, compared with Rinzhan, Sister Jianyu's Guiyu is more fragrant. After some manipulation by Fang Yu, the power was activated, and the skill of Suiyu was obediently placed in his list. I think at the beginning you loved to answer and ignore, but now you just lie in my arms obediently. We also have blue level skills. Just like the Rinzhan who prostituted from Brother Heidao, the borrowed skills are not his own after all, and they are relatively empty, as if looking at the flowers in the fog, but they can still be used, and the job is over. Fang Yu realized it carefully, and his own experience, even if it was cloudy, was clearer and deeper than just watching Jianyu's performance. The biggest consumption of the skill of Guiyu is to imprint the brand of control on Guixia. Others, such as suppression and weakening, consume much less. No wonder Jianyonan lasts so long. But I don't have Jianyu's penetrating eye, and I got the skill for nothing, so I must consume more than that girl. Just a little bit more. Fang Yu tried to use deception, turning it on, turning it off, turning it on again, and then turning it off. This skill from whoring for nothing is only an entry-level skill, and it is awkward to use and stretches his hips, but he was surprised to find that when using this skill, which is somewhat similar to Sinister Pursuit. After practicing a few times, the prelude to using the skill was shortened a lot, and the practicality immediately came up. I'm not going to use it as an envoy, so the current Guizhouyu is enough to control a Guixia for a short time, which is equivalent to applying a weakness skill. With control, with output. Today, Other Side, Savior, Salvage Mentor, and Yujiang officially debuted. In fact, it's not very stable. It's 98% sure to hit 1 star, but if you delay it, it will be a delay. Go up when it's time. Fang Yu is actually a little scared, after all, it's the first time, but you have to face it after all. Right now in Baijiang City, the highest mark is only 2-star Guixia. Brother Heidao is probably fine, but, through Jianyu's vision just now, Fang Yu saw a more terrifying scene. Gray mist enveloped the sky, the streets became dilapidated, staggering figures like walking corpses were everywhere, and there were giants with ferocious faces, the 3-star flesh and blood giants in the evil illustrated book. He was shocked through the phone screen. There is no time to wait. Fang Yu turned around and entered the bedroom, began to rest and recover the physical strength consumed by testing the skill of Guiyu just now, and opened the mission dispatch module at the same time. After the upgrade, many evils marked on the detection map appeared again, and he focused on checking the 4 areas above. 3 of the probes are marked as 2-star treacherous. Although the other place is a 1-star treacherous place, it is marked as a group with a number greater than 3. It is located in a cemetery in the suburbs of Nanchang District and further south. Fang Yu checked and found that this cemetery was closed for some reason a few months ago. Not only are there a large number of them, but there should be a powerful and treacherous one in 1 star. They are all relatively difficult tasks. He picked one of them that was relatively close to the downtown area, and dispatched a mission to Brother Heidao. Since the game version was upgraded, the dispatch function has also been optimized. Before that, he had been keeping an eye on Brother Heidao's status, pick an old man who is almost rested, and when he is in good condition, hurry up and give the task. But Brother Heidao is too aggressive, and it is not easy to find a time when Heidao is full of energy. Now that this function has been optimized, you can schedule the time in advance and notify the apostles. Fang Yu gave Brother Heidao a night mission, and when he came back from his first kill today, he would provide super long-range support to Brother Heidao at night. If the black knife didn't need to be delivered, and if it wasn't 2-star evil, Fang Yu didn't need to operate it, and just placed the task list. Reasonable arrangement of resources and tasks is what you should do. After placing the order for Brother Heidao, Fang Yu also started looking for a target for himself. He picked a 1-star treacherous mission that was closer to his home. It is said to be close, but it is actually several kilometers away. As his mission was issued, a ding notification sounded in the game, and at the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in Fang Yu's mind. The current organization has dispatched a mission, and the detection map will continue to guide you. An ordinary navigation map appeared in his mind, and he could see it clearly when he closed his eyes. This map. To be honest, it is no different from the evil map. If it is not directly projected in the mind, it is quite scientific. With his eyes closed, the navigation map was crystal clear. Open your eyes again, it is your handsome self in the mirror. Close it again, open it again, close it again, open it again. He played, Bushi, he just tried to manipulate himself to familiarize himself with the game functions, and he can also switch to his own field of vision from the game interface. I stare at myself. One thing to say, it's really scary. When Fang Yu had enough fun, he put away his mobile phone, went out with an ordinary black backpack on his back, and rode his beloved little electric donkey towards the navigation position. After driving to a similar location, I found a place to lock the little e-donkey, and then found a place where no one was around, took out a new black sweater from my backpack and put it on. With the hat pulled up and the mask put on, he closed his eyes and took a glance at the navigation, then turned into an alleyway, and occasionally encountered a passerby or two, and after a while, Fang Yu came to a dilapidated old building. House front. It is very old, the house is old and no one takes care of it, and the beams are cracked, which is almost a dangerous building. Fang Yu turned on the evil tracking and glanced around. There were some gray and black spots around, and wisps of filthy wind drifted and gathered in this old house. Sure enough, it's here. He took a deep breath and tore off the white cloth wrapped around the wooden sword. He was a little nervous, but there was no time to ink it. Someone might pass by this place. Fang Yu walked to the side of the courtyard wall, took a few glances, imitated the old man Heidao who leapt and jumped. His posture was not too beautiful, but he jumped into this dilapidated old house with ease. Guixie was only a dozen meters away, and he had already seen a faint silhouette wrapped in the filthy wind. When you stare at Guixie, Guixie also looks at you. Guixie, who was more than 10 meters away, rushed towards him, making a sound of boom. 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 It's coming. It seems to be the door knocker boy. According to the preset tactics I made before, I should. Thoughts flooded Fang Yu's mind, but his body's instinctive reaction was faster. With a sidestep, he dodged the slow little evil, and then stretched out his right hand without a sword, and thunder burst out. While avoiding the evil spirit, he patted it with one palm. Palm thunder. The thunder light exploded, and the fine lightning arcs danced, crackling like they were hitting a ball of soft cotton, but something exploded the next moment. Exploding lightning arcs hit the floor and the wall, leaving trails of scorched black. The little Guixia in front of him had already turned into green smoke and dissipated under his palm. Fang Yu's heart was still beating. He stopped on the spot and watched the filthy wind slowly fading away in silence for a long time. That's it? Thanks for the rewards of holding Moyu, listening to Yuyinlu, fried duck eggs with tomatoes. Jinya shilling. The level of this wicked knocker boy is similar to that of Brother Heidao when he met him for the first time, but in front of him. I can't say it's weak, it can only be said that it is indeed weak. One palm down and instant kill on the spot. Is this the treacherous evil that made him tremble? The boy who knocked on the door 10 days ago almost scared him to death. Fang Yu recalled the entire battle process and made a summary. It can't be said that this little ghost is too weak, it's because I'm too strong. That's right, I become stronger, a lot stronger. First of all, evil has the ability to affect reason and bring fear. 10 days ago, when he heard the knock on the door, his heart was pounding like it was about to jump out. Apart from scaring himself, he was also affected by evil to a certain extent. And now, because I am strong enough and my life force is strong enough, so the influence of evil and evil on me is weak and negligible. The second is the strength of the physique, which makes Weixia seem like a slow child in my eyes, and the proficient level of Weixia tracking can also capture Weixia's figure in time. then the lethality of palm lightning is indeed stronger than that of blade slash. At this time, my palm lightning has reached the proficient level, so I can kill it with one blow, which is extraordinarily easy. In fact, what Fang Yu didn't expect was that his combat quality didn't seem to be bad. Compared with Jin Yu, who was panicked when he encountered Wei Xie, although he was panicking, he defeated Wei Xie with more force when he panicked. All I can say is, as expected of me. But I also have some shortcomings in this battle, that is, I used too much force. Just now, my palm thunder completely exploded and consumed half of my physical strength, but this output is too much. Fang Yu thought back, it consumes about 1/3 of his physical strength, and he can kill this little ghost with one blow. To deal with evil spirits, how to reduce your own consumption is very important. Don't make a big move and end up empty, which is very embarrassing. In general, this time Fang Yu can score 82 points for himself in the first battle. Not bad. He packed up and left the scene of the crime immediately. He left the scene of exorcising evil spirits, and went around looking for a place to rest. Take a break, check the game information, and take a look at what's going on at Ingenio's place. After all, there's nothing interesting about a hunk like Brother Heidao, Bushi, mainly because Brother Heidao trains every day, it's boring to watch. It would be much more interesting to see Jin Yu go out to catch the evil spirits. Swipe your phone, rest, buy a cup of milk tea on the way, turn on the evil tracking and glance around from time to time to avoid walking into the evil nest, and when you are almost rested, Fang Yu will place an order for yourself. In the evening, when the afterglow of the setting sun gradually receded, Fang Yu returned to his home and lay down on the sofa. Very tiring. He ran from morning to night all day, but the record is also very gratifying. He killed 3 little ghosts, which is 3 times the efficiency of Brother Heidao, and Mingxin and Jin Yu next door is still collecting teams. The holy MVP of Xinhua is undoubtedly himself. Wait a minute. Was it me who beat the worker, or was it the best beater in the field? Fang Yu fell into deep thought. On this day, Fang Yu got rid of 3 little ghosts, Brother Heidao killed a 2-star ghost, and Ingenio's battle system was almost completed. We all have a bright future. Fang Yu opened the game and checked. Today's harvest is naturally not low, and he has always obtained Wild Crystal X3, Fate Point X5.1, Skill Training Card, White, X6. This harvest mainly comes from the 2-star Guaxia that Brother Heidao slayed, so Fang Yu checks the statistics. Wilder Crystals, 6 Fate Point, 16.4 Skill Training Card, White 9. He rubbed his chin. In this way, it doesn't seem very far from the 27 Fate Points required for the 4th Fate draw. Of course, Fang Yu had to save at least 30 Fate Points before he could draw them. The Fate Points had other uses, so they couldn't just spend all of them. He opened the list of apostles again, and checked the information of everyone with a bright future. Fang Yu, the savior of destiny, ignores other information, but today's mysterious value has increased a lot, to 0.31, which is not far away from the 1 unit required for awakening. Work hard, I will wake up in a few days soon, it's easy, Yazzie. When I wake up, I will be a strong person. If I can draw some equipment and skills that I can use in the next fate draw, then this version of the savior will be greatly enhanced. But having said that, why is there only one awakened person in the entire Baijiang Investigation Bureau? After thinking about it, Fang Yu couldn't come up with too little information. He checked Brother Heidao. Brother Heidao's basic sword technique was promoted in the name of reward a few days ago. He was already proficient, and his physique was also raised to 7.3, which can be called inhuman, and he went to the construction site to move bricks. Must be able to make a lot of money. In addition, my brother practiced day and night, and the proficiency of the 3 skills has improved a lot. There's nothing worth looking at, but Jin Yu has improved a lot. Jin Yu physical, 1.5 spirit, 2.0 mystery, 0.29 skill, deception, entry level, 9.9%, this was displayed on the panel. The improvement in the proficiency of the Guayu made Fang Yu greedy. It's only been a day. I don't have this kind of celestial beauty, so I can only wait for Ingenio's deceitful defense to be upgraded, and come here for nothing. Hey! The ones that did not appear on the panel, through inspection, Fang Yu knew that Jin Yu had already controlled the 2 ends of Guaxia, and they were replaced. There is only a muscular brother Guaxia, and an ugly and wretched knife. With 1 attack and 1 defense, the fighting power rose on the spot. This kind of evil is not easy to configure, like a door knocker who will bump into it. This method is stretched to face some strange evils, and the evil that Jin Yu found, can only be said to be even weirder. Strange is strong. She also looked for it for a long time, and felt that this treacherous one was suitable, so she came out to the present world with the eye of penetrating darkness, and then carried out a righteous siege, controlled it, and threw away the unwanted ones. The current lineup has been patched together. And only she can be so picky. This skill is really suitable for Jianyu. Tomorrow, Jianyu will officially start part-time work. If she performs well, I will mention the proficiency of Suiyu to her, so that her part-time work efficiency will be improved. Building. The Shinhua organization has finally begun to rise up to now, and it no longer has to rely on Brother Heidao alone. Next is Woohoo, take off. Playing games in Fangyu and Jianyu worked hard to make the two evils not so ugly, while Brother Heidao was still training, Baijiang City, inside the investigation bureau. Bai Shui, a special investigator from the State Bureau, did not leave. She stayed in Baijiang City during this time to deal with a few little ghosts, and at the same time she was looking for that organization that didn't know whether it existed or not. She took out her mobile phone and opened a group chat called Superior Nursing Home. The elder brother in it spoke very nicely, and she liked it so much. No, Bai Shui didn't come to Shuechuan today, she came to deal with business. She had a person called Don't Talk About Martial Arts teacher. Brother, did you find out what I asked you last time? Yes, there is no news about the Master in Black. Bai Shui had described the Master brother with the knife in the group before. It's really fierce, and the sword technique is particularly sharp. With 2 swipes, it cut off an extremely powerful evil spirit. This is a real warrior. When she described it, many people in the group didn't believe it, but she swore it. At that time, many people witnessed it with their own eyes, and the brothers and sisters in the group believed it. But after some inquiry, there was indeed no such person among the special investigators, and there were even fewer people who were awakened among the people. After many inquiries, there was nothing that matched her description. Bai Shui entrusted the master of no martial virtue to help inquire. As the name suggests, this man is a master of martial arts background, and he taught her marksmanship for a period of time. The master has superb martial arts skills, and he is also a strong one among the special investigators. The most important thing is that he has a wide circle of people. Bai Shui saw Heidao's superb 10th level knife skills, and felt that Heidao also has a teacher, and the master might be able to find out about this person. Such a person cannot be unknown. I asked according to your description. Not to mention the master martial arts master appeared. There is a guy who has superb 10th level knife skills, he is the chef of a hotel, and there is a guy who has awakened. This is a powerful ability, but he inherited from my lineage, and people in the Jianghu are called Lime Warriors. Overall, just know. Incomplete compliance is complete non-compliance. As for the organization mentioned by the people in black, there is no trace of it, and the brothers and sisters in the pension group don't believe it. The Donghuang Kingdom, their Baiyun prefecture still have such an organization? Impossible. This girl Bai Shui's brain has never been so easy to use. Could it be that she was fooled? Don't talk about Wuda, the master is a little worried when he thinks of this, and he can't leave if he wants to go to Baijiang City, but since Bai Shui is with the people from the Baijiang Investigation Bureau, the problem is probably not big. After a while, this girl will be forgotten. After repeated inquiring, there was no result, and so did Zhou Bureau. He asked someone to ask the top and said no. He didn't know whether his authority was still insufficient, or that the organization was hiding too deeply. As for the fact that the mysterious organization does not exist, it was just made up by the hunky man in black. Joju also had this idea, but quickly dismissed it. They couldn't find the hunk in black, and couldn't find out more information about this unknown organization, but they found some clues. 10 days ago, the knock on the door of the Taiping community was strange. 6 days ago, the evil at Dongyang Wharf. Today, there is an evil in an old house in the DC area. There's also the weirdness of the construction site at the very beginning, the scary and weirdness of the barren grass street, all kinds. They found that there were 5 evil spirits that had been eliminated. Aside from the terrifying snake-shaped evil, that one brought a lot of noise, and most of the insiders can guess that a terrible snake was born. The black-clothed warrior appeared on the barren grass street, with a sword and a snake-like shape. It can only be said that he is really a macho, very strong. But Joju pays more attention to the other places. Those evil places are far inferior to the snake-shaped evils, but this is not a question of whether they are strong or not, but how did the warrior in black find these evils? There were only 3 days for the construction site to appear spooky. The other traces of evil spirits are even more secretive. Their investigation bureau has rich experience, and the cooperation of countless people from various departments can find out the evil spirits hidden in Baijiang City. The hunk in black, why should he? Even faster than them. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Bureau is sure that the hunk in black is not alone, and indeed has such an organization, which is mysterious and magical, and perhaps has tracking methods that their investigation bureau does not have. Anyway, since this organization keeps a low profile and silently eliminates evil spirits, it is our ally. Joju is actually very greedy for the method of tracking the evil faster than them, and hopes to recruit this mysterious organization. He doesn't want to see this kind of unstable force that is outside the order, but compared to some crazy people, or awakened people who rely on their power to do evil, a mysterious and low-key organization is nothing. At least for now, it's still beneficial to them, isn't it? After all, they couldn't find it. It may be useless if you find it. Could it be possible to lock men by force? In short, follow the original plan, pay more attention to daily tasks, and invite them to the investigation bureau for tea if they have the opportunity. Maybe it's because there aren't many people in this organization, so we haven't been able to get any information. Another possibility is that this organization is mainly active abroad, and the fighters who appeared in their Baiyun prefecture and Baijiang city were only black-clothed swordsmen. Others may be logistical support, which is of course difficult to find. Don't worry, it's my duty to find this organization, Jiang Tingqiu said. He had been squatting for several days, and he hadn't met the big brother in black, but he had found many clues. He believes that with such a sincere heart, it will only be a matter of time before he finds it. There will be. After talking for a few words, Bureau Joe moved on to more important topics. These days, there are frequent occurrences of evils in various places, and the impact has become more and more serious. Our Donghuang kingdom can barely control it, but some small countries have fallen into fear. Like Borneo, there was an extremely serious disaster event. The gate of hell opened, and countless evils poured out in an instant. Now that city has completely fallen, and there are countless casualties. Hearing this, both Bai Shui and the other investigators gasped. Door of hell. Evil wave. Is this something humans can resist? How do you feel that the end will come at any time? But don't be too desperate. There are more and more evils, but we humans are also making progress. A few days ago, our investigation bureau made a new breakthrough and developed a weapon that can transmit and compress life energy and increase lethality. Joe said. This up and down almost took my breath away. But the investigators are all very curious about the new weapons that Joju talked about. When will they be equipped with them? Wait a minute. It seems that they haven't awakened yet, and they can't guide life energy. Investigator oars in anticipation. At this time, Joe Bureau asked someone to bring up a long box. This is a new weapon, and I spent a lot of favors to distribute it to our Baijiang branch first. The box was opened, and inside was a snow-white spear, which was disassembled into two pieces and lay quietly in the long wooden box. Joju looked at Bai Shui, with a look of lure abduct. Cough, how can he be called a lure when someone Joe does something, but the Baijiang branch has never had a special investigator. He did this only in the hope that Bai Shui can stay here for a long time. If there is a special investigator, their Baijiang branch will not be so tight. This is beneficial to both parties. Try it, only you can use this weapon here. Thanks to bookfriends 1508182100387858 for the reward of 1,500 coins, Jinya Shilling, Su Luo Zifeng, Holding Moyu, Jiyun 666, Luoluolu for the reward of 100 coins, thank you for the reward of 1666 coins from Q Reading In, the reward of Ghost Wangwei and other children's shoes. Q Reading's computer terminal background can't see it, so. Bai Shui is also very curious, she has heard a little about the development of this new weapon. For a long time, the combat power of a special investigator like her, whose awakening ability is not useful, is actually a bit embarrassing, not up or down. Let's be strong, they can't deal with two strong evils, and the output is purely scraping. Let's put it weakly, they can get rid of evil spirits with their own strength, without the need for external objects, which can save a lot of expenses. But is the role of a special investigator like her just to save money? Can't. Scrapping is because the life energy is too loose, so I can't use it, and I can't find a way to guide it. Just like a person, if he wants to kill a tiger with his fists, he may be too tired and paralyzed to do it, or if the tiger does not fight back. But if this person has a sharp machete in his hand, it will be different, and he can easily break through the defense and no longer scrape. New weapons can play such a role in dealing with evil spirits. Joju explained it this way. He also followed the scriptures. He is not an awakened person and cannot play with this new weapon in depth. He is also very curious. Under the gaze of a pair of eyes, Bai Shui picked up the long gun, and the two parts of the gun body slammed and turned into one. She danced and danced vigorously. It is a good weapon. Of course, her previous long spear was also a superior weapon, but there was no difference between the life energy she shot out with the long spear and the life energy she shot out with her fist. Oh, and yes, the spear is longer. And now, when Bai Shui injected life energy into it, she immediately noticed the difference. The loose life energy was compressed by the conduction spiral and became solidified, just like before. She poured out a basin of water that was only insulting but not harmful. Now that she is equipped with a high-pressure water gun for car washing, her lethality is different. Good weapon. She felt that she was doing it again, and wanted to kill a Guaxia to add to the fun. Zhu Zhou also felt that he was stable. With the weapon, he was from the Baijiang branch. He coughed. In view of the severe situation now, we need to launch a large-scale cleanup plan for some of the marked evils, so as to avoid the occurrence of similar monsters like snake mothers. Such a situation. Of course, not dealing with it before is not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't have the ability. At present, the most urgent need to deal with is this one. Zhou Ju opened a map and pointed to the cemetery in the southern outskirts of the city. At the beginning, there was only one evil one in this place. Because it was stronger and less influential, it was not dealt with. But a few days ago, there were a few more ghosts in the southern suburb cemetery, maybe 3, maybe 4. We need to get rid of the weirdness in there and investigate why. To this end, Zhou Ju looked at Baishua, and Baishua said that there was no problem, and she was fighting fiercely now. Then tomorrow, except for the first team, third team, and fifth team, all members will be sent out, aiming at the southern suburb cemetery, the next day. Somewhere in Baijiang City, a strange figure with a figure like a balloon with a human head drifted away suddenly with a Baya-defying inertia. Zila's palm went blank. Fang Yu frowned as he looked at the not very strong evil. It's so flexible. This speed cannot be said to be very fast, but it is erratic and invisible, and the killing distance of the palm thunder is short, so he accidentally hit it in vain. This failure is 1/3 of the consumption. Fang Yu didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, as his current strength was far from being able to beat the evil spirits. He wields a novice wooden sword, and his proficient-level exquisite moves make his defense airtight. The wooden sword itself has the ability to hurt Yuxi. But it is far from enough to kill this evil spirit with this. If I can guide the life energy, maybe I can get rid of the evil spirit with a general attack. Now, the risk of directly using Palm Thunder is too great, and Fang Yu will have to consider running away again. He slashed a few times with his sword, and paused when he forced the head back again. His eyes glowed with blue light for a moment. Guayu, be sure. An invisible force descended, and the erratic human head fell at a treacherous speed. Taking this opportunity, Fang Yu bullied him without any martial arts ethics. Thunder in the palm, a frontal hit. The whole body of Guaxia with the head was sunken inward, and the jumping lightning arc crackled and destroyed, and the whole Guaxia exploded with a bang, turning into green smoke and dissipating. Only then leaned on his knees to pant. Some tired. This battle is really too dangerous, almost the savior will be here. Originally, Fang Yu's plan for today was to have 3 little ghosts, but after thinking about it, he decided to postpone it. It's too dangerous, that is, he has a small map to confirm that there is no evil nearby, otherwise he will probably rush to the street when encountering enemies in his current state. And there's something else going on today. Fang Yu quickly left the scene of the crime, returned to his home not long after, took out his mobile phone and checked the game records, not to mention brother Heidao. This girl in Jianyu is training her talent and is familiar with controlling evil. The two ends are strange, and the strange thing spiritual soul banner in Jianyu has also absorbed a lot of filthy breath, which can be used to replenish and restore the strangeness in time even in battle. From this point of view, her combat power is quite good. With this in mind, Fang Yu immediately set in Jianyu a task. Ding! Here we come, the mission of the organization is here. Hearing the mechanical sound in her mind, and Jian Youqiao's face was serious, expectant and nervous, she closed her eyes and saw the destination on the map navigation. Hey, this map is similar to the mobile phone navigation map she usually uses. Not only are the road names and neighborhoods marked on it, but even the ribbix she often goes to are marked. Organization. Our organization is full of life. She found the marked area, the bridge hole under the bridge around the river, this place. And Jian Yu planned the route and thought about the plan. Not long after, he carried a few belongings and drove out in a small pink car. At this time, in DC area, near the bridge around the river, Jiang Tingqiu did not participate in the action in the southern suburbs, but came to guard near the bridge. Not long ago, a strange evil that should not be underestimated was bred here, and his task was to get rid of it. However, judging from his experience, this evil one is not easy to deal with. He needs to make multiple arrangements to be safe enough. Jiang Tingqiu was making arrangements at this time, and he also had some expectations in his heart. This one is not weak anymore. Will the big brother in black make a move? He has searched around these days, and he can be sure that the big brother in black has made a move, and he is silently eliminating the evil. The whole Baijiang city is so treacherous. As long as he works diligently on the mission, the probability of meeting his eldest brother will not be low. This time he must rush forward and kowtow to worship the master as fast as he can. A person like Big Brother is a professional. Jiang Tingqiu shuddered suddenly, his expression froze. There's a ghost? A ghost passed by just now. This is his intuition, which has been sharpened by facing countless times of treachery, and he believes it very much. Some powder that he had already placed around the bridge hole also proved this point. Wisps of blue smoke came out. A lot of. Soon. No, it's not the ghost coming out from under the bridge, it's the ghost coming from outside. Wait, is it still two ends? The rising blue smoke clearly showed two paths. Jiang Tingqiu was shocked. Under the small broken bridge hole, there were actually three evil spirits gathered together? It's a super emergency. At this time, the large force of the Baijiang Investigation Bureau had already gone to the cemetery in the southern suburbs to deal with the evil. There were not many investigators left behind, and such an incident happened, and Jiang Tingqiu broke into a cold sweat. There is almost no traffic in this bridge hole, but there is a bridge around the river with a lot of traffic nearby. Something big is going to happen. Quick, contact Zhou Ju and them. Jiang Tingqiu yelled at the person beside him who was helping him, but the next moment his eyes widened. What the heck did he see? At the bridge opening, in a dark place full of rubbish and filth, a gray mist drifted indistinctly. It seemed that some figure was tearing there, and was pulled outside from the bridge opening. The special dust all over the ground exploded, wisps of green smoke rose straight out, outlining three very vague and transparent outlines. Guixie fighting? Jiang Tingqiu was stunned. At this time, on the riverside road tens of meters away from the bridge hole, and Jian Yu parked his car in a place with a parking space on the side of the road, walked to the river, and looked at the bridge hole in the distance. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bridge hole is just an ordinary stained corner, but in the eyes of Jian Yu, a gray mist filled the air. There was a figure like a walking corpse stumbling around on the road, and there was also a figure wandering in the bridge hole. Its clothes were ragged and its hair was scruffy, like a bum, if it didn't have 6 heads and a neck half a meter long. And Jian Yu has already released his elder brother Guixie and Xiaodao Guixie from the spiritual soul banner, and the two Guixie rushed towards the bridge hole. When they got close, and Jian Yu was surprised to find that the 6-headed evil spirit was still wandering in a daze, and it didn't suddenly become super scary and pounce on it. It's different from the treacherous evil she used to psychic go to the real world and then fight. Maybe she got hatred when she was psychic. There is no such thing as an evil head. He obviously has 6 heads, but he is still not very smart? And Jian Yu suddenly had an idea, manipulated the knife and approached sneakily, and slashed abruptly without showing martial ethics. With one knife, one head was cut off from the neck, but the first 6, well, the evil spirit with only 5 heads left was also aroused, the neck was stretched longer, and the mouth was grinning to the ear to the knife Guixie bites away. Super fast. One of the hands was bitten off by the small knife in the middle of the staggering. This gap in strength is a bit big. Fortunately, Xiaodao Guixie is not a Guixie, it has companions, and Jian Yu immediately controlled his brother Guixie to sneak attack with no respect for martial arts. A man with an over-the-shoulder throw and a strong sui xie, with a bang, immediately controlled the jixie. The control was not very tight, but the remaining knife of Xiaodao Guixie came up and stabbed a few times violently. White knives go in, black knives go out. Under the siege of 2 Guixie injustice, the 6-headed Guixie quickly became tattered, like a rag bag, and its movements became more and more sluggish, until it was completely torn apart by its brother Guixie. The fierceness of the battle made Jian Yu sweat, and she was extremely nervous. At this moment, she let out a long breath when she saw the target Guixie dissipate, but seeing the tattered brother Guixie and the knife weird, and Jian Yu still has lingering fears. Sure enough, the evil is super scary. I have to collect stronger evil spirits so as not to disappoint my mentor's expectations. She stopped for a while, and when the 2 ghosts came back, she put them into the ghost banner, and looked around with a guilty conscience, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, and Jian Yu left in a hurry. Time moves forward a little bit. At a place about tens of meters away from the river bank, Jiang Tingqiu stared wide-eyed at the place where green smoke was rising in the distance. When Wei Xie and Wei Xie collided with each other, the outlines of each other exploded, looming. Indeed, there are 3 gray shadows. He was right. These 3 gray shadows are entangled together, and their figures are very blurred. If you don't stare carefully, it is even difficult to detect. Jiang Tingqiu can't even tell what happened, but he can figure it out. These 3 Guaxia were fighting and fighting. Perhaps they had already blown up circles of smoke and dust at this time, but his eyes couldn't see it. Why can't he see it? Jiang Tingqiu was still staring at it. Not long after, one of the faint gray shadows faded away, while the other 2. Because there was no collision, it quickly faded away and disappeared from his vision. However, Jiang Tingqiu was sprinkled with special powder around the bridge hole before. At this moment, he saw that these 2 treacherous Tathagatas quickly left. The direction of departure is. Jiang Tingqiu looked suddenly, and on the bank of the river in the distance, a figure with a hood pulled up turned and left. It seemed to be a girl? Manipulating a treacherous girl? In fact, he has no evidence at all, it is purely intuition, but the sudden appearance and departure of these 2 evil spirits is completely contrary to the normal behavior logic of evil spirits. Pass. To deal with evil? Is there really such a magical method? If it's the organization of Big Brother in Black, it's not impossible, and it's in Baijiang City, and the purpose is also very clear, just rushing to this evil that has only recently been bred. Fast and accurate. People are so mysterious. I may have discovered it, the second combatant of that organization. It's just, completely different means of combat. What kind of organization is this? At this time, the cemetery area in the southern suburbs of Baijiang City, a large number of people from the investigation bureau have sealed off the place, and the investigators headed by Bai Shui have worked hard to get rid of the 4 evil spirits wandering in the cemetery. One of them is treacherous, and its horror is no less than that of the construction site. Even if the special investigator Bai Shui is holding a new weapon, the whole process of eliminating it is very dangerous. But the result was not bad. Only one investigator was injured, and he needed to recuperate for a while. Originally, this cemetery operation has come to an end, very complete, but Joju's face was very ugly, and his eyes were fixed on the place not far away, where a thin gray cloud was still floating in broad daylight. It's very light and thin, like a phantom, whether it's wind or other things, it can't affect this gray cloud. Joju even had someone find an old hen and throw it into the cloud of gray mist, but nothing happened. The old hen is also alive and well. His face was ugly. Can you destroy this gray cloud? He asked Bai Shui, and at this time he could only hope for Bai Shui's life energy. Bai Shui rested for a while, and when her life energy recovered, she went up with a gun. The gun shoots out like a cold glow. A bit of life energy bloomed from the tip of the spear and pierced into the gray cloud, but nothing happened. This cloud is like a texture, which exists but cannot be touched, let alone removed. What the hell is this? She asked. Joju's complexion was even uglier, and he almost wrote a terrible word. His throat squirmed and said, "The indestructible and intangible gray fog, this thing is probably, door of hell. Thank you for the reward of 500 coins from Denghua Zhuajiu, and the reward of 100 coins from Holding Moyu and Jinyu Shiling, door of hell?" The investigators only heard about this term yesterday, but it appeared today, right? Do you want to be so unlucky? Obviously, they were lucky enough to survive the Snake Mother incident before, so why did all the catastrophes happen to them in Baijiang City? Hateful. The faces of the investigators were equally ugly, but at this time Joju comforted himself, it's useless to panic, besides, we were at least luckier than the one in Borneo, and we discovered the abnormality before the gate of hell opened. There is time to prepare. This is no longer what our Baijiang branch can handle. I will immediately ask for help from the State Bureau and the General Bureau. Maybe there will be many masters coming to contain this disaster. The blockade of this place must be tighter, and even the people in the surrounding area must be evacuated, which is much larger than the previous blockade area. Hey, Joju feels all kinds of headaches when he thinks about it, but headaches have to be dealt with, isn't this their responsibility? Suddenly, the mobile phone in his pocket buzzed and vibrated. It was a special mobile phone for the bureau. Joe Bureau picked it up and listened. What? He yelled, his expression suddenly turned ugly. Do disasters come and go again? Is this to play Baijiang City to death? The surrounding investigators were also nervous, but soon they noticed that Joju's ugly and nervous face had calmed down, and turned into, a look of "you're fucking kidding me," so they hung up the phone with a snap up. Investigators are scratching their heads, but it doesn't look like anything really happened. Hope it's alright. After returning to the bureau, Wei Nian and other investigators saw Jiang Tingqiu, and only then did they understand what happened. Why, you don't believe me? I, Jiang Tingqiu, am a joker. Yes. Damn, you guys doubt me, the only first-level investigator. Super Big Sister has nothing to do with you. After Jiang Tingqiu made some guarantees, and his accompanying personnel testified, the other investigators believed it and let out a cry of surprise. Even Zhou Ju was attracted. Although there is no evidence for this, it is almost inseparable. I didn't catch up with that figure afterwards, but I have checked the surroundings 3 times, and there is no ghost. He is absolutely professional and conscientious in the investigation, not just guessing based on intuition. It is impossible for those two evils to appear and disappear out of thin air, and the pedestrians around them are not affected. There is only one truth that excludes all kinds of impossible truths. Weixie has a manipulator. A girl controls Weixie and eliminates other Weixie. Is it possible? What method can control the evil? This kind of method is like a cult, but their investigators are not taboo. If you want to awaken and be promoted to a special investigator, you must accumulate mystery and embrace the evil. With this premise, although the manipulation of the evil is terrifying, it is also not bad accepted. In the final analysis, manipulating treachery is only a method, and it is fundamentally up to the person who uses this method. What the investigators couldn't figure out was that such a terrifying thing as Guixia could still be manipulated? They can't even touch it, but someone can manipulate it. This gap. Although there is a small probability that this person is a civil awakened person, it is more likely to be from inner organization. There are 2 reasons, the same mystery and the same mystery, and it can also detect and get rid of the newly spawned evils in a very timely manner. In Baijiang City, it can be done so quickly. Apart from our investigation bureau, there is only that organization. Jiang Tingqiu was also surprised. The black-clothed elder brother who slashes the evil has amazing sword skills, and the mysterious girl who manipulates the evil is even more mysterious, but the mysteriousness of the two is not in the same direction, it can be said to be completely different. Previously, the Investigation Bureau's analysis of the Master in Black believed that he had a teacher's inheritance and possessed some kind of martial arts and sword energy that they could not understand. But now how does the second person explain it? From a warrior to a summoner, this crossover is too big. Zhou Ju was also in deep thought. 2 completely different combat systems, so will there be a third or fourth? Who taught them, or what kind of person is able to lead such a mysterious and powerful organization, so that this great master with mysterious abilities is also convinced? The investigators were very curious. It seemed as if he saw a figure, extremely tall, and the evil spirit disappeared with a wave of his hand. Wow! Pour boiling water into the soup basin to melt the seasoning spread on the noodle cakes. Immediately, the aroma hits your nostrils. Fang Yu put another ham sausage in it, smelling it, his mouth is already drooling. The fragrance is very fragrant. It's just that when he thinks of him as a savior. Well, even if he is not a savior yet, he is still the mentor of the Xinhua organization and one of Baijiang's mysterious exorcists. The strength is strong, the credit is higher. But I can only eat instant noodles by myself, and I eat noodles in bags after all, bags are much cheaper than buckets. Today I added a piece of ham to reward myself, which is not available on weekdays. Thinking of this, Fang Yu's heart is filled. The instant noodles are obviously very fragrant, but they don't taste very delicious. But I can look forward to the future, and the 3 members of the organization will make rapid progress. Needless to say, Brother Heido has always been a gold medalist, and his strength is steadily improving. Today, the number 2 hitman, and Jian Yu, and his boss also came to work in person. At the end of the day, he was a bit busy today, and only got rid of 2 little ghosts, but in Jian Yu also killed 2, Brother Heido had a big one, and he gained a lot. It won't be long before the 4th Destiny 10 consecutive draw will be made. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed quietly. Fang Yu still maintains the rhythm. Most of the time, he stays at home to exercise, brushes up the game of saving the world, arranges tasks for Brother Heidao and in Jian Yu, and occasionally arranges some daily training for the girl in Jian Yu. Then go out for a stroll, catch a few little evil spirits and get rid of them. After 2 days, he improved a lot. Savior of Destiny Physique, 2.5 2.7 Spirit, 1.6 Mystery, 1.08 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 36.9%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 10.1%, Palm Lightning, Proficiency, 47.4%, Deceitful Control, Entry-Level Temporary, Blade Slash, Unintroduced, 7.2%, Deceitful Royal, Uninitiated, 6.1%, the proficiency of various skills has improved. Among them, Fang Yu has used diligence and hard work several times in the basic swordsmanship and palm thunder. The 0.2 unit of physical improvement is also the improvement brought about by training the basic swordsmanship. Generally speaking, the increase in combat power is not particularly great, but his combat experience has enriched a lot. Fang Yu thought to himself that he would be more handy in dealing with evil spirits now. The most important is, wake up! After these days of unremitting efforts, my mysterious value has finally accumulated to 1 unit, and I can perform the ritual of guiding awakening. Only by awakening can you be qualified to deal with truly powerful evils, and you can have the power to protect yourself in this sinking world. Now, my turn, wake up. This world is becoming more and more unsafe. In the area of Nanchang district alone, 3 little evil spirits have appeared in the past 2 days. The frequency of occurrence is higher than before, much higher. The same is true on the internet. He is now an expert, and he can tell the truth of many rumors. The conclusion he draws is that there are more and more incidents. He went back in time. He didn't know when the strangeness first appeared, but there were very, very few such abnormal events before, and most of them were entertainment news selling gimmicks. It really started to increase, and it started to rise gradually a few months ago, but it has risen sharply in the recent period. He doesn't know what the world will become like, he only knows that Weixie is always dangerous, and he can beat those little Weixie again and again, but it's just for the convenience of the task. He knew the existence of Guixie early on, and he also used Guixie to track it to see clearly, so he went up and opened up directly, gaining a first-hand advantage. If it is an encounter, the danger is very different. Only after awakening can one truly have the ability to fight against the little evil spirits and face the great evil spirits directly. Bring it on! Sitting in the living room, Fang Yu solidified the living room of the training room to make him more focused, without distractions, just staring at the phone in front of him. Choose guidance and awakening, the goal is yourself. Reminder, this guided awakening needs to consume Fate.X1, Sly Crystal X3, the probability of awakening is 82%, and the second guided awakening that fails will consume more resources. Reminder, do you want to start guiding awakening? Fang Yu? Although it is no longer a matter of 1 fate point and 3 ghost crystals, although there are many, but he remembered that when he guided Brother Heidao to awaken, the probability of awakening was 90%. Why did it drop to 82% when it came to me? Are you looking down on this savior? Flip the table. Haha, calm down. If it's not as good as it is, then it's not as good as it is. He has to get used to it. The probability of 82% is not low. Besides, it's not a big problem if he fails. The most important thing is to maintain a stable and peaceful mind. Fang Yu adjusted his emotions, and when he felt almost stable, he pressed the phone screen and put the phone aside. Booting started. He sat casually, his mind gradually sank, and the passage of time became no longer important. Suddenly, at a certain moment, some invisible and intangible factor boiled in his body. Mystery boils. The whole person fell into the abyss. There is darkness on all sides, the wind is roaring, the giant beast is roaring, and the terrifying and strange power is rushing in like a tide, constantly impacting the heart defense. There seemed to be a voice echoing inside. Sink is the strongest, embrace the evil and completely integrate with the mystery. Power will be at your fingertips, wealth and power will be at your fingertips. Countless ugly, twisted, and ferocious shadows were grabbing him, about to fall into the dark abyss. The next point, the strength will be stronger. There is nothing wrong with that, complete sinking is the real strongest. But, evil? What is the use of such a powerful power for such an ugly thing? I choose handsome. Handsome is a lifetime. The temptation is great, but the direction is wrong. If you use astringency to lure yourself, Fang Yu guesses it will be very difficult to break free, but strength? At least it is pointless to give up all the power gained. Mystery is boiling. The shadow is tearing. Fang Yu's face was twisted and his fists clenched tightly, but a real man is not afraid of such a little pain. Just treat it as a puncture with a knife without anesthesia or something. The problem is not big, and it has to be resisted. I don't know how long it took, but when he gradually got used to it, the surrounding darkness disappeared. Go fast. It was as if the whole person jumped out of the water, and the pressure on the whole body was gone. From then on, the sky was high and the birds were flying, and the sea was wide and the fish were jumping. Invisible power burst out from Fang Yu's body, stirring up gusts of wind. He stood up, already covered in sweat, but his body was filled with surging power, extraordinarily powerful power, power that I was afraid of. With a little force on his legs and a leap, his hands touched the ceiling, and his random punches and kicks made the sound of howling wind. Fang Yu even held back his strength, fearing that he would accidentally kick a hole in the wall. There is also an indescribable force in the body that can be guided by oneself. Life energy. Is this life energy? Fang Yu picked up the novice wooden sword, which has been almost a decoration in his hands. The wooden sword itself has lethality, but it is far away from killing evil spirits. It is pure scraping. And his ultimate move, Palm Thunder, doesn't use a sword, so it's no match for him. He has to disguise himself with a sword when he goes out, which is very troublesome. But it's not that the novice wooden sword is weak. This kind of white-grade weapon is actually distributed to those who have awakened. If they haven't awakened, it's like a person holding a gun but has no bullets. He can only hit people with the butt of the gun. How much damage can this do? Now it is different. Life energy is the bullet of the sword. In the past, my basic swordsmanship could only scrape the skin, but now, it is estimated that only the basic swordsmanship can have a good lethality. In the face of evil, I can no longer just use the palm of my hand. The means have become richer, and the consumption will definitely be reduced. To be specific, we still need to find a little Guaxia to try the sword. Fang Yu picked up the phone and brought up his panel. The Savior of Destiny, Awakening, Physical, 2.7 plus 2.9 Spirit, 1.6 plus 1.6 Mystery, 0 Life Energy, 4.4, 5.6 times 0.5 plus 3.2 times 0.5, Skill, Slightly Equipment, Novice Wooden Sword Ability, Faith of Burning Fire. Fang Yu's eyes straightened, he pinched his fingers and calculated, well, his physical strength is not as good as that of Heidao, but the combination of physical fitness and spirit is 0.2 points more than Heidao's brother. As expected of me. As expected of the legendary awakening, the two-dimensional doubled, with life energy, can truly display the equipment ability, and also obtain the awakening ability. This wave is strong. It is this awakening ability that makes people a little confused, the belief of burning fire, what and what, just looking at the name, I can't guess what kind of ability it is. I hope he can be a little stronger and worthy of his name as the Savior. He called up the detailed instructions. Fire Faith Explanation. When there is a strong belief around you, you can gather the power of this belief as a firewood to fuel a fire, and use it to increase a certain ability, body, skill, talent. The more and purer the power of belief, the more consistent the direction of the belief, the stronger the flame and the stronger the increase. Remarks. Awakening ability can be improved through exercise, continued awakening, etc. Evaluation. When people's beliefs are strong enough, the Savior will cast his gaze on him, and use people's beliefs as fuel to ignite the fire of hope. This is the fire. Ask for a monthly pass _ioto angle _. Thanks to Cancel for the 600 tipping, Denghua Zhuojiu for the 500 tipping, Don't Tell Others to Be Quiet, Holding Moyu, Book Friends 202009212154585570, Yilinkong, Jinyushiling's 100 rewards. The Faith of Burning Fire. Feng Yu murmured, this ability is very special, completely different from Brother Heidao's cold killing intent. It doesn't have any ability itself, it can only increase. But the increase. From 1 to 2 is an increase, and from 1 to 100 is also an increase. What is the limit of the belief of burning fire? Feng Yu closed his eyes. The ability to awaken is like an instinct. You may not understand the principle of it, but you will use it naturally. The awakening ability of the Faith of Burning Fire is divided into 4 steps: feeling, gathering, burning, and increasing. He can vaguely perceive some emotions, desires, and beliefs around him. But it is very vague, and only when a certain belief is very strong can he perceive it, gather it, and burn it. As for now, too weak, this one won't work either. According to the description of the ability and the conclusions he reached through his own exploration, the upper limit of this ability should be quite high, and it is a very strong and special awakening ability. But the conditions of use are also extremely harsh. It needs to be used in the right environment and at the right time. If you want to use this ability in normal times. Feng Yu closes his eyes, trying to let himself have a belief in becoming stronger. His beliefs can also serve as firewood. He is a powerful individual, and the beliefs he can provide are far beyond ordinary people. After a while, Feng Yu caught the scattered beliefs in himself, gathered the strands of beliefs, and turned them into firewood for burning. Hula! There is an invisible power of burning belief, which can be integrated into the body, which can improve one's physique and spirit in a short period of time. It can be integrated into the basic swordsmanship, which may increase the lethality of the swordsmanship, and can be integrated into the Palm Thunder. Zila a mass of thunder light bloomed, and the azure arc of lightning danced in the palm of his hand. After awakening, Fang Yu himself was able to control the thunder in his palm much more easily. In the past, it was a child who used a big sword, and no matter how deep the sword was, it seemed difficult. Now it is different. He's squeezing, the shape of Lei Guang is constantly changing in his palm. In the moment of thought, the power of burning belief is integrated. As if adding new firewood to the pyre, the flames rose sharply, the lightning that danced in front of him became brighter and brighter, and the whole group of lightning grew stronger. About 1.5 times, the power of burning belief has increased the power of this blow by 50%. It seems that there are not many, and the process is cumbersome, but after all, this is only his belief, and it is not strong enough without enough atmosphere. Fang Yu's belief will not be strong. He pondered, but this process is very cumbersome indeed, and it will take longer to gather more beliefs. The prelude to abilities is long, and it is not useful in fierce 1vs1 battles. This ability is not used in one-on-one time. It's not suitable for casual use, but it should be used in the boosting move, which plays a decisive role. For example, at the right time, when someone is carrying someone in front to attract the attention of the enemy, silently rubbing the big move by yourself, this is the correct way to use it. Fang Yu simulated several scenarios, and felt that, well, this awakening ability is really suitable for him. It fits well with my old dog, who is stable in long-distance support. If we can gather the faith and strength of dozens of people and hundreds of people to burn it as fuel, how high will the increase be? Fang Yu was looking forward to it, but unfortunately he couldn't try it. What he has tried so far is only the limit range of heart feeling and gathering belief, about 500 meters, and it is the easiest within 100 meters. If it goes further outside, the consumption of life energy will gradually increase. He slowly tried, analyzed, and verified one by one. He did hundreds of push-ups, squats, and danced basic sword skills. After more than an hour of training, Fang Yu had a general understanding of his current physique, and he was able to control the soaring strength after awakening. Otherwise, it might not be breaking the chopsticks, but pulling out the doorknob as well. Trouble with too much power. And this perfect figure and muscles, Fang Yu looked in the mirror very satisfied, and tried other things in a blink of an eye. The changes brought about by the awakening are very, very many. You must have a clear understanding of yourself, so that you can't deal with evil. Will travel pool. This is very important. The biggest change is the thunder palm skill. He had tried it a little earlier, and now he is trying it in depth. In the palm of his hand, piercing thunderbolts continued to emerge, constantly changing their shapes. In the past, my physical strength could only support 3 shots of palm thunder, which is very dangerous when dealing with evil spirits, but now, the same medium output can support me for a long time, 15 times. One is to double the body and spirit, and the other is to use life energy more economically, without intermediate transformation and consumption. Not only that, with the same output, my palm mine is more durable and more lethal. If it is maintained at the strength that can kill the knocker boy in one blow, the output can be reduced a little bit, and it can support 20 rounds. If it is a complete outbreak, the upper limit, the azure blue thunderlight converged and continued to extend forward along the closed index and middle fingers. It was 1 foot long before, but now it has extended to 2 feet, 2.5 feet. With one blow, it might blow a hole in the wall. Fang Yu hurriedly pressed down on this idea, not daring to try, not trying. But it's okay to be strong. If you have a chance, find a little guaxia to try, if you have any regrets. It's just that the thunder and lightning can't be released outside. It's not enough for palm thunder. I also lack a long-range ultimate move now. Fang Yu tried to knead the Lei Guang into a ball and throw it out, but it didn't seem to work. At home he couldn't make sure. More than an hour later, Fang Yu appeared in a remote mountain forest far away from home, holding a ball of lightning in his hand. Ball lightning, go! The blue thunderball flew out sharply, but it dissipated completely after flying about 10 meters away. Furthermore, from the moment it was released, the power of the spherical lightning has been dissipating. The 3-4 meter 67 meter thunderball is still there, but its lethality has been much weaker. Doesn't work. His control over this ball of lightning is still too poor, beyond his own limit, and he doesn't know if he can improve his palm lightning proficiency to the next level. Fang Yu opened the phone and glanced at his panel, sighed, and immediately spread the cloth strips wrapped around the novice wooden sword, and raised the sword forward. In the remote mountain forest, the filthy wind blows, and there are mottled paw prints on the ground. A monster the size of a calf is just ahead. Appeared, wild cunning. At this time, the evil spirit was floating, passing by a bird that had fallen to the ground. Fanyu couldn't see the strange appearance, but he saw that the bird seemed to be bitten by something. Its body was dripping with blood and flesh. It struggled for a while and then remained motionless, and the whole body was rotten, visible to the naked eye, as if it had already dead for a long time. His eyes widened. It was indeed the first time I saw such a scene, and before I had time to think about it, Wei Xia looked at him, rushing towards him like a gust of wind. Basic swordsmanship, starting moves. A paragraph. Second paragraph. 3 sections. Bash. The shadow of the sword is like the wind, passing by many phantoms, driven by the novice wooden sword. The life energy is incomparably silky, and the whole wooden sword is glowing with a faint white light. One stroke can make a sinister roar, bringing up wisps of gray mist like seaweed silk. After a few moves followed by a heavy slash, the life energy transmitted to Mu Jianjian exploded completely, and with a bang, a sinister and sharp roar sounded in his ears, and then it exploded completely. Fanyu played as sword flower, and the sword body was raised in turn twice. Sheath. It's just that the novice wooden sword doesn't have a scabbard, and it doesn't come with a gift. Fanyu can only pick up the cloth strips on the ground and wrap the wooden sword round and round. Before that, I experienced the silky feeling of life energy pouring in and out of the wooden sword. Really silky smooth. It is silkier than guiding the life energy to flow in the body. It is very moist, and it makes the life energy become extremely solid and sharp. The life energy guided and burst out by itself can probably only hurt some little ghosts, but with the novice wooden sword, facing this ghost, which is stronger than the door knocker, can only be done with a few swords. It is easier to kill the evil spirits, it is safer, and the consumption is less than that of a palm thunder. Epic level enhancement of basic swordsmanship. Is this the strength of the novice wooden sword? I used to underestimate it. Fanyu looked at his panel. Awakening. Mastery level swordsmanship, proficient level palm thunder, as well as deceitful control and belief in burning fire. I, the fire tutor, am invincible. Grass. Just when Fanyu returned home and took out the salvation game for a daily scan, he found that there were a few more red marks on the detection map. This is not a big problem at first. He will gradually clean up the evil spirits according to their danger from high to low. Most of the evil spirits have their own behavioral logic and will not run around. It's relatively small. All of them will be turned into his experience packs and strength-enhancing resources. But at this time, Fanyu's eyes fell on the cemetery in the south and southern suburbs. He had an impression of this place, and it was one of the 4 areas he focused on before. Because this place has been blocked by the Investigation Bureau, there is no harm, so he cleared the evil spirits in this area to the back row, and gave priority to Brother Heidao to eliminate the 2-star evil spirits that were more likely to wander. Before they had time to start, the task in this area disappeared. This is not the first time Fanyu has seen this situation. He can probably guess that, the Bureau of Investigation, there are some evils that are cleared up by investigators. Although these investigators are weaker, they are quite fast. He was a little surprised to be eliminated. The evil in the cemetery is not weak. From the standpoint of human beings, Fanyu still hopes that the Investigation Bureau can be relatively strong, and a little experience is not a hindrance. Only at this time, the mission logo that had disappeared in the southern suburbs cemetery resurfaced again. And this time it's brighter red. Urgent mission, the Gate of Paradise status, unstable. The countdown is estimated to start at 47 hours 46 minutes and 59 seconds. This was a mission form he had never seen before, but judging from the red and urgent prefixes, the situation would not be small, and it was much more serious than the Snake Mother incident. And the vague description and prediction above. The gate of the delusion world? Will there be a lot of delusion and evil gushing out from it? The ratings of the gushing evil spirits are unknown, and it is impossible for them to be all weak and small evil spirits. Even if they are of the level of the door-knocking boy, the number of them is terrifying. Tricky. Fanyu knocked on the table, his thoughts were racing. This task did not specify the extent of the disaster of the Gate of Paradise, nor did it explain how long the entire portal would last when it was opened. It can only be sure that it does not exist permanently, but even if it is temporary, there are a lot of evils coming out. He simulates the situation. I can now beat ordinary 1-star sinister, but only in 1-on-1 situations. If it's 1-on-2, 1-on-3, the degree of danger is greatly increased. Thinking of the bird that was bitten by Yuxi today and rotted in an instant, Fanyu probably knew that Guaxia's lethality was definitely not weak. Don't you see that Brother Heidao has never taken Guaxia's attack forcibly? Can only dodge. There is also the consumption of life energy. Even if it is all the weakest ghosts, a large number can exhaust Brother Heidao to death, unless it is. He remembered that during the mission of the Snake Mother, the Bureau of Investigation had used Buddhist beads and talismans to eliminate many weak and evil spirits. On weekdays, some evil spirits have also been eliminated. A bold idea suddenly emerged. Does the Investigation Bureau know that there will be a gate to the paranormal world coming? How can I get in touch with the Bureau of Investigation without revealing my identity? Fang Yu was lost in thought. At this time, the atmosphere in the Baijiang Investigation Bureau was tense. There were many unfamiliar faces among the people coming and going. All of them were investigators from the Baiyun State Bureau. Director, the third batch of equipment has arrived in the state, and there is also a batch of newly developed equipment and weapons sent from the General Administration. Director, the people in the southern suburbs have organized their evacuation in batches. Director, there are no new evils appearing in the cemetery, but the gray cloud at the gate of hell has grown bigger. Director, Joju tugged at his hair, and tore off a few strands of hair, black with white, and seemed to be getting more and more bald. He asked, how many special investigators from the state can come here? Master Arima and Fort are currently confirmed. They are almost here, and there are a few more on their way. Joju nodded slightly. He has heard of both of these two names, and their awakening ability is relatively strong, and they are much better at dealing with evil spirits than Bai Shui, who is also a special class. Especially Master Ma, who has a strong awakening ability and is also strong himself. In this way, there are 3 special investigators, and they are all equipped with new weapons developed by the General Administration, as well as a large number of Buddha beads and consecrated talismans blessed with Dharma, as well as secret weapons just sent by the General Administration. It can be said to be quite luxurious. If it weren't for this disaster, how could he, a branch chief, handle so many things? Only. Is this enough? This is not enough. Not enough. Even if they are already prepared, it is still not enough for the evil to block the gates of hell. Joju couldn't feel at ease without doing more preparations, but it's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. He is also very aware of the pressure in other places, and he can't wait to separate the special investigators for 2 purposes. There are too few special investigators. As far as he knew, there were very few investigators who were lucky enough to trigger their awakening, and the awakening process was extremely dangerous, and those who survived and gained abilities in the end were even rarer. It's like buying a lottery ticket. If only I could find a way to wake up. He heard that the General Administration is researching, when there will be a breakthrough, the manpower will not be so tight. Joju looked at several other people in the disaster response team. The situation is unknown now, and the extent of the disaster is unknown. Just in case, we must be prepared to evacuate the people of Baijiang City, and if necessary, sound the alarm and move all the staff. This is the worst possible outcome. He hoped that the source of the disaster could be contained. Joju continued to think of a way. Because of this disaster, the General Administration has supported some new weapons, and now there are people who have weapons but are not using them. Lack of people. People who lack awakening. Old Zhou, you still have to rely on me at critical moments. I am the most reliable person in our Baijiang branch. Jiang Tingqiu came out and met Joju's angry eyes and said, have you forgotten that mysterious organization? It's not shameful to find them to cooperate for Baijiang City. Tell me, where can I find it? So Lao Zhou, remember to give me a big credit. Joju looked in surprise, and heard Jiang Tingqiu say, I found it, that girl. Which girl is coming the week is still a little bit of a turnaround, there are too many things these days, what kind of riddle is there, do you want to take credit for it? Ahem. Jiang Tingqiu straightened his collar, pretending to be more human, and he said, Old Zhou. Joju, you forgot that 2 days ago, I met a man who could control the Imperial Envoy by the riverbank. It's true, isn't it all based on your so-called intuition? How can am I such an unreliable person? No matter what I say, I am also a hero who has shed blood and tears for the Investigation Bureau. He is also the only first-level investigator of the Baijiang branch, and he is now. Leaving aside the words of the super big sister, Jiang Tingqiu said carefully. He has been tracking for the past 2 days, using the figure that he had glimpsed that day to track, and called a lot of surveillance videos, and soon found the girl in the car she was driving. Someone has a car and a license plate, so it is easy to confirm the identity. The name is in Jianyu, and she is the second daughter of An's group. Wait, the An's group you're talking about is, Joju frowned. That's right, it's the An's group you're thinking of. The very rich one is the leading large group in the entire Baiyun state, and ranks at the forefront in the entire East Huan kingdom. And the second daughter at the helm of such a large group will take great risks to get rid of the evil and awaken? Zhou didn't believe it. Jiang Tingqiu said, I didn't believe it at first, and I didn't have any evidence, but later I checked the whereabouts of the second mission, and found that there were several places in it that matched the clues we found before. And Jian Yu has been to those areas, and there are traces of being eliminated. You can't go wrong. Although there is still no conclusive evidence, Jiang Tingqiu thinks these points are enough, and they are acting in an extraordinary time, not to mention that they are not going to do anything, just drink tea and find foreign aid. Anyway, you won't lose money, so you have to try it. Zhou stroked his chin, what you said makes sense. However, there is one strange thing. And Jinyo's previous behavior track was very normal. Why did it become different and so obvious these 2 days alone? Assuming that Jinyu was a member of that organization, she would have done a very secretive job of cleaning up the evils before, just like the black-clothed swordsman who came and went without a trace, but these 2 days were full of flaws. As if it was on purpose. Old Zhou, you mean? Jiang Tingqiu was stunned for a moment, thinking something weird in an instant. That's right, the members of this organization, Big Brother in Black, are mysterious, and supernatural. Why did he find it so easily this time without much effort? He was too excited before and ignored this point. She deliberately showed her flaws and revealed her identity? What is the purpose of doing this? Do you want to meet with our investigation bureau? He was blinded. But in short, it will be clear if you try it out, old Zhou. No, Zhou he. Let me do this task, and I will definitely be able to attract foreign aid. The weekly game is over. Jiang Tingqiu is unreliable in other things besides the investigation, so he can't worry about it. But it is not realistic to prevent him from going. Zhou thought about it and arranged for a female investigator to go. Jiang Tingqiu, this kid, should be an escort. At this time, in typing community, Fang Yu opened the Game of Salvation and called up Jinyo's panel. It has been 2 or 3 days since this girl started working as a worker. She has been diligent, and handles more treacherous tasks than Fang Yu every day. Already on the throne of the first dozen workers on the salary, if there is no 2-star evil to deal with, Brother Heidao's daily income is not as good as that of Jinyu. Even if Brother Heidao gets rid of evil once, he will be able to do it again. He was dispatched to the second place. But Brother Heidao is also a human being, he needs to rest, he still walks on 2 legs, and he has to be careful about his whereabouts. Who told Brother Heidao to dress up strangely? Clearing 2 tasks within the delivery time is the limit. And Jinyu is different, this girl is a driver, and consumes less energy when dealing with evil spirits. There are as few as 3 or 4, and as many as 5 or 6 in a day, which has made a great contribution to the safety of Baijiang City. But also today, shortly after Fang Yu's awakening, and Jinyu met the awakening conditions, and the accumulation of mysterious factors exceeded 1 unit. The reason why the mystery accumulated slower than him, Fang Yu suspected that Jinyu's fighting style was different from his. He fights hand to hand, and kills him instantly with a palm thunder. When Jinyu deals with Weixie, he often stays far away and knows his way of life. It wasn't her own hands, it was indirect. Possibly distance, using other indirect means to get rid of evil spirits, will affect the acquisition of mysterious value. Without sample comparisons, he wasn't too sure. Write it down in a notebook and study it later. His eyes fell on Jinyo's panel, the disaster is coming, and Jinyo's awakening will also have an extra general, which is a good thing. Just right, and Jinyu is very dedicated to eliminating evil these days, and her performance is good. Let's use this guidance and awakening as a reward for her. Treasure, you have to work harder after awakening, and don't disappoint my boss, the expectations of my mentor. Good on you. Awakening? What is awakening? And Jinyu is just a freshman who has only practiced for a few days. She has just joined the job, but because of her good performance, she was rewarded by her boss and quickly promoted. She felt that it was too fast, she couldn't bear it, and a lot of it was paid in advance, as if she hadn't paid off her debts yet. She was paid for it again, the pressure was huge. But the mentor told her, the cloud has come back, and the fire has faded. As a person chosen by fate, you need to take on more responsibilities. That's right, if it weren't for the declining salary, how could an ordinary person like myself deserve to be taught by a mentor? A person as powerful as a mentor, who silently fights against evil spirits and protects the world secretly, spends precious time paying attention to himself and cultivating himself. How can he be complacent because he has only eliminated some small evil spirits? And Jinyu, you are too floating. Obviously, your ability today is all thanks to your mentor. She wiped cold water on her face, raised her head and said, "Teacher, I understand, and I'm ready. No matter how painful the awakening process is, I will grit my teeth and persevere. For the torch of human inheritance, in order to live up to the mentor's training, she will definitely persevere. Surely it can, right? Probably possible." And Genyo's awakening success rate is a little lower than his, only 78%, which is indeed low. Fangyu's flickering is also for this girl to have stronger belief and will. He summed up his awakening process. Belief 1. Will is the main factor to control oneself and not fall into the abyss. But other than that, what is the mystery of awakening, why it can guide qualified apostles to awaken, and why it can protect the apostles during the entire awakening process and ensure the safety of this process? He hopes to see through the mysteries of awakening and find out some beneficial methods for awakening. Instead, it is limited to the heavy method of guiding and awakening. The third update. Seeking reading, asking for recommendations, asking for monthly tickets, all kinds of requests, new book seedlings need support, please thank you for the 10,000 coin reward of whatever tea is good. A reward of 1,500 coins for cooking wine and bright moon, a reward of 500 coins for lantern flowers and wine, and a reward of 100 coins for holding Moyu. Fangyu has used guide awakening twice. When guiding Brother Heidao, he still didn't understand anything. The function of changing the viewing angle at any time. There is no record of Brother Heidao's awakening. And his own. Fangyu held a notebook in his hand, which recorded in great detail some of his own realizations during the awakening process. I hope to sum up more experience in awakening to explore a more feasible path of awakening. It's not that one dislikes guidance and awakening. This method can be said to be the safest and most reliable. The problem is that it seems that guidance and awakening can only be provided to the apostles chosen by fate. Destiny apostles can only rely on drafting, there are too few personnel, and if Shinhwa wants to develop and grow, it is impossible to rely on these few destiny apostles. Apostles are the core, but not all. If we can recruit some peripheral personnel and cultivate more awakened people, the power of the organization will grow stronger and it will be able to deal with more evils. Even if the non-destiny apostles get rid of the evil, the task module will not get benefits, but the apostles can still lead the team. With the apostles as the core, teams are formed. More people can also prevent some disasters from happening in time. Like this time's Gate of Paradise incident, if possible, Fangyu still hopes to carry out a just siege and simply push it over. However, recruiting peripheral personnel is a matter of the future. He has not yet figured out the specific salary framework, and the current organization does not have the conditions to train non-core personnel. Talk about it later. Now I just have some immature ideas, and I have to make some preparations in advance. I hope that Ingenio's awakening process can provide some thinking experience. Well, I can find a reason later, let Ingenio write an awakening experience, and ask Brother Heidao to write one too. But can Brother Heidao know how to write? In addition to the awakening process, the beginning of the awakening, the step leading to the mysterious boiling is also very important, and this needs to be observed by myself. At this time, Ingenio had already returned to the bedroom and finished preparations. Fangyu was observing the girl's boudoir. Observing the girl's state at this time, he saw Ingenio moving the big bear puppet, which was 1 person tall, to him, holding it tightly with both hands, and biting a towel in his mouth. Are you too nervous? Or did you scare the girl yourself? But the preparation is indeed quite sufficient, so let's start. Guide. He clicked the button, his eyes fixed on him, and he saw Ingenio's face contorted, his mouth trembling while biting the towel, as if he wanted to scream like a groundhog but didn't dare. Can only make a low moan after another? Fangyu didn't notice it, only and saw the shivering scene. He silently took a screenshot. Maybe this is the black history of other people's family. Ingenio was trembling, but the specific situation was not the same as him. From trembling to lying down, and then rolling several times on the bed, the whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Until a certain moment, the sweaty girl seemed to be the drowning man finally got out of the water, gasping for breath. After holding it in for a long time, I was finally able to take a big breath, and let out the scream of the groundhog that I had been suppressing before, not daring to scream. Fangyu. Ingenio might also come back to his senses, thinking that he is not alone at this time, maybe the mentor is still there. Her cheeks flushed as if smoking, she covered her face with her hand and opened it slightly. How embarrassing. Will the society die? You. And Jian Yu was embarrassed, and couldn't help but use force to grab the puppet bear's hands, tearing one hand of this puppet of the National People's Congress was directly torn off, revealing the white stuffed cotton inside. And Jian Yu, what if this is even more embarrassing? And her big bear puppet, which she used to hug when she slept, is gone now, woo woo woo. And Jian Yu drooped her head in great sadness, but she quickly discovered the difference in her body. She seems to have become a strong girl, her ears can hear the subtle sounds from outside, her eyes can see farther, and there are many, many magical changes. She tried one by one, and suddenly she lowered her head as if thinking of something, her pretty face collapsed, is awakening useless? Although the process was painful and she didn't want to think about it again, and Jian Yu quickly threw away the experience just now. Ah yes, the instructor asked her to write a review of her awakening experience, and it was very important to recall the awakening process carefully. And Jian Yu or too. While exercising her familiar body, she recalled it with tears until she wrote an 800-word awakening experience. Why do you need 800 words for your experience? But the instructor must have a reason for his request. And Jian Yu continued to cry. Fang Yu was also looking at Jian Yu's panel. And Jian Yu physical, 1.5 plus 1.3 spirit, 2.0 plus 3.0 life energy, 4.12 mystery, 0 skill, stealth, entry, 48.8%, equipment, ghost banner talent, eye of phantom ability, tranquility amplification traveling amplification explanation. You can convert your own life energy into amplified power and transmit it to a certain party to increase the target energy level. There is loss in this process. The closer the connection with yourself, the less the transmission loss and the longer the increase will last. A secondary ability. From the looks of it, the increase rate is far inferior to his fire faith, it's not very strong, but it's quite suitable for Jian Yu. Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction, and Jian Yu tried his awakening ability without him saying a word. She released Xiao Hei number 1 brother Gue Guexie. Under Jian Yu's field of vision, Fang Yu could clearly see the appearance of this wicked, more than 2 meters tall and full of muscles, which is already a pretty good-looking one among wicked. Look at it, it can be concluded that Jian Yu took a lot of effort to choose, and tried hard to choose one that was not so ugly. Picking up litter in the cesspit. At this time, with the use of Jian Yu's ability, the combination of awakening ability and skills, life energy is transformed into an indescribable energy transmitted through the air. In an instant, the muscles of the already majestic brother Guexie swelled again, and the whole body of Guexie climbed higher and higher. It was about to turn into a little giant, and it directly pushed up to the ceiling. Click, there was a big hole in the ceiling, debris flew everywhere, and Jian Yu was stunned. My home, at the same time, outside Jian Yu's villa, a black SUV stopped, and Jiang Tingxiu, Bai Shui and others got out of it. Suddenly, Bai Shui paused, took off the sunglasses on her face and looked at the villa in front of her. She could faintly see the black mist seeping out, her hands trembled involuntarily. There are great horrors in this villa. Thanks for the reward of 10,000 coins from the King of Stations, the reward of 5,000 coins from Angel Am, the reward of 1,500 coins from La Tiazun, the reward of 500 coins from the skeleton hanging on the tree, 338 of Shi Leji's swordsman tower, 333 of Jun Moyan, Jinyu Shilling, Teibai Erosion Subaru 100 coins reward. Bai Shui's awakening ability is relatively ineffective in actual combat, but Jiang Tingxiu and other investigators are clear about the fact that she can see ghostly and vague figures without the help of props on weekdays. Great terror? It's that kind of big horror, but it only appeared for a while and then disappeared, together with the ghostly trace. Bai Shui was puzzled. Jiang Tingxiu was stunned. I understand, that Nissen already knew about our arrival, this is an understatement. Under Ma Wei? After all, we represent the Bureau of Investigation. A civil awakened person like Mizan probably doesn't want to be recruited by the Bureau of Investigation. Another thing, we can find here this time, and the clues are also revealed by Mizan on purpose. She came to us, there must be her purpose, giving us a blow maybe to occupy a dominant position in the next conversation. As expected of him. Jiang Tingxiu had analyzed so many things in just one meeting, and Jiang Tingxiu admired himself very much, but why can't such a powerful person wake up? Compared with the bare-brained elder sister next to me, I'm more like a special investigator, okay? Why? Bai Shui took a look. Why did she feel that this guy was a bit unbeatable, strange? She couldn't figure it out. A group of people stepped forward, and one of the female investigators, Yusu, came forward and rang the doorbell of the villa. At this time, in the villa, Jian Yu no longer dared to test his awakening ability, but he was still familiar with his awakened body and its various changes. It's amazing. Once awakened, the whole person seems to get rid of the shackles, and the whole body is extremely relaxed, and it is easy everywhere. And this kind of power is actually bestowed by the mentor. With a finger of the mentor, he guided the changes in himself, making himself reborn from now on. Even if it wasn't the first time he had seen such a magical power, and Jian Yu was still shocked Yu Yu for 100 years. A person can be given the magical power to become stronger from a distance. How strong is the mentor? And Jian Yu felt that with her meager knowledge at this time, it was hard to imagine. But she also knew that there was a price to be paid for the ability given to her by her mentor. Everything becomes stronger with ease, and there is a corresponding price behind it. She is still difficult to understand now, and she can only hope that she is worthy of the price paid by her mentor. She did a set of yoga exercises, a few sets of radio gymnastics, drank and played the taekwondo she had practiced in the class. Every punch and kick carried very strong strength. And Jian Yu felt that she could put a sandbag at home. Sometimes he practiced deception, and sometimes he practiced the eye of the secluded. The instructor said that there will be a difficult task in 2 days, and she needs to hurry up to improve herself. The task may be very difficult, but Jian Yu's focus is on another sentence of the instructor. The instructor said at the time that there would be other firefighters present. Others. Due to the scarcity of staff, everyone has their own tasks and it is difficult to meet each other. And Jian Yu himself has never met Xinhua's companion. Curious about who it is, what it looks like, and how powerful it is. And if the task is very difficult this time, will the mentor be there? She has never met her mentor yet, and she thinks her mentor is a gentle and handsome young man, or a gentle and handsome middle-aged man. I'm so looking forward to it. Ding-dling. The villa's doorbell rang suddenly. And Jian Yu stopped exercising and looked around. Yes, Xiaohei number 1 and Xiaohei number 2 had been retracted. She looked up at the ceiling again, and the cracks and holes were still there. And Jian Yu, there's no way around this, let's find someone to fix it later. Hey, can you catch a repairman? Many of the behavioral logics of treachery are related to identity. The repairman might really be able to repair things. And Jian Yu straightened her clothes and went to open the door. At this time, only her girlfriends will come to her house, but during this period of time, she has been acting sneaky and guarding Baijiang City in secret. This kind of thing needs to be kept low-key, you can't let other people get involved with Weixie. According to the teacher, the more people who come into contact with Weixie, the easier it is to be targeted by Weixie. She also wanted to make her girlfriends less likely to run to her. Out of caution, and Jian Yu took a glance at the surveillance camera, and was stunned when he glanced. There were several people outside, and 2 of them were still wearing black clothes. Originally, this was not a big problem, but this outfit, similar to dress-up she's seen. How did you find your own home? Me. And Jian Yu froze, standing in front of the door, either running or running, feeling like a mess. What should I do if my identity is found out? Help! Typing community, Fang Youjia. The mobile phone on the table beeped, and Fang Yu gave a ha. This mobile phone is an old mobile phone carrying the game of saving the world. The ding 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 could only be related to the game. He couldn't help picking it up quickly, and saw a very eye-catching red dot on the list of apostles, which made obsessive-compulsive disorder click the red dot. As soon as I opened it, I saw Jian Yu's figure shaking, looking very anxious. He glanced and couldn't help being silent. This girl was invited to drink tea by the Bureau of Investigation? Oh, not yet, just about to be drunk. How did she find out? Fang Yu missed the telegram. He watched Jian Yu's mission several times. Although this girl can't compare with him in terms of caution, she is also very low-key when eliminating evil spirits. Her combat methods are also hidden. In his opinion, the whole process was quite careful. If they were found like this, it wouldn't be by chance. Fang Yu paced back and forth. He had vaguely had a bold idea before, but now he turned around and realized, it's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just that the investigators came to the door. Isn't this the opportunity I'm looking for? This is the right opportunity. Fang Yu didn't think the problem was that big. Maybe it was because it was Jian Yu who blocked the door instead of Fang Yu. As a teacher of Xinhua, Fang Yu didn't panic at all. He calmly replied to Jian Yu. Talk to the investigation bureau on behalf of Xinhua, and we can disclose some information appropriately. The tutor's words echoed in Jian Yu's mind. The girl calmed down all of a sudden, and the instructor was watching. But she still has a little problem. What is proper disclosure? She is just a newcomer to the organization. If such an important matter is entrusted to her, it will not be messed up. And Jian Yu patted his face, tried to calm himself down, and then changed into an expressionless face that was tempered when he was surrounded by evil before. She opened the door and walked out. Here it comes. She's out. Of course, Jiang Tingqiu recognized in Jian Yu. During his investigation in the past 2 days, he also found some photos of Jian Yu. The girl above is weak and always looks like she is about to cry. It is completely unthinkable that she is a powerful awakened person with magical means. The Jian Yu who appeared in front of them at this time was different. Her face was expressionless, and there seemed to be a faint blue light blooming in the depths of her magnificent eyes, and a powerful spiritual oppression was faintly blowing towards her face. She has just awakened, her body is almost familiar, but her soaring mental strength is still active. The impact is still far from reality, but in the eyes of Jiang Tingqiu and other investigators, Jian Yu's aura is strong at this time, like a queen. As expected of a member of that mysterious organization. As expected of a person who can guard against evil spirits. So strong. Thanks for the reward of 13,000 coins from all territory closed. A reward of 1,500 coins for Yutiao, a reward of 100 coins for pure light and deep darkness, and holding black feather. In the villa, Jian Yu entertained the guests of the investigation bureau to sit down, but she still had an expressionless face, showing no enthusiasm at all. How could it be possible to become enthusiastic? She is super nervous now. If it weren't for getting used to keeping a calm and nonchalant appearance in front of treachery, I might be showing my timidity now. I hope that the people from these investigation bureaus can leave as soon as possible. At this time, the first round of exploration has already begun. The instructor said that it can be properly disclosed, and the people from the investigation bureau came directly to the door, and it was impossible to conceal it. People, really? She is organized. Before coming, Jiang Tingqiu was not 100% sure. There is also a possibility that Jian Yu is a wild lone awakened person, but the probability is extremely low, and even if Jian Yu is a lone awakened person, it is not a loss to come here. How much can you get a foreign aid? In his heart, he naturally hoped that Jian Yushi would be better, so he couldn't help being excited at this moment. With Jian Yu's ability, her status in the organization is probably not low. Salary fire? Our investigation bureau also has some understanding of your organization. It was Yu Su, the second-level investigator who spoke. She has short hair, and she sees Fong as a decisive and neat person, but she speaks with traps, secretly tempting. Of course, it was the first time she had heard of the name of Xianhua, but it did not prevent her from using the existing information, pretending that she knew it, to deceive, to use the words of the girl in Jian Yu. Even if she can't be fooled, she can still gain some dominance, and she can't be suppressed by Miss An all the time. Yu Su thought so, and then talked about the master in black who was good at using knives. While Jian Yu remained expressionless, she was also surprised. According to Yu Su's description, she immediately thought of the strong man who saw that day from a distance, beheading that terrifying big guy with a knife. Sure enough, it was someone from our organization. Our salary is really strong. I didn't expect the Bureau of Investigation to know other seniors of our Xinhua. That's right, our Xinhua has a long history. Although we are very secretive, we will definitely not be able to remain unknown for a long time. Departments like the Bureau of Investigation will definitely know some of them. Also very respectful, as expected of our organization. Jian Yu fought happily. She answered one after another. She didn't see Yu Su's language trap at all, except for some things she couldn't say. She still revealed most of them honestly. But Yu Su was silent. And Jian Yu was a young girl, but her thoughts were so meticulous. She tried several times, and tried again and again, but all of them seemed to have disappeared. The news she got was either obvious at a glance, or she didn't find out anything. The tone is too tight, and the defense between words is impeccable. Is this the person from that organization? Yu Su admitted that he underestimated him, not only in terms of strength, but also in other aspects. That being the case, let's cut to the chase. The purpose of their coming here is not to find out the secrets of this organization. It is already rewarding to get the name of this organization. The most fundamental purpose is to. Yu Su's face became more serious. Miss An, our visit this time is mainly because of some situation in the southern suburbs, and we want to hire southern suburbs? Hearing this term, a word immediately popped up in Jian Yu's mind. Are you talking about the gate of the strange world in the southern suburbs? Yu Su? Jiang Tingqiu? Although the names are different, several investigators immediately thought of the gate of hell. She also knows? No, is Xianhua also aware that a gate of hell is about to open there? They got rid of the evil in the cemetery in the southern suburbs, witnessed it with their own eyes, and compared information from various parties. Only then did they judge that a gate to hell was about to appear. How could Xinhua know? And Jian Yu didn't know that they were surprised, but the instructor had originally asked her to reveal this news. She said, "Our mentor said that the gate of the paranormal world will open in about 44 hours. The mentor also hopes that the Bureau of Investigation can make more preparations to prevent the disaster from spreading by then." Zhang Tingqiu and the others were stunned. Good guy, not only the exact location and event, but also the time. Does Xinhua have such accurate information in his hands? 44 hours. Is this real? If it is false, the previous information is all right, and all of them are right, and when you think of the precise and fast exorcism method before Xinhua, it may not be false. But if it is true, it can be accurate to within an hour. That would be terrifying. The mystery and power of Xinhua kept rising in the hearts of several investigators, who were shocked. When they left Mizen's villa, Zhang Tingqiu's heads were still buzzing, and the shock in their hearts diluted the joy of easily getting foreign aid this time. They report immediately. Of course, there is still joy. Not only Mizen, but also the swordsman in black is very likely to be there. And they don't pay much. It was easy for Mizen to agree, but it seemed like, it's like the salary is asking us to assist the investigation bureau. Zhang Tingqiu murmured, and suddenly all the clues in his mind were connected together, and he punched hard. I understand. No wonder Mizen deliberately exposed herself 2 days ago. She just wanted to take this opportunity to meet us and convey the message from Xinhua. Warning. It all makes sense. Sure enough, as he expected, Mizen deliberately lured them here, and the rhythm of the entire conversation seemed to be under Miss N's control. How can this be a young college student? If Mizen is like this, who is the mentor she respects so much? Who at this time, in the villa? As the door closed and the curtains were drawn, and Jian Yu slapped her buttocks on the chair, tugged at the neckline, panting, her pretty face could no longer be stretched. So scary, woohoo. I was very nervous throughout the whole process for fear of saying a wrong word, but luckily I persevered, and I probably said all the things the instructor explained, right? And Jian Yu thought back and found that the people from the investigation bureau were quite easy to talk to. If they are aggressive, I may not be able to hold on. Maybe it's not that the people from the Bureau of Investigation are friendly. She puts herself in the same place. Suppose she is a person from the Bureau of Investigation and finds a wild awakened person. This must be investigated and registered, and it may even be controlled and collected. The reason why he didn't was not because the investigation bureau was friendly, but because of his own identity. Because I am a salary person, I have different treatment. And Jian Yu is very lucky and proud to be able to enter the salary. Secretly cheer yourself up, work hard, get rid of the identity of a rookie as soon as possible, and become a reliable fighter. Chong Duck. In an unremarkable house in Taiping district, Fang Yu was also relieved to turn off the synchronization of vision. Steady. No, flags cannot be planted. This is called stability but not complete stability. The Bureau of Investigation seems to have discovered the situation there earlier. It seems to be more reliable than expected, and there are reinforcements from the State Bureau. To conquer the gates of hell and prevent disasters, Fang Yu wished that the easier the better. This time, on the surface, it seemed that the Bureau of Investigation had brought in foreign aid for them. In fact, he had borrowed the help of the Bureau of Investigation to greatly reduce the difficulty of this Gate to a Paradox mission. They also bought a batch of props for nothing. And changed the Investigation Bureau's reputation from neutral to friendly. This wave is a triple win. He won 3 times. The first sentence when I wake up in the morning, ask for a ticket, ask for a ticket, ask for a ticket. Of course, there are benefits to cooperating with the Bureau, but there are also risks. Fang Yu thought about it. This time, for the mission of the Gate of the Paradox, they will definitely have to fight with all their members, including his mentor. However, his positioning for himself is still tactical support, and he will try not to play if he can't. He is in command. How can there be a commander who rushes to the front line? There is a risk of revealing your identity when you go to battle. Of course, Brother Heido is not afraid of being exposed. He can leave as soon as the delivery is over, and in Jian Yu, this girl is already on the bright side. Fang Yu gave in Jian Yu a salary diplomat. After all, Brother Heido has no feelings, and it is inconvenient for him to show up, so Missen is the only one who is suitable. And Jian Yu was not afraid of being exposed, and now the pressure was on her side. Fang Yu definitely didn't want to expose himself to others, but this battle might not require him to take action himself. He made 2 plans. If you can, fight with remote support. If you need to really come forward, then, just give yourself the title of ordinary combatant. As a salary instructor, it is reasonable to have a few vests, right? But Fang Yu also hoped that it could be the former. It was safer. It would be better if he didn't have to show up. He Dao and Jian Yu, and all the tricksters of the investigation bureau could contain the disaster. He swiped his phone and provided some strategic and tactical support. Fang Yu opened the panel. His character list has been listed before, and the small goal he set for himself is to specialize in Palm Thunder, hoping to train to the next level before the big battle. Will the next level of proficiency allow Palm Thunder to have long-range abilities? The breakthrough of the Palm Thunder, it is definitely too late to rely on hard work alone, it still needs to rely on diligence and hard work. He opened the item column again. Brother Hado has killed a total of 2 2-star ghosts these days. One of the missions also used double income cards, and obtained a total of 11 skill training cards, white. I saved 9 cards before, but in the past 2 days, Fang Yu used up 7 skill training cards one after another, and used 6 cards for Brother Hado. At this time, there are not many left, only 7 cards. He opened Brother Hado's panel. Black Knife, 1 Awakening, Physical, 7.37.4 Spirit, 2.1 Mystery, 2.72 Life Energy, 5.28 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 27.6%, Slashing, Proficiency, 67.8%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 30.5%, Equipment, Novice Sword Ability, Cold Killing Intent. Brother Black Knife's Blade Slash is 67.8% proficient level, and my Palm Thunder is 47.4% proficient level. Only one of us can be promoted to the next quantitative level. Insufficient skill training cards are only secondary. The main thing is that when the proficiency level is full, the white training cards cannot be used to continue to improve, at least the green ones must be used. The green practice card is used to break through the bottleneck, and he only has one. But these 2 2-star missions these days, a total of more than 10 1-star missions, also harvested a lot of fate points and ghost crystals. Fate point, 26.3 Wilder Crystal, 16 if it wasn't for his own and Ingenio's guidance and awakening, the 4th draw of fate points would have been enough, and it's not far off now, just a matter of 2 or 3 little ghosts. Let Ingenio go make money. She has registered with the Bureau of Investigation now, so she doesn't need to hide any traces. In this way, she can go out on missions day and night, and she can also go in and out of some areas blocked by the Bureau of Investigation. The efficiency of eliminating evil spirits has suddenly increased. Perfect. And Jian Yu worked hard. Fang Yu's 4th card draw was just around the corner. Well, you can also enhance the girl. If her Sly Guard is upgraded to a proficient level, the number of evils that can be controlled will probably increase, so you can do it if you want. No, it's better to wait for Jian Yu to rest after work. Give her another training set. Now is the time for work and attendance, so there is no delay. He moved his finger away from the training item, landed on the task button, and tapped it lightly. At this time, the Bureau of Investigation, a small meeting room. 44 hours, do you think this information is reliable? Zhang Tingqiu spread his hands. Old Zhou, I'm the one in charge of spreading the word, isn't it your job to judge whether it's reliable or not? Weakly thought. If there are still 43 hours, then the situation is relatively favorable, and they still have some time to prepare. Just, how accurate is it? Thinking of this organization named Xinhua's precise strike ability against evil spirits, Zhou Ju still tends to believe in it, but it is not enough for him to believe in such a big matter. Regardless of whether the news is reliable or not, we must do our best to prepare for the battle. As long as the gate of hell is not open, we must continue to strengthen our existing strength. We must definitely block the disaster. In the meeting room, many people looked serious. Not long ago, I learned some news that a gate of hell also appeared in the Sakura Kingdom. Unlike Borneo, the gate of hell in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was discovered before it opened, similar to their situation at this time. For this reason, the Sakura Kingdom summoned a large number of people and took out items enshrined in the shrines, but they were still defeated. Evil kept gushing out, and people were devastated. Not only the Borneo Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but also more and more incidents of gates of hell appearing in various places. Even in their Donghuang Kingdom, it is not Baijiang City. 2 more have been found. A hole has been opened, and a lot of evil gushes out, but they are all in an area far away from the city, and it has not caused a big disaster so far. Thinking of this, even the investigators from the State Bureau, many of them looked serious. Zhou Ju tapped on the table. Continue to prepare, and become more familiar with the new props supported by the General Administration. There is still information. We need more information about the Gate of Hell. Anyway, it will be of great help to us to have two helping hands, the swordsman in black and in Jianyu. There is no need to be pessimistic, we will win. Caught it, the new little black one. And Jianyu looked at the new evil in front of him and was very satisfied. Ugliness is ugly, but this hideous ugliness is a little bit more visible than those ugly ones. The main thing is to be strong. This newly caught brother Guaxia has a size of nearly 3 meters, and his whole body is dark like a rock covered with ugly flowers. It seems that he is still very resistant to beating. The strength is also very strong. Just now, just with the new Xiaohei number 1, the mission has been blown away by bang bang bang. And Jianyu felt very safe. While she was doing the task, she was also looking for a new target for Xiaohei number 2, and she didn't return home until it was dark after 6 o'clock. Tired and fulfilled. It's time to rest after a busy day, eat some snacks and watch the drama, take a bath and apply a mask. And Jianyu turned on the computer after thinking about it, and brought the snacks to the table. At this time, an invisible, slightly familiar force hangs down. As the world spun around, her surroundings changed. She was full of treachery and evil, and her green eyes were gloomy. And Jianyu, no, I don't want to. Body, you want very much. She stepped forward. Thanks for the reward of 3,100 coins from It's Not Bad Like This. Thanks for the reward of 500 coins from Moo's Weeking Fan, the reward of 400 coins from Fried Duck Egg with Tomato, the reward of 300 coins from the 6th Generation 12 Disciples of Yang's Tai Chi, Jie Shouamoyu, NPC.br, Jinya Shilling, Jiyun 666, 6666 for tipping. Thank you for your votes, ********. Fang Yu opened in Jianyo's panel, and saw that the girl's skill deception had increased from entry-level 51.1% to entry-level 84.4%. Fang Yu? Is there something wrong? Shouldn't it be a breakthrough to the proficiency level? He glanced at the reminder. Probably, possibly, the blue level skills are more difficult to practice, and it is much harder to improve the proficiency level than white skills and green skills. But it's not right. The proficiency of this girl and Jianyo's proficiency has skyrocketed, and it can increase by about 10% in a day. I didn't expect. I thought that Jianyo's talent was very strong, but did I underestimate it? If this is changed to a green level skill with a similarity to hers, wouldn't it take 3 days to learn a skill from entry level to proficient level? This girl is too fierce. With her talent, even if she didn't rely on the skill book, she might be able to learn a suitable special skill one by one, but it's a pity that she couldn't learn it. If there is a chance, and Jianyu has to learn basic skills, such as swordsmanship, saber technique and so on. It's not that she wants to fight against Guaxia close to her body. I guess this girl can't fight, maybe she's shivering and then GG. And Jianyu naturally doesn't have any combat experience, and doesn't really need it. But the basic skills can improve the body, and a strong body can not only run fast when encountering danger, but also fill up Miss N's life energy, and in his opinion, this kind of practical skill can be learned as long as he persists. It just needs to be taught. In the Apostles training option, why is there no such thing as self-learning basic skills? Obviously, you can train yourself. If there is, he can give Jianyu another self-learning task. It is a bit hard, but this kind of exercise method that does not require the brain to bother, and the body can move by itself is a blessing. At this time, Jianyu had already escaped from the state of skill training. Her eyes were full of tears. These were tears of gratitude. Fang Yu understood. He originally only wanted to show Jianyu's diligence and hard work, but this has not yet been promoted to the proficient level, and it does not reflect the ability of his salary mentor. This is impossible. Seeing that the girl in Jianyu was talented and in good condition at this time, he chose to train her again. When the war is approaching, get promoted as soon as possible. And Jianyu still has 1 day tomorrow, so you can go find and choose Xiaohei number 3. Besides, the wool comes from the sheep. And Jianyu's efficiency is extremely high today, especially since I thoughtfully planned for her the best route to get rid of evil spirits, minimizing the time wasted on the way. It took me half a day to get rid of the 7 little evil spirits. The main reason is that they are relatively dense, and most of them are located in suburban areas. 3 of them are relatively strong. Even if they are not as strange as the construction site that day, they are not far behind. But Jianyu has replaced the new version of Xiaohei number 1, which is not weaker than this kind of evil, and with her boost, it is even more fancy-style sling, and KOs the evil in 3 or 2 hits. 3 slightly stronger Guaxia burst out a total of 3 white cultivation cards, 2 of which were used by Enmazy, and there was 1 more. With Miss N's hard work, Fang Yu finally lived a relatively prosperous life. Am I back? And Jian Yu was half lying down, her legs in black thermal pantyhose were slightly curled up, her eyes were dull, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. In fact, compared with the time of skill learning, these 2 times are insignificant. It is not so terrible but just as tiring, as if running for a few kilometers. Especially since she just got off work. This sudden overtime belongs to Yes. However, my Guiyu seems to have become stronger. The suppression power has increased, and I can control stronger Guixie, and the number of control has increased from 2 to 3. Dramatic change. You can catch only little black number 3, and this time you can pick a stronger one. And Jian Yu realized the mentor's good intentions, and asked her to exercise by herself. She really didn't have the perseverance, and her body acted differently by itself. Although, still very tired. After the war, it won't be so tiring. Hey, I still lack a skill training card, otherwise I really want to upgrade Ingenio's deceitful defense to the proficient level. The increase in deceitful control is not only an increase in the number of controls, but also an increase in the upper limit of deceitfulness that can be controlled. In the beginning, Xiaohei number 1 and number 2 controlled by Ingenio can be said to be quite ordinary, only at the level of 0.3 and 0.4 fate points. No matter how strong it is, the control will become unstable, which is not conducive to actual combat. After awakening, her mental strength became stronger, and she had life energy again. The upper limit of control was immediately raised to the level of 0.6 and 0.7 fate points. Once leveled up at this time, no matter how high the upper limit is, there is also an increase in awakening ability. Speaking of which, Ingenio's increase effect is much stronger than the skill description, and it may also be influenced by talent. The only flaw is that after the increase, the evil energy level is too high, and the pollution to the surroundings also increases accordingly. In Ingenio's eyes, black air is constantly emitting from Xiaohei number 1, which is extremely terrifying. This is temporarily can't solve it. Now Ingenio seldom releases Xiaohei number 1 and number 2, for fear of affecting the neighbors. During the battle, he also called out in a hurry, and quickly called back. In general, everything is moving in a good direction. Fang Yu clicked on Ingenio's panel and returned to the main interface of the game. After the joint efforts of Ingenio, brother Heidao, and him, the resources were abundant at this time. War Crystal, 19 Fate Point, 28.6 enough, the consumption of the 4th Fate Draw. Although his original intention was to save enough Fate Points and wait until there were about 30 points to draw, but when the big battle came, there was no time to wait. Fang Yu put down his phone and took a serious shower for half an hour. He took out the newly bought joss sticks and incensed them reverently. Oh, yes, this time I asked the Investigation Bureau for some consecrated Buddhist beads and talismans to study, but I forgot to ask for some joss sticks. Incense candles were not among the regular props. What he mainly thought was that the things given by the Investigation Bureau were better than the genuine ones he bought on the side of the road. Drawing cards requires a sense of ritual, and a sense of ritual will not be too wrong, probably. Glancing at the probability of the 4th Destiny 10, Fang Yu took a deep breath. Come on. Come out, my god's 10 draws. The vortex of fate appeared again, and many figures dangled in it. Someone, something, seemed to be talking, and seemed to be fighting. Fang Yu still didn't see clearly, but just stared at the whirlpool without blinking, and saw a bright light burst out of it. Acquired, Physical Secret Potion, white, acquire, Double Revenue Card, white, acquire, Skill Training Card, white, acquire, Skill Training Card, green. Oh, this is fine. It is what he needs. It's just that there are some things in the front. As thoughts fly, the light becomes brighter. Blue ray, purple light, are presented before his eyes. Acquire, Energy Secret Potion, green, acquire, Energy Secret Potion, green, acquired, Evil Slaying Broadsword, blue, acquire, Skill Training Card, green, obtain, Lighting White Robe, blue, get, Pushbook Martial Arts, beginning Dragon Elephant Prajnadzogchen Suemo traveled to the world of martial arts and took over a bodyguard agency that was on the verge of bankruptcy. The rivers and lakes are vicious, and the turmoil is treacherous. He didn't want to mess around in the rivers and lakes, but he got a dart system by accident. As long as the bet is successful, you can get rewards. Successful betting on darts, rewards, Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu is complete. Successful bet on the dart, reward, 13 deadly swords. Successful bet on the dart, get a reward, Tafagata Palm. With a shocking art industry in her body, she set off a storm. From the moment Suemo stepped into the rivers and lakes were no longer peaceful. There are many good things obtained this time, except for the bottle of physical secret medicine, which is useless. The others are not small, and some of them can be said to be just in time. For example, this energy elixir, its effect is similar to that of physical energy elixir. What is raised is not the basic two-dimensional, but the upper limit of life energy. Up the blue bar. As a green-level secret medicine, it is estimated that its price increase will not be less. Fong Yu is looking forward to it. Insufficient life energy has always been a headache for him. Even after awakening, he has 15 or 20 shots of palm lightning power, but is this a lot? Not much at all. Not to mention, there are definitely a lot of evils to face this time, and the more life energy, the more certainty. The 2 bottles of the secret energy medicine formula also belong to him. 1 bottle was given to him, and the other bottle was given to Brother Heidao. It's true that Jin Yu, girl 996, is working hard, but her demand for life energy is relatively low compared to the 2 of them. Most of her combat power depends on her usual development, especially the spiritual soul banner that can supplement and restore Xiao Hei number 1, 2, and 3. If she hadn't awakened this time and gained an extra ability, Jin Yu would hardly consume it in normal battles life energy. Moreover, Brother Heidao has worked hard for so long, and he has given the organization a good start. It's time to strengthen it. Not only the energy secret medicine, but the evil slaying sword is also a piece of equipment that goes well with Brother Heidao. Evil Slaying Sword, Blue, Type, Trickster Effect, the special weapon against Guixie, nemesis, has a strong direct killing effect of Guixie. When injuring or killing Guixie at the same time, it can absorb the mysterious factors from Guixie's body to supplement and restore the owner life energy. Side effects: every time you use the Evil Slaying Broadsword, you will be able to slay the evil spirits. If you can't kill at least one evil spirit, it will backfire on the holder, absorbing the holder's life energy and a small amount of life force. Novice wooden swords and novice war knives can do very little damage to evil spirits directly, pure scraping. Of course, these 2 novice equipments are actually very strong, and the use of life energy is the perfect body, and the lethality is leveraged, but there is no doubt that the evil slaying sword is stronger, almost the difference between novice equipment and graduation equipment. Even if an ordinary person holds the evil sword, he can easily kill a little evil by looking at the description. And side effects appear to be minimal. Different from the Ghost Banner, the Ghost Banner continuously reduces sanity. If Jin Yu is not immune to it, that ghost is actually a bit tasteless. As for the Evil Slaying Sword, as long as the sword is used to cut off a small evil, it means that there is no side effect, and it can be used until the end of the entire battle. Pretty good piece of equipment. The above category label is still Sly Weapon instead of Sly Thing. Is it because the side effects of the tricky weapon are much lower? The second blue item, White Robe with Lights, is also a trick weapon. And this one seems, maybe probably, fit for the savior. It's time for me to enhance it. Lighting White Robe, Blue, Type, Trickster Effect, No Light, turn on the No Light skill. In this state, the wearer's sense of existence will be greatly reduced, and his body will be blurred, while accumulating light energy. Effect Lighthouse, release the light energy to enter the lighthouse state. At this time, the wearer's mental strength and self-resistance will be greatly improved, and it will also have light defense. Side effect: when entering the lighthouse state, it will become extremely eye-catching and difficult to move. Fong Yu's expression was complicated. Lighting White Robe said that its side effect is weak. It is indeed very weak. This can hardly be called a side effect, but this effect is not in line with the philosophy that the other party, the savior, the teacher of fire, Yu has always been adhering to. He is a low-key person, out of low-level pretense, but this White Robe with Lights is too fragrant. Leaving aside the 2 effects, this White Robe itself has not weak defensive power, probably can withstand the evil claws, although he will not try. What should I do if it is broken? There is no way to fix it. If you don't enter the lighthouse state, just relying on the first lightless effect, there will be no side effects and it will make Fong Yu greedy. With the effect of reducing the sense of presence and blurring the figure, he will go out to get rid of evil spirits in the future. When you are young, you don't have to worry about being discovered by the investigation bureau like in Jin Yu. However, the specific effect has to be tried to have a bottom of mind. Fong Yu immediately equipped his character with the lighting White Robe. Suddenly, the light particles gathered and lingered around him, and in an instant, a white robe with a hood was formed. The texture was cold and exquisite, and it fit him very well without affecting his movements. Even, seems to be a little more sensitive. There is a built-in switch in the light white robe, which needs to be driven by life energy. The conditions for use are relatively high. Evil Slaying Sword can be used by anyone, but although the side effect of the strange thing spiritual soul banner is great, well, before Ingenue awakened, it seemed that he was not very able to control the sly soul banner. It all relied on Xiaoheino. Walk out and go back by yourself, instead of remote storage at once. Fong Yu entered the state of lightless. It seemed that there was nothing special in itself, but the whole white robe dimmed and became very simple, as if it was covered with a layer of faint gray. He looked at himself in the mirror, still unchanged, still so handsome, and still so outstanding in the crowd. This is not possible. Why can't we keep a low profile? He didn't believe that the blue-level treacherous weapon could be a fake. Fong Yu turned on the video recording function of his mobile phone again, and took a video of himself, and now he saw that he was famous. My figure in the video is blurry. No, I can't say it's blurry, it's a kind of indescribable ordinariness, just like you, me, and him that can be seen everywhere on the street. Just look at them and forget them, won't make no impression. That's not bad. The safety of his trip has greatly improved. In addition to this, in addition to the secret life medicine that has not been used yet, the thing drawn out by fate this time is the most precious purple grade. Not the apostle of fate he was looking forward to most, but it cannot be said that it is not at all. Mainly not people. Sealed treasure box, black cat, purple, description, a special type of equipment that can be bound with any apostle of destiny to summon the black cat sealed in the treasure box to fight, and at the same time share part of the life energy. Other than that there is no explanation. Just looking at the description, and the purple level evaluation, there is no way this black cat is an ordinary black cat. Maybe the combat power is not weak, and what he needs most at the moment is combat power. It's much better than a whiteboard apostle like in Jianyu. Hope this black cat isn't a whiteboard. The binding method is the same as directly equipping the characters. There is probably no limit to the number of equipment in this game, you can take it as long as you can, but when equipping this sealed treasure box, the speed is a bit slower. In equipment, 1%, 5%, 18%, 32% Fong Yu waited for a full few minutes, during which the life energy in his body was continuously extracted. Fortunately, the speed was relatively slow and he had not been directly emptied. After the process was completed, a black treasure box with mysterious and gorgeous patterns carved on it appeared in his hand. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the sophisticated mechanism on the treasure box was slowly opened, and a puff of black smoke came out of the box. Fong Yu's eyes widened. Thanks for the 5,000 coin reward of it's not bad like this. A reward of 100 coins for holding Mayu and Nopal Fong Yu? Leaving aside the production and description of the Salvation game, at this scene, black smoke kept coming out of the box, as if some great demon king was about to break through the seal. A bit permeable. Even if it was a game product, Fong Yu put down the treasure box, quietly retreated to the windowsill, and swallowed. Probably maybe nothing will happen. Su Shi heard his prayers, and the treasure box placed on the floor showed no abnormalities except for black smoke constantly emitting from it. The black smoke was also very strange, it didn't spread out. It was like a mass of viscous black liquid, continuously flowing out from the treasure box and converging in mid-air. The black cloud ranged from the size of a pebble to the size of a fist, and then to the size of a computer bag, before the treasure box stopped and continued to emit smoke. The next moment, the black cloud landed on the ground, stretched and changed like noodles, and turned into an ordinary black cat with the most glossy and black hair. It looked at Fong Yu, tilted its head, and said, "Meow?" Fong Yu rubbed the black cat's head for more than 10 seconds. The black cat raised its paw and pushed him away in disgust. The strength is quite strong. He had just turned away, but he seemed to have lost the wind. How could he be inferior to a cat? Fong Yu opened his panel, and next to his character image, there was a black cat lying lazily, and under the ability column of his panel, there was also a pet logo. Pet, black cat, can be renamed, physical, 5.9 spirit, 6.5 life energy, 6.26 mystery, 0 ability, delusion appearance, giant spirit transformation. Illustrate, this black cat may be a bit strong. The combination of the two attributes is stronger than the current Xinhua number 1 beater, brother black knife. There are two other abilities that also seem to be strong. Break false appearances, the black cat's pupil light can pierce illusions, restrain calamities and evils, and make evils appear. Giant transformation, special transformation ability, which can greatly improve its two-dimensional and body shape in a short period of time, and the duration of this ability is relatively short. Not only the two abilities, but the black cat itself has the ability to directly kill evil spirits, and it is relatively restrained, just like the evil sword. At the same time, he found that on the game interface, he could cultivate the black cat like an apostle. The only difference is that as a pet, it cannot be too far away, and its power will continue to lose if it is far away. This completely eliminated Fong Yu's intention to send the black cat to work alone. Even so, this cat is very strong, and it might be able to replace Brother Heidao's current position in combat power. The way Fong Yu looked at the little black cat was completely different. From now on, you will be called Hei Tong. Work hard, we all have a bright future. Meow black cat. Hei Tong glanced at him, turned around, and ignored him with his ass. Fong Yu? To actually be disrespectful to this savior, the mentor of the fire, this is simply. For the sake of your combat power, let me forgive you. Although the black pupil is obviously aloof, it's just aloof. Fong Yu can still rue it once in a while, and it's fine to give a few commands. He seemed impatient, procrastinating in various ways, and disgusted in various ways. Bad review. This employee's performance is substandard. But it is strong. After some in-depth exchanges, Fong Yu finally had a better understanding of Hei Tong. Hei Tong's range of activities is not very long at present, but it's not bad. It can reach several hundred or thousands of meters. This is naturally a question, and it is used to stretch the claw once, stretch the claw twice, 3 times and 4 times express. Hei Tong almost slapped the table. This distance is okay. When you need to fight, you can throw this black pupil out. It is resistant, Fong Yu output, this is quite perfect. And it can be turned into black smoke and taken back into the sealed treasure box, although the cat doesn't really want to go back. In short, there are many usages to be developed. It is also easy to raise. Hei Tong himself can understand what he said, and there is another crucial point. Hei Tong looks like a cat, but it can turn into black smoke, probably a spirit body but not exactly a spirit in this case. The black pupil does not need to eat. You can feed without eating, and you can save cat food. This is very good. The economy of the other savior is already a little tense. Meow. Hei Tong glanced at the cat food pattern on the phone, and turned his head away with a disgusted cat face. Night. After using the skill training card 3 more times, Fong Yu lay on the bed with blank eyes, and seemed to be able to spit out black smoke rings from his mouth. The black pupil in the distance glanced at it and didn't care, squatting in front of the computer, paws on the mouse, opened the novel called Beginning from the Contract Elf, looked at the all-powerful pet beast inside, and the black pupil slightly gnawed. I, Lord Hei Tong, want to stand between heaven and earth like this, meow. Fong Yu rolled his eyes at his black pupils, then looked at himself again. His hands were weak. Although the body is much stronger after awakening, practicing palm thunder 3 times in one night is really not a job for a human being. Otherwise, there will be no time to rush. After resting for a while, Fong Yu got up and soaked a few big buns of noodles. He rolled his eyes when he passed by, but it's a pity that this stupid cat can't make noodles for him, and the savior of Fong Yu was so exhausted that he had to get up and cook noodles. It can't be done without cooking, and the consumption of diligence and hard work is also great. He is afraid of waking up hungry at night. Oh yeah, it doesn't seem like I'm going to sleep normally at night. After eating supper, Fong Yu lay on the bed, covered himself with a quilt skillfully, took the mobile phone at the same time, and chose Cultivate Use Energy Secret Medicine from the character on it. Suddenly, it seemed that energy gushed out from the body, and it seemed that something was poured into the mouth when it was opened. His body felt hot, but it wasn't uncomfortable but just warm. His eyelids gradually closed and he fell into a deep sleep. Sure enough, the secret medicine is comfortable. Not only does it not cause any pain, it can also help you sleep, and you feel refreshed when you wake up. Fong Yu stretched his waist and found that Hei Tong was still squatting in front of the computer not far away, not looking sleepy at all. Is it reading a novel overnight? Day. Other saviors don't have time to read novels. If it wasn't for Hei Tong who couldn't stay away, and couldn't go on missions alone, Fong Yu would have to let him experience 996 and 007. Never mind the stupid cat. The life energy in the body is flowing, very full. Fong Yu checked his panel, showing surprise. It has increased so much. The green level secret medicine is really powerful. It has more than doubled. His previous life energy was 4.4, and a bottle of energy elixir brought him a 5-unit increase. Of course, this is a fixed increase. As his strength improves, this increase will become less and less impressive, but anyway, it is not an exaggeration to say that the battery life has doubled. There is also the palm thunder that will break through soon, as well as the lighted white robe and the black pupil of the battle pet that I bought yesterday. He, the savior of Fong, has an epic enhancement. The protagonist is an important combat power, but of course even if he makes a move, he will not do something that is not in line with his identity, such as charging ahead. Fong Yu glanced at Heidao's panel again. Before he used the energy secret medicine for himself yesterday, he also forcibly filled a bottle of Heidao's brother. At this time, Brother Heidao displayed on the panel, 5.28 plus 5 like him, it has increased by 5 units. Brother Heidao has also been greatly enhanced. At the same time, Brother Heidao's blade slash has made him upgrade to 99.9% proficiency level at the cost of skill training card 3. It was 99.9% last night, and early this morning, at about 4 o'clock, Brother Heidao got up to exercise. Life energy is exhausted and restored, and it will continue to be exhausted after recovery. Unfortunately, there is still no breakthrough. Sure enough, it's not so easy to break through. Fang Yu's idea of saving a green level skill training card fell through. He used the skill training card, green, on the character of Heidao, then ignored it and looked at his character panel. Zhang Xinlei's proficiency is now 80.7% at the proficient level, which is 2 times away from hard work, and he just has 2 left. Everything is within the calculation of this savior. Use it, open and hang 2 consecutive bombs. Boom! Fang Yu sat on the chair with his eyes glazed over and his chin resting on his hand. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Palm Thunder, Mastery, 99.9%, after resting for a while, he raised his hand, and the piercing lightning flashed out, and the limit distance was extended for a while. Compared with when he first entered the proficient level, the speed of the lightning gathering was also faster. Of course, there is no qualitative change, after all, the proficiency level has not yet broken through. Fang Yu got up and drew the curtains tightly closed, and began to practice Palm Thunder. The blue thunder light in the living room appeared from time to time, went out, appeared again, and went out again. That is to say, in the daytime, and it was tightly locked up, Fang Yu didn't dare to practice at night. Those who didn't know thought he was doing electric welding at home. After stabbing for a while, apart from being quite long-lasting, Palm Thunder showed no signs of breaking through. That's right, how could it be so easy? Fang Yu is quite aggressive towards himself. Apart from being very handsome, his savvy is estimated to be moderately outstanding. It is not so easy to break through in one day. It is also a relatively large threshold to upgrade from the proficiency level to the next proficiency level. Let's be direct. Our party is able to have today, all thanks to my diligence and hard work, the skill training card, broken. Hint, do you want to use the skill training card, green, to break through the palm mine? Note, please ensure that the skill proficiency is greater than 99% when using it, otherwise there will be a probability of failure, and Salvation Game will not be responsible for the failure of the breakthrough. Someone who works as hard as he does can fail? Break it for me. In an instant, the world was spinning. It's still the familiar mountaintop, the familiar smooth platform and rolling thunderclouds. The difference is that this time the thunderclouds seem to be so much more, billions of points. The thunder fell, and the eardrums were cracked by the roar. The thin figure on the top of the mountain swayed in the thunder, but it stood still and never fell. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. It may also be 3 days, 3 nights, and 3 months. In a trance, Fang Yu didn't know how long time had passed. There was no concept of time here, only thunder. The movement of thunder in his body became very familiar, as if thunder was a part of his body. He locked the life energy in his palm and released it as if he didn't need money. It may have been used hundreds of times, thousands of times, or more. When Fang Yu came back to his senses and returned to the living room he was familiar with, he instinctively raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning rushed out. The wall is smoking. Grass. Fang Yu sat for more than an hour, and his physical strength, life energy, and most importantly, his mental state gradually recovered. Heitong crouched in front of him, pushed him with his claws from time to time, and walked around him. Seeing him come back to his senses, he stretched out his claws again to try to rua. Heitong meowed and twisted the ass, walked away coldly. Fang Yuman rolled his eyes and continued to stare at his palm. In the palm of your hand, lightning appears and disappears, just like switching lights. The smoothness has improved a lot compared to before, and even because it is too smooth, I can't control myself, and I can shoot thunder with a snap of my fingers. Accidentally, thunder and lightning rushed out. By the way, get out. The wall not far away was scorched black. I remember that it seemed as if a bolt of lightning rushed out just now, and it jumped out a few meters away. Lei Guang can be released easily? But why not be happy? Looking at the scorched wall, Fang Yu could only be thankful that he was exhausted just now, and the output of life energy was quite low, otherwise it might have been an accident. Oh, it's already an accident now, day. It's better to collect 50 crystals earlier and move them to the base. Otherwise, the house will be demolished sooner or later. Fang Yu began to do recovery exercises, restraining the power of thunder that was about to move in his body. For a long time, he He felt that he would not suddenly have a flash of lightning, so he carefully picked up the phone and called up his own panel. The Savior of Destiny, Awakening, Physical, 5.6 Spirit, 3.23.5 Life Energy, 4.55 plus 5 Mystery, 0.23 Equipment, Novice Wooden Sword, Lighted White Robe, Sealed Treasure Box Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 37.2%, Evil Pursuit, Proficiency, 10.4%, Poem Thunder, Expert, 4.9%. Trickery, Proficiency Level Temporary, Blade Cutting, Before Entry, 7.2%, Deceitful Royal, Uninitiated, 6.9%, Ability, Faith of Burning Fire Special, Black Eyes Poem Thunder, Expert Level. Proficiency above is an Expert. Brother Heidao's Blade Slash has also been upgraded to the Expert level. Fang Yu cut to Heidao to have a look. At this time, Heidao didn't show the full ability of Blade Slash. He didn't know exactly what happened, but his Palm Thunder. After I awakened, the proficient palm lightning can extend to 2.5 feet long. When the mastery is complete, it can be a little longer than 3 feet. Now, the thunder came out with his thoughts, and the violent energy became extremely docile in his hands, extending inch by inch with his thoughts, until he felt uncontrollable until he was 6 feet or 6.5 feet. 6 feet, 2 meters away, directly surpassing the sword, it was a thunder spear. Of course, under normal circumstances, there is no need to make the palm thunder so long, and the length is a waste. The most cost-effective way is to slap it up. But in addition to becoming stronger, now the palm thunder can be released, it really can, it's not my illusion. More than an hour later, Fang Yu, wearing a white robe with lights, withdrew from the state of no light, and appeared in the suburbs, remote mountains, and forests. As soon as he raised his hand, lightning burst out from the palm of his hand, crossing tens of meters in an instant, and precisely bombarded a big tree in the distance. Bang! The thunder light bloomed and blasted the trunk of the tree. The tree snapped and fell to the ground. The fallen leaves are flying, startling the birds all over the place. Thanks for the 5,000 coin reward of It's Not Bad Like This. A reward of 1,600 coins from Wolf King Yabo and a reward of 100 coins from Wolf King Yabo. Expert Palm Thunder is the real Palm Thunder. Before, it could only be called Lightning Palm at most. Fang Yu observed the fracture marks of the tree trunk and the experience of the Palm Thunder just now, and couldn't help nodding. Spanning tens of meters in an instant, the energy has hardly decayed, and it still maintains a relatively large lethality. Also, 50 or 60 meters is not the limit of the expert level palm mine, it can be farther. But if it is farther away, Fang Yu is also in danger of missing. There is still a lack of self-aiming, which is probably related to mental power. The stronger the mental power, the stronger his control over the palm mine, and he can aim more accurately. Before launching the palm mine just now, there is a kind of weapon that can hit it. Intuitively, it turned out to be a hit, as simple as throwing a ball of paper into a wastebasket less than 1 meter away from you. But further away, it is like throwing a ball of paper 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, and the difficulty increases. However, as the saying goes, the aim is not enough firepower to make up for it. The Palm Thunder just now was just a casual shot by me, far from the maximum output. This time he exerted his strength, and the thunder light continued to gather and grow from the palm of his hand, and a thunder light as thick as an arm burst out suddenly. It passed 100 meters in an instant, and bombarded the ground full of piles of fallen leaves. Thunder exploded on the ground. The dazzling thunder light bloomed, the leaves flew up, smoke and fire came out. Fang Yu trotted forward, and saw that the place where he was hit was scorched black, and the fallen leaves were crushed. Of course, the hole was not big enough. Compared with the damage to the environment, thunder is stronger in penetration and life destruction. Let alone a thunder light as thick as an arm, even if it is just a small thunder light as thick as a finger hitting a person, it can cause people to die on the spot. Especially in terms of lethality against Guaxia, thunder is very powerful. It's reasonable for Lake to be weird. Although Fang Yu thought about it, the magical lightning driven by life energy is probably different from the natural lightning. If it can be the same, the Bureau of Investigation should use electric knives and stun guns to deal with Guaxia. This Palm Thunder is almost the limit of my output. It outputs about a unit of life energy, but it's just normal. If you enter the lighthouse state, your mental strength will be greatly improved, and the power of the Palm Thunder can be increased a lot. He didn't try it, he just got the white robe of lights, and now he is still hurrying to accumulate the energy of the lights for use at critical moments, so he can't waste it at will. Not only that, but he also has a stronger trump card, the faith of burning fire. As long as enough beliefs can be gathered, the power of the thunder in the palm can continue to increase, boosting it to a terrifying level. He himself doesn't know where his limit is at this time. I broke out with all my strength, and I was scared myself. It's a pity, I don't have a 2-star ghost for me to practice my skills. Hey, Invincible is just so lonely. Meow, underscore. Fang Yu turned on Weixia tracking, continued to go in from the remote mountain forest, and soon found the target this time, a 1-star Guixia. He had a happy face. This Guixia seems to be the top-notch 1-star in terms of color and luster. It can be compared to the construction site Guixia. It's wonderful. Wrapped in a faint gray-black filthy wind, the evil spirit wandered aimlessly, leaving black hoofprints on the ground. It may be that the distance is still far away, and this evil head has not confirmed his eyes with him, and has not rushed directly. Fang Yu raised his hand, and a tiny thunder shot out with a whiz. The thorns exploded on Yuxia, and the fine lightning arc jumped and surged. He vaguely heard a roar, and the outline of the monster in Yuxia's tracking vision became clearer. Like a cow, it is 2 or 3 meters high, with thick and ferocious hooves. It runs like a drum, and the fallen leaves are flying all over the ground. Where the gray-black outline hits, the trees snap and fall. This is the weirdness. When Weixia is on the offensive side, it can destroy trees and bite the body, but if it is on the defensive side, physical attacks and even artillery fire are all like hitting phantoms. Only some special props can hurt Weixia, and the real hard hit depends on the life energy. Not flexible enough. Fang Yu backed away a few steps unhurriedly, and the monster with the outline of a giant bull rushed past him, bringing a whistling wind, crashing more than 10 meters away, and knocking down 2 trees before twisted around, wanting to charge again. There was also a long and terrifying roar. It became clearer and clearer, echoing in Fang Yu's ears, as if a hideous face appeared in front of him vaguely, and a noisy voice wanted to pour into his mind, into the deepest part of his heart. But not enough. He snorted coldly, the illusion disappeared, and he raised his hand to aim at the gray and black silhouette in the distance, and a blue thunder burst out suddenly. Prickly this time the thunder was brighter and fiercer, and it hit the body of the rushing Guixia. This Weixia showed his figure for a short time, as hideous and ugly as before. It continued to charge with inertia, but its body was covered with thunder, which disappeared inch by inch. After rushing out a few steps, this not-so-weak evil completely turned into green smoke and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Ding! Fang Yu took out his phone and took a look. He got a white skill training card. After slaughtering a little Guixia and experimenting with the thunder palm, today's goal is almost accomplished. He didn't go home. After all, he had already gone out, so he still ran so far to the suburbs, and it seemed a bit unlucky not to go around a few times and kill a few little ghosts. Fang Yu also planned the best route for himself, started to trot. Heitong followed slowly with his head drooping. After a while, following the traces of the filthy wind, the second ghost can be seen far away. Heitong, it's up to you. After a while, Heitong, come on. Another double time, Heitong, hurry up. And double for a while, as a mature little black cat, it's time for you to learn to give yourself orders. And double lick for a while, black pupil, meow. Hateful shit shovel officer, I'm on strike, meow. He has been busy until the evening, with Heitong leading the battle. Fang Yu delved into the various uses of palm thunder, and gave instructions for the next task from time to time. He was very busy. Apart from setting tasks for himself, he also had to take a look at the situation of brother Heidao and Jianyu, and then plan the route for Inmeizi. The daily life of Xinhua tutor is so busy, but this stupid cat can't look at the map by itself, and looks for Guixia by himself. Is it reasonable to know how to read novels but not to read maps? Heitong raised his head, lowered his head again, and sighed, meow. Fang Yu, who came home in the evening, sat down, took out his phone and swiped it. Enter the game of salvation. The entire game interface is still so clean and tidy, and the fate point balance in the upper right corner of the homepage has been increased to 5.7 units after a day of hard work. Quite a lot. A single Xiaoxie earns less, mostly 0.2 0.4, and a few can have 0.5, 0.6, but now, no matter Fang Yu or in Jianyu, after eliminating a Guixia, it is almost possible to rush to the next place without rest, and the efficiency is much higher. It is comparable to fighting for 3 seconds before awakening and resting for 1 hour. Brother Heidao was limited by the delivery time, and his part-time work efficiency fell to the bottom one. After all, there are no 2-star treacherous missions. The 2 stars are evil, and it's probably not difficult for me to deal with it now. If I can't kill the Palm Thunder, I will do it again. Maybe Samsung's treachery can break the wrist. The 3-star treachery is bound to be extremely terrifying. Fang Yu has not yet thought of meeting such a treacherous evil. Even if he wants to try the depth of the 3-star treachery, he will let Brother Haydao try it. He is only responsible for providing the necessary tactical retreat. Still hope it won't happen. He opened the mission dispatch module. Urgent mission, the Gate of Paradise status, unstable, the countdown is estimated to start at 13 hours 35 minutes and 56 seconds. Rewards, according to the evaluation of the task completion, the number of evil kills, casualty rate, degree of disaster impact, etc., you will get different numbers of fate points, ghost crystals, and training cards. Additional rewards will be given if the task evaluation is A or above. Reminder, this task is an unconventional task, and the double revenue card cannot be used. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, there will be a big battle. Jiangming Temple is located on an unnamed hill outside Baijian City. The entire temple is small in scale and located in a remote place. Naturally, the incense is not very strong. There are not many pilgrims on weekdays, but the monks and novice monks in the temple grow vegetables and occasionally go down the mountain, purchasing, but also live comfortably. However, starting a few years ago, Jiangming Temple received some orders and began to become rich. Even so, apart from repairing the temple, the entire Jiangming Temple has not expanded. The monks in the temple have maintained their original rhythm of life, and there are still not many pilgrims, except boom, boom, boom. The orange-red light reflected a strong figure. He was wearing loose clothes, his skin was bronze-colored, his arms swelled with muscles, knotted like snakes, and he hit the sandbag in front of him with a bang 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 bang. The sandbag couldn't stop shaking, and suddenly there was a muffled bang. The sandbag broke open, and the gravel flowed down rustlingly, spilling all over the ground with the violent shaking of the sandbag. Master, you broke another sandbag. A young monk with a handsome face about 13 or 14 years old was very helpless. This is the number one. If it weren't for the rich life in the temple, I really couldn't afford so many sandbags. Moreover, no matter how strong you are, even if you can deal with a tiger, you can't hurt those things with your fists. It is better to read the scriptures more. It's all money, and he went down the mountain to buy it. Master Mingdang wiped his sweat, picked up a string of huge Buddhist beads, hung them around his neck, and then wrapped 2 more strings around his left and right hands. I chanted Buddhist scriptures for a while. The blessing of the scriptures can hurt evil spirits, but in the end, chanting scriptures cannot save the world. The power of the scriptures has a limit, but humans do not, and awakening does not, so, only awakening can find the power to save the world. However, the little novice wanted to speak but stopped talking but wanted to. He opened his mouth and still didn't say anything. Of course the teacher understands. Master Mingdang said that he knew very well that he was equivalent to a national treasure, and the Bureau of Investigation was not willing to let him take risks to deal with evil spirits, let alone take great risks to awaken him. That's why he works hard. From a handsome monk a few years ago, he has been tempered to a powerful monk who can physically transform the world. It is useless to face the evil and powerful, but awakening is useful. The stronger the body and the firmer the will, the more chances to overcome the difficulty of awakening. Hiding in the temple, eating fast and chanting Buddha, watching the soldiers on the front line desperately, it was not what he wanted, and he felt uneasy. Now that the Bureau of Investigation has made breakthroughs in research, it won't be too strict on being a teacher. Jianqing, after I leave, Jiangming Temple will be taken care of by you. Master Mingdang put on his cassock, took a burning lamp in front of the Buddha and the wooden fish he had used for more than 10 years, stepped over the threshold and walked out. Behind you are the orange lights of the temple, in front of you is the darkness of the mountains, and you can also see the stars and lights below the mountains. The burly figure standing at the dividing point did not stop, and went straight forward. His back was hidden in the darkness. Only the little novice's shout echoed in this secluded mountain. In the southern suburbs of Baijiang City, outside the temporary camp, young man, don't be nervous. The special level investigator Old Master, whose online name does not speak of martial arts master, but who is called Master Ma by people in the world, is giving lectures to many investigators. His hair is a little gray but his face is not old. Under his seemingly thin body, there are strong muscles. He gesticulated with both hands, sometimes making palms and sometimes making fists. It's just the gates of hell, isn't it? Just that there are more evils, it's not a problem. I think, Master, I used to hold a white tasseled gun and killed 7 people in and out of that treacherous pile. I was so frightened by the news that I pissed on the chrysanthemum. Although there are elements of artistic processing, Master Ma's strength is recognized throughout the Baiyun Prefecture Bureau. One of the best strong. They also saw Master Ma deal with Guixie today, with a white tasseled spear stabbing out, and in the blink of an eye, he stabbed more than a dozen shots, completely smashing Wei Xie. This has not used the awakening ability. It is said that Master Ma's awakening ability is also quite powerful, and it has something to do with Lei. With a strong man like Master Ma around, it gives people a sense of security. But, Master Ma, a strong man like you can't touch the threshold of the second awakening, an investigator asked. Although one awakening is far away for them, it is said that this Master Ma was awakened more than a year ago, and he is almost the first batch of awakeners. Can't this be the second time? The Master's face froze slightly, and he waved his hands. This is a secret, and you will understand it when you are promoted to special investigators. Confidential. The investigators are sorry but understand that there are many secrets in their business, and they only learned about the awakening, and the double awakening cannot be said, which is also very reasonable. After the investigators dispersed and the patrols were due to be done, the master worker wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He did touch the threshold of the second awakening very early. Unlike the first awakening, when the mysteries of an awakened person like him accumulate to a certain level, there will be an omen in the dark. Almost meet the conditions, ready to awaken. Awakened people with this omen will trigger a second awakening within a month. It stands to reason that having omens and preparations is more favorable than the first hasty awakening without omens, but the fact is, Master Ma witnessed with his own eyes that the two first-time awakeners in front of him, the comrades in arms who had a good relationship, failed to awaken and died day by day. After that, during the entire year, 3 special investigators from the Baiyun State Bureau chose to awaken one after another, and none of them failed or died unexpectedly. One of them turned into a terrifying ghost. If there hadn't been a plan and arrangements in advance, that ghost would have set off a terrible disaster. Master Ma has heard that someone in the general administration has successfully awakened for the second time, but the probability is too low, penetratingly low. This kind of life-saving is still a life-saving with only a slight chance. Master Ma doesn't want it, it's too unsafe. The Bureau does not recommend either. Any one of the special investigators is a precious asset and the cornerstone to fight against evil. There are very few manpower and you want to fight for a chance of double awakening? Don't even think about it. The Bureau of Investigation has special means to eliminate some mysteries, so as to avoid awakening itself, and this is what Master Ma did. However, like drinking poison to quench thirst, there are more and more mysteries in her body. The situation today is quite different from a few months ago, or even half a month ago. Master Ma looked at the lights in the distance. When the signs of awakening appear again, should I choose to continue to procrastinate, or continue to procrastinate, or Mahler? Why are those guys from the general administration so useless? Can't they quickly find out a way to easily awaken the evil spirits without any side effects? Master Ma. Come on, let me teach you youngsters, Master, where to stab tomorrow when you face evil. Thanks to book friends 2020425191743797, Nopal, and Lan Kinjianshin wishes you well for their 100 rewards at this time. Night had fallen, but large searchlights illuminated the area around the cemetery brightly. The beams converge, and people come and go. The center is where the gray mist emerges. Compared to the initial discovery, the area covered by the gray fog has expanded more than 10 times, but no matter whether it is an object or a person, it can pass through the gray fog without any obstacles, and it still seems to be just an illusion. Outside the cemetery, in a large tent in the temporary camp, Joe Bureau and several cadres from the Baiyun State Bureau and the General Bureau are having a meeting. In the Borneo incident, the entire town was devastated and full of evil spirits, making it difficult to obtain valuable information. But in Sakura country, the general administration used some means to pay a price, and got some information about the gate of hell from the exorcist who escaped that day and survived. There are also 2 gates of hell in the country, and investigators have also gone to investigate. All of this information was gathered, sorted out and passed on here. There are 2 pieces of good news. One is that the gates of hell are not permanently open. It can even be said that the gates of hell are not open for a long time. The shortest is half an hour, and the longest is an hour and a half. So as long as we resist the evil that comes out during this period, we will be able to win. Jojudao, the second good news is that due to the influence of the gray fog, or the particularity of the gate of hell itself, the gushing evil will not be completely invisible and can be observed by us. Of course, it will be accompanied by the fact that evil will have a greater impact on reason. There are bad and good. Compared with increasing the influence of sanity a little, it is easier and more relaxed to see the evil, which is generally beneficial to the battle situation and has great benefits. But the bad news is that even if it's only open for half an hour or an hour, The amount of treachery gushing out is enough to break through the defense line of Sakura Kingdom, enough to turn a small city in Borneo into a dead city. The influence of rationality, the spread of panic, and the intensification of activity after the murder of the wicked. All these have caused the disaster of Borneo. It is also related to the visibility of evil. Visible evil is easier for their investigators to deal with, but for ordinary people who can't deal with evil at all, being visible will only lead to evil's attention and make their sanity fall faster. So hold back. Such a disaster will never happen again in their Dongwon country. Now let me talk about the specific situation of Sakura country that day. The gate of hell in the cherry blossom country lasted for 58 minutes. It is difficult to know the exact number of evils gushing out of it, but at least thousands, or more. The Sakura Kingdom is inferior to us in terms of equipment, but they also have some special trump cards. They are worshipped in shrines and cultivated gods. This is the strongest method of the Sakura Kingdom, and the secrets of it are unclear, but it is only guessed that these gods may be related to evil and strange things. The cherry blossom country enshrines these gods, and sacrifices souls and lives in exchange for the chance of these gods to make a move. In the defensive battle at the gate of hell that day, Sakura Kingdom invited 3 gods. It is understood that any of these gods can kill the treacherous snake mother we encountered in Baijiang before, but in the end, the 3 gods died and escaped. This information put pressure on Joju and several other cadres. Fortunately, they also have their whole cards, the latest research and development results of the General Administration Science and Technology Talisman Seals, Metaphysics Grenade. Joju and others discussed tactics. Investigators seized the time to make up lessons, making up some lessons about spooky intelligence. Outside is the patrol that should be patrolled, and the rest that should be rested. Overnight. The evil didn't come out, but the gray mist in the cemetery spread a little more and floated slightly. Joju watched from a distance. The information provided by Xinho is likely to be accurate. How long do we have? Between 2.5 and 3.5 hours. That organization, the people from Xinhua will probably come. It's almost here. Baijiang City, DC District, and Jinyo's home. The broken hole in the ceiling is still unrepaired, and a girl with a little baby fat on her face looks on tiptoe, puzzled. Yu, how did you make such a big hole? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible to make such a big hole. The fat baby girl looked at the hole, then at Jinyu. Could it be that? Eat your potato chips. And Jinyu grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into the girl's mouth, making her mouth bulge, and let out a cry of whoa. Schools are really closed? She asked. Yeah. The baby girl nodded. And Jinyu was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt normal. When she asked for a long vacation, some classmates had already asked for leave. After all, before she learned the news that the world would sink, there were rumors of jumping off a building, jumping into a lake, etc. in school, which was very ominous. She knew that it must have something to do with the evil. After catching Xiaohei number 1 and number 2, and Jinyu quietly went back to school and visited those legendary places. It was really weird, but it might have been disposed of by the investigation bureau or the seniors in the organization, and she didn't see it. After turning around, she found a newborn evil spirit, and she was too busy to get rid of it, otherwise another person might die in a few days. This world is too dangerous, so it's good to suspend classes, otherwise Ningying would still go to class every day, and always like to dig into corners and alleys to find delicious food. It used to be fine, but now. This world is too dangerous. And Jinyu had a headache. I can't say anything about Weixia, it's meaningless to say it, but if a girl Ningying bumps into Weixia when she goes out, she will almost die. It's not impossible to run into Weixia while hiding at home. He couldn't take her with him all the time. In such a world, if you don't master the ability to deal with evil, you can't be called safe. Unless they can enter the organization, but their salary is to save the collapsed organization of the world, the recruitment must be very strict. According to the instructor, only special people are recruited, and Ningying. Apart from being able to eat and not getting fat, and Jinyu didn't see anything special about it. He didn't know if the organization would recruit logistics. Even if he was just a handyman, it would be safer if he was protected by an organization. And Jinyu thought about it, turned on the TV, and stuffed the game controller into Ningying's hand. You can play games by yourself, I will go out and wait until I come back, don't go anywhere, good boy Ningying, when she was stunned, and Jinyu was already getting ready to go. She touched the ghost banner on her body, patted her cheek, and took a deep breath. After a while, he drove away from the community. In the cemetery area, the atmosphere became more and more serious. This is the 13th time Joju looked at his watch. Is the person from the fire still not here? Not yet. The time provided by the fire is at least 15 minutes away from the opening, and at most it is more than an hour. But you can't get stuck and come on. He is also afraid of being released as a pigeon. Would you like someone to call and ask? Joju, Missin is here. Good. Joju was excited, but soon pretended to be calm again, ask her to rest in the camp and prepare for the battle. Since Jianyu has arrived, the swordsman in black will also be there. 2 reinforcements. Of course, their own investigators are not bad, no better than they were back then, and today they will show off the demeanor of their investigation bureau. Even better without reinforcements. But besides Mizzen and the swordsman in black, will Xianhua have other awakened people present? Joju thought. Nothing else, just pure curiosity. At this time, the entire southern suburbs were blocked, and this incident caused quite a stir in the entire Baijiang city and the entire Donghuang country. But overall it is stable. In such a closed circle, a figure walked straight in without encountering any obstacles, as if he did not exist, and seemed to be an ordinary staff member of the investigation bureau. Fang Yu drove in the lightless state, followed the guidance of the navigation map, and came to a high mountain. Standing here, he could clearly see the gray fog in the distance, and quite a few investigators. 37 minutes. He glanced at the game interface again. Brother Heidao was resting, ready to deliver at any time. All staff members have arrived. The swordsman in black hasn't come yet? Director, you have asked this question for the 6th time, you might as well ask Missin directly. Joe Bureau, how outrageous it is to ask directly, besides, I am not doing this for safety. He stared into the distance, the gray fog was already drifting, and it became more and more intense. At this time, even if there is no prediction time given by the salary, it can be seen that the gates of hell are about to open. But this surprised Joju even more. So accurate. Shinhua really predicted the opening time of the gate of hell 2 days ago, and the error was only within 1 hour. What means, side of the cemetery, Master Ma led a group of investigators to defend this place. He held a white tasseled spear in his hand. This is of course a new type of weapon, which can effectively kill Guixie. The investigators behind them were wearing strings of prayer beads, but today the prayer beads are no longer the protagonists. The real killer lies in the weapons the investigators are carrying. Special cards that have been consecrated one by one. Each one is spherical, looks like a grenade but looks a lot more sci-fi. This is their weapon, and it will be revealed today. On the opposite side, the team was led by another special-level investigator, Fort. His awakening ability mainly kills, and he can emit flames from his palms, which is also outstanding among the special-level investigators. They defend the places with the greatest pressure with Master Ma respectively. In addition to them, there are 5 special investigators including Bai Shui, but their awakening abilities are relatively useless, far inferior to Master Ma's ability to kill 7 in and 7 out of the evil pile. Everyone has entered the state of readiness. And Jianyu was also in the line of defense, slightly to the outside. The Bureau of Investigation had previously built high platforms around the cemetery, and she was on one of them, with a wide field of vision and a clear view of the situation in the distance. The gray mist surged up, as if it was the breath of a giant beast. The door of the strange world was about to open, and all kinds of terrible evils would pour out. And Jianyu clenched her fists and couldn't help becoming nervous. Fang Yu stood on the top of the mountain, looking away from Jianyu. This was the first time he saw Maisie in reality, but there was no need to meet her. His eyes shifted to the gray mist, which billowed like a veil of fog, and the surrounding ground seemed to be gradually turning gray. Fang Yu glanced at the game interface. 60 seconds left. There are still 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 2 seconds. In his eyes, the gray mist violently surged up, and suddenly spread out in 1, 2, and 3 circles. A faint gray fog enveloped the sky, the space was slightly distorted, and the gray fog opened and closed like breathing. One after another, black shadows quietly appeared in the gray mist. Coming! The gray fog cleared away, making the whole sky gloomy, with gray fog floating everywhere. Some previously built facilities seemed to have decayed under the gray fog, as if they had existed for a few months, rather than just being built. Gray shadows stumbling like walking corpses appeared in the field of vision of the investigators. Not only the outline, but almost completely clear. Except for these gray shadows, there are wisps of black mist escaping from them. Unknown. Terrible. The low-pitched to sharp roar echoed in the ears of the investigators, making their brains tingle and their eyes bloodshot. What is even more shocking is the terrifying number. Even if it was expected, seeing so many evils with my own eyes, I still couldn't stop the chills in my heart. No one has ever seen so many evils gathered together. Joe Bureau hadn't seen it, Bai Shui hadn't seen it, and Master Ma, the head of the Investigation Bureau's combat power, hadn't seen it either. For the first time in my life. But it wasn't when he was in a daze. Fire. A special investigator shouted. According to the previous drill, the investigators picked up the cards one by one. A very thick and large card, about the size of an A5 paper, with fine electronic patterns on it. At first glance, it looks like a circuit board, but when you look closely, the scratches are crooked and mysterious. It looks like a talisman, but in fact it is. This is an electronic talisman. The combination of science and technology and metaphysics, the latest research and development results of the General Administration. An investigator pressed the switch on it, and then threw out the electronic talisman with great force, creating a miracle. When it hit the staggering Yuxi, this talisman exploded violently, lightning arcs scattered in all directions, crackling and bursting out bright thunder light, covering the surroundings of that side of Yuxi. Quite a while, lame yeah, Guaxia was also wiped out 3 heads. Very good. Very effective. Continue. In addition to the electronic talismans, there are also metaphysics grenades, which were thrown high and exploded among the evil piles, bursting into clusters of orange-red fireworks. Potholes were blasted out in a short while, the smoke and dust filled the sky, and the momentum was huge. How about it, the thunder talisman and fire bead of our investigation bureau are not bad. Beside Jianyu, investigator Yusudo looked proud. And Jianyu nodded. Indeed, it was so loud that she was taken aback. However, amidst the thunder and fireworks, there are still a lot of Guaxia rushing out. Some of them are scorched black, but their speed is not slow at all. Obviously, they just staggered and walked at first, but once they galloped, their limbs twisted, like spiders. Crawl quickly on the ground. Or bounce high and jump towards the investigator. Or extend your arms like a snake. Still terrible. It seems that only a small part of the massive thunder and flames can cause damage to the evil. Shouldn't I do it? She asked. Yusu smiled. The current situation is within the estimates of our investigation bureau, and it is not difficult to deal with. The director also hopes that you will save your life energy to deal with those difficult ones. Of course, if everything goes well, Missen doesn't need to make a move. Yusu hoped that there would be no need for Jianyu. This is a battle for their investigation bureau, and they have the ability to solve it. Field, the Thunder Talisman and the Fire Bead continued to show their power. Maybe they were not as powerful as they looked, but they were strong enough. Once they were fired, there would be 2 or 3 little ghosts, and some special investigators such as Master Ma would rush up occasionally. The evil in the gray mist is becoming less and less, and the piercing voice echoing in the ears is also gradually decreasing. The investigators grinned. At this time, clatter, the gray mist surged again, and one after another gray figures appeared in the central area between one picture and one close second breath. The surrounding situation is dignified. In addition to the shambling figures, there were also many big guys this time. The 3-meter-high 4-hoofed monster is ugly and ferocious. A few electronic talismans hit, but only caused a little damage. Master Ma in the distance came up with a gun. Thin thunder light bloomed all over his body. This is his awakening talent, thunder and lightning penetrating body, which greatly improves his physique with lightning stimulation, and at the same time makes his attacks come with lightning damage. Lightning injury is the key. A horsemaster with thunder injury is one of the best. He bang 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 pointed the tip of the gun on the giant beast, and a burst of lightning exploded a puff of green liquid. At the same time, he swam nimbly, avoiding the attack of the 4-hoofed giant beast, and threw a ball of fire from time to time, shaking the giant monster. The eyes of the beast, and then took the opportunity to sneak attack. Master Ma is amazing. It is not a problem at all to kill this giant 4-hoofed beast. But at this moment, another giant beast with 4 hooves appeared, galloping towards another place. Master Ma couldn't stop it. Even the exploding fireworks couldn't stop the giant beast from charging. And Jianyu took out the ghost banner, raised it lightly, and a wisp of black smoke suddenly burst out, drifting tens of meters away, and appearing in the air. Roar! Shaped like an iron tower, a black giant covered in rocks descended from the sky and landed on the 4-hoofed giant beast. Suddenly, the earth shattered, and the 4 hooves of the giant beast sank into the ground. There was a burst of smoke and wind, blowing past shocked faces. Thanks for the reward of 500 coins from bookfriend 201904221732578098, and the reward of 100 coins from bookfriend 202103011041000180062 and Nopal fuck. What's this? The cold wind slapped randomly on the face, and the ear-piercing roar seemed to fade away, and the investigators only saw this terrifying figure descending from the sky. Terrible evil giant. An evil giant that fell from the sky. But why does it seem to be from our side? Right. Looks like reinforcements are coming. Investigators cheered. At this moment, even the ferocious face of the black giant looked cute in their eyes, and the disturbing roar sounded like a war drum to their ears. Heart is burning. Master Ma also heard the loud noise, took a moment to take a look, and couldn't help being speechless. Darling, is this the deceitfulness of the fire envoy? Strong enough, violent enough. Master Ma also ignited. He represents the Bureau of Investigation. It is exciting to have strong support present, but it cannot be compared. More lightning flashed from his body, and the output of the awakening ability of thunder and lightning penetrating body increased. The speed skyrocketed again. Master Ma has been awakened for more than a year. Although he did not dare to undergo the second awakening, he has been trying, exercising, and developing his awakening ability. From the beginning, it can only stimulate the body to grow, to release lightning, and then to multi-stage stimulation. The higher the power, the stronger he is, but too strong can also cause damage to the body. At this time, Master Ma opened the second stage, and the whole person turned into a blue phantom, galloped behind the four-hoofed giant beast, and aimed at the weak point. Rainstorm Chrysanthemum Gun. Guns are deadly. Under Master Ma's strong output, the ghost finally fell to the ground, turning into wisps of green smoke and dissipating. And another giant four-hoofed beast in the distance couldn't withstand the ravages of the black giant's love, and played GG. About the same speed. This black giant is not under him. Master Ma, another big guy is rushing over. There are 4 in total. This is the defense zone facing the gate of hell, the most dangerous. The 4 big guys made Master Ma frown. There are reinforcements not far away, but even if they are divided equally, one person has to deal with 2 ends. The danger of 1 + 1 is far greater than 2, not to mention there are other evils, so you need to be careful everywhere. Just as Master Ma was about to open his mouth, he saw 2 wisps of black smoke drifting out not far away, and 2 ghostly monsters with the same size appeared. One of them was also a black giant, which fell down and held down a giant beast. The other one looked like a scorpion, with a needle-shaped tail stretching out more than 10 meters, and a black shadow flashed past. The sharp needle tip pierced heavily through the pinned monster, and when it was pulled out, a handful of greenish-gray liquid was brought up. Spike! Then it flicked far away and pierced the second big guy wrestling with the giant. Double kill. Not long, 3 kills. 4 kills. Master Ma was holding a white tasseled gun, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. What about my enemies, my many enemies? Although Master Ma was very frustrated, the investigators were very excited. Many people didn't know the identity of Jianyu, but were just wondering where this fierce man came from. Too much. Jiang Tingqiu was amazed the whole time. The same goes for Zhou Ju. According to the evaluation criteria given by the General Administration, these big guys are probably 1-star top level, and Jianyu can kill 4 in a short period of time. With this level of strength, it will not be too difficult to deal with 2-star ghosts. This method of fighting evil spirits is the most amazing. It is much better than the method of enshrining the god in the Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Tingqiu said. It was also the first time he had seen Jianyu's method. Before that, he had only glimpsed a gray outline under the bridge hole. Who would have thought that this evil real body would be so terrifying and powerful? However, although Missen is very strong, the elder brother in black is stronger. The big brother in black is his belief. A real man wants to cut 99 with one knife, slashing and blasting evil. While speaking, Jiang Tingqiu threw a fire bead, hit the pile of ghosts, and took down 3 little tricksters. The gray mist breathed for the 3rd time. How long has it been? Zhou Ju asked. 31 minutes, Chief. Zhou Ju nodded. Judging from the opening time of the Gate of Hell, it was already halfway through, and their line of defense was still very stable. Under the bombardment of the Thunder Talisman and Fire Bead, there are already countless Guaxia that have been killed so far, and so many Guaxia have never been killed before. Just crazy. It is also true that some investigators did not hold on to their madness, and were knocked unconscious by colleagues and dragged on. It's not a big problem, and it can be recovered after some treatment afterwards, and at most there will be some sequelae. Bureau Zhou is considering building a nursing home, of course seeking funding from the state. He looked at this time. At the back of the crowd, there was a striking bald head, dressed in cassock, with strings of huge Buddhist beads hanging around his neck, palming with one hand, and turning the beads with the other hand, chanting the great compassion mantra on this roaring battlefield. It was still very loud. Joju's mouth twitched slightly. He doesn't want Master Mingdang to go to the battlefield, but he really can't beat the mage, both in terms of language and body. But not to mention, the mage chanting scriptures here does reduce some sanity pollution, which is equivalent to putting a resistance buff on the investigators. The effect may not be too strong, but his coverage is wide enough. It is also related to the loudness of Master Mingdang. A mage trains his muscles, which is really effective on the battlefield. The gray mist breathed for the fourth time. The gray mist in the distance opened and closed, and many huge black shadows appeared in an instant. Zhou Bing's face was solemn, and suddenly saw one of the black shadows. His heart trembled, and there were tears of blood in his eyes. In the third area, a huge monster appeared. Be careful not to look at it. Don't look directly at it. Get ready to use tricks. This is a monster more than 3 meters high. It is not very big and looks like a cow. The difference is that it has a huge eye pupil in front of it, and at the same time, the eyeballs on the back spread to the end. Horror and horror. This is definitely as cunning as a snake mother, let alone being rushed by it. Its existence alone will make the investigator's sanity continue to decline. Must be killed ASAP. Master Ma watched from the corner of his eye. Madness was like a tidal wave hitting his rationality. To deal with such treachery, even if he fully activates his awakening ability regardless of physical damage, there may only be 4 or 6 openings, 4 for him, and 6 for treachery. But today, he carried a strange thing with him. Curse of blood. As long as blood is paid as the price, his resistance, speed, and killing ability can be enhanced. It is a very practical trick, although this price may make him. Well, I can't smoke him either. At this time, Master Ma saw a black giant not far away rushing towards the Cyclops. Well, the difference in size is not too big. With this black giant in check, he can kill this evil faster and reduce the impact. The faster the kill, the shorter the time to use the blood curse, and the lower the side effects. It's nice to have a reinforcement. Master Ma was about to attack, when a roar suddenly erupted not far away. Thick sticky black smoke emitted from the body of the running black giant, and its entire body swelled as if it had taken hormones, and it swelled a bit after running a step. When it charged in front of the Cyclops, its body had already from 3 meters high to 5 meters. Taller than giant bulls. Little brother, didn't expect that. The giant grabbed and pressed with both hands, trying to suppress the evil in front of him like wrestling. The ground cracked, and the 2 figures sank at the same time. At this time, it was still the same routine. The inconspicuous little black number 3, a scorpion-shaped evil with black smoke all over his body, a needle-shaped tail stretched out 10 or 20 meters, across a beautiful the fox line pierced through the back of the giant ox, as if it pierced through only a piece of wood, easily drilled in, and got to the one eye, and twisted hard. The evil exploded to pieces. Some fragments were blown up in front of Master Ma, and it took a long time before they turned into green smoke and dissipated. Master Ma was stunned. Joju was stunned, looked at Jiang Tingqiu and asked, "Is there a possibility that Ingenue is stronger than the swordsman in black?" Jiang Tingqiu opened his mouth, seemingly unable to refute. A few days ago, Jiang Tingqiu repeatedly watched the scene where the elder brother in black beheaded the mother snake. Shocked to heaven. Cut off the snake mother's leg with one knife, creating an opportunity, and then use a few meters long knife light to break it in two. Very violent. Very invincible. Until now, he still thought that a real man would kill 99, but he couldn't refute Ingenue's strong man. Too strong. The previous 4 kills were not her real strength. They thought that Ingenue could deal with this kind of evil that can be called the source of mobile disasters. They only wanted to reduce the impact and ensure a stable line of defense, so they wanted to let Master Ma and Ingenue Guaxia shot together and killed the giant bull as quickly as possible. Who would have thought that Master Ma, who was very good at finding fighters, didn't even have time to make a move, and this evil fell down. Clap it and it will fall. It's a spike. She still hides such a strong power. A single black giant can block the 2-star evil, and that black scorpion is obviously even more terrifying. Based on such performance, Jiang Tingqiu also had to admit that Ingenue's strength was probably still higher than that of the big brother in black. But her age and her appearance are too deceiving, just like a newcomer. Unlike the big brother in black, who is cold, decisive, and experienced, as if he has already killed tens of thousands of evil spirits, like an evil killer, an evil butcher. With just one glance, everyone will think that the big brother in black is very strong. The eldest brother is indeed strong, he is a fierce tiger, but he never expected that Missin is an expert at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. She is too fierce. 3 evil ones, with the ability to boost, and you see, Joju wiped away his blood and tears and continued to observe, and Zhenyu held a black flag in his hand, and wisps of black smoke drifted out from time to time, falling on her treacherous pet. That's probably a weird thing. Her weirdness is not only tyrannical, but also recoverable at any time. Well, it has resistance, output, boost in milk. This is too open. Jiang Tingqiu had to admit that it was not possible. And Zhenyu's strength was indeed higher than that of the big brother in black. With Zhenyu's strong shot, Xiaohei No. 1 and Xiaohei No. 2 were almost blocked in front of the Grey Fog Gate, and the entire line of defense was very solid. Special investigators such as Master Ma and Fort also performed well. At this time, the time has come to the 51st minute. The grey mist breathed for the 5th time. This time the gates of hell are almost over. The gate of hell in the cherry blossom country lasted only 58 minutes. Although they couldn't support it for that long, they were already defeated. And for them, this 5th breath of grey mist is likely to be the last wave. Hold on. Hold on is victory. The evil is out. Unsurprisingly, this time, there were more big guys that were swallowed out one by one. Even 2-star monsters like Cyclops have 4 of them. This time, Master Ma really used the strange thing, and there was a faint light of blood lingering all over his body, and there was thunder in the bloodlight. Master Ma went up 100 meters away, and Zhenyu's hair fluttered slightly. The orchid light bloomed in both eyes. Little Black No. 1, Little Black No. 2, and Little Black No. 3 swelled up one after another. 3 against 3. However, 3 pairs of 3 in Zhenyu can only be suppressed, and can't be killed in seconds, not to mention there are many big-sized monsters around. Even if Xiaohei No. 1 can slap such monsters more than 10 meters away, it didn't work either. Under the interference, Little Black No. 3 Black Scorpion couldn't find a chance to kill in seconds. It can only be suppressed, it takes time to kill. And Zhenyu's eyes glowed with blue light, and increasing the 3 ghosts at the same time consumes a lot, that is to say, she has a special talent, and the consumption is much lower than ordinary people, so she can still support it for the time being. But she could support it, but the line of defense became dangerous. In addition to the 4 2-star Yuxi, there are also many big guys who are not weaker than the construction site Yuxi, rushing towards the crowd. The thunder talismans and fire beads injured some, but these evil spirits have no fear at all, and they will not stop charging unless they are disabled. Human beings are the most delicious food in their eyes. To be rushed. There are only a few special investigators, but there are at least 20 big guys who come out, and they can't be restrained at all. Execute Plan C. Joju picked up the walkie-talkie and said. They had predicted this kind of situation before, and they didn't dare to hope that they could completely block the evil from the exit. However, at this point, casualties are inevitable. The enemy is terrifying and treacherous, and being able to contain this disaster is victory. The current situation is already much stronger than the worst one they estimated. Hold on to. Stopping this wave of treacherous evil is victory. Director, the black-clothed swordsman is here. Someone shouted, with excitement. Joju fixed his eyes and saw a figure in a black coat and mask appeared hundreds of meters away. This familiar figure. It's him. He came. Even if the black-clothed swordsman is not as good as in Zhenyu, he is still a powerful awakened person who can kill 2-star evil, stronger than Master Ma. And now the 2-star ghosts have been suppressed by Master Ma and in Zhenyu. With such a new force entering the arena, these 2-star ghosts can be killed soon, freeing up hands to deal with other ghosts. Both Joju and other investigators who knew this person showed joy. The reinforcements came just in time. The roar of the monster in the ear became pleasant, like a war drum, and the BGM was burning high. Amidst the roar and music, the swordsman in black leaned forward slightly, stomped on the ground, and flew out amidst the splash of gravel. It's electricity. It's light. Passing by one of the investigators, the eyes under the mask were emotionless, just holding the evil slaying sword on his back. Cut. The 2-meter-long machete suddenly fell down, smashing a big-sized monster into the soil, smashing its body into pieces and dissipating in smoke. The evil sword has already drank blood. He Dao didn't turn his head back, the cold killing intent spread out, stirring up the wind and cloud. Stimulated by his killing intent, the ghosts who were flying all over the place suddenly stagnated, and then all turned around and rushed towards him. He also rushed forward. Holding it with both hands, the 2-meter-long evil slashing sword kept slashing, unpretentious, powerful and heavy. One knife after another, the knife enters the soul. Wherever he passed, one by one evil spirits dissipated into smoke, and there was nothing that could only make Heidao turn back and make Heidao make a second strike. He dances among the ghastly crowd, spooky and violent. The big knife dragged on the ground, leaving messy knife marks. Boom! The Zhanxie broadsword slashed on a huge 2-star Yuxi, the blade glowed red, and the black knife pressed both hands. The huge Yuxi's back armor was shattered inch by inch until the whole body was chopped apart. The big knife fell to the ground, and the gravel flew around, blasting a crack several meters long. The black knife does not stop, swings the knife and cuts again. Cut again. Cut it again. Cut with a big sword. The 1-star Guixie exploded with one blow, and the 2nd-star Guixie, with a red light on the evil slaying sword, pulled out the light of the sword, and it also slashed and exploded with one blow. In just a moment, the number of evil spirits decreased visibly with the naked eye. One person, one knife, kill through Gui Chao. P.S. The 2 chapters were released together. Please ask for a recommendation ticket on Monday. Monthly ticket woo woo woo. Thanks for the reward of 200 coins from Last Guyen and 100 coins from Book Friends 201904020802044441 on the high platform set up by the Investigation Bureau. Joju, who was in charge of command, looked into the distance with a dull face and remained silent for a while. So did Jiang Tingqiu next to him. After a while, he finally came back to his senses, excited. Old Zhou, let me ask you again, who is better, Nissan or my eldest brother? Zhou Ju opened his mouth. What the hell? And Jian Yu pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. That's all it takes to pretend to be a newcomer. How can the seemingly aloof black-clothed swordsman hide so much? It has only been a few minutes since its appearance until now, and the number of beheaded evil spirits cannot be counted. Even the 4 terrifying 2-star ghosts died under his knife one by one, as if they were no different from ordinary ghosts. Too violent. Too strong. Joju thought for a while, could it be because of that knife? That knife is probably a strange thing. The last time he used it was not such a big knife. Jiang Tingqiu retorted, can a monster increase its strength so much? Moreover, monsters have side effects and cannot be used for a long time. Don't you see how many monsters my elder brother killed? When the battle situation eased, Master Ma in the distance had already stopped the curse of blood and sealed it up. Once this trick is used, it will continue to absorb its own blood until the blood is exhausted. The side effects are not small. But it's not difficult to stop, just throw away the weird thing. Master Ma only used this weird thing for 10 or 20 seconds, and he couldn't bear it. As for the big brother in black, the knife is always on his body, and his life energy seems to be endless. Too strong. This is the goal that he should strive for all his life. In the distance, hundreds of meters away, on a hill where no one pays attention, Fang Yu is browsing the game interface. You can see Brother Heidao's life energy column, up and down, up and down. There are ups and downs, and the overall downtrend is very gradual. The evil sword is really powerful. Without this cunning weapon, Brother Heidao could only focus on the 2-star cunning and evil, not daring to spend his precious life energy on the little one. But now that there is a big sword in hand, to deal with the level of construction site evil, the black knife doesn't even need to use the blade, it only needs to inject a small amount of life energy, and it can kill with one move. The energy control of the black knife is very accurate. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Heidao has achieved the ultimate in the distribution of life energy, how to kill the evil spirits in the most efficient and easiest way. Call it art. With the support of this kind of no waste at all, and the sucking blue of the evil sword, although it is still not possible to achieve no loss, Brother Heidao's state has been maintained. Very stable. And Jianyou's condition is not bad, as long as she does not activate the awakening boost, she has almost no consumption. They are all masters of protracted warfare. However, Fang Yu glanced at the remaining time of the gate to the paradox on the game interface. Now is far from the time to relax. Joju glanced at the time, 61 minutes have passed. It stands to reason that this gate of hell should, time to close it. But no, the gray fog is still surging, and from time to time, a few black shadows will appear in the center of the gray fog. The number is not large, and there are 2 strong supporters, and Jian Yu and the black-clothed swordsman. This front can be said to be very stable, but Joju feels a little uneasy. How long will the gates of hell last? Most of the existing records are in the range of 50 to 60 minutes, but the samples are too small to explain anything. Joju frowned. At this time, the gray fog surged violently again. This was the 6th time the gray fog breathed. The 6th wave of strange and evil surged out. Hold on to this wave, and we will usher in victory. As expected in this wave of strange evil, there are more big guys appearing, and the number of 2-star evil is as high as 6. Very tricky. But this time there was a black-clothed swordsman at the forefront, and his speed was actually no faster than Urshing Yuxi, and that figure seemed extremely small surrounded by huge Yuxi. The momentum is not as great as that of Jianyu Yushi's Guixie, but he can walk and dance in the encirclement of Guixie, and when he seizes an opportunity, a red glow will appear on the sword, and he will cut down Yushi alive. Burst. It seemed very easy, but he kept dodging among the treacherous crowd, and looked a little dangerous, and he didn't have overwhelming power. But it happened to kill the most evil spirits. That man is like an indestructible rock, resisting the impact of the waves, and even tearing them apart in reverse. Strong and long-lasting. Looking for foreign aid like Xinhui is the most correct decision he has made since he took office as director. Jiang Tingqiu stared. Didn't I bring the firewood? Zhou patted him on the shoulder. I've already written down your credit. Besides, isn't your credit the bureau's credit? The same thing. This wave of strange evil was blocked, and the damage was less than the previous wave. With a smile on Zhou's face, he waited. After waiting for a long time, the gray fog was still surging, showing no sign of fading away. His smile couldn't hold on anymore, and he looked a little stiff. He looked at his watch, and the time had reached the 76th minute. At this time, the 7th wave of evil wave also appeared. The pressure is getting bigger and bigger, and even a black-clothed swordsman will not be able to hold on if this continues. Human life energy has a limit. Far away, Fang Yu observed the battle situation. At this time, the gray fog was thicker, and he couldn't see clearly from a few hundred meters away. But fortunately, he entered the special mission mode at this time, and red dots were marked on the mission map. Green dot, blue dot. The red dots represent evil spirits, the green dots are our own people, and Jianyu and Heidao, and the blue dots are people from the investigation bureau. Among them, the huge red dot representing the 2-star evil has a special mark. At the same time, he can also enter the God's perspective, and Jianyu's perspective, and Black Knife perspective, mainly God's perspective. Similar to the state when casting the Black Knife, he can freely control the perspective to move up, down, left, and right, and control the battlefield and command the battle situation. At the 9 o'clock direction, there is a 2-star evil one-eyed giant bull. Restrain it. At 1 o'clock, open a path and create opportunities for Heidao. At 3 o'clock, on the high platform, and Jianyu looked excited. Instructor is watching here. At this time, the fog was very thick and full of evil spirits, and she was a little confused, and she couldn't communicate with Heidao, but under the command of the instructor, Xiaohei number 1 and Xiaohei number 2 created opportunities. Cut it over with a single knife, and the efficiency is very high. It's just that there are still many evils. Next is the direction at 11 o'clock. Brother Heidao is not in this area. Here is a monster named Human-Faced Wolf, more than 2 meters in size, covered in gray-brown rotten fur, lying on all fours, and has a face that seems to be crying but not crying. Hence the name Human-Faced Wolf. Its speed is extremely fast and will bring great danger to the defense zone. And Jianyu also understood, but he couldn't catch up. Even if she gave Guixie a buff, she still couldn't catch up with her, the speed difference was too much. In the future, she must catch Guixie, who is only good at speed. That's too late. Can you only follow the instructor's instructions to block the evil behind? Meow. The meowing sounded suddenly, and it was so clear in the entire roaring area. A small black dot appeared on the battlefield with graceful steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, with an elegant figure, neither rush nor delay, unexpectedly dodged one by one evil attacks just right. Came all the way to the front of the human-faced wolf. 2 figures, one big and one small, looked at each other. Meow. The black cat jumped up, and its entire body suddenly swelled in mid-air. Gigantic. Its speed soared a lot, and its suddenly enlarged body was glowing with circles of light, as if it was covered with armor. Knocking the whole body of the man-faced wolf into the air, the black pupil had already caught up with it when it flew into the air, and the meat claws slammed down. The man-faced wolf fell to the ground like a car from mid-air. Amidst the rumbling sound, the ground cracked and gravel flew up. The big black cat stepped on the bent body of the wolf and looked around. The meat claws slammed down. Boom! Under the claws of the black pupil, the body of the human-faced wolf was broken inch by inch, and even the ground cracked and sank. It was not until the whole body of this terrifying and evil creature was shattered, and the death dissipated, that the big black cat waved its flesh in distaste. Claw, back to the shape of a cute kitten. Cute is still pretty cute, it's just the image in the minds of the investigators present. What's more, it's this cute little black cat flying, photographing, and smashing this scary and eerie scene. Lingering. Where did this cat come from? Wrong. Is this a cat? This is a monster with a black cat skin. And Jian the investigator Yusu recovered from his stupor. Then, the cat is also a member of your organization? Big, probably. And Jian nodded, feeling no less surprised than Yusu and the others. Sure enough, the battle situation is under the control of the instructor. The human-faced wolf instructor has discovered it a long time ago, but, we still have a cat? Maybe it's an old-timer in the organization. It's our organization. Director, it has been confirmed that this black cat. No, this black cat is not evil, it is indeed from that organization. Investigators said. While Joju heaved a sigh of relief, he was also extremely surprised. If the strength of Jianyu and Heido is barely understandable, a black cat is so strong, which is really beyond their imagination. Xinhua, what kind of organization is it? Bureau Zhou felt that they still underestimated the salary. Although there are few people in this organization, none of them is simple, not even a cat. Heitong walked on the battlefield with graceful steps. Passing around one by one, Guaxia doesn't care much about it, and it doesn't claw. The quirkiness is not worth it. Amidst the fireworks and thunder, a little black cat walked leisurely, as if walking on an outing, without the slightest hint that it was on the battlefield. It only makes a move when dealing with the two-star treacherous and evil, and it is a thunderous blow when it makes a move. It has always seemed to be very easy to do. It is clearly in a battlefield full of fireworks and thunder, full of evil spirits, but its shiny black hair is spotless. It makes people wonder whether it is the first element to keep itself clean and tidy when fighting. Time flies, constant fighting. Joju couldn't remember how many times he checked the time. He only knew that the time had reached the 99th minute and he had breathed the fog 8 times. But fortunately, there are strong people with fuel, and the general administration spares no effort to support them. The current ammunition is still sufficient, and the front line is still stable. We can hold on. It's been 99 minutes, maybe in the next second, the gate of hell will be closed. As soon as the words fell, the gray fog surged violently. This time, it seems that there are not many black shadows emerging from it. Just as Joju was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he realized that shadows had shrouded him. In the gray mist, standing in front of them was... It is a giant with a height of 5 or 6 floors. It's as creepy as a tall building. The huge and extremely oppressive figure slowly stepped out of the gray mist, accompanied by loud bang 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 bang. It seemed like a human giant whose skin had been cut open and only flesh and blood remained. Its whole body was bright red, bloody, and terrifying. A tongue that is more than 10 meters long and can be forked protruded from the mouth. Some investigators went crazy, scratching their own face and tearing off pieces of bloody flesh. One by one. The investigators who were closer, the Buddhist beads hanging on their bodies were blown to pieces, and their eyes were filled with blood and tears. Even if they could control their own, their skin became as red as burning, and rolled off little by little. Joju, Jiang Tingqiu and the others who were further away were also being constantly attacked by madness. Half kneeling on the ground, her skin was faintly red. This is an extremely terrifying evil spirit. Joju shouted in his heart, but he hardly had the strength to speak at this moment. It is a luxury for ordinary people to stand in front of such treachery. Only those who have been awakened can resist this invisible impact and influence. It's just part of the resistance. Bai Shui had bitten her teeth until her lips were bleeding, so Master Ma picked up the blood curse again. It's time to go all out, but can such a monster be killed with all one's desperation? Far away, and Jianyu was not affected by the invisible impact, but she was equally terrified in her heart. This is the 3-star treacherous flesh giant. She had seen it before, it was near her home, but she didn't really meet face to face at that time. In fact, she was still in a different world, separated by a layer of veil, and now she really saw it with her own eyes. Her heart was pounding as the giant approached. Reason is not affected, but the fear can't be controlled no matter what. She can't help but control the little blacks to rush forward. Black smoke gushed out of Xiao Hei No. 1, and his figure swelled. But the next moment, it was grabbed by the flesh giant. The whole body was torn to pieces on the spot. It also made everyone present feel like falling into an abyss. Only the black knife was missing. He was focused, his eyes were cold, and his killing intent was like a knife. He held the evil slaying sword and pulled out a red light several meters long, facing the giant's calf, and slashed it off. The red light pierced into the flesh with the blade, as if the red blade was cut on the armor. The red light splashed like fragments, but it also split a little. The giant's slap fell, and the gravel splashed, leaving a huge palm print, and the ground continued to vibrate. Heidao could only keep dodging, which was very dangerous. Heitong also joined the battlefield. It entered the giant spirit form, its strength and speed greatly increased, and it walked around the flesh giant, attracting the attention of this terrifying and evil. The output of the black knife is higher and it is responsible for killing. The elongated sword light slashed on the giant's calf one after another, and was about to be cut off. Master Ma and others saw hope. He came with a gun, blood burning. At this time, boom! Boom! In the gray mist, two tall figures appeared again. Two flesh giants. 6 pairs of scarlet eyes fell down. Master Ma froze, his heart almost stopped suddenly. There were also rational investigators present, who almost went into cardiac arrest. Three unmatched monsters? Madness and despair hit everyone's heart. At this time, unless a miracle occurs, it is possible to reverse this desperate situation. Far away, Joju braced his body and pressed a button. The button that must execute the worst plan. No, at least, they killed a lot of ghosts. The scale of the tide of ghosts is not so big, their sniping is not useless. But, I still want a miracle to happen. Joju's mind was a little dazed. Where he couldn't see, a speck of light emerged from him, from the investigators one by one, and floated into the distance, on a small hill hundreds of meters away. Fang Yu has already put away the phone. It shows Gate of Paradise remaining time, 9 seconds. He holds out his hand. Faith like a firefly falls into it, igniting a raging flame. It's time for this disaster to come to an end. P.S. This plot ends tomorrow, and the next step is the development of Xinhua. Thanks, 2,000 coins for the reward of Yashi Dormant, 1,600 coins for Qingfeng Luing, 1,500 coins for watching big girls while drunk, 1,500 coins for Muzweeking Fan, 500 coins for Kordikk, perfunctory is of 500 coins for Species of Sin, 200 coins for Xinglua Konya, 100 coins for tipping, MOU. Bookfriend 20190402080204441, Bookfriend 202107100008166624, Jinyu Shilling, Taibai Eclipse Subaru, Yuhan, thank you for your votes, Fat Cheng thanks. On the hill, the figure in the pale white robe looked into the distance, and the 3 giant flesh and blood giants were still clear even in the gray mist. A kind of crazy, self-harming madness kept coming to mind. Fang Yu bit the tip of his tongue. In the eyes are the fallen figures of investigators, very small, but also very great. The light of faith wafting out was even more dazzling fireworks in his eyes. Your efforts will not be in vain. Faith turned into firewood. Thunder light emanated from Fang Yu's palm, and life energy gushed out continuously. The highest output of his previous palm thunder could only be 1 unit of life energy, and injecting so much was the limit, but now 2, 3, and 4 units were continuously injected. The light particles of faith also poured in from all directions, turning into fuelwood and burning blazingly. The power of this belief is still being invested, increasing the power of this blow, getting stronger and stronger, and the increase of the belief of burning fire is far from the limit. But Fang Yu found that he was almost at the limit, and he couldn't control it if he continued to increase. Not very strong mental strength can't control this violent thunder. Unless it is thrown out at this moment. But it's not enough. Just with such a little power, maybe even a flesh and blood giant can't be killed, let alone 3 palm. The thunder light became brighter and brighter. Like a huge blue light bulb, shining in this dim sky. Suddenly, a brighter golden light than this one bloomed here, and the dimness on the white robe of the lights had completely faded away, replaced by bright golden light. It seems that the gray mist can also disperse some golden light. Lighthouse status. Release the light energy to enter the lighthouse state. At this time, the wearer's mental strength and self-resistance will be greatly improved, and at the same time, he will have light defense. For a moment, Fang Yu only felt that his brain was extremely clear, and the roar of the flesh and blood giant resounding in his ears, and the madness that kept pounding his mind, seemed to be just a gentle breeze. The spiritual power is constantly improving, and the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees seem to be visible without eyes, and the 3 flesh and blood giants who are hundreds of meters away become clearer in the eyes. There is an intuition that as long as he throws the palm mine, he will definitely be able to hit the position he wants to hit. Zhang Xinlei, who was originally extremely violent and almost unable to restrain himself, became extremely docile at this moment. In other words, his own strength has grown stronger, firmly restraining this violent thunder light. Can be stronger. Faith poured in one after another, the firewood burned, and the fire of faith became more and more vigorous. The flesh and blood giant who had just taken a step suddenly stopped, and slowly turned his head to look into the distance. There, a golden beam shone like a beacon. Then, what is that? The dark cloud shrouded in darkness, and the evil roar kept echoing in the ears, and the world in front of him gradually became gray and ruined, almost falling into the abyss. At this moment, a golden light beam rushed up, as if it wanted to break through this gray and ruined world. An investigator who was on the periphery raised his head, and a figure was faintly visible in the golden light beam. Dressed in a white robe, the palm of his hand is thunder. Priceless. Is it a miracle? What kind of miracle can break through such darkness? Master Ma turned his head. Joju, whose skin was already burning red, was lying on the ground, trying his best to look. When Yu saw this beam of light, there was light in his eyes, and the fear in his heart faded. Is it the teacher? She clasped her hands together, and a little particle of light appeared in front of her heart, which was larger than other investigators, and was dragged away to the distance. Lighthouse status, does it still have such an effect? It's not all side effects. The white robe that radiates golden light almost draws a golden circle around his body, and within the circle is golden light. It is very difficult for a person to move at this time, but if he just raises his hands and kicks movement without resistance. The golden light was shining, 3 huge flesh and blood giants, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on him, and they had already taken a few steps, causing a tremor of the earth. Fang Yu also raised his hand. The brilliant thunder light and golden light were intertwined together. This blow was the power of faith, which injected 9 points of life energy into him and multiplied it countless times. It is also the power of expert-level palm thunder and white robe of lights. All powers unite. Following instinct and intuition, he raised his hand and the bright thunder light sank into the sky. Boom! A dazzling, thick thunderbolt crashed down from the sky, just like the god of heaven was angry, sending down the brilliant might of the sky. Lightning burst. In an instant, the entire central area of the gray mist turned into a sea of blue-purple thunder. Thunder arcs scurried like giant pythons, flying the ground, smashing the earth and rocks, and even biting on the 3 huge and terrifying figures, tearing, destroying, and annihilating them inch by inch. Boom! The sea of thunder roared, and the bright blue light made it almost impossible for those who watched the scene to open their eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only in the center of the gray mist, near Lei Hai, a figure in a black coat was dragging another person to run with all his might. Thunder exploded behind them, resplendent like fireworks. Heidao tugged at Master Ma without looking back. For a long time, the roaring in his ears had disappeared, and the stabbing pain in his mind was no longer there. When Jiang Tingqiu got up in a daze and looked into the distance, the violent sea of thunder, the terrifying evil, all disappeared. There was only a shattered area with a diameter of about 100 meters in front of him, like a shattered area that had been repeatedly destroyed and ravaged. Jiang Tingqiu was dumbfounded. A ray of sunlight sprinkled on his face, he raised his head, and found that the gray mist covering the sky had dissipated. The warm sun shone down. There are no more sinister figures everywhere. Jiang Tingqiu was stunned, rubbed his eyes, and showed ecstasy for a while. Old Zhou, wake up, we have one. Jiang Tingqiu glanced around, looking for the figure of the big brother in black, but he couldn't find it. But he remembered the miracle just now, yes, just now. That golden beam. He turned his head abruptly and looked at that place. The golden beam of light had long since disappeared, only a figure in a white robe disappeared from his vision in a flash. Hundreds of meters away, Fang Yu used the remaining life energy to turn on the no-light state, and forced himself to glance at the phone. Brother Heidao has returned, and he almost reached the upper limit of the delivery time. That's why he didn't dare to let Brother Heidao appear on the stage too early, and he took the time to deliver, so that the time of Brother Heidao would not return to 0 at a critical moment up. The elder brother's condition is not good, his life energy consumption exceeds 2/3, and he still has serious injuries. Lightning injury was spread to. Fang Yu looked at himself again. He didn't even need to look at the panel, he knew that he was in poor condition at this time, no injuries, but his life energy was almost exhausted. This was the second thing, his whole body was dizzy, as if a needle was constantly stabbing his head. He held on. Driving the little e-donkey that he hid in the corner, he drove all the way in a dull state, and finally returned to his home. Opened the door, closed the door. Paji lay down on the sofa, and finally glanced at the phone, unable to hold on anymore, closed his eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. Taiping Community, one of the ordinary residences. Fang Yu slept for almost 2 full days, except for waking up hungry to make noodles, and waking up holding back his feces and urine to go to the bathroom. He was always sleeping. When I woke up on the 3rd morning, the symptoms of sleepiness, weakness, headache and so on were all gone. It's too uncomfortable. Ever since he improved his physique, he has been in great shape, and he has never been so uncomfortable. With a mortal body, it was really too much to force such a terrifying thunderbolt. However, the situation at the time was barely enough. Judging from the results, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Fang Yu took out his phone and opened the game of salvation. Brother Heidao is still slightly injured, and his life energy has recovered, but the injury can only heal slowly. However, even in this state, Brother Heidao still does not forget to exercise. According to the diary, my brother woke up at 4 o'clock today, waving a novice sword to practice sword skills and blade cutting. And Jian Yu is in good condition. Although her remaining two cunning little black number 2 and little black number 3 were all annihilated in the boundless lightning that day, after 2 days of hard work, she caught 3 new little blacks. But it looks like it's only for transitional use, not fully completed, and she is still looking for a target. The only one that was not damaged was the stupid cat with black pupils. At that time, for the sake of convenience, Heitong was put back into the sealed treasure box and locked up for 2 full days. Well, it's not a big problem. The treasure box is equivalent to a small bedroom, and Heitong doesn't need to eat or drink, so there is no problem. Meow. But as soon as he was released, the black pupil exploded and jumped on him, biting and clawing to disrespect him as the fire teacher. Fortunately, there is no real bite. Fang Yu picked up Heitong's fate by the back of his neck and threw it into the bedroom. Go read novels by yourself. Hey, since you like reading novels so much, it makes sense that you can write novels, right? It's better to raise this stupid cat. His novel that has been discontinued for more than 10 days will have a cat that can do it. But the stupid cat ignored him, and jumped onto the computer desk with cold cat steps. Fang Yu sighed. He also wants to save Baijiang City, but also has to consider his own economic problems, and he is going to be the father and mother of Heidao and Jian Yu. Is it easy for him? Fang Yu clicked on the mission dispatch module. After a glance, there is no major problem except for a few more little ghosts in the Baijiang City. However, the southern suburbs cemetery area was displayed differently on the map. Light gray area. Light pollution area explanation. There was an unstable node connected to the strange world, which caused this area to be affected and polluted. The probability of this area seeping evil will be much higher than the normal area. Fang Yu frowned. The mission of the Gate of Paradise is over, but it seems that there is still a lot of influence left. Since there are lightly polluted areas, will there be moderately polluted areas and heavily polluted areas? Or one day, the open door to the paranormal world will never be closed again. Can the polluted area be purified? After this busy period is over, I will go to the southern suburbs to explore again. Now it's time to look at the rewards. Urgent mission, the Gate of Paradise reminder, the task has been completed, whether to settle the settlement, and receive the reward. Fang Yu chooses yes. Countless images flickered across the game interface. Fireworks roared. There was the treacherous figure of Envoy Jian Yaoyu, the scene of the black knife cutting the treacherous and evil, the figures of the investigators, and finally, the brilliant sky thunder like the wrath of the sky. After the CG is finished, the picture freezes. Enter the checkout process. The number of ghosts killed, the casualty rate, the degree of disaster impact and other factors are all related to the final rating, related to the fate points, cultivation cards, and ghost crystals harvested this time. The first is the number of evil kills. He snorted. Investigation Bureau, can the evils killed by friendly troops also be counted? This was a pleasant surprise. Of course, there is a weight coefficient in it. The evil coefficients of Jian Yu and Heidao are both 1. The kill coefficients of special investigators such as Master Ma and Bai Shui are between 0.4 and 0.6. Ordinary investigators with Huozhu have even lower kill coefficients, much lower. But the number of coefficients is low, and the combined value is very large. There are hundreds of them. Of course, the number of kills here is only used for mission ratings, not equivalent to hundreds of 1-star and 2-star missions. Hundreds of 1-star missions will take a long time even if 007 does not sleep. This is a large task with a high star rating. Regardless of the danger, the fight was over in half a day. More importantly, the kills of the friendly army are earned for nothing, and they are quite happy. If there is no investigation bureau, only the 3 generals Heidao and Jian Yu and Heitong would not be able to kill so many evil spirits in front. Even if the delivery time of Brother Heidao can be extended, he can do it with the evil sword. No, there is a limit to absorbing blue. In fact, most of Brother Heidao's attacks were the big guys who were not weaker than the construction site Squaxie, and the rest of the cannon fodder, Xiaoxia, were mostly left to the investigators to bomb out. Heitong even made fewer shots. This stupid cat might be stronger than He Dao when he exploded with all his strength, but his battery life, not to mention. Work is not active enough. Deduct wages. Wait, it doesn't look like it's paid at all. Fong Yu fell into contemplation. During the contemplation, each index has been evaluated and synthesized. The final task evaluation was S class. Is this an S grade? I thought it would be nice to get an A. In Fong Yu's view, this battle was not perfect. Of course, he had tried his best, and so had Xin. Or because it is not strong enough. Ding. Reminder, the emergency mission Southern Suburbs Gate of Paradise, special 3 stars, is rated as S rank. Reminder, get Fate Point X60, Wild Crystal X60, Skill Training Card, White, X35, Skill Training Card, Green, X5, get Rich Overnight. These are still basic rewards. On top of this, when the task rating is A and above, additional rewards can be obtained. Hint, get Novice Weapon, White, X10, Physical Potion, White, X10, Secondary Apostle Recruitment Certificate, Green, X5, Skill Seed, Blue, X2. Reminder, complete the special task for the first time, and reward the Savior's exclusive skill detection, Blue. P.S. The title of the book was changed to My Game of Salvation Comes True. I feel that the title of the book is more relaxed. Although it has a weird background and a theme of salvation, I really don't want to write something that is too depressing and serious. Of course, the author who hit the street, the writing ability is also limited. In short, I will try my best to find a balance between subject matter and style 3 angle. PS2, the little author wants to add more, but there is really no manuscript saved, not even a drop. These days, people are a bit in a trance. Yesterday, I suddenly had a headache like acupuncture. The manuscript of the chapter has also been consumed. Unfortunately, I hope to save the next half of the chapter today. Thanks to Mr. Stupid Mummy for the reward of 10,000 coins. Thank you for the reward of 500 coins from Bayun has disappeared, 500 coins from Lugnophelan, and 500 coins from Tsingy by E. Juring Jianshur, reader 1481820967083778048, starting to death with broken chapters, Mamada D, Nopal reward 100 coins. After staring at the game interface for a long time, Fong Yu came back to his senses. Call out the harvest is too great. Cool. Although most of them are white level items, there are enough of them. What's more, skill training cards are basic necessities, and he doesn't want too many anyway. This time, he was able to unleash thunder like the wrath of the sky. The right time, place and people are indispensable, but the most basic thing is this expert palm thunder. If you haven't reached the expert level, the palm laser can't go out, so what's the use of the belief in burning fire no matter how much it increases? Not far away, Heitong poked his head out from the bedroom door, glanced at him, and shook his head. This shit shovel officer is really not good. Fong Yu first skipped the basic items he was already familiar with, and set his sights on a few brand new treasures. Secondary Apostle Recruitment Voucher. Description: using this certificate, you can sign a contract with a qualified person, recruit him as an organization's apostle, and enjoy the treatment of a secondary apostle. Self-recruitment is the key. An apostle cannot be drawn directly. Because of this, an item related to an apostle is only of green grade. But, what are eligible goals? The assessment of conditions in the salvation game depends on talent and potential. It doesn't mean that you have to be born with extraordinary abilities like in Jian Yu. This is unrealistic. Natural talents are obviously very rare, and you may not be able to pick one out of thousands of people. Battle literacy, willpower, learning ability, etc., these can all be classified as talents and potential. Some people are born to fight. For example, he himself, obviously an ordinary person who has never slaughtered a chicken, was flustered and calm in the face of Weixie, and he defeated Weixie on the spot. So is the ability to learn. The gap between the god of learning and the scum of learning is like a gap. Another example is Brother Heidao, who has no specific talent, but he has a strong physique, a tenacious willpower, and even more terrifying fighting qualities. The final assessment is blue level potential. Find a candidate with at least a green level potential, fool him, sign a contract with special powers, recruit him as a salary worker, and give him the opportunity to become stronger. The question is how to find such a candidate. Awakening during this period is probably a relatively high potential, but there are only a few awakened people he knows now, and they are all members of the Investigation Bureau. At present, the size of Xinhui is too small, and he needs his own pure manpower. Still have to look for it from ordinary people. It's just that there is no potential, but it can't be seen with the naked eye. Fang Yu's eyes fell on the reward for the first special mission. Skill, Detection, Blue, Explanation. The Savior's exclusive skill can detect the target's state, skills, and general potential. The higher the rank, the less information can be detected. Fang Yu stroked his chin. It seems to be a very good auxiliary skill, which is very helpful for him to find and expand the salary personnel he chooses to use. Ding! Reminder, whether to choose to receive the skill Detection, Blue, dot. This is a blue grade skill that cannot be underestimated. Fang Yu's face was serious, and he was fully prepared for the next moment to be miserable. Bring it on! The familiar world was spinning, and many figures and monsters flashed in his eyes. It lasted for a long time, but it seemed that he was not tired or hurt. That's it? This is how to learn detection skills? It was too easy. Fang Yu felt a little unreal. He is familiar with it, and the method of using the skill detection has flooded into his mind. As an I-type skill, it is similar to slide tracking and slide control, and he is also familiar with it. After a few seconds of preparation, the entry-level detection was used proficiently. Align yourself in the mirror. Fang Yu Physical, 5.6 Spirit, 3.5 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Evil Tracking, Palm Thunder Ability, %UN hashtag at and Potential, Unknown, above green, click to view details. Fang Yu touched his chin. It looks like a low-end version of the character panel, but there is an extra potential estimate. Sure enough, this detection ability is prepared for the selection of personnel, and it is a faithful choice in the dark. In this way, in terms of potential, you can go out and look for it, but besides potential, character is also very important. In short, you can't be casual. Just thinking about it for a while makes my brain hurt. It's better to upgrade the detection skills to the proficient level first. The entry-level ones are still too jerky to use. Fang Yu, who has 38 white-level practice cards, said that he is very brave. With a big wave of your hand, you can go up when you want to go up. After a while, the world was spinning. This time, he was a little tired from practicing. When Fang Yu finally walked out of the small black room and returned to his home, his eyes were sore and his legs were a little soft. Nothing else, just some physical exertion. He opened the panel and took a look, then paused. The proficiency is only 33% of the entry level. Forget that this is a blue level skill. Fang Yu's flesh hurts. But if you use it all, if you don't improve your skills, wouldn't this training card be useless? He trembled, and snapped 2 more. For a moment, after scoring twice in the small black room of practice, a long time passed, and there was only a moment in the outside world. Fang Yu returned to his home with blank eyes. Lying lazily, fat and paralyzed.jpg. At this time, his life energy is almost exhausted, but from the perspective of time management, since he is not ready to go out at this time, turning his physical strength into strength is the correct operation without wasting time. It's just a little bit tired. Taking advantage of the rest time, Fang Yu took the time to look at the third special item, the Seed of Skill. Skill Seed, Blue, Explanation. This is a blank skill seed. You can use skills to recharge the seed to transform it into a skill seed. The transformation is irreversible. When the transformation is completed and cultivated with ghost crystals, you can use the seed of skill grows into a tree of skill and bears fruit of skill. Note 1, the blue skill seed can only engrave green level skills at most. Note 2, expert level and above skills are required to be imprinted on the skill seed. Note 3, the skill fruit can only be given to the special factor of learning a certain skill, and you still need to practice it yourself to get started. To put it simply, using the skill book is directly 0% entry, and using the skill fruit is 0% entry not. But a way has been found. This is very important, whether it is Blade Slash or Palm Thunder, it is very difficult to teach others in reality. It is stuck at the beginning, but it is much easier to practice after getting started. With detection, secondary apostle recruitment credentials, and skill seeds, a new batch of beaters will be available. The 5th fate draw needs 81 fate points, and the difference is not much. Just save up. All is well. And Fang Yu called up the panels of himself, He Dao, and Jian Yu. They killed countless Guaxia in the previous mission of the Gate of the Unreal World, so it stands to reason. Savior of Destiny Mystery, 32.6. Black Knife Mystery, 24.4. And Jian Yu Mystery, 10.6. Except for Jian Yu, he and brother He Dao can all undergo a second awakening. And Jian Yu has accumulated a mysterious value of 10.6, but there is no sign of a second awakening, so the starting standard for the second awakening may be 20 units. He Tong can't wake up either. It seems that He Tong's current state is equivalent to a sleep? Do you need to accumulate 20 points? Not much to say. Regardless of whether it is 10 units or 20 units, it will not take too long to accumulate. Let the investigation bureau know that I'm afraid I will be envious and jealous. They have few special investigators. In addition to being very dangerous to awaken, the accumulation of mysterious points is also very slow. Like the Apostle of Destiny, beheading a little evil will take away all the mysterious value. He clicked on the mark next to Brother Heidao's mysterious column, and a prompt popped up immediately. Reminder, you can guide the Destiny Apostle Black Knife to undergo a double awakening. This guide needs to consume Fate Point X3, Spiritual Crystal X9, and the awakening probability is 75%. If it fails, the second guide will consume more resource. Reminder, do you want to guide the Apostle of Destiny Black Knife to undergo a double awakening? He was in no rush to guide. The consumption of the second awakening guide is 3 times that of the previous one, and it's not very expensive. Well, 9 strange crystals are still a little expensive. And the chance of awakening is reduced. The first time he guided the awakening, Brother Heidao had a 90% success rate, but this time it dropped to 75%. What about the third and fourth times? The odds are not very high, so Fangyu gave Brother Heidao a rest order to make him fully prepared. After Heidao rested for an hour, the physical strength, life energy, etc. on the panel had all recovered, leaving only a few minor injuries. These problems are not big. It doesn't matter that a tough guy like Brother Heidao has more scars on his body. Fangyu touched the phone screen, and pressed the key to guide and awaken. For a moment, he stared at him closely, but there was still no change in Brother Heidao. He just sat quietly in the training room for half an hour, then suddenly got up and slashed with his sword. Call out! The blade pierced through the air, screaming, and waves of invisible air burst from Heidao's body. Obviously his figure didn't change much, but he felt even colder, as if he was a sharp cold blade that had killed countless evil spirits. However, Urju was not completely unchanged. Where Fangyu couldn't see, under Heidao's mask, there was a red line on his face. It is a change for awakening. Compared with the awakened members of the Bureau of Investigation, this change can be said to be quite small. Fangyu opened the panel of the Black Knife. Black Knife Physical, 7.4 plus 7 Spirit, 2.4 plus 1.6 Mystery, 0 Life Energy, 10.24 plus 5 Skill, Slightly Ability, Cold Killing Intent, Double Level. His physique has almost doubled again, and Brother Heidao is even more inhuman. In addition, it is mainly the change of abilities. The second awakening usually does not give birth to new abilities, but it will strengthen the previous awakening abilities and extend some new usage methods. Brother Heidao's Cold Killing Intent has an extra one, which can attach the killing intent to the blade to improve the description of lethality. Wait for Brother Heidao to fight monsters next time, and watch him play around. Fangyu looked at his character again. With Brother Heidao at the top of his game, his own awakening will probably go smoothly. Wait for your physical strength to fully recover before awakening. Baijiang, Bureau of Investigation. It has been 2 days since the Hell's Gate incident in the southern suburbs, and the Bureau seems a little deserted. After facing the flesh and blood giants, many investigators were mentally damaged to varying degrees, and have now been sent to a nursing home to recuperate. Don't know how long it will take to recover. In the director's office, Josie's expression was a bit bleak. Firstly, his heart was heavy, and secondly, like many investigators, he was mentally traumatized. If it weren't for the fact that the trauma was relatively mild and he was the director of the bureau, Joju would have wanted to go to a nursing home. Master Ma sat aside. His mental state is not bad, but his body is wrapped in bandages, his figure is much thinner, and his body is skinny under his clothes. This is the after effect of using the blood curse many times. He can still recover slowly by taking more supplements. As for whether he can fully recover, it is still very difficult in his opinion. He was lucky that he didn't die. At that time, if it wasn't for that Master in Black who helped him, he might have been wiped out in the vast sea of thunder. Master Ma took a sip of the wolfberry water in the thermos. Speaking of which, the thunder is really terrifying. In an instant, it turned 100 meters around into a sea of thunder. No matter how terrifying the evil was, it was all annihilated in the destructive thunder. It's simply Tianwei. Is that really something humans can do? Master Ma and the others tended to use a certain powerful trick and paid a huge price. But even if there are powerful monsters, such a scene can be called a miracle, it can be called great. Can human beings reach such heights through awakening? You say, is that one the third level awakener, or the fourth level, or higher? Can you really wake up so many times? Jiang Tingxia was also here, and he seemed much more energetic than Zhou Ju, so he caught Master Ma and asked, How many awakenings are there at the highest level in the General Bureau? Fourth and fifth? Boy, you think it's too beautiful. Master Ma said, as far as I know, the highest one is the double awakening, and there are very few of them. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are higher ones, but no matter how high, if there is such a strong one, he still needs to work hard. You asked me why I guessed that it was a fourfold and fivefold one. I have never seen such an outrageous awakened master. This can't be a high guess. Since it can be awakened at 1 and 2 levels, I guess it has an 8th and 10-fold, is also reasonable. It is very reasonable. But he hasn't even awakened yet. Jiang Tingqiu wondered, although our investigation bureau has become the assisting party this time, we have killed a lot of evil spirits anyway, and should have accumulated a lot of mysteries, can we awaken it? Master Ma glanced at him. He didn't say anything against him, but Jiang Tingqiu has been a super senior investigator with several years of working experience. In terms of seniority, he is not much worse than him, and he should have accumulated enough mysterious points. He hasn't awakened yet. It's only possible that he himself is difficult to awaken and his potential is not enough. After this battle, some people may indeed experience awakening. During this period of time, we should pay more attention to whether there is any abnormality in the mental state of the investigators. It is a good thing that new awakeners appear, but it is also necessary to prevent the failure of awakening. This failure rate is very high. Master Ma said. Zhou nodded, with a serious expression on his face. He hoped that the Baijiang Bureau of Investigation would have a few more awakened people, but he was also worried that some people would fail to awaken and die. It can even be said that there is a high probability that someone will die, but the number of deaths is more or less. In the Battle of Hell's Gate in the southern suburbs, many investigators and trainee investigators were injured and died, and there must be sacrifices. It may be that he has not recovered from the influence of the evil spirit, and Zhou's face is full of sadness. A little jade. Xiaozhou, I suggest you stay in a nursing home for a while. You're not the only one in this game. Master, I'm here to sit in charge. Don't look at me like this. It's easy to kill a few ghosts. Cheer up, you must know that we have won a big victory this time. Think about the situation in other places. A gate of hell appeared in the Sunset Empire yesterday. It resisted but suffered heavy losses, far worse than theirs, and the gate of hell is said to be far smaller than theirs. The Bald Eagle Federation on the other side of the ocean also has a gate of hell appearing in the urban area, and the current situation is still unknown. The cherry blossom country next door is full of disasters. It is not that another gate of hell has appeared, but an extremely terrifying evil has appeared in the bustling area, and it is said that it is still wreaking havoc. Although the severity is foreign, there are also many domestic disasters. As Master Ma said, his mood gradually became heavy. Thank you for the reward of 3,000 coins from It's Not Bad Like This, the reward of 233 coins from Juian Kron, and the reward of 100 coins from BookFriends 2022011118455867 and BookFriends 201702210935009090. Typing District, Fang Yu didn't know the disaster situation in various places, but he also browsed some unusual information from the internet. For an event as big as the Gate of the Paradox in the southern suburbs, it was predicted and blocked in advance, and it was largely concealed, causing little harm and impact. But not all disasters can be predicted in advance. As more and more catastrophic events appear, the existence of treachery will eventually be unable to hide. Perform the double awakening first, then open up the entrance to the organization base, and then look for suitable personnel. This is the plan for today. At least do the first one. He clicks on his character. Reminder, you can guide the Savior of Destiny to undergo a double awakening. This guide needs to consume Fate Points X3 and Spiritual Crystal X9. The probability of awakening is 60%. If you fail, the second guide will consume more resources. Can you wake up? Fang Yu took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and pressed the button. The mystery lingering around him boils, and the whole person feels like falling into an abyss. It's the second time. He was already mentally prepared, but this time the shock he suffered was even stronger, dozens of times stronger than the first time. It was also stronger than facing the 3 flesh and blood giants that day. It was far away that day, but at this time, Fang Yu seemed to be surrounded by 10 flesh and blood giants, and the terrifying madness hit his mind. He didn't want to be afraid, but some things couldn't be transferred with his mind. Gritting your teeth, closing your eyes is all about force. Even if you can't hold it, you have to hold on. But closing the eyes can't stop the horror in front of him. Closing the eyes is the same as opening the eyes. 10 flesh and blood giants are locked around, and even more terrifying existences are crawling around him bit by bit. It's cold and creamy. Maybe it was just a hallucination, but he couldn't take what happened at this moment as a hallucination. I thought about it, but couldn't do it. Fang Yu kept supporting, holding on in the abyss. His expression gradually became trance, like sleepwalking, having a nightmare. I don't know how long it has passed, but when Fang Yu came back to his senses, the skirt of his clothes was already wet with cold sweat, his lips were even biting blood, his spirit was a little sluggish, and he didn't have much strength in his body. Failed? Is the double awakening still a failure? Not far away, Hei Tong was walking back and forth in front of him, a little anxious. Seeing the mystery around him calm down, he raised his head after a few glances, meowed and turned into a phantom and rushed into the bedroom. Continue to read its novels. Before Fang Yu opened his eyes. Fang Yu slowed down for a while before gradually recovering. He picked up his phone and saw that an hour had passed. When I opened the game of salvation again, as expected, the prompt was that the awakening had failed. But fortunately, he didn't lack any arms or legs, and the status displayed on the panel was only tired. People are fine. It's just very painful. Although there is a guided awakening, the entire awakening process is still extremely difficult, and this is only the second level. Awakening is too difficult, and sometimes it is not enough to have the will. Fang Yu also admitted that his willpower cannot be compared with Brother Heidao's. At least he can't get up to exercise at 4 o'clock with his injuries, at least 5 o'clock. The awakening failed this time, and there are still some changes on the panel. The accumulated mysterious value is less, and it has dropped by 10 points. It still satisfies the awakening conditions. Mystery, 22.6. He tried it. Reminder, whether to conduct the second guidance. This guidance will consume fate points x4, Phantom Crystal x12, the probability of awakening is 11% per 68%, if the third guidance fails, more resources will be consumed. The former is in the current state. To wake up with his current state of shock, it is obvious that he is lighting a lantern in the toilet, courting death. The latter represents the normal state, and the probability has increased. Fang Yu changed his sitting position, took out the paper and pen after he calmed down, and started to record after thinking about it. Failure is an established fact and cannot be changed. What we need to do now is to find the reasons for failure. Well, thinking about failure is also a unique experience. If you think about it that way, it's not too sad. Thinking back on the process just now, it was still mysterious and boiling, and then the whole person fell into the abyss. If there is any difference from the last time, except that the horror faced is greatly intensified, it is a giant of flesh and blood. 10 flesh and blood giants surrounded me. Compared to other horrors, the flesh and blood giant gives me the clearest, most direct, and most terrifying feeling. Is there such a possibility that I killed the flesh giant and absorbed the mystery from the flesh giant, so when I awakened, I met the flesh giant? Fang Yu pondered. This possibility does not seem small. Looking back, I can ask Brother Heidao to write an awakening experience, and see if the dangers he faced when he awakened are the 2 star ghosts he killed. If Brother Heidao is the same, his guess is very likely. So, the flesh and blood giant is 3 star treacherous. Will it also reduce my chances of awakening a lot? This one is TBD. His awakening pass rate is really low, only 60%. This is definitely not because of his hip stretching, at most a little bit. If this conjecture is true, try not to leapfrog to kill Guixia, which may slightly increase the success rate. But then again, how many people can leapfrog to kill Guixia? Fang Yu wrote down his experience and conjectures one by one, and the description of the awakening process came to the end. Before failing, the whole person became in a trance, like sleepwalking, like having a terrible nightmare. But the nightmare was just a dream after all, and it was less terrifying than facing the flesh and blood giant. Rather than saying that he failed to awaken due to trance, it is better to say that he entered the trance state because of failure. This is a protection mechanism. Because of this, he didn't suffer any trauma after the failed awakening, it was only a huge physical exertion. Fang Yu tapped the tip of the pen, wrote down his conjecture, and closed the notebook. After resting for a while, he picked up the novice wooden sword and began to practice basic sword skills. Or meditate and rest. Occasionally, he also dispatched missions to Brother Heidao and Jian Yu. When the state and mind were back to their peak, Fang Yu took out his phone and opened the game of salvation. Try again, this time it will definitely work. He pressed hard. The mystery boiled again. His mind fell into the boundless abyss, surrounded by 10 giants of flesh and blood that were so clear that they almost touched his skin. Fang Yu bit the tip of his tongue, concentrated and guarded his heart. Support, 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 support. I don't know how long it took, but when he opened his eyes, there were traces of golden light flashing in his pupils, and invisible air waves burst out from his body, sweeping away circle after circle of dust. Flying over the body of Haitong, who was poking his head not far away, it meowed and slapped its fur. Fang Yu stood up. The power in the body surged, and the senses of vision, hearing, smell, etc. were much sharpened, as if the shackles imprisoned on the body were completely released. There is no doubt that he succeeded this time. Double awakening. Ding! Reminder, the Savior of Destiny has completed double awakening, body plus 5.8, spirit plus 3.2, and the awakening ability has been improved. The first volume is finished, although the title of the second volume has not been figured out yet. Fang Yu looked at himself in the mirror. He still had that handsome appearance, except that the awakening made his temperament more outstanding and added some inexplicable mystery. There was no other change in his appearance. Bai Shui from the Investigation Bureau, awakened with all white hair and strange pupils. The superclass named Canon has two palms that are different from ordinary people, and the skin is a little red, and it is even red like a soldering iron when using the ability. The special class known as Master Ma is no different from ordinary people when it can be seen, but it is not clear under the clothes that cannot be seen. Fang Yu observed all these from Ingenio's perspective. According to the description, there will be more or less changes in the awakening, but he himself does not have it. He opened his clothes and opened his pants or nothing. Maybe this is the perfect awakening. Brother Heidao and Ingenio haven't changed much either. He called up his panel. The Savior of Destiny, double awakening, physical, 5.6 plus 5.8 spirit, 3.5 plus 3.2 mystery, 0 life energy, 9.05 plus 5 skill, slightly ability, slightly. The improvement on the panel is far from enough to describe his changes at this time. Having destroyed things before last time, this time Fang Yu didn't dare to move around, just picked up the novice wooden sword and practiced one move after another. It can not only improve the skill proficiency, but also familiarize yourself with the changes in your own strength. Kill two birds with one stone. The strength has been greatly improved. Now this novice wooden sword is too light to use. But I don't fight with the sword very much, so it's not a big problem. He only uses swords when he is abusive, and when facing a real enemy, he naturally raises his palm and releases his palm. The output of Palm Thunder has also been greatly improved. Under normal conditions, the maximum output of life energy has increased from 1 point to 2 point, but the power has more than doubled. How much to improve? There is no testable target, and Fang Yu is not clear. And the awakening ability Fire Faith. While exercising, Fang Yu is also trying out his abilities, and the range of beliefs he can perceive is wider, from 500 meters to 1000 meters, and then to 1500 meters. Perceiving and collecting these beliefs is also much easier and faster than before. Not just beliefs, the scope has expanded to more superficial emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, little by little, are not clearly presented in Fang Yu's eyes. Wake up, exercise, take a shower. After all the work, the sky is getting dark, and it is more dangerous to go out at night. After all, what you can see in the evil tracking field of vision is only an evil outline, and the environment at night is far less clear than during the day. But, Fang Savior Fire Instructor Double Awakened, you are not false at all, and even want a few ghosts to try. Picking up the reluctant black pupil, Fang Yu walked out the door. Today's Wei Jing is enough to open the gate of the base, but where should the entrance be set? He considered setting it in a relatively remote place within the city. It would be better to have a building as a cover, which can be used as an external office for Fudo in the future, but he didn't have one. Think about it and see if there is a way to get whoring for nothing. If not, just settle for it, find a remote place with little traffic as a secret base, and set up an entrance. If it is not suitable, the entrance can still be moved, but it will cost additional warper crystals. As night fell, Fang Yu walked on the deserted streets. Compared with half a month ago and a month ago, there are fewer pedestrians and vehicles on the road, and supplies have begun to be controlled. This is to avoid looting in supermarkets. At present, various places are gradually starting to ration supplies, and they are about to start in Baijiang City. The supplies are still sufficient, at least in their Donghuang country. Fang Yu thought, suddenly, meow. The black pupils lying on his shoulders were slightly puffed up, and a pair of pupils were fixedly staring at an ordinary dark corner not far away. Fang Yu couldn't see anything, but he felt something was wrong. A little chill. But this place. At this time, it was too late to take out his mobile phone, so he directly used the evil tracking. Under this special vision, he saw not far away, more than 10 meters away, there was a faint figure lingering in the filthy wind, clinging to it. On the wall. It's evil. But this place didn't have a mission logo just now. He can't remember wrongly, he was looking for a suitable entrance location all the way, killing a few ghosts along the way to earn some extra money, and he was sure there was none here. Newly born? While thinking about it, this Guaxia had turned its head 180 degrees, and the next moment it rushed towards him. It was not clear whether it was fast or not, because Guaxia's tracking vision did not catch it. The gray shadow was still clinging to the wall, and a chill rushed straight to the sky. Fang Yu instinctively rolled over. Two black scratches more than 1 meter long appeared on the ground, and the road where the scratches were scratched sank silently, as if melting. He rolled to the right side, the black pupil leaped from his shoulder and landed on the left side, his pupil stared not far away. Delusion reveals itself. A gray shadow that was not fully visible but was much clearer appeared. Very skinny, looks like a praying mantis, a meter-long mantis. A cold madness flooded my mind. It's not strong, at least the sanity effect it brings is not strong, like an ordinary evil, but the danger it presents is far more than that. Fang Yu raised his hand, and shot out an arc of lightning. Missed. He swished 2 more shots in a blink of an eye, and this time one hit. The evil mantis-like figure became clearer, with lightning arcs wrapped around it, and its movements were stiff and slow visible to the naked eye. The thunder light surged in Fang Yu's palm, and a bright thunder light shot out. Prickly the berserk thunder power erupted, and the evil spirit lasted for less than half a second before completely dissipating. He glanced around again, only to heave a sigh of relief when he didn't see any other ghosts for a while. The ghost tracking vision was still on, and he didn't dare to close it. This Guaxia is definitely at the level of a 2-star Guaxia. He opened the Game of Salvation and checked the game records just now. It shows that he did kill a Guaxia and gained a mystery value of 0.8. However, there are no fate points. Destiny points, treacherous crystals, training cards, etc. are the rewards for dispatching missions. Without missions, there are no fate points. As expected, this treacherous evil was not detected by the map. The current level, the number of detected evils, and the level are for reference only, and the dispatch system will not be responsible for any accidents. This is a hint that has always been on the task module. Fang Yu thought it was just an inaccurate measurement before, but now it seems that it is more than that. Invisible evil. Even the map detection function can't detect the evil. This kind of evil is more restrained. The influence and scope are not as wide as the common evil, but for an awakened person like him, this invisible evil is undoubtedly more dangerous. The precise detection function will also be upgraded. Besides, thinking about the battle just now, the evil tracking vision obviously couldn't keep up. If it wasn't for Hatom's ability to reveal the illusion, the danger of the battle would be much higher. Evil tracking also needs to be upgraded, let's cultivate to the proficient level. He was still outside, so he took out his mobile phone and made arrangements for brother Hadao first. Thanks for the 6,500 coin reward of It's Not Bad Like This. 500 coins from Book Friends 1507050905534666, 300 coins from Kidney Stone Society Firoicho, 200 coins from Nopal, 100 coins from Yuchen. Thank you for your vote. Another place, at Ingenio's house, she was watching a movie with her best friend. Leaving aside the shivering Ninging who was holding her arm next to her, and Jinyu thought the movie was quite interesting, it was about ghosts. Why do movies and TV shows have such themes recently? Yu, don't you think it's scary? I might have been a little scared before, but now. And Jinyu just thinks these ghosts are cute. Compared with those creepy ones that give you nightmares at a glance, they are really cute. Although, recently, there have been a lot of movies with this theme. Many movies also explain from various angles that you should go out less, go to remote places, and don't be curious when you hear strange sounds or encounter strange things. Stay away if you can. Keep away. Curious. A lot of people died in the movie. She probably understood these movies, and recalled many strange behavior patterns. And Jinyu found that as long as the above points were followed, the survival rate would be much higher. But it is only limited to the situation where you are not really being targeted by the evil spirits. Once being targeted, ordinary people have almost no chance of surviving. That's why it is necessary to get rid of the evil as quickly as possible. It's just that the number of these things seems to be increasing. An Jianyuman glanced at Ninging who was trembling, and felt a little headache. Ing was really encountering evil like this, maybe she didn't have the strength to escape. But the two have been friends since they were young, and they have been friends for many years, and they are closer than sisters. For the sake of Ing and Jianyu, who is not worried, he is going to have the courage to ask the mentor the organization needs, or support staff. Does our organization have support staff? Or are they all strong men like Brother Haydao? Probably the latter. And there are not many people. The teacher once said that after years of peace in the world, our salary has also declined and the number of people is thin. Each of them needs to work hard to carry the banner. According to her understanding, this sentence means that in the era without the invasion of evil, the world does not need fire, and the awakened cannot be born. Over time, the salary declined. People who give selflessly are always lonely, so the mentor spares no effort to cultivate himself, but his own contribution is still too little, and the only tasks may be assigned by the mentor to train himself. What else can I do? Do something for the organization? And C's thoughts. Think of money. Although a person like a mentor definitely regards money as dung, the operation of the organization cannot be separated from money. Especially now, the world is falling into the abyss, but the flame of the fire is already weak. Building up her courage, she called out to her mentor in her heart. For a long time, and Jian Yu got the answer. This time the disaster is raging, and we need more strength to save this world that is gradually slipping into the abyss. The mentor did not hide. Told her that she had been silent for many years, and now many salaries are lacking. The fireworks that were once needed to be rekindled. She was honored to be a part of it, and her contribution can make the weak flame of the organization glow with more flames. Including Ning Ying's arrangement. As long as it can be kept secret, it is fine to be an ordinary support staff. If you can pass the assessment, it is not impossible to be promoted to a junior member of Xinhua. Better than she expected. But Jian Yu couldn't be happy, she just felt sad. The mentor is clearly in charge of such a powerful force. Brother Haydao and other seniors stood silently in the dark. People have forgotten the glory of the torch. When the calamity comes, the weakened firewood still chooses to stand up and shoulder the responsibility, but never stands in the light. DC area, Fang Yu silently put down the phone, sighing. What Jian Yu provided was timely. He didn't hide much about the situation of the organization, but he didn't make it so clear. Xinhua has a special background, but its influence and power in reality are very weak. It's all true. It is also true to fight against the catastrophe that is about to destroy the world. Therefore, the development and growth of Xinhua is not his business alone. Need more talents, more strength. Everyone gathers firewood to make a high flame. He already had some ideas in his mind. Beicheng District. And Jian Yu provided a building, which was given to her by her father, and was listed in her name. It was originally for her to open an inn, or do some business, or be a charterer. Let her learn to make money by herself. However, that building, and Jian Yu, has been left unused. At first, she didn't know how to get it done. Later, as more and more evil incidents occurred and the economy became depressed, she kept it on hold. This time she took it out without hesitation. What a girl! The building provided by Jian Yu is said to be a building, but in fact there is an open space of 5 or 6 acres around it, which is also under the name of Jian Yu. This place is not very remote, but now there are few people on the street, and there is a circle of walls around the outside. It is actually still very quiet. As a cover and office at the entrance of the base, it can be said to be perfect. When Fang Yu came, Jian Yu had already arrived. She was wearing a hooded sweater with her hat pulled up. She stood in the shadow of the corner and looked around carefully, looking like an underground worker about to connect. It's kind of weird, but it also shows that she has grown. Fang Yu walked forward. This building can be used as Xinhua's external office, and a passage will be opened here to connect to Xinhua's real base. Are you sure you want to take this building out? When the voice sounded, Jian Yu realized the figure not far away. Wearing a white robe, mysterious and outstanding, although standing in the darkness without light, he seems to be the light himself, the firewood, with a faint golden brilliance in his pupils. After being stunned for a while, Jian Yu came back to his senses. Tutor. Realistic tutor. Close mentor. I am very sure. She said aloud, with some joy and some anticipation. Do you want to see the true background of our fire? Fang Yu was also thinking. Now that there is a building, the part outside the base can be used as a stronghold for the fire. Of course, it doesn't mean that Xinhua is going to come to the fore, and now is far from the time. But in addition to being used as a cover, this building and the surrounding land can be used to train some non-staff personnel. From non-staff, to support staff, to official apostles. Level by level filtering. This is a crude plan. Now, go upstairs. This building is not tall, only has 6 floors, and the interior has only been decorated briefly. The lights have not been installed yet, and the whole building is silent and dark. Fang Yu climbed up the steps step by step until he reached the 6th floor. And Jin Yu followed behind, a little nervous and curious. She saw that the mentor walked to a wall and suddenly stretched out his hand. Next moment, bright brilliance bloomed, illuminating the entire dark floor. It also illuminated in Jin Yu's dull face. In her eyes, in front of this ordinary wall, the silver gray flowed out like a liquid, spreading, until it turned into a silver rectangular gate more than 2 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide, and it was frozen. From now on, this will be an entrance to the Xinhua base. I had a fever yesterday and didn't finish writing, the next chapter will be later, oh, Firebase. When the instructor said just now, and Jin Yu didn't understand, but she seemed to understand now, her eyes were dull, and she watched blankly as the instructor stretched out his hand and pressed it on the silver door. Follow me, said the tutor. Behind this wall is outside the building, and the open space below can be seen from the side windows. However, at this time, the silver door slowly opened to both sides, and a spacious silver-white passage appeared in front of her. And Jin Yu opened his mouth wider and wider, and deliberately walked to a side window to look out, but he couldn't see anything, but the instructor had already walked through the silver gate and set foot on the silver passage. She hurriedly followed, and when she walked to the gate, a ding-dong sounded in her mind. Drip Destiny Apostle and Jin Yu passed the test and is allowed to enter. Fang Yu was also very surprised. Seeing it from the game screen was completely different from seeing it with his own eyes at this time. Aisle 1st floor base hall training room E1 training room E2 training room E3 2nd floor, entertainment area, lounge E1, lounge E2, lounge E3, 3rd floor, base center, conference hall, others, not enabled. He was standing in the passage right now. The base of the organization starts from the 1st floor and extends down step by step. Just looking at the game screen, the base does not seem to be big, but it can be expanded continuously. However, at this time, the passage in front of Fang Yu is 20 to 30 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. There are also engraved pictures on the walls on both sides mural. It's just that the painting is a little blurry, it seems to be a war, there are flames, and there is nothing else to see. When he reached the end of the passage, his vision suddenly opened up. It's like standing on a high-altitude platform. Below, a distance of 10 to 20 meters is an empty hall. The hall is circular, and stone pillars that need 2 or 3 people to surround it stand on the hall, supporting the dome that is 30 meters high. At this time, the base did not appear dim, and there was a soft light shining down. When I looked up, I found that the dome was inlaid with spars, and the light was diffused, as if it was eternal. There is also a huge pattern drawn on the floor, like clusters of flames surrounded and burning, gathering light and gathering fire. Where the game interface is only displayed as a base hall, the reality is so huge. Fang Yu was surprised beyond words, and Jin Yu who was beside him was completely dumbfounded. Walked blankly. He stared blankly everywhere. The surprise in my heart was like a stormy sea. This is the base of Xinhua, a special space that may not exist in reality. Is this our salary? It is worthy of our salary. Even though it has declined, and Jin Yu was shocked and proud to have such a strong background. Descending from the passage entrance to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, you can either take the floating platform or a winding spiral staircase to spread down. Of course, the most direct and fastest way is to jump off the platform at the entrance of the passage. Fang Yu looked down. At a height of more than 10 meters, and there is no place where you can use your strength to ease it, you dare not jump, and you will not be able to die if you fall. He walked the spiral staircase honestly, for no other reason than to take a closer look at his own base. When I walked to the 1st floor, in the empty circular hall, I felt that the pillars were even bigger, taller than the flesh and blood giants, and the people seemed very small. On one side of the hall, in addition to the passage leading to the 2nd floor, there are 3 gates, corresponding to 3 training rooms. One of them opened slowly with 2 ding-dongs, and the old man in black came out. Still wearing a mask, the person stood upright like a sculpture. Reach out and make a fist, placing it flat on the left chest. This is the real He Dao, just as taciturn and like an emotionless warrior. He said, the torch is passed on from generation to generation, and human beings will last forever. Tutor. Fang Yu walked around the 2nd and 3rd floors. The entertainment area on the 2nd floor not only has a variety of facilities, but also has a large garden with lush green trees, which makes people feel refreshed and happy when walking in it. The corridor at the end is connected to each lounge, and it is bigger than he imagined. It is said to be a room, but it is actually a whole suite, and there are 4 independent private rooms inside, with attached bathrooms. The decoration is not very luxurious, but it has all the supporting facilities, which can be said to be quite good, at least it is wider and more luxurious than his home. Fang Yu immediately picked a room for himself. He is going to live in this base for a long time, whether it is training or other things. He doesn't have to be so careful if he has to say something is inconvenient. Well, it's a bit far from the lounge to the training room. When Fang Yu returned to the first floor, and Jian Yu was staring at the patterns on the floor in a daze. She dare not run around. Originally, he wanted to get close to Big Brother Heidao, but Big Brother acted like no stranger, and started training on his own in a blink of an eye, and the most he said was oh, or he didn't speak at all. And Jian Yu went crazy. It wasn't until the instructor came that Brother Heidao finally stopped exercising. Fang Yu looked at Jian Yu and Heidao. He said, "The world is changing, and we need more fire seeds. I plan to screen out a group of potential people as non-staff personnel of Zinfire. If you have suitable candidates, you can also recommend them. But whether it is recommended or otherwise, you need to pass the assessment to be eligible to become a full member of Xinhua. The first thing in the assessment is heart. Only those who pass the test of heart and character are eligible to be endowed with the power to fight against evil. The second is perseverance and will." He looked at Heidao. "You will be in charge of these, and at the same time teach the new members of the organization some basic fighting skills, including," as he spoke, he looked at Jian Yu, "from today onwards, you will follow Heidao to learn basic sword skills, strengthen your body," and a black cat slipped away quietly on its paws. Halfway through, it was grabbed by the back of Destiny's neck and picked up. There is also the black pupil, and we must supervise and urge it to practice and study hard. Meow. Isn't it just to exercise ability? Meow. Yes. Tutor. And Jian Yu replied loudly. Isn't it just to learn knife skills, and to chat with Brother Heidao about homework? No problem. Moment, and Jian Yu walked into the training room, picked up a training saber from the weapon rack on the side, and began to wave it. After all, she is an awakened person, and she is not weak, so it is very easy to dance the training sword. Learning is also pretty fast. It's not that difficult. And Jian Yu thought so. A few minutes later, not standard, half an hour later, continue. 1 hour, an hour and a half, 2.5 hours, the cold killing intent hung over his forehead like a sword, and he would cut it off whenever he slackened. And Jian Yu didn't dare to stop, she was about to cry. Mentor, help. Meow. +1 thank you for your concern, Xiao Xiao. The problem is not big. Thank you for the rewards of Evening Emperor and Book Friends 1607060128494998. The next day, when I opened my eyes, it was a strange ceiling. Fang Yu froze for a moment before realizing that he was already in Xinhua's base. The bedrooms are large. He also slept soundly last night, at least he didn't have to worry about safety issues inside the base, unlike outside. Fang Yu frowned when he thought of the invisible evil that he encountered yesterday. If this is at home, I will not sleep well. Thinking that Jian Yu and Heitong slept peacefully here, Fang Yu picked up the phone and opened the list of items. Novice weapon, white 10 physical essence, white 12 skill training card, white 32 skill training card, green 6 double benefit card, white 1 skill seed, blue 2 war crystal, 12 fate point, 58.7 among them. The double income card cannot be used in the previous special tasks, so it has been kept until now. He doesn't know if he can use the 3-star mission. After all, it's just a white level income card, and he can't force it. He will try it when he has the 3-star mission. If not, use it for 2-star missions. Fang Yu opened the task module. Compared with the screenshot he took yesterday, there are several more missions today, and one is a 2-star mission. He looked at it and found that the location is very remote, which is okay, and the problem is not big. Let Brother Heidao pass by later. Well, there is no need to deliver from today. The entrance to the base has been opened, and special apostles like Brother Heidao can also step out of the base, which was verified yesterday. In this way, Brother Heidao is no longer subject to the 1-hour delivery time limit. Work efficiency can be doubled at least several times. Regaining the status of the first dozen workers in the firewood, the efficiency of earning ghost crystals has skyrocketed, and the 4th and 5th Destiny Apostles are just around the corner. Of course, the most urgent task is to select the secondary apostles. Fang Yu is ready to go out. Before going out, he glanced at his panel. The Savior of Destiny, Double Awakening, Physical, 11.4 Spirit, 6.76.8 Mystery, 0.33 Life Energy, 9.1 plus 5 Equipment, Novice Wooden Sword, Lighted White Robe, Sealed Treasure Box Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 37.8%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 5.6%, Palm Lightning, Expert, 5.1%, detection, proficiency, 0.6%, deception, proficiency temporary, blade slash, not yet started, 7.2%, deceitful you, not yet started, 7.3%, ability, faith of burning fire special, black eyes among them. The evil tracking was upgraded to the proficient level last night. The price is 3 skill training cards, and now there are only 32 cards left. 32 cards seems to be a lot, but according to proficient 3 cards, proficient expert 9 cards, if the expert level wants to upgrade to the next level, at least 27 white practice cards are needed. You also need a card that breaks through the bottleneck, which may be green or blue. Too expensive for him to use on this. These skills training cards can't be used indiscriminately, and some of them should be reserved for training newcomers. Even if they are used on him and Brother Heidao, they can be upgraded to expert level at most. No matter how high it is, that won't work. It's better to practice hard by yourself. People always have to be ruthless, and if you are ruthless, you can save a lot of practice cards. But now it's time to go out, come back and practice again. Fang Yu opened the map navigation and planned a route map for himself. Today's task is to screen the target, and you can't let it go even if you get rid of the evil spirits. If you add up, your wallet will never be empty. Outside Baijiang City, Jiangming Temple. The lantern mage, who was wearing loose clothes, broke another sandbag. The little novice, Genqing, muttered, "Master is too prodigal, why bother to feel sorry for the sandbag?" He looked at his small arms and legs, and at the master's muscles, and had to admit that the master's arms were thicker than his waist. But, so what, it is not as good as a string of Buddhist beads. Hey, the little novice went to recite scriptures by himself, but his dharma is far less advanced than his master, and he earns less money. Hey master, you are wasting your dharma too much. However, Master Mingdang was determined and as stubborn as a bull. Chanting scriptures cannot save the world. After the battle in the southern suburbs, Master Mingdang confirmed this point even more. For one thing, the Investigation Bureau has developed fire beads and thunder charms, and there are substitutes for scripture beads. He recited less scriptures and more, which is not so important anymore. Secondly, whether it is the fire beads, thunder charm or scripture beads, they can only deal with weaker evil spirits, and powerful evil spirits have to be dealt with by powerful awakened ones. The black-clothed master slashed through the evil, and the lamp mage sought his blood boil. Tianxiang was angry and thunderous, which made him see the light and hope. There is nothing wrong with this path, only awakening can hope to save the world. However, this is just his wishful thinking, and the Investigation Bureau still does not want noble talents like him to go to the battlefield. Master Mingdang enjoys extremely high welfare benefits in the Investigation Bureau, but he is not a member of the Investigation Bureau after all, and he does not have the power of an investigator. He can come up with a reason and be able to convince Joe Bureau that reciting Buddhist scriptures on the battlefield in the southern suburbs is the limit. Others want to get rid of evil? As a free man, a mage who can convince others with reasoning, the Bureau of Investigation really couldn't stop him, and it's not that Mage Mingdang didn't think about getting rid of evil by himself. He has Buddhist beads and burning lamps, and he can deal with most ordinary evils. Only, without the clues provided by the Bureau of Investigation, he couldn't find Weixie. Even if I find it, I can't see it. Regarding the way forward, Master Mingdang is not confused, and firmly pursues to use the power of awakening to reduce the evil. Just, how can we get rid of the evil, embrace the mystery, and touch the awakening? Mage Mingdang bombarded the sandbag and kept thinking. 12 investigators touched the awakening, and only 4 succeeded. In the office, Joju sighed. 1/3 of the awakening rate does not seem to be low, but the consequence of awakening failure is death, ranging from death to evil. The death of an elite investigator made everyone feel heavy. Naturally, not all of these 12 investigators belonged to the Baijiang branch, most of them were not. In the whole of Baijiang, including the Zhou Bureau, there were only 15 official investigators in total. This time, 2 people touched the awakening, and 1 succeeded. Old Wei is awakened, why am I not? Jiang Tingqiu went crazy. The awakening process is dangerous? He believes that it is not a problem for him to overcome the difficulty of awakening, the problem is that he just can't awaken. This is unreasonable. Even if the chance of awakening is very low, there are many first-level investigators participating in the battle in the southern suburbs this time, but Jiang Tingqiu was very upset because he still hasn't awakened due to his excellence. In the past few days, he went to bed early and got up early every day to maintain his energy, but he still didn't wait for anything. The awakened ones are not, so how can he find Brother Heidao to learn from him? Angrily, Jiang Tingqiu picked up a handful of tea leaves from Joju's collection, brewed tea, and drank tons and tons. So hot. Joju's face turned blue, getting greener, and he broke out in cold sweat. The symptoms seemed to be Old Joe, fucking Old Joe has awakened. In Baijiang City, the dark clouds that had lasted for several days rarely dissipated today, and the warm sunshine shone down on the ground. However, there were still not many pedestrians on the street. The more lively places are probably supply points one by one. Fang Yu also specially went to these places, using his detection skills to explore one by one. Physical, mental, personal status, and even some information about lifestyle, work and occupation, etc., are all presented in his eyes. The detection skill is a bit like a scanner, looking through the surface to detect the inside. It is much easier to detect the occupation, lifestyle, mental state, etc. than to detect the level of potential. If he debuts as a detective, the detection rate is extremely high. If you choose one of the 4 or one of the 3 crime scenes, you will be able to catch one with detection skills. For example, a big brother who is queuing up ahead has sunken eye sockets, which means staying at home is not easy, and his body is hollowed out. Not far away, the sly-eyed guy, Evil, you can tell that this is a professional thief without detection skills, and he is already stealing. The evidence is convincing. He walked aside and talked to the security guard. The 2 security brothers looked at each other, stepped forward, flanked left and right, and took it down on the spot. Fang Yu waved his sleeves and left quietly. Soon, he went to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th supply points and used his detection skills to look at them one by one. Seeing almost all kinds of people, it opened Fang Yu's eyes, and he didn't have any green level potential that meets the standards of the Salvation game. Most are still colorless. A few are white. The potential of game evaluation is not completely fixed, most of it depends on innate factors, and a small part can be improved through acquired training. For example, a person develops his wisdom through learning, strengthens his body and strengthens his will through exercise. On the basis of having intelligence and a strong physique, learning and training is more efficient and easier, and the evaluation ability is higher. Not absolutely innate. Fang Yu thinks that the green potential is not so difficult to find. The difficulty is that after finding it, it needs to be screened and assessed. But now, this has detected at least 1,000 people, not a single green level one. So, my potential above green is quite rare. As expected of me. The detection can only detect the 3 colors of none, white, and green at most, and if it is higher, it will display above green. The detection of himself, He Dao, and in Jian Yu are all the same. Fang Yu was curious about his potential rating, but it would not be displayed on the panel. In the list of apostles, Brother He Dao's character frame is blue, and Jian Yu's character frame is purple, and his own character frame is black. There is no such rating as black. No matter how hard it is to find green potential, it won't be 1 in 100,000 or 1 in a million. It's just that such a search requires him to use the detection skill constantly. The consumption of this skill depends on the strength of the detection target. The consumption of detecting an ordinary person is so small that it can be ignored. However, this is a single skill that needs to be used again and again. When this number expands to hundreds or thousands of people, it will be completely different. Thousands of people were detected, and there was a rest in between, and his life energy was consumed by more than half. If this continues to detect a few hundred people, he will have to stop working. The efficiency is too low. It takes 10 days and a half months to find a suitable target. No. Maybe I have to think differently. We can't detect one by one. We must first screen out some obviously unqualified targets from the naked eye to reduce the loss of skill use. For example, the middle-aged man who was hollowed out before, and the thief with sly eyebrows. These are not worth his use of detection. And from a general theoretical point of view, young people, teenagers and girls may have more potential. Isn't there a saying that martial arts should be practiced from an early age? Young people are more energetic, more malleable, and there are probably more chances of high-potential people appearing. Thinking back to the white potential people detected just now, it is true that most of them are young people or elites. Let's start with these 2 groups of people. Meow. In an alley, Fang Yu stretched out his hand and sent out his battle pet, Hey Tong. The stupid cat hung its head and walked forward slowly. When it got close, it quickly stretched out a fleshy claw, and slapped the little ghost with one paw. This lazy cat is not active enough at work. Can't you be as diligent as him, Brother He Dao? I still have to save life energy, and I'll leave the next one to you. Cats resist. But the resistance fails. Fang Yu walks from the alleyway to the main road, and from the main road into remote alleys. Sometimes he doesn't detour when he enters a dead end, and just jumps over the wall with a single step. Running at full speed is much faster than driving a small electric donkey, and now all he has to do is walk. Only, still haven't found a suitable target. He probably screened 2 or 3,000 people. Still, there are not enough pedestrians on the road and the screening efficiency is low. Fang Yu changed another method, climbing high and looking far away. With his current vision, standing on the top of a high-rise building from a long distance, he can also use detection to observe a person. A passing target. He thought for a while, and then used the ability Faith of Burning Fire. With him as the center, beliefs and emotions within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers are reflected like starlight. Most are weak and tiny, but a few are slightly stronger. Seems to have found the right way to find it. Fang Yu turned on the lightless state, leaping from building to building, and the belief of burning fire swept the surroundings like a radar. Using detection skills from time to time, at least the proportion of white potential detected has increased. At this time, a ray of rather strong belief appeared within his perception. Baijiang City, an old bungalow on the outskirts of the city, this is the home of 2 brothers and sisters, Su Tian and Su Yun. Although it is small and poor, it is still warm. Not long ago, the mother who raised the 2 siblings suddenly fell to the ground and died not far from home. For no reason. Just say cardiac arrest. But Su Tian didn't believe it. He vaguely saw a black shadow. Even if the neighbors said he was too sad to see a hallucination, he firmly believed it was not. There must be a murderer, he wants to find it. Only, boom 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 boom, like the sound of a beating heart, from far to near, from slow to fast. Ringing in their ears. It's that thing. He remembered that he had heard a similar sound that day too. Su Tian's face was full of hatred. But the sound became louder and louder in his ears, and the hearts of both himself and his sister also started beating. He heard his own heartbeat, and it became faster and faster along with the sound. Su Tian's hand holding the kitchen knife was shaking. I hate that thing, and I hate my fear at this time. He turned his head and looked at his sister who was holding a broom. At least he couldn't lose his loved ones anymore. He gritted his teeth, bleeding out. His eyes were fixed on the door. The sound of thump, 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 has come close, close at hand. Clatter, the door swung open, as if blown away by a gust of wind. There was no one outside. No, there may be an invisible shadow standing there. Su Tian raised the kitchen knife. His hands were trembling constantly, and the blood in his body seemed to be coagulated. He wanted to desperately but became more and more desperate, as if his hands and feet were gradually losing control. Suddenly, a thunderbolt bloomed. It illuminates the desperate faces of the 2 siblings. In their horrified and desperate eyes, dark shadows suddenly appeared, roared, and disappeared in the blue arc of lightning in an instant. Only the bright light remains. Some years later, Su Tian said in an interview, that day, light appeared in my life. Sorry for the late update, ... Thanks for the reward of 500 coins from bookfriends 202104102309268875, and the reward of 100 coins from God and White Deer, Nothing I Want, Deathless Dreams Huyo. Convincing these 2 brothers and sisters is easier than Fang Yu imagined. Without mentioning food and lodging, the young man in front of him asked to learn the skill of slaying demons and eliminating demons from him. Still the right time to play. Very good. Fang Yu immediately detected the information of the 2 people in front of him. Somewhat beyond his expectation, not only the boy he was optimistic about was rated as green potential, but also the timid girl next to him was also green potential. Buy 1 get 1 free. But still the same sentence, potential is only the premise. More importantly, Xinqing needs to be investigated. Fang Yu asked some basic information about them. In the process, he discovered some magical uses of the belief of burning fire, which can be used to observe people's emotions. It's almost the same if it's clear at a glance whether it's not a lie or not. He is very satisfied with the current performance of the brothers and sisters. He has seen the evil, is afraid but has not lost his sense of proportion, and has the heart to fight back desperately. After transferring a sum of money to them for funeral affairs, and taking out 2 strings of Buddhist beads for them to wear, Fang Yu left. Just a little sore. That's all for the Buddha beads. That was the reward given by the Investigation Bureau for supporting the southern suburbs last time. There are quite a few, and he doesn't need them, so it doesn't matter if he gives them 10 times more. In terms of money, what happened to the 2 brothers and sisters is distressing. All Fang Yu can do is to give some money to get rid of as many evils as possible. There are relatively few evils around Baijiang City, and such tragedies have happened. Are there more tragedies in places I can't see? It should be rolled out to other cities as soon as possible. Not only that, in his opinion, getting rid of evil spirits is treating the symptoms, not the root cause. The current world seems to be riddled with holes, and evil may breed anywhere. It is not enough to eliminate evil spirits alone, blocking them is also very important. It's just that I can't find an idea yet. The only clue is the world in Ingenio's eyes. Maybe when she awakens for the second time, her innate ability will change? For 3 consecutive days, he ran around in Baijiang City, hardly resting. Fang Yu originally wanted to go to school to look for it. Young people have a high probability of producing high-potential talents, and they are more enthusiastic and easier to fool. Detecting in high school and university campuses may be 3 or 4 times more effective, but it doesn't work. Schools are closed. The earlier class was suspended half a month ago, and the later one was also closed a few days ago. The plan to screen out the student group failed, but fortunately, the belief in burning fire was as strong as ever. After 3 days, Fang Yu still found 9 talents with green potential. Between the ages of 16 and 32, there are both men and women, students and workers from all walks of life, but their situation is different from Su Tian and Su Yun's brothers and sisters. They don't even know the evil, and they want to fool them. It's not easy to go. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Yu didn't come to the door, or even show up. Instead, other methods were used. He observed for a while, and when he was roughly sure that there was no problem with his Xinqing, he turned on the dark state and stepped forward, quietly leaving a card behind. A card imprinted with his power. In the end, how many people can be fooled can only depend on fate, the choice of fate. Without a suitable appearance, this flickering is more tiring than searching. When the salary grows stronger, we must establish a department responsible for recruitment, from observation to recruitment to assessment. One-stop package. His dignified tutor is really not suitable for this job. After 3 days of busy work, Fang Yu went back to his home and took away the clothes and daily necessities, big and small bags. In fact, there are spare clothes in the lounge of the base, a large number and high quality. For example, the black coat worn by Brother Haydao, although it is not a grade-level equipment, it is also comparable to bulletproof vests. There are several sets in each bedroom. Toothbrushes, towels, underwear, etc. are also brand new and unopened. It doesn't really matter whether he moves or not, it's just that Haitong, a lazy cat, wants the computer at home. Fang Yu really can't resist, so he can only follow it, and go home with it to move things. Black pupil? When I returned to the Xinhua office in the north of the city, the place had changed drastically. Money can turn ghosts around, not to mention that it is too easy to recruit workers at a time when many people have lost their jobs. With the help of Jian Yu, some household facilities were quickly moved in. The open space outside the building was also repaired, and a lot of exercise equipment was added. The outer wall is also being built to increase height, a scene in full swing. Fang Yu nodded slightly. Tutor. And Jian Yu was supervising the work. Her pretty face was blushing. This place is still a bit small, the planned runway is not up to standard, and it looks a bit crude. It doesn't quite fit their name. Especially after seeing the magnificence of their own base, and Jian Yu felt that the external office was stretching their hips, which affected their image of Xinhua. Fang Yu didn't think so. The main reason is that the psychological expectations are low, which is 100 times stronger than when he first chose a field address or rented a house. It's just a temporary venue for screening reserve personnel, so don't worry too much about it. Tomorrow the first batch of non-staff personnel will come, and they will be trained and assessed by the Black Knife. They are not chosen by fate. Whether they can shoulder the responsibility and face the disaster is still unknown. You can also impart some experience to them. Of course, don't let your own training go. Strength is the foundation to deal with evil and disasters. Aha! And Jian Yu replied seriously. She also began to look forward to seeing some new faces tomorrow, and by then, she would be promoted to a senior. How many people will there be? I hope they can pass the pass the assessment of the Black Knife instructor. Thinking of Instructor Haydao, and Jian Yu shivered. I am the person of destiny that my mentor said, and I don't need to pass the assessment to join the club. I am so lucky. At night, Baijiang City is very quiet, and there seems to be an undercurrent raging in the silence. Luo Jianqing pulled up his collar, hurriedly passed by the pedestrians he occasionally glimpsed on the road, and returned to his rental house with a tired expression. Still haven't been able to find a job today. It's getting harder and harder to find a job now, and there are many companies that have closed down. Something must have happened in this world. What happened? He didn't really care. After all, if he can't find a job again, he will have to drink the northwest wind. Luo Jianqing was thinking about where he was going to look for a job tomorrow, and found that there was an extra card on his desk at some point. A very beautiful card, with a slight blue fluorescence under the light. He was pretty sure it wasn't his own. What is this? There was no thief at home. He walked over to take a look, and suddenly strands of blue light burst out from this exquisite card, jumping like thunder arcs, outlining, and gradually turning into a line of blue letters. Do you want to understand the secrets hidden deep in reality, and want to make a little contribution to this world? XXX, you can find the answer you want here. Luo Jianqing was stunned. Before he could recover, the blue light in front of his eyes brightened and enveloped, and thunder arcs pierced, turning this beautiful card into ashes. As if it were just an illusion. The truth that lies deep beneath the world? Luo Jianqing tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep all night. The scene that happened yesterday really shocked his three views. Of course, there is also a possibility that this is just a trick, using props and remote control to create incredible light and shadow, and then self-destructs and disappears. However, if it is a trick, it is also an expensive trick, so why use it on a jobless vagrant like myself? My whole body adds up to less than 1,000 yuan, so what is there to lie about? Who would cheat on himself? Net loss. Luo Jianqing is still a little hard on himself, and he also feels that what happened in this world, some rumors on the internet may not be false. When the blue light exploded yesterday, for some reason, the blood in my heart was boiling. Some impulsive. Do you want to take a look? He still had doubts, but there was nothing wrong with him. The address outlined by the lightning was in Baizhun City, not far from Beiqing District. If it was in other cities, in remote places, Luo Jianqing would hesitate. He has been a social animal for so many years, and he is not stupid. As for now, since he is not far away, he should go and have a look. Having made up his mind, Luo Jianqing didn't hesitate anymore, and went out immediately. This is here. The tall fence blocked the inside, but there were vehicles coming in and out from time to time. It didn't look like a pyramid scheme or a fraud den, so Luo Jianqing walked in when he thought of this. Following the guidance of a fat girl with some babies, Luo Jianqing came to the waiting room on the second floor, opened the door and entered. He found a chair, sat down and looked around. Besides him, there were 3 other people sitting here. Some of them were playing with their mobile phones but not thinking about it, some looked excited and expectant, and some were fidgeting. This looks. Luo Jianqing thought about it. Isn't it a bit similar to his experience of looking for jobs these days? Going around, did I apply for a job at some strange company? Yesterday's pattern was some kind of special job advertisement, isn't it? Now there are job seekers everywhere, and they are also job seekers who want to infiltrate. HR is all dads. The other 3 people besides him also looked very young, with immature faces. At this time, another person came in, a stylishly dressed big brother. He walked in and scanned around, and leaned in front of Luo Jianqing and whispered, "Brother, you are also that one?" Big brother stretched out his hand and rubbed it. Luo Jianqing understood, and then drew a square. Match the password. They are all the people who got the little card. Then what is the secret hidden deep under the reality, brother, do you believe it? A little bit. Luo Jianqing said, but it's not clear what this place is for. Anyway, it won't hurt to take a look. We also have the right to choose when we apply for a job. Big brother said it was great. He thought so too, and even told his family before he came that he would call the police if he didn't return at night. He's such a smart guy. Why did you say that such a witty person came here? Isn't it because he also has a little bit of expectation in his heart? People who come here, more or less believe it. The scheduled time was 9 o'clock. Luo Jianqing glanced at the time. It was almost here, and there were 6 people in the waiting room. Including him are 4 men and 2 women. Well, 2 more people came down from upstairs. Are they from this company? A little youthful. He originally wanted to find out, but the 2 young girls with immature faces sat down and waited just like them, which was a bit confusing. It's almost 9 o'clock. No one came down from upstairs yet, but the door of the waiting room opened and 2 more people walked in. Master Mingdang and Jian Yu. Master Mingdang, you want to learn art from a teacher? Well, it's understandable, but this kind of thing needs to be approved by the instructor. Why don't you ask the black knife instructor later? If you can get the instructor to agree, it is still possible to stay. The arrival of the 2 caught the attention of others. And Jianyu's appearance is average, a weak student girl, but the mage Mingdang beside him is different. Even wearing a loose monk's robe still can't conceal his strong muscles. Arms are thicker than thighs. Is this really a monk? This monk is also a job seeker like us? But it seems that they came here specially to learn from a teacher. Could it be that this company is still famous? Luo Jianqing looked around and found that there were quite a few people with expressions of anticipation and excitement on their faces. After all, it seems that only he and the big brother next to him are rational, and everyone else is not quite right. Etc. Except for the two of them, everyone else is trusting. Is there a possibility that the sassy big brother is also an actor? Luo Jianqing suddenly froze. At this time, the clock hanging on the wall was turning to 9 o'clock, and the hour, minute, and second hands overlapped. A figure in black also walked down the stairs, stepping down the last step within seconds. From today, I will be your instructor. Those who want to stay here need to pass my assessment. If you don't understand, you can ask now. I don't understand, there are too many things I don't understand. Luo Jianqing thought this guy was a riddle, and so was his attire. Out of the stability of an adult, he did not rush to speak, but continued to observe. Master Mingdang was very excited when he saw Heidao. It's that great master. Those terrifying, powerful and treacherous masters can be killed with a single blow. Fortunately, I found this place by coincidence, so I have to stay no matter what. Here, we must find the way to salvation. He asked about the conditions of the examination. Heidao said, you can come here, which shows that you all have some potential, but it is far from enough. Only when you have qualified will and ability can you be qualified to become a reserve personnel. I will carry out some training for you in the next time, which is both training and assessment. Luo Jianqing pouted. But it doesn't seem to be a scam here, and he has no money to be cheated, so he suppressed his thoughts and continued to listen. Others also asked. But many of the self-proclaimed instructors in front of him didn't answer, they just said, you will only be eligible to know when you pass the assessment and become a reserve personnel. It's the reserve staff again. Qualified is the reserve staff, which makes you a lot of sweets here. If the salary is not good, even if he passes the so-called assessment, he will not stay. He said it. Now, start the first training. Will training. As soon as the words fell, an invisible wind blew away. The instructor's coat in black in front of him is automatic without wind. The cold wind blew on each of their faces and souls like a knife. Luo Jianqing fell into an abyss. But the consciousness was extraordinarily lucid, extraordinarily frightening. Such means, it is true. Instructor, I want to learn. No one can stop him from passing the assessment and staying. He said it. P.S. There is a monthly pass, if not, I will ask tomorrow thanks to Yemu Danran for the 10,000 coin reward. Thanks for the reward of 1,500 coins from Chasing Cloud Kron, 500 coins from Purple Ice Swordlight, 240 coins from Bailong Liangsa, Ostinaum, Magic Baiwa, holding Moyu the reward of 100 coins. Heidao's strike was not a real assessment. It's just a small display of the instructor's methods, and at the same time explain it with facts. Extraordinary existence. But, and Zhenyu stepped forward and said what the teacher had told him, supermanence does exist, but the teacher said that all supernatural gifts have a price. You will gradually understand in future training that only those who can shoulder the responsibilities and missions can become one of us and embark on this extraordinary path. This is what the instructor asked her to say, and she feels the same way herself. While speaking, I also had some insights, and I was very excited. Especially the assessors in front of her were very shocked, excited, and eager on their faces. She saw them all, and a little joy filled her heart. As an old senior in the organization, telling the newcomers the truth about the world with their own mouth, watching their three outlooks being impacted and shouting crap, and Zhenyu thought it was really great. Is this the fun of seniors? No, where is this? The truth of the world is far from being qualified for these newcomers. When they pass the assessment and are eligible to enter the base, then they will really have to break their three views. Thinking about it, and Zhenyu looked forward to it again. She turned her head to look at Ningying, her best friend next to her, who also looked a little dull, and poked Ningying's fat baby face. Ing, you should also train with them. The instructor said that as long as you can pass the assessment, you can also be given extraordinary seeds. Training? Ningying's neck twisted like a stiff puppet, and what echoed in her mind was the magic sound. Training? She doesn't want to train. Instructor Black Knife, ma'am. It's too scary. I don't want to /. They're all very energetic. Fong Yu looked away. It landed in front of him, two seeds that were only the size of a thumbnail and were slightly suspended from the ground. The seed of skill. Expert level and above skills can be used to engrave and recharge the skill seed, transforming it into a certain skill seed and planting the skill fruit. The skills that Fong Yu planned to imprint were Blade Slash and Palm Thunder, which were their only two expert-level skills. But after thinking about it, it didn't feel right. Blade Slash and Palm Thunder are both attacking skills, and their functions may be slightly different, but they are generally the same. If there are enough types of skills, it is of course a good thing to have multiple options for imprinting multiple skills. But no. There are only two skill seeds, and any one must be used wisely. After these days of consideration, Fong Yu chose two skills: Blade Slash and Evil Tracking. Left-hand side, carefully observe the faint red halo on the skill seed, which represents the blade cutting skill. Brother Hado has been charged and imprinted these days. On the right-hand side, there is still a blank skill seed. Requires expert skill to imprint. Fong Yu called up Brother Hado's panel. Black Knife Physical, 14.4 Spirit, 4.0 4.1 The previous 65 chapters have a poor mental value, which has been changed. Mystery, 12.3 Life Energy, 10.4 plus 5 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficient, 34.6%, Blade Slash, Expert, 7.9%, Evil Tracking, Expert, 2.3%, among them, the Evil Pursuit of the Black Knife broke through to the Expert level this morning. The promotion of Heidao was also the result of his deliberation. Now that Hei Knife is arranged as the instructor, the skills of blade cutting and evil tracking in the future will also be taught by Hei Knife to the newcomers. The more specialized the Black Knife is, the greater its effect on the fire. But now, Heidao is training the newbies. Fong Yu thought for a while, and used the power of the savior to borrow the expert-level treacherous tracking. A stream of information poured in, and there were some inexplicable changes. Fong Yu understood. It's different from the previous few times. Whether it was borrowing Blade Slash or Deceitful Defense before, he didn't know how to use it himself, but now he borrowed Deceitful Evil Tracking. He not only knows, but also is very proficient. This understanding is different. It's like a junior high school student suddenly got the knowledge reserve of high school, and then looked back at the junior high school textbooks. Simple, too simple, I know all these questions. Fong Yu called up his own panel, and sure enough, the proficiency of Weixia's tracking increased sharply. It is yes to develop a new usage of power. Fong Yu closed and opened his eyes, resorting to stalking. It's a pity that there is not even a trace of filth in this space, which does not reflect the specialness of expert-level evil tracking. He thought about it and moved out the door. Stand at the window of the building outside and look out. A faint filthy wind was blowing, and 1, 2 or 3 faint gray light beams could be seen from a very far distance. There is also a little ghost that has just been bred? Right in his field of vision, in a dark corner tens of meters away, the gray fog suddenly thickened a little, and a little monster about the size of a calf appeared, with a faint outline of the body, head, hooves, etc., all clearly presented in Fong Yu's eyes. In the eyes. Proficient level, able to capture invisible evil from time to time. At the expert level, the treacherous figure can basically be seen, no longer just a gray shadow wrapped in the filthy wind. It's almost the ultimate youthful version of Anjian Yoton's eye. Fong Yu raised his hand, pierced a small lightning arc and shot out, annihilating the little evil that had just grown up tens of meters away. Then walked back to the base. The silvered door closed slowly, and then receded like a faint wave of water. In just a moment, the door is still a door, the wall is still a wall, and there is no shadow of the entrance of the base, at least there is nothing in front of the eyes of ordinary people. Fong Yu returned to the waiting room, used the evil tracking, staring, and continued to stare at the skill seed in front of him. For a moment, ding. Imprint 3%. Ding. Imprint 6%. Ding. Imprint 9%. It took more than half an hour for Fong Yu to completely engrave the skill of sinister tracking, and then check the item at this time: Seed of Skill, Blade Slash, Skill Seed, Evil Tracking, Explanation. Plant this seed and cultivate it with a strange crystal, which can grow quickly and produce the fruit of skills. This planting needs to consume 20 strange crystals. Ding. Reminder, the current environment does not have the conditions for planting. Please bring the skill seed to the soil environment. Hint, plantation can increase the fruiting rate and reduce the consumption of warp crystals for cultivation. Got new clues? It's a pity that there is no need to think about the plantation. At least it is possible to open it on the 4th floor. The only thing he can open now is the training room and the lounge. Everything else is not high enough. The next level of authority requires 10 apostles. But the soil environment in the base is also there. In the entertainment area on the 2nd floor, there is a garden with a large area. There is water, there are trees, there are attics. And Zhen Yu came to knock on the door at this time. Teacher, there is a mage named Mingdang outside who said he wants to stay with us. He seems to have something to do with the investigation bureau. It's not important, just take a look when you're done. As for the Bureau of Investigation, this piece of land cannot be concealed, and there is no need to hide it. He is still counting on the Bureau of Investigation to give him all the surrounding land one day. As long as the firebase is not exposed, it can't be exposed, and non-apostles can't even see this gate. After catching in Jianyu, the labor force, Fang Yu asked her to take the 2 seeds outside to the garden. The girl took it and Yueke ran over. Fang Yu picked up the phone. He doesn't know what the planting requirements of the skill seed are in reality, but in the game of salvation, just click a little. Ding! Reminder, the current environment meets the requirements. Do you want to plant the seed of skill, /? Yes. Ghost Crystal 20. Far away, in the garden area on the 2nd floor of the base, and Jianyu was putting 2 skill seeds lightly on an open field at this time, separated by a distance of several meters. She didn't know what to do, but what the instructor ordered must make sense, so she just followed it. As soon as he put it down and took a few steps back, and Jianyu was surprised to find that the seeds that had been floating slightly off the ground suddenly burrowed into the soil. Then, right in front of her, the buds burst out of the ground, growing rapidly visible to the naked eye. Just for a moment, 2 small trees with a height of 3 to 4 meters appeared in front of her from scratch. There are strange fruits hanging on it. And Jianyu stood under the tree, looking up. Her small mouth was already too big to close. What's this? So amazing. I just saw the shocked appearance of those Mangsons, and it was my turn to be surprised in a blink of an eye. It's our organization. And Jianyu looked at the 2 trees in front of him. They were very special trees, and their natural appearance was different from ordinary trees. On the trunk on the left-hand side, there are a series of light red stripes, spiraling upwards. The fruit on the tree is also light red. On the trunk on the right-hand side, there are light gray stripes spiraling upwards, and the strange fruits produced are also slightly different. This is the fruit of skill. It can be regarded as the fruit of opening the extraordinary. It is used to enlighten newcomers and give them the foundation to embark on this path. Fang Yu came over and said. After counting, there are 6 fruits on the tree of blade cutting on the left, and 6 fruits on the tree of treacherous pursuit on the right. He raised his hand, released 6 electric wires, and precisely hit the fruit's handle. Fist-sized fruits fell into the wooden box he had prepared in advance. Then there is the fruit of blade cutting not far away. In fact, he also wanted to move a chair over, or jump up and climb up to pick the fruit, to be more stable, but, hey, this damn mentor's burden. Fang Yu calmly took away all the fruits. At this time, after picking off the fruits of skills, the 2 fruit trees also withered visibly to the naked eye. It dies in a moment, dissipating like gravel. The remaining 2 thumb-sized seeds were quietly suspended an inch or 2 above the ground. Seed of skill, / skill seed, evil tracking, explanation. The current skill seed loss level is 7%, and the growth cooldown time is 167:59:59. Teacher, you are busy. I am also going to do the task. Wait. Fang Yu stopped in Jianyu. He remembered that the girl's mysterious value was already. He opened his detection and glanced at it. You have performed well during this period of time. I will guide you to awaken a stronger power, and you must also take on more responsibilities to fight against this deepening darkness. And Jianyu was taken aback. He raised his head and raised his chest to salute. Yes, mentor. The 2 came to the number 2 training room. The training room has the buff of concentration improvement. Fang Yu thinks it will be useful to some extent. While the girl was adjusting her status, he tapped the panel of Jianyu, awakening the reminder. The awakening pass rate is only 58%. Lower than him, but not by much. He remembered that Jianyu's pass rate for the first level of awakening was much lower than his, and the gap for the second level of awakening was shortened, so his guess was probably right of. The stronger the unholy to kill, the more dangerous the mystery to embrace. There is also a possibility that the more mysteries are accumulated, the more dangerous the awakening process is. The standard line awakening is the most suitable. After Jianyu was ready, Fang Yu began to guidance and awakening. This time, he stayed at the scene without leaving, tracking and observing with expert-level cunning. See for yourself. Of course, in order to avoid psychological pressure on Jianyu, he still stayed away and pretended not to be there. Heard soon, a high groundhog screams echoed across the empty training ground. Her face was constantly changing. She looked like she was about to cry. No, she was probably already crying. Crying and screaming. The gray mist around him gathers and spreads out, and gathers again, like a tide. About half an hour passed. Ding! Reminder, Apostle of Destiny and Jinyu failed to awaken, Mysterious 10. And Jinyu also failed. Fang Yu was silent, but it wasn't too surprising. There are a lot of people who fail in games with a 90% probability of failure, not to mention that the girl in Jinyu's pass rate is only 58%, half and half. He glanced at his phone again. Well, it was similar to him at that time. The second guided awakening after one failure was more expensive, but the pass rate was also higher. A little bit. Failure is like a nightmare. It took a long time for Jinyu to wake up from this nightmare. Lost and depressed. Obviously, my mentor gave me the opportunity to become stronger, but I still didn't grasp it, and I failed my mentor's expectations. But compared with living up to expectations, what makes Jinyu feel embarrassed is. She seemed to be barking again just now. Called many times, very loudly. Well. She blushed and curled up her toes. The last time I was very nervous, this time it was even more so face to face. How will I face my mentor in the future, ah? And Jinyu covered her face. Mentor, Fang Yu is also a person who has experience in this kind of thing. He comforted, it's not the first time for you, just get used to it. And Jinyu, whoa. The only consolation may be that only the mentor can see the black history. Thinking about it carefully, the mentor endowed a firefighter with the power to fight against evil, the power of awakening. Maybe I have seen too many mentors in situations like her. Maybe it's just embarrassment by myself. That's right, that's it. And Jinyu comforted herself, not so embarrassed but still depressed. Double awakening failed. She heard from Bai Shui that the second awakening is very difficult, and there are not a few people who failed in the awakening of the investigation bureau and died. This time, the mentor must have spent a lot of money to protect himself. But I still failed. So, take the time to recall the awakening process just now, write down your experience and go to have a good rest. And Jinyu, the way you comfort people, mentor, is really special. And Jinyu's mission today has to be postponed. She also doesn't have enough mystery value to continue to try the second time, and she will have to wait a few more days. Of course, the finances for salary are also a bit tight. And Jinyu's awakening and planting skill seeds directly cost 49 crystals. That is to say, the migrant workers are hard-working enough these days, otherwise, they will be stuck with money today. He glanced at the inventory. War Crystal, 11 Fate Point, 73.2. Wei Jing was nervous, but his fate was coming soon. Fong swam out of the base and came to the window on the 6th floor, from which he could see the open space downstairs. A total of 10 preparatory preparations were running on the playground, running with heavy loads. This is the most basic physical training, but it can also exercise the will. He is also curious about how many people can persevere and pass the assessment of the Black Knife, and he thinks it is not easy. Even so, these people have great potential. He Dao is too strict. Whether these people have the heart to persevere is uncertain. Fang Yu stood by the window and observed. These non-staff personnel were panting heavily, and some of them were clearly unable to hold on any longer, but they still ran forward while squeezing their potential under the stimulation of the Black Knife's killing intent. Brother Heido has a hand. Among these people, one stood out from the crowd. Even though he was already carrying several times the weight of the others, he ran fast and brought a gust of wind. Light Mage. It is said that he has a cooperative relationship with the Investigation Bureau and is a master of profound Buddhism. Well, it is indeed a master. Definitely able to convince people with reason. A trace of detection light flashed in his pupils, and he looked at the most burly figure. Lamp Mage Physical, 3.2 Spirit, 1.5 Mystery, 0.09 Skills, Basic Palm Technique, Basic Stick Technique, Basic Dharma Potential Evaluation, Unknown, above green. P.S. As for the release, it's still uncertain. If I can go to Sanjiang next week, it will be soon, but if I can't, so, please follow up and support. Thank you for the reward of 500 coins from M.O. Dumpling, and the reward of 100 coins from Dream of Myriad Worlds, Jinya Shilling, Glory of Bubu, Book Friends 20180126002617095. Thank you for reading everyone on QQ Reward and vote for support. I can't list them one by one because I can't see them in the background. The author keeps them in mind over green. That is to say, at least blue level potential, there is a high probability that it is blue. Very rare talent. Fan Yu has been running around in Baijiang City for the past few days, and only found 11 talents, only with green potential, but now that he turns around, a blue talent has come to his door? If the game has values such as popularity and prestige, Shinhua must be at least a little famous in Baijiang City now. Well, it is only in the eyes of insiders. Mingdang Mage not only has a high potential rating, but also has a solid foundation. Through the detection skills, it can be judged that the lamp mage has the potential of physical body, so it can be trained to such an exaggerated level. Much stronger than Brother Heidao's initial physique. Tall and mighty, with bronze skin and knotted muscles like a snake. In terms of potential and ability, this mage is definitely qualified. In terms of Xinqing, Master Mingdang is a person who truly understands the Dharma, so he thinks there is no problem. Observe a little. The first secondary apostle may arrive soon. On the playground, a group of non-staff personnel are carrying out weight training. After running a lap, Luo Jianqing was panting heavily. I'm exhausted. He has been a social animal for several years. He is busy with work every day and has no time to exercise, nor does he want to exercise in the past. In terms of physical fitness, he can't compare with those young people who are still in school. Luo Jianqing fell to the end in one fell swoop, and was overtaken 3 times by the sorcerer named Mingdang. That's okay too. The sorcerer couldn't treat it with common sense at first glance. The real competitors were other people, almost all of whom were students at school, and a person with much stronger physical strength than him. After chasing for a while, Luo Jianqing was depressed and found that he couldn't catch up at all. Even the big brother who had a good chat just now rushed to the front. What a lie! I thought we were the same kind of people, but I didn't expect you to run away secretly. He was the only one left, and was pulled away a lot. Oh no, there was another person who ran faster than him, that girl with some baby fat, who looked like she was about to collapse after running a few steps. But, if Luo Jianqing remembered correctly, it was this girl who showed him the way when he came in just now. She was an insider. So he is still the most hip. Angle. He was panting for breath, and sometimes when his footsteps slowed down a little, a chill would rush from his spine to the top of the sky, forcing him to run. This is too difficult. Luo Jianqing has suffered a lot when applying for jobs, but this is the first time he has suffered such a serious physical punishment. He can't stand this kind of grievance. Of course he wants to keep running. It has nothing to do with non-staff personnel including board and lodging and fixed salary, and it has nothing to do with the eye-catching extraordinary power. Nothing else, he just didn't want to be compared to those young people. No matter how hard or tired the wind and rain are, nothing can stop him from passing the assessment and staying. He said it. But that monk is really outrageous. Unlike Luo Jianqing's thoughts constantly flying away, Su Tian has only one thought at this time: run. Run. Keep running. Having seen the evil and the truth hidden deep in the world, he understands how difficult it is for the opportunity to come now. He wants to have the power to protect himself and his sister. He wants to have the power to kill evil spirits. I also want to follow that person's footsteps. Can't stop. The hardest person here is this young man. Inside the building, Heidao said calmly while looking outside. Heidao doesn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations at any time, except when facing evil. He added, this young man's physique is not strong, but he has been running in the forefront. I hardly need to stimulate him with killing intent. This is on the premise that Master Mingdang is not counted. But in this way, I also faced some problems. Without a healer, I dare not continue to increase the training intensity. It turned out that this kind of training was not what Heidao expected. But there's no cure, and that's a real problem. Fang Yu also realized it. Heidao, and Zhen Yu are physically strong, and no matter how tired or exaggerated they are during the skill training, they will not suffer from sequelae. These non-staff personnel are different, almost all ordinary people. Before he passed the examination, he would not give these secret medicines of human body energy. But high-intensity training is very easy to get injured. Of course, they all have good potential, and it's not a big problem to squeeze them together. Besides, Heiknife has a lot of experience in training and has a vicious vision. There will be problems. When Zhen Yu purchased equipment, he also purchased a lot of supplies including medicines. There is actually no shortage of facilities and supplies. It's just that what Heidao wants is an immediate healing method, so that he can use some faster and more intense training modes. Fang Yu wants it too. He still remembered that Brother Heidao was injured in the battle at the Gate of the Paradox before, and he healed himself with his strong physique. Minor injuries are fine, but what about serious injuries? Or some special injury? Fang Yu hoped that next time he could draw out a nanny apostle. If not, it would be okay to get a healing magic weapon or blue and purple skills. Master Mingdang, I think he is qualified, the rest is up to you, the mentor. Night, when Luo Jianqing and others were eating in the canteen on the first floor, they heard a shocking news. Someone passed the test. Light mage. Thinking about it seems to be normal, then the monk is not a normal human being. I heard that there was an initiation ceremony, but it was not disclosed to them. Luo Jianqing and others were both envious and looking forward to it. The monk became a full-time member in one day, and they wouldn't take too long, right? 6th floor, Master Mingdang came here with the instructor. It's very empty here, without any furniture, almost an empty floor. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the wall in front, and a figure stepped out of the ripples like water waves. Wearing a white robe, he can clearly see his face but can't remember it. But this figure, the lamp mage, will never forget, it has been deeply imprinted in his mind. It's that one. In charge of Tianlei, destroy 3 terrifying giants in an instant, and the one who saved Baijiang City. Salary tutor. Unexpectedly, did he come in person? Rao Yimingdang's state of mind was also turbulent and a little excited. Xinhua does not have a cumbersome membership ceremony, but I just want to tell you one thing. This is a road shrouded in darkness with no end in sight. We are not people surrounded by flowers. If there is no light on this road, we will turn into light. If there is no fire on this road, then we will turn into fire. We are just the lonely pioneers, the fire bearers in the dark, and the guardians in the dark. This is a road of no return. Once you embark on this road, you will have no chance of regretting it. Now, you have another chance to choose. Are you willing to become the light of hope and the fire of faith for the sake of this world and mankind, and resist the darkness of eternal sleep, day and night, until death? Tell me your choice. Mage Mingdang didn't hesitate, his gaze was firm and fiery. He stepped forward and shouted loudly, I do. Fang Yu's words not only made Master Mingdang's blood boil, but also in Jian Yu who was watching and witnessing. I can't wait to ignite myself and burn everything. But now the protagonist is the lamp mage. And Jian Yu didn't speak, but just strengthened his belief. This road may be difficult, but there are also fellow travelers, mentors, black sword instructors, and black pupils. She is very honored to be able to embark on this road and be a fire bearer in the dark. Ding! Reminder, the contract has been concluded. The phone in his pocket buzzed. The words just now constitute most of the content of the contract. Apart from the need to keep the secrets about the fire to the outside world secret, Fang Yu did not impose too many constraints in the contract. What is emphasized above is what he said, fighting for humanity. Of course, there is also a fight for the salary. It's the same. It is a contract, a constraint, and the foundation of everything, the seed of strength. Fang Yu ordered Heidao to take Master Mingdang to the training ground, and he returned to his lounge. Putting down the burden of being a mentor, I was finally able to take a closer look at the data of the lamp mage. The game interface gave more details than the detection skills. He opened the list of apostles. The panels of him, Heidao, and in Jian Yu are in the first column. At this time, there is an extra column below, showing the secondary apostles. The character frame looks much smaller and more concise, like the difference between a temporary worker and an established employee. Above is a muscular monk wearing a monk's robe. Light mage. Physical fitness and spirit are naturally not bad from what he detected, but in terms of skills, what is shown is much more detailed. Skills, Basic Palm, Master, 32.2%, Basic Staff, Master, 11.6%, Basic Dharma, Master, 90.9%, Potential, Blue Fang Yu, he also knows what level the Master is. Beginner, Proficient, Expert, Master. Judging from Master Mingdang's Buddhist attainments, he is indeed a master, a true master. But, this Dharma is just an ordinary Dharma, the same as the palm method, stick method, knife method, sword method, etc., it does not contain any extraordinary factors. Master Mingdang's Dharma is profound, and the practice is only a high state of mind, which may have slightly improved the spirit. The state of mind and the spirit are not the same thing, and the basic Dharma is not some extraordinary meditation idea. In the future, we may be able to obtain extraordinary Dharma, but now, the basic Dharma is to cultivate the mind. It doesn't seem to work much. Well, not necessarily. People with a high mood may be more able to resist the mysterious disaster when awakened, just like will. The will and state of mind are not displayed on the panel, and they usually have no effect. But at a critical moment, this is the chance to survive. The other side, when Master Mingdang walked into the passageway of the base, he still couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Is this the real Xinhua headquarters? What is the concept of a base built in the cracks of space? The mage was shocked. He didn't ask, he came here to seek a way to save the world, and the fire made him see hope. Following Heidao, Master Mingdang came to the #1 training ground. The entire training field is as big as a football field, with a running track around the edge, and weapon racks hanging on the side. as well as some common training equipment. Master Mingdang saw the black sandbags in it at a glance. "Can I have a try? You are already a reserve member. You can freely enter and exit the first floor in the future and use the training ground here." Hearing what the instructor said, Master Mingdang immediately stepped forward. Rolling up his sleeves, revealing his bronze-colored muscular muscles, he took a deep breath, his muscles puffed up, and he punched with a half-turn at the waist. Boom! The sandbag shook violently, and Master Mingdang's eyes lit up. What a sandbag! He fell in love with this sandbag, and kept waving his fists, pounding on the sandbag in front of him. Such as squally showers, but the sandbags are still intact. After the bombardment, Master Mingdang sweated a little, feeling very happy. Hey Dao said, "The instructor will give you the seeds of strength later. Now, you can do some warm-up training." After speaking, Hey Dao picked up the novice sword, the blade glowed red, and he also started daily training. Knife pierces the air. The eyes of the mage Mingdang were burning hot. This is what he is looking for, the power that can save evil. Only, what is this power seed? The instructor said that with this seed of power, even if he has not awakened, he can cultivate the power to deal with evil, which is also the cornerstone of awakening. What kind of seed exactly? Master Mingdang was still thinking about it, but suddenly he was taken aback. He seemed to be pulled into a strange space, and some kind of power descended from somewhere. When he recovered from the trance, he found that his strength had increased a little. And, in my heart, I seem to be able to see a red seed. A murderous intent towards the evil was brewing in it. He Dao rolled his eyes and said, "Start now, practice with me." Donghuang Kingdom, Huangdu, the headquarters building of the Bureau of Investigation. One of the conference rooms. This month, the frequency of strange and evil appearances has increased by 886% compared to last month. There are more and more disasters. We have to be prepared to deal with shocks from all sides. According to the current intelligence, evil spirits mostly appear in inaccessible places, and the probability of large evil spirits appearing in urban areas is much lower. For this reason, the Investigation Bureau and all parties have begun to gradually relocate and resettle the rural population. But the construction of the Civil Air Defense Project is in trouble. Evil appears irregularly and can breed in any place. The construction of large-scale civil air defense projects cannot guarantee internal security. We may be lacking some elements at present. At present, the stability depends on the investigators, the awakened ones, and the local investigation bureau. For cities with excellent performance, such as Baijiang City, the strange and evil disasters in Baijiang City last month were the fewest in Donghuang. It can be rated as the safest city, so that the investigation bureaus in other places can learn from it. The situation is grim, but it's not without good news. The technology of our research institute has made some breakthroughs. Investigators have more means. At the same time, because of the more and more frequent appearance of evil spirits, the number of newly awakened people this month is also much higher than last month. It's just that the probability of awakening, if it fails to improve, it is still dangerous. Haven't the research institute found a way to increase the awakening rate? It can't increase the awakening rate, and the same goes for reducing the death rate. There is only a small breakthrough in the reduction of the death rate. As for the increase in the awakening rate, yes. It's just, the leading cadre projected a picture with a mosaic, only a statue was vaguely visible. This is a powerful monster. With the ritual arranged by this monster, the success rate of awakening can be greatly increased. This ritual is also called the evil ritual. That's right, just like the name, the awakened ones born through this ceremony have a more unstable mental state. At the same time, they can hear ravings from a distant place. After testing, their behavioral state is quietly changing. This ceremony is very uncertain and dangerous, and it has been suspended at present. Now on to the next topic. 2 days passed in a flash. Baijiang City still maintained calm and tranquility, and many investigators set off to support the neighboring city. At this time, when Fang Yu came back from the outside, he immediately opened the game of salvation. The fate point value displayed above is 85.6. The fifth fate draw is ready. Destiny draw, 5. The probabilities of the current draws are white, 10%, green, 20%, blue, 40%, purple, 28%, gold, 1.99%, red, 0.01%. Thanks for the reward of 1,500 coins from Ifu, the reward of 1,500 coins from TT Table, the reward of 1,500 coins from Xiao Xiaozi, the reward of 600 coins from You Are So Different from the World, and the reward of 500 coins from Book Friends 141018193355104. 101 coins from taking Nanchung and 100 coins from Lihihi. This time the fate draw, the probability of drawing high-level items has obviously increased a lot compared to last time. According to the average expectation, it is very reasonable to draw 3 purple out of 10. Last time there was only 1 purple. The last time his character exploded was also Yeetzy. This time, I don't want the European emperor to be reincarnated, but I want to stay away from African chieftains. It is still the old rules of bathing, changing clothes, and burning incense. In this quiet lounge, where only Fang Yu was alone, he pressed the button of fate. Vortex reappears. Many phantoms reappeared in it. Fang Yu's eyes widened, and he stared at it without blinking. However, even though he is already a powerful double awakener at this time, with a physique as high as 11.4, he is still in the fog. It seems to see something, but it seems to see nothing clearly. Scratch your head. He returned his attention to the extracted light. There is no eye-catching red light, no bright golden light, all of this is within his expectations. Soon there will be purple air coming from the east. More than 1. Items flew out of it. Acquire, double revenue card, white, acquire, skill training card, green, acquired, skill book cannon fist, green, obtained, the trick soothing bell, blue, acquired, a bag of strange crystals, blue, acquire, seed of skill, blue, obtained, special apostle silver bell, blue, appeared, special apostle. Although it's just the same blue potential as Brother Heidao, Fang Yu doesn't dislike it at all, so let's add a few more. Su Shi heard his thoughts broken, and the next moment a purple light appeared. Obtained, Reality Apostle Xing Jinglei, purple, a standing picture appeared, a strong young man. Fang Yu, that's it, next one. Obtained, the Trick Hand of Heaven, purple, acquired, Trickster Faceless Statue, purple, 3 purples. 4 blues. 2 green. 1 white. This is exactly what was expected. It was normal play and he wasn't disappointed. What's more, the importance of the Apostle of Destiny is more than the item, such as the Special Apostle Silver Bell, which is more valuable than a purple trick weapon in his eyes. This is a snow-white dress with a string of necklaces hanging on her chest. She looks like a very gentle big sister with a sweet smile. And unlike Brother Heidao, Yinling's clothes looked normal, and she also showed her face. Certainly, he thinks that the value of the silver bell is definitely not because of the good-looking Liwa. He is not greedy for others. Just plain greedy for this person. After all, if you refer to the black knife, the background of the special apostle is not completely blank, it has a certain starting point, and it comes with skills. Whiteboard or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Brother Heidao with a physique of 2.6 that day, in his opinion now, is no different from Chuanxin, mainly because of skills. From Brother Heidao to whoring for nothing, to Blade Zhan. If the new Apostolene Ling also has its own skills, well, it would be double the joy to come here for nothing. Fang Yu thought, and opened the panel of the silver bell. He was already looking forward to it, but he was still stunned when he saw it. Silver Bell, Double Awakening, Physical, 6.3 Spirit, 12.1 Mystery, 0 Life Energy, 9.78 Skills, Basic Boxing, Proficiency, 0%, Healing Flow, Proficiency, 0%, Sound of Sleep, Proficiency, 0%, Evil Tracking, Proficiency, 0%, Purification, Proficiency, 0%, Equipment, Basic Medical Kit, White, Ability. Cleansing the sound of the soul, sound of cleansing soul. Explanation: the sound made by the silver bell has the effects of calming the nerves, tranquilizing, healing mental damage, etc., and at the same time can continuously resist the influence of evil on the mind. There is no doubt that this is a nanny. And she is a very, very strong nurse, with 4 green level skills, 3 of which he has never seen before. Healing water flow, the description is to call out a stream of water to clean the wound, which has a strong auxiliary effect on wound healing. Sleeping voice, a hypnotic auxiliary skill. Purification is used to get rid of some negative states, such as being scratched and bitten by evil spirits. It is not a simple trauma, it is similar to a poisonous injury, and it is a kind of toxin that is currently incomprehensible, and can only be resisted by the injured. Purification removes these toxins. Not only that, but it can also reduce the mystery accumulated in a certain person. The 3 skills are all very practical, and purification is even more magical. Yinling herself is still an apostle of the double awakening. With proficiency level skills, she can beat Brother Heidao by 10 blocks at the beginning. As expected of a special apostle. I always feel that I am much better than the real apostle, but I just lack a natural talent. Fang Yu still doesn't know what is special about Heidao and Yinling. I just feel that the special apostles are like NPCs, and they are in the organization's base as soon as they appear. Correct, speaking of which, Yinling has already appeared in the base. He inquired from the side, and Heidao woke up on the bed in the lounge. When he woke up, it was like a long-lasting dream. Heidao couldn't explain the origin and past. It seemed that he lost his memory and only remembered his own identity. A warrior against evil. Well, Heidao woke up in his lounge, the bedroom next door. He and Heidao are still roommates now. In other words, Yinling is also on a bed in a certain bedroom right now, probably just waking up from a dream. But the 3 lounges, a total of 12 bedrooms, have been visited before, and no one is there. Thinking of this, he went out. As soon as he went out, he found that a door was slowly forming on the far wall of the corridor. It is the door of a lounge. Also comes with a lounge? He thinks. As soon as the door was formed, someone pushed it away from the inside, and a woman about 1.7 meters tall, wearing snow-white long sleeves and trousers, with black hair hanging down her left shoulder came out. She seemed to be born with a gentle temperament. Standing here quietly, everything around her became quiet. But the 4 eyes met, and it was too embarrassing not to speak. Fan Yu had no choice but to break the calm. Silver bell. Tutor. She also spoke at the same time. It may be that she was still a little dazed when she just woke up, but compared to the slightly dull appearance when the black knife first appeared, Yinling is still much more agile, and quickly entered the working state under Fan Yu's guidance. Understood. Medical Apostle Yinling will be on duty immediately. Well, from today onwards, you will be responsible for all the medical care of Xinhua, but don't forget to take some tasks and get rid of some evil spirits. This is essential on the road to becoming stronger. It is also to have stronger strength to fight against disasters. Teacher, don't worry, Yinling will definitely take care of the health of everyone in Xinhua, and the task will not be missed. At the same time, next door to Baiyun Prefecture, Yunling Prefecture, in a remote mountain forest. A strong man with purple stripes on his arm was looking around in surprise. You are the chosen one, Xing Jinglei. A loud voice in my mind, as if from 9 days above, said so. But then what? Why is there no text? The special apostles probably won't get lost in the base. After arranging work for Yinling, Fan Yu went back to his room and continued to study the items he had just drawn out. Double income card, skill training card, slightly. Paoquan, this is an attacking skill similar to Blade Slash and Palm Thunder, slightly. A bag of strange crystals. Can this kind of thing be drawn out by Fate Extraction? Or Blue Grade? He tapped lightly. Ding! Hint, you used a bag of crystals and obtained crystals X88. This bag of warp crystals is really nice. He looked at the first treacherous weapon, the blue-level treacherous sedation bell. Explanation, shaking this bell can emit a calming sound, and can also release a special sound wave, which has moderate to weak lethality against evil spirits. At the same time, it can temporarily stop the target hit by the sound wave. The effect depends on the target. It depends on strength. Side effects, when the tranquilizing bell is used, the user's own emotions will be amplified. This side effect is not weak. Anger can turn into anger, and anger into rage. But, the calming bell itself has the effect of calming the mind, so it may be able to curb some of it. The side effects and abilities offset this. At the same time, it has range gain, killing, and control capabilities. This bell is really not weak. Obviously it is also the most suitable trick weapon for Yinling, and I will equip it later. Fan Yu discovered that the special apostle has another benefit. He almost didn't need to flicker, to worry about it, and he knew how to add bricks and tiles to the fire, as if this was the old apostle of the fire, not Mengxin. Well, you can probably look at it that way. Fan Yu checked the remaining 2 items. One is a purple trick, and the other is also a purple trick. A trench protrudes. Hand of Heaven, purple, category, perfect trickster ability 1, built-in space. There is a constant space of 15 cubic meters inside. This space can continue to expand by absorbing special materials. Ability 2, the wearer can control an invisible hand to attack, defend, and operate. At the same time, he can use the invisible hand to extend his skills and abilities. The distance of the invisible hand depends on his own strength. Side effects, none. This trick is a glove with complicated stripes all over it. At first glance, it seems that the stripes are spreading out continuously, and it seems to be infinitely large. Perfect trick. A trick with no side effects at all. Fan Yu tried to put it on, and while putting it on, Tianluo's hand shrank slightly, just fitting into his palm. Indistinctly, one can perceive the space contained inside the glove. He reached out to pick up the water glass in front of him, and the water glass disappeared within a thought, appearing in the constant space inside, appeared with a wave of his hand, and disappeared with a wave of his hand. Such things as space equipment are very common in novels, but in this reality, Fang Yu still feels surprised, as if he got a new toy. What's wrong with men playing with toys? He played with it for a while, and then tried the second ability of the Hand of Heavenly Luo. Reach out and grab. Not far away, the novice wooden sword placed on the table was lifted immediately, but it fell down with a click before taking 2 steps. Fang Yu, small mistakes, small mistakes. Again. The Hand of Tian Luo is a trick rather than a skill. It is not difficult to use, but it is quite unfamiliar to control. Fang Yu feels like he is using a claw machine. I thought I could do it, but I just couldn't hold it steady. But after all, he is a double awakened person, the owner of the expert-level Palm Thunder, with strong mental power and meticulous control of skills. After only playing for half an hour, he became familiar with the controls of the Hand of Heavenly Luo. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the novice wooden sword not far away naturally flew up and fell into his palm. With a wave of his hand, the wooden sword flew out by itself, cruising around him. Like a sword fairy. Compelling, this is the only way to compete. And, the novice wooden sword that flew a few meters away suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. The combination of the inner space and the invisible hand can completely capture objects from space. While also being able to. Zila, a ball of thunder burst out from a few meters away, and it lasted for a long time. With his control, he even turned into a thunder snake, constantly flying around his body. But this is still far from the limit of the Hand of the Sky. It couldn't be detected in the small bedroom, so Fang Yu immediately went to the number 2 training ground, which was as spacious as a football field, and the ground was even harder, able to withstand the bombardment of his palm thunder. Coming here, Fang Yu used an invisible hand, and manipulated the palm to move outward bit by bit. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. The distance is less than this to reach the limit. Very far. The invisible hand lightly clenched a fist and punched out. Boom! The special sandbags in the distance exploded with a bang, sending gravel all over the sky. It seems to be more powerful than my own punch. It's the same when using Palm Thunder, it has a not weak increase. There are other wonderful uses to be developed. It is indeed a perfect purple level trick weapon. As for the other one. Faceless statue, purple, category, Trickster ability 1, Mysterious Storage. This statue can absorb the mysterious factors floating between the heaven and the earth, or the mystery stripped from the human body, and store them. It can also guide the mysterious factors into a target body. There is loss in this process. Ability 2, Ritual Core. The statue used to be the core of a certain ritual. Now it has been destroyed, but it seems to have other functions. Side effect, the existence of this statue has a strong attraction to evil spirits. The appearance of this statue is a bit strange to Fang Yu. It is a statue with black wings on its back and skinny palms like claws. The strange thing is that the face of the statue is not faceless in itself, but seems to have been deliberately cut off. So much so that the head of the whole statue is a bit pointed. Like the point of a pencil being sharpened by a knife. Not only is it weird, but compared with the Hand of the Sky, this faceless statue can really be described as mediocre, or even hip-pulling. The second ability is the Riddle Man, not clear. As soon as the ability absorbs the mystery, it seems that the storage of the mystery is also, that's it? No, it may not be useless to think about it carefully. This is equivalent to a large experience package. For example, if Ingenue failed to awaken this time, if there are enough mysterious points to replenish, he can quickly try the second awakening without delaying so long. And Black Pupil too. Because this cat is not an apostle, there are relatively few missions. When he was weak in the past, Heitong was equivalent to a powerful bodyguard, but now that his version has been continuously strengthened, Heitong appears to be hip-stretching, equivalent to a pet that wastes experience. In this case, if he can gain experience, Heitong can keep up with the footsteps of his savior. Not to be reduced to a useless cat. There are also newcomers such as Mingdeng Mage, which can also awaken them faster and form combat power well. The premise is that they are qualified and have accumulated similarly. Thinking about it this way, the faceless statue is not too bad. But he tried it, and it had to be placed outside. The fire base is a fairly independent special space, which cannot absorb many mysteries. But on the outside, there is another problem. This statue attracts evil. You have to find someone to stay there for a long time. But me, Heidao, and Ingenue all have to go on missions frequently, and it's not uncommon for the three of them to be out of the base at the same time. Arrange Ling to be stationed, and the others take turns? It's not impossible, it just feels a bit wasteful. Fang Yu suddenly thought of Hei Tong. The stupid cat gets weaker when it's far away from him, but it happened before that the fishy cat sneaked back to the base once. It didn't even weaken. At that time, he thought it was because the distance was not far enough, but now that he thinks about it, it might be. Staying around the base has the same effect as staying around him. You can try it. If it works, the watchdog is you. Fang Yu thought about the future development of the organization, and as he thought about it, the night gradually deepened. He also wrote a bunch of development plans. Only, he seems to have forgotten something. Oh yes, wait a minute. In the entertainment area of the base, Hei Tong suddenly shivered. In Yunling Prefecture, thousands of kilometers away, Xing Jinglei, who returned to the hotel to rest, couldn't fall asleep. In my mind, that voice lingered. Thanks for the reward of 1,500 coins for it's not bad like this, the reward of 500 coins for Gua Slim, the reward of 500 coins for Dream for a long time, not white nor black, only forever, 100 coins reward for Yu Qian, Shen Yuan Lingxin. Reading the World Book 16 the next day, Fang Yu opened his eyes. It's a white ceiling. He stretched out his hand, and the mobile phone not far away flew into his hand automatically. He swiped the screen skillfully and looked at it. At 4:15, he opened the game of salvation again. After a few glances, it was boring. Wake up, it's time to train. Hey, I am so hardworking. As expected of me. After washing up, Fang Yu came to the training ground number 2. There are already people using the number 1 training ground at this time. Black Sword and Light Mage. I am practicing blade cutting. Fang Yu entered the number 2 venue, closed the gate, and continued to explore how to use the Hand of Heaven. The limit distance of the invisible hand is about 30 meters, but the most suitable range of use is within 15 meters. The consumption of this distance is very small, and it can be used for a long time. It can be regarded as the distance of daily use. Further outside is the combat use distance. In addition to distance, the invisible hand can also be giant. Normally, the invisible hand is as big as his palm, but if it becomes huge, double, quadruple, 6 times. Not far away, a transparent palm the size of a millstone was vaguely outlined, following his manipulation. Boom! With a slap, the entire ground of the training ground trembled. A large palm print over 1 meter long was left there. With the self-repair of the training ground, the entire palm print gradually faded and disappeared, and the ground became flat again. This power, Fang Yu stared. As the invisible hand grows larger, its power increases exponentially, and of course, its consumption increases by more than 10 times. Strong is strong, but it is not so suitable for use in battle. With his current life energy, he could only make 7 or 8 palms. Low-cost performance. But if it's used for pretense, it seems to be worth it. But the strongest thing about the Hand of the Sky Luo itself is not the attack, but the support. Invisible hand plus enormization plus lightning in the palm form a real big move. Fang Yu gently raised his palm. More than 10 meters away, the air buzzed, and a huge palm could be seen faintly. Suddenly, lightning flashed on the palm of the hand, and the blue arc of lightning rushed to the palm along the fingertips, and then flowed from the palm to the surroundings again, and the bright thunder light wrapped the entire huge palm. From light transparent to bright blue. The light shone. This is the Lei Guang Mahamudra. The violent thunder and lightning energy and the huge increase of the invisible hand made it difficult for Fang Yu to control. Don't dare to maintain more. Following the thought, the Lei Guang Mahamudra fell straight down. Boom! The training ground really shook this time, rumbling dust splashed, and a huge scorched black palm imprinted impressively in the center of the training ground. This time, the ground did not return to level for a long time. Can't it be broken? Fang Yu walked forward and knelt down to observe for a while. Fortunately, he was still recovering slowly, and he probably would be back to normal tomorrow. It is indeed a professional training ground. Even without the focus buff, such a venue is really awesome. There is no shortage of training equipment, and the venue memory is restored. It's a pity that he still couldn't stand his devastation. We have to wait for the upgrade, and the E-level training ground is still a bit stretched. Also, the Lei Guang Mahamudra is still not my fully explosive state. The lighthouse mode has not been turned on, and the belief of burning fire has not been used yet. If it is fully used, don't dare to try. Fang Yu continued to exercise. After exercising for more than an hour, he ate a generous breakfast. Then he took out his phone and switched to. Well, from the perspective of the new apostle Xing Jinglei. I saw a man who was sleeping soundly, the quilt was torn to the ground, and his legs were covered with hair. Day, fork off, fork off. Of course he didn't really forget. How could the card game forget the apostles? This is called tactical forgetting. After all, Xing Jinglei is an apostle of reality, unlike Heidao and Yiling who can go to work very consciously, and he is not as easy to fool as Mingxin like in Jianyu. Xing Jinglei is not. He's that wild, rare awakened. Such a person already knows a lot of secrets, has been in contact with many people and evil spirits, and must be very vigilant. Fan Yu feels that he is not good at fooling around, so it is better to let it go for a while, and then give it a strong dose. He brought up the panel. Xing Jinglei, Awakening, Physical, 7.6 Spirit, 2.4 Mystery, 16.6 Life Energy, 5.52 Skills, Basic Boxing, Proficiency, 15.9%, Basic Knife, Entry, 55.6%, Equipment, None Talent, Slashing Body Ability, Explosion. Xing Jinglei's basic two-dimensional is quite high. At first glance, it is a little higher than Heidao's peak of first level, but brother Heidao has taken the physical secret medicine and has also studied several proficiency levels, proficient, and expert level skills. It was another day and night exercise, which improved the two-dimensionality. Xing Jinglei, a wild awakener, does not have these conditions. But he has talent. Splitting body explanation. Those with this talent can directly touch Wuxia, which can greatly weaken the toxicity effect of Guixia. At the same time, when killing Wuxia, there is a probability of looting Guixia materials from Wuxia, and there is also a small probability plunder and capture evil energy to improve your body and spirit. Burst description. This ability enables the awakened to produce a burst effect on the contact target when attacking. Xing Jinglei's awakening ability is an offensive type, very strong and practical. Of course, this awakening ability is only quite satisfactory. Talent is powerful and incredible. It has the effects of killing, collecting, plundering and so on. Xing Jinglei's rather high two-dimensionality was obtained through plundering, although there must be many restrictions in it. Yesterday, Fang Yu also observed Xing Jinglei a little bit, and through some behaviors, he can roughly judge Xing Jinglei's identity. A wicked hunter. It is reasonable to enter this line of work with the talent of Xing Jinglei. It looks a bit unruly, and it is not suitable for such a person to fool around. You have to. In an ordinary small hotel, Xing Jinglei got up sleepily. Day. Yesterday, because I kept thinking about that voice, I didn't sleep for half the night. The quality of sleep was very poor all night. I heard the couple of dogs and men in the next room. Tear it down. Haha, he took a cold shower. It was winter at this time, and the cold shower didn't feel cold to him, he just felt refreshed, and the irritability in his heart gradually cooled down. Just the sound of yesterday. You are the chosen one. Xing Jinglei had a haze in his heart. He was looking for an evil clue and wanted to hunt it down, but after hearing the voice, he gave up hunting it and went back to the hotel in the town. No, this town is not safe either. If that voice was powerful and treacherous, he had already been targeted, and the 20 or 30 kilometers could not guarantee safety at all. He had heard some rumors. Thinking of this, Xing Jinglei immediately packed up his luggage, got on a van headed to the city with a little genius, bought tickets non-stop, took the bus to the next city, and booked a high-speed rail ticket online, and came that afternoon to the state city of Yunling Prefecture. Walking out of the high-speed rail station, Xing Jinglei smiled as he looked at the bustling city of Zhou, where there were still many roads with traffic. With a distance of hundreds of kilometers, no matter how powerful and treacherous you are, it will not be able to affect this uncle. Quack! He immediately checked into a 5-star hotel, threw his luggage and poured himself a glass of red wine, just picked it up and shook it. You are the chosen one. I will give you greater power. I hope you will become the fire-bearer under the dark night and light up the eternal night that will soon cover the world. Xing Jinglei's face froze, and the red wine glass fell with a bang. Before he could startle, the space around him suddenly changed. It has been transformed into a quaint martial arts arena. The man who couldn't see his face said to him, "Do you know what Paoquan is?" Ha ha ha. When Xing Jinglei returned to the hotel suite, he was paralyzed on the carpet, his chest was heaving violently, and he was panting endlessly. Do you know what a cannon fist is? What is a cannon fist? It's cannon fist. These words are still echoing in his ears. He couldn't forget the scene where the strong man with a blurred face punched out a big hole in the entire sky in white clouds. This is the cannon fist. But Paoquan was not only aimed at the sky, but also at him. In that quaint martial arts arena, under the terrible pressure, he punched out his fists again and again without stopping. He also endured cannon punches from men with blurred faces. Even if it was much weaker, it was still like a cannonball, constantly bombarding him, blowing up smoke and dust all over the sky, and cracking the ground. Xing Jinglei thought that he was going to die. Even with the weakened version of Paoquan, he still couldn't sustain a single punch, let alone one punch, 10 punches, hundreds of punches, thousands of punches. God knows how much he endured. He went from the initial fear, to the surprise that he was still alive, to the irresistible machinery, then to the furious fury, and finally let his body move by himself because he could not resist. Time has passed for a long time. It may be half a month and a month. It may also be half a year. When Xing Jinglei returned to the hotel suite, apart from breathing, his eyes were dull, as if he had been severely trampled, or maybe not. After a full hour or two, his eyes gradually regained their brilliance. Barely able to struggle to sit up, looked down at myself, only to realize that I was tired, but there was nothing missing in my whole body, and Xing Jinglei clenched his fist slightly and waved forward. Clatter, a strong gust of wind blew out, whistling. The Pao fist that he learned in the martial arts field before, it seems, as if he can use it. Of course, it is far from reaching the height of that martial artist with a blurred face, but he is sure that this is Pao fist. Maybe one day, he can also reach the point where his punches are scattered like that martial artist. Xing Jinglei's eyes became hot. After being hot for a long time, he gradually remembered the past. By the way, before entering the martial arts arena, that mysterious voice sounded in his mind again. You are the chosen one. Is that voice chasing after you? However, he seems to have empowered himself. Although this endowment, I still shudder when I think about it now. Xing Jinglei supported his body and changed his posture. He felt that he had to be quiet. It was 3 years ago that Xing Jinglei discovered that there was an abnormality in his body. At first, it was only vaguely aware of some strange and extraordinary things. But it just felt wrong and didn't see anything. He thought it was something wrong with his spirit, until one time, his whole body seemed to be choked for breath, and he resisted desperately, as if something had been torn off. Since then, he has been able to vaguely see some dirty things. The 3 views of the whole person have been opened. Xing Jinglei kept inquiring and attacking from the side, but he couldn't find the same kind as him. Those dirty things with a faint black outline were actually very few. At that time, he deliberately searched for them, drilling into some dark places, but sometimes he might not be able to find one in a month. Until, starting from a few months ago, these things gradually increased. The monster that others avoid has an inexplicable attraction in Xing Jinglei's eyes. He found that killing these dirty things could occasionally bring changes to himself. His strength became stronger, and his eyes and ears became clearer. Once, the body underwent a major change. After experiencing life and death disasters, the whole person seemed to be reborn and became completely different. Later, he inquired about the changes in his body, called awakening. Also embarked on the path of the evil hunter. After awakening, Xing Jinglei's strength is much stronger, and he can't even withstand the treachery of waiting for leisure, but Xing Jinglei has not drifted away, and he has become more and more careful. The more you learn, the more you discover the horrors that lurk beneath the surface. He used to drill around, it was too reckless. It's pure luck to survive. As an evil hunter, his purpose is to spend money only by living. When he heard that voice yesterday, Xing Jinglei didn't hesitate, and immediately left hunting and returned to the small town where he rested. Having trouble sleeping all night, and thinking about it the next day, he felt unsafe, so he took a car and fled at dawn. It was because he was afraid that he would be targeted by some powerful evil. Although he has never met, nor heard of, there is a talking monster. I have fled to Yunlingzhou City, so it stands to reason that I am safe. Evilness is inherently chaotic, and it will not give me power. Not without it, some cults use power as bait, but that power is poisonous. This time is different, an unknown existence endowed him with extremely powerful power across time and space. Punch! With 2 simple words and unremarkable moves, Xing Jinglei seems to have opened up a new world. This is a brand new way of life energy operation. What wisdom! What a great power it is to grant him power from a distance. Would a person with such great power still covet his 200 caddies of meat? Xing Jinglei's eyes gradually became hot. This might be my adventure. He wiped the red wine that fell on the ground, tried to comb his face, put on a sincere expression, and then asked in his heart. Once, twice, 3 times. There was no reply like last night, but he still made up his mind and continued to ask seriously. What is a fire bearer? What do you need him to do? Is there a price to pay? This is the question he really wants to know. Even if it's an adventure, he doesn't believe in the power of gaining nothing. Quite a while, when the voice sounded again, it was unexpectedly gentle. Just like what you are doing now, hunting and killing evil spirits. But opposite to power is responsibility. You have to take on more responsibilities, stand at the forefront of resisting the darkness as a torch warrior, and plant a light of hope. Xing Jinglei understood. He had also been recruited by the Yunling Prefecture Investigation Bureau, but the special investigator who recruited him was too weak, and he couldn't even hold him back with 3 punches. A weak person is also trying to recruit him, heh. What's more, the benefits of the Bureau of Investigation are far inferior to being a ghost hunter himself. Not only can he take on the task, but he can also extract information from the ghost, and he has a lot of money in just a few months. Free and rich. This is the life Xing Jinglei wants. He just wants to be the strongest, the richest evil hunter, and a free hunter. Yes, I will, as a fire bearer, light up the light of eternal night, tonight and every night. Xing Jinglei stood upright. His face was so hot and sincere that he could believe it. Letter? Xing Jinglei is a wild awakener and an experienced hunter of evil spirits. It is impossible for him to completely believe that shed blood with just a few words. Believe it or not is not that important, it is enough to take action. The future is long. As a person chosen by fate, he will understand one day. It's not in vain that after I taught him Paoquan, I forced him to practice cards continuously. This is the concern of his salary mentor for newcomers. You're welcome. In the Yunling City Hotel, Xing Jinglei, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly shivered again. Thank you for the reward of 700 coins from Qingmu Mamujiang, the reward of 400 coins from Pure Light and Deep Darkness, and the reward of 100 coins from Little Snake in the Scarlet Village in the training ground. Fang Yu turned off Xing Jinglei's vision. Rubbed his eyes. Staring at a rough guy for so long, he didn't want to. He needed some beautiful things to calm down. Xing Jinglei's talent and awakening ability are all on the combat side. His combat power is very strong. Now that he has learned the skill of Paoquan, he can fully display his strength. For such a person, it would be too wasteful not to let him work a few more jobs. But there is still a problem. Xing Jinglei is far away in Yunling Prefecture, and is not within the scope of the map detection. He can neither provide him with navigation, nor can he obtain fate point rewards. Fang Yu was thinking whether to call him back to Baiyun Prefecture. It is not necessary to come to Baijiang City. The current Baijiang City can be said to be a piece of peace. There are almost no evil spirits in the city. Occasionally, if one breeds, it will be wiped out as quickly as possible. Knife and Ingenio's part-time jobs have now all gone to the suburbs. Already the edge of the map. It's time to upgrade the map area. Map detection, upgradable, map range LV2 detection accuracy LV12. The upgrade requirement from LV2 to LV3 is 30 ghost crystals and 2 destiny points. Destiny points seem to be just an addition, to act as a lubricant, but a lot of strange crystals are needed. 30 strange crystals are 30 white level items. Very expensive. But it was enough to open a bag of strange crystals before. Fang Yu glanced at the main interface. Fate point, 5.3 Wilder Crystal, 126 upgrade. Ding! The LV2 on the map detection flickered, accompanied by a little bit of golden light, and changed greatly to LV3, which was fixed here. At the same time, on the map of the task interface. The map is circular, showing the urban area, suburbs, and surrounding forests of Baijiang City, and beyond that is a vast expanse of black. It is an unopened map. At this time, the black part is peeling away like water ripples, bit by bit, fully revealing its own truth. After more than 10 minutes, the revealing of the map slowly stopped. Fang Yu glanced at it. There are not only Baijiang City on the map, but also several cities next door. Along with the map, there are also eye-catching red mission marks. Except for the inner circle of Baijiang City, the entire map is full of red. During this period of time, the map of Baijiang City was so clean that I almost forgot it. The situation is still grim. Don't worry about some sporadic evils in the suburbs, and give priority to eliminating the evils in the urban area. He looked at them one by one. There are mainly several cities that appear on the map. Jiangbei City is located in the north of Baijiang City. Located in Qingshui City to the west of Baijiang City. Lindong City is located in the east of Baijiang City. The situation in Jiangbei City in the north is the most serious. There are a total of 6 two-star ghosts within the urban area. Although they are all relatively remote areas and have been blocked, they are still time bombs one by one. It can affect a street bomb. In Qingshui City and Lindong City, there are also 2 stars of evil spirits. There are many of them. This may still be something that the Bureau of Investigation has dealt with. But the place where there are really many evils is outside the city. There is not so much energy to deal with the evil outside the city, and there will be more evil that breeds itself. Between Baijiang City, Xingshui City, and Lindong City, there are large areas of mountains and forests. These places are the most dangerous. Some of the mission marks are extraordinarily bright red. 2-star mission group. Reminder, the detection function judges that there are more than 3 2-star evil spirits in the task area, and 1-star evil spirits with a number greater than 10. To obtain more detailed information, please upgrade to Precise Detection, or Investigate in Reality. 2-star mission group, 2-star mission group, 3-star mission? Different from the urban area, many 1-star and 2-star missions here are groups, and they are still in the complex mountain forest environment, and the risk factor is greatly increased. Even for the 3-star mission, 7 of them were detected on this map. Of course, they are all in very remote mountains and forests with few people. In terms of harm, they may not be as evil as the 1-star in the city. Still have to start with those. The upgrade to the next level of map range requires 200 ghost crystals, obviously it cannot be upgraded. After thinking about it, Fong Yu pressed the upgrade of Precise Detection. At first glance, this function does not seem to have that much benefit, but it can play a key role in security and can mark and prompt some invisible evils. This kind of reminder is not only for him, but also for He Dao and Jianyu and other apostles. It can be reminded in time with a ding-dong in my mind. But when the detection accuracy is also upgraded to LV3. Ding! Reminder, the map range and detection accuracy have been upgraded to LV3, and the anchor point function is unlocked. By placing anchor points in other areas, you can detect the evil distribution around the anchor point. Reminder, it costs 30 warp crystals to manufacture an anchor point. You can have up to 3 additional detection anchor points at the current level. The map range upgrade requirement of the anchor point area is equal to the main area, and the maximum cannot exceed the main detection map. Detection accuracy no need to upgrade, the effect is the same as the main detection map. It is equivalent to opening up a new mission map. Fong Yu thought for a while, and spent 30 strange crystals to make an anchor point, and zoomed in on the current main map of Baijiang City and surrounding cities. He swiped the map to the left, and soon reached the left edge, and beyond that was a place that had not yet been detected, and was completely pitch black. Fong Yu kept swiping to the left, and after swiping for a while, he saw a round frame of a character appear on the dark map. It was Xing Jinglei, who was far away in Yunling Prefecture. Ding! Reminder, do you want to place the detection anchor point at the coordinates of the Apostle of Fate Xing Jinglei? He chooses to be. Suddenly, like a small stone thrown into the water, ripples appeared on the dark map, and a detection map covering a small half of the city slowly opened. Number 2 map. The above is also marked with a task red mark. It's time to go out and beat the workers. Now, in the hotel in Yunling City, Xing Jinglei finally recovered after a period of rest. He was thinking about whether to go back to the previous town. He is an evil hunter active in that area, and he is well known in the western circles of Yunling Prefecture. It is also because of his reputation and connections that he can find all the evil spirits. Otherwise, for such an elusive monster as Guixie, if he looks for it alone, he may not be able to open it once a month. And he also needs a patron. Nowadays, the existence of cunning and evil is no secret among some rich men, and part of his wealth comes from these rich benefactors. It can also take orders, hunt and kill evil spirits by itself and loot materials. The life of the strongest evil hunter in the future is so simple and rich. By the way, he seems to be an organized hunter now. It's not wild anymore. But this organization seems to not pay much attention to his appearance. There are no more texts. No matter what he is also a well-known evil hunter. Obviously he doesn't want to be controlled and lose his freedom, but this dispensable look like a spare tire still makes Xing Jinglei feel a little disappointed. At this time, a soft ding sounded in his mind. Come. Xing Jinglei raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help being overjoyed, but then he remembered that he was a senior evil hunter. His face gradually calmed down, and he listened to the voice in his head. Ding! Official prison sentence Jinglei, you have a new task, please receive and complete it in time. It's a mechanical sound. Like intelligence. The voice of the previous person appeared directly in his mind, and now there is another mechanical sound. Xing Jinglei is not surprised at all. Already lying flat. But he was still a little nervous about the task of Xinhua. But don't make it too difficult. Begging Grandpa to tell Grandma, with anxiety, Xing Jinglei revealed the mission according to the instructions in his mind. 1-star evil hunting mission location, near Building 6, North Urji Lane, Sanxian Road. Reminder, the task evaluation will be linked to the organization's contribution, and the specific evaluation criteria can be viewed here. According to the description, organizational contributions can be exchanged for some special opportunities. And his current contribution, is negative, and he has a lot of negative. This is the price of learning to shoot. But it's just hunting some evil spirits, he's doing his job. According to the mission description, there is a 1-star guixie at the north of Sanxian Road. Sanxian Road, it's very close to my place. Shinoa's intelligence ability is so strong? He was not familiar with the city of Yunling Prefecture. According to the location on the navigation, Xing Jinglei went out and went all the way to the place where there were few people in the alley, and arrived at the destination in a short time. Building number 6 in Urji Lane is a very old building with few residents. But it is still in the urban area, not far from the bustling area. Is there really something sinister about this kind of place? Based on his knowledge of the Investigation Bureau may not be able to take care of everything, but this kind of treachery and evil located in the bustling area can be wiped out quickly, and those that cannot be wiped out will be quickly blocked. What's more, this is still a state city, and its strength far exceeds that of ordinary small towns. As a wild awakener, an evil hunter who walks between black and white, although Xing Jinglei despises those special investigators, the Investigation Bureau has a lot of people after all, and it is an official department, so he usually chooses to avoid it. The Bureau of Investigation was not underestimated. They are very quick to fight ordinary and evil. With a little bit of doubt, Xing Jinglei went upstairs step by step, the sound of tat-tat echoed in the silent corridor. With cold eyes, he scanned every corner, his fists clenched slightly. Suddenly, Xing Jinglei raised his head, and there was also a dark shadow hanging upside down where the spider web was hanging in the corner of the wall above his head. It let out a scream. Probably kicking his 4 legs towards him, Xing Jinglei also clenched his fists and twisted his waist, blasting out a heavy punch. This punch is a cannon punch. A violent wind blew up, and accompanied by a loud bang, a violent punch blasted the little ghost, and it couldn't stop hitting the old wall. A spider web of cracks spread. Ding! The official apostle Xing Jinglei completed the 1-star mission evaluation, click here for details. Xing Jinglei still maintained the posture of punching his fists. He was smiling, but now he was stiff. Is this a senior hunter? I always feel that it's not very reliable. Fang Yu silently typed to Xing Jinglei, arranged another 1-stop task, and then turned off the synchronization of vision. Since he has 3 apostles, his authority has been upgraded once, and his optional operations for mission dispatch have also increased. The time can be scheduled in advance, the apostles can be notified, and 1-by-1 standby tasks can be set. The task module also has a certain amount of intelligence, which can assist his instructions. After a whole night of thinking last night, he came up with a simple contribution exchange task rating mechanism. It's a pity that the intelligence of the task module is still very rudimentary, and he has to do many operations manually, and can't do automatic evaluation. At present, he can only record the process and postpone the scoring. I always feel that my workload has increased. Unwise. When Fang Yu finished his work, the sky outside had begun to light up. He took 2 cups of soy milk from the cafeteria on the 2nd floor outside, drank it tons and tons, threw the soy milk paper cups into the trash can and went downstairs. The shouts of youthful blood running were heard from a distance. The freshmen in the reserve did not dare to relax for a moment under the urging of Heidao. The bright lantern mage, who had been promoted to an apprentice apostle, was also among the running crowd at the moment, but he had a lot of weight on his body. After a round of warm-up was over, Yiling waved at them, and then said to Heidao, "This is a special Chinese medicine that I prepared. Drinking 3 doses a day can effectively promote the development of potential, enhance their recovery ability, etc." Yiling said a lot of professional terms. Heidao couldn't understand, he only cared about one thing, that is to say, can the amount of training be increased from today? Yes. However, only ordinary medicinal materials can be found at present, and the effect is actually average. While speaking, Luo Jianqing and others had already walked over. They were all panting slightly. This is just a warm-up, and today's formal devil training has not yet started. Thinking of that, Luo Jianqing shivered. But Miss Yinling's encouragement was like a sweet spring, dispelling the exhaustion in their hearts. Come on, exercise, and strive to become a regular as soon as possible. Work hard, You all have a bright future. I hope that one day you can become companions, follow in the footsteps of your mentor, and light up the world. Girl Yinling is really an angel. It would be great if the black knife instructor had the gentleness of the Yinling girl. However, it is said that Miss Yinling is also an official employee of the company, and her rank is higher than that of the lamp mage. This is a special company. Respect strength. But a delicate person like Miss Yinling is better than Ming Deng, a full-length, muscular sorcerer? It doesn't look like it. What's more, Miss Yinling is so gentle and kind, I can't imagine her fighting at all. Looking at it today, the guess is indeed correct. Miss Yinling is not a combatant, she is a medical worker. Truly a gentle and caring doctor. You are all doing high-intensity exercise now. These traditional Chinese medicines can play a very good role in protecting your body. Remember to drink it completely, of course. We will definitely listen to Miss Yinling's orders. Everyone, let's finish this bowl of medicine. Brother Chen, please. No, Brother Luo, you come first. The bowl of traditional Chinese medicine in front of him was blue in color, and exuded a million bit of unpleasant smell. Luo Jianqing swallowed his saliva. Really, do you really want to drink it all? What do you say? Girl Yinling still had a gentle smile on her face, but this smile seemed a little scary. It's an illusion. Luo Jianqing gritted his teeth, swallowed a mouthful of bitter medicine, his face turned blue, he had never taken such a bitter Chinese medicine. Can you? Click. A silver bell with a gentle smile hangs not far away, and the white palm is embedded in the table, and the cracks can be seen faintly spreading. Luo Jianqing swallowed his saliva. Staring at the blue-colored bitter medicine in front of him, should he drink it, or drink it down? P.S. Kim Sanjiang will be delayed for about a week, sorry for Fei Chong, the author is already saving the manuscript. Please follow up and ask for a monthly pass. Thanks to BookFriends 201908022212435551 for the reward of 10,000 coins. Thanks for the reward of 6,000 coins from Starry Skyo Fantasy, the reward of 2,000 coins from Nanli Dao, the reward of 500 coins from A708020, the reward of 500 coins from BookFriends 1410181933555104, Yagu Beast, a reward of 100 coins for Gentle Like Me. Luo Jianqing wasn't the only one with a blue face. After everyone drank the Chinese medicine down to the last drop, Yinling looked back and left satisfied. Luo Jianqing covered his mouth. I feel like vomiting. This is bitter, non-human beings can resist it, if you can't hold it, it's okay to spit it out. Click 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 click, cracks spread like spider webs, and the ordinary wooden table not far away failed to hold up after all, broke apart, and fell to the ground with a bang. Grunt. The good medicine that I couldn't help but want to vomit just now, I swallowed it completely. The good medicine tastes bitter, and Miss Yinling is always thinking of them. Epsilon 3. Mentor, the batch of preparatory personnel for nutritional potion type 1 have all been drunk. I believe that they are all talents that can be made. Well, the black knife instructor said that the training volume should be increased by 50%, and Yinling will also be responsible for observing their indicators, guarantee that there will be no problems. Yinling said, after a pause, he added, even if there is an accident, the healing water can still save it. As long as it can be saved, that's fine. The high-intensity training could not be an accident. He heard from He Dao that he had to arrange some gentle training tasks because he was afraid that the reserve personnel would be injured and the training efficiency would be delayed. It's different now, as long as you can't die in practice, practice to death. The newly appointed Dr. Yinling can not only heal physical injuries, but also provide psychological counseling, so nothing goes wrong. This was added by Fang Yu himself. He asked, how is the research on the secret medicine of physical strength, is it capable of mass production? Yinling became distressed, the composition of the physical medicine is not very complicated. I have the ability to make it, but I can't find a substitute for the main medicine in it, and I can't find many special medicinal materials. There is no way. Yinling also described some special medicinal materials to him. For example, some grow on the corpses of giant beasts, some grow in places full of death, etc. In short, they are all in abnormal environments. But giant beasts, it's not that they haven't seen giant beasts before, but they don't leave corpses behind. Once dead it disappears completely. The difference is that the ordinary guaxia will completely dissipate with a slap, and the powerful guaxia will slowly disappear after being dismembered. It is impossible to keep the corpse, so there is no special medicinal material that Yinling said. Unless, deep into the gray world beneath reality. That world, which relies on reality, is obviously different from reality. He once observed through Ingenio's vision for a while. But that gray world is full of dangers. It's not something to consider right now. Yinling comforted him, "Don't worry, mentor, I will definitely find a way to research a substitute." Well, there is also a high-grade secret medicine that can make the mentor's physical body slowly improve. I will also start researching it. Yinling really did her duty. She felt relieved to have her staring at Fangyu, but she still told her, "Don't forget to do the daily tasks. Also, hey Dao and Jianyu, I will go out for a period of time. During this period, you will be responsible for handling some affairs of this office. I still need to urge this lazy cat." Heitong, 6th floor. Heitong, who was squatting near the faceless statue, scratched his head, and continued to move his fleshy claws to the mouse. At this time, Baijiang City Investigation Bureau. Compared with the solemnity of the previous period, the Baijiang Bureau is much more relaxed during this period. Even though the investigation bureaus from various places who came to support before have returned, the Baijiang branch also expressed that there is no pressure. They have 3 special investigators: Zhou, Wanyan, Bai Shui. Ordinary investigators also added a lot, and the previous round of supporting supplies stopped some. There are also thunder charms and fire beads. It can be said that the soldiers are strong and the horses are strong. But the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The safety index in Baijiang City is now the highest in the country, and it is impossible for investigators to just fish in Baijiang. At the meeting, Zhou said, "Before, it was the brother city that supported us, Baijiang, to resist the raging and treacherous tide. Now, it is time for us to support the brother city. It just so happens that we have plenty of manpower, so I'll arrange the task." Bai Shui led a team to support Qingshui City, Wanyan led a team to support Lindong City, and I personally led the team to Jiangbei City. The specific personnel arrangements are as follows. Do you have any comments? One of the investigators said, "Will there be too few people left behind? If something unexpected happens to our Baijiang, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. I don't think there is much need to stay behind. Our Baijiang city is very safe." Zhang Tingqiu said. As for why it is safe, everyone knows. Because of the existence of that organization. They are also dealing with the evil, even more efficient than their investigation bureau. They have not found anything, and the evil has been eliminated. So effective it puts them to shame. Then why don't we try to hire experts from this organization? Jiangbei City and Lindong City have many powerful evil spirits, and they are very difficult to deal with. An investigator said. Zhou hesitated. Of course he knew how terrifying the 2-star evil was. Even with the support of experts from the state, it would definitely not be easy to deal with such an evil. Can hire. It's like the state employs some creepy hunters, the investigator said. Zhang Tingqiu retorted, "This is different." Zhou also felt different. What kind of guys are the evil hunters? It sounds good to deal with evil and contribute to the society, but it sounds bad to be some lawless people who have gained power. It's just that there are very few of these people. Second, compared with the evil spirits, the harm of the wild awakeners is very small. Either recruit them or guide them to become evil hunters. If you commit a big crime, it's not difficult to just shoot it out with a gun. Guns can't deal with evil, and can't deal with awakened ones? It is too wasteful to directly chug, and those who are unpardonable crimes are said to be arrested and sent to the research institute, and those who are more law-abiding and unwilling to be restrained are hired by the state bureaus to deal with some tricky things. This is the unholy hunter. But Xinhua is different, not only because they are powerful, but also because they are noble, and it is an insult to Xinhua to be placed with the evil hunters. In the previous defense of Hell's Gate, it was said that we hired Xinhua, but in fact, they notified us, and even helped free of charge. The investigation bureau also sent some fire beads, thunder charms, and prayer beads to express their gratitude. But it's still not the same as hiring. It always feels inappropriate for a noble person like the swordsman in black to silently fight against evil people and hire them with money. Director, maybe we can put it another way. Our Baijiang city was rated as the safest city in the country this time. It's not only our credit. I think we have to express it. Zhou was taken aback for a moment and fell into deep thought. Before departure, Fangyu got a piece of news. The Bureau of Investigation wants some cooperation. As a token of gratitude, I plan to give them several pieces of surrounding land. Teacher, what do you think? No problem. The Bureau of Investigation might not believe it. He was about to set off for Jiangbei City. The Bureau of Investigation has deep pockets. It's a pity that we have to be reserved, otherwise it will all be covered, and then according to the hunting standards of the treacherous hunter, it will be all money. Fang Yu withdrew his thoughts, and said, "Now, let me assign some tasks. It's not just Jiangbei City. This time, we will get rid of the evils in Jiangbei, Qingshui, and Lindong at the same time. Among them, the second star in Qingshui City has the least evil spirits. You and Jianyu are in charge. Pay attention to arranging the time reasonably, and give priority to eliminating the most harmful evil spirits. The details have been marked on the mission map for you." And Jianyu nodded nervously. 2-star Guixia, although she had seen and dealt with it when she was at the gate of the world, but it was the first time that she had dealt with it alone, and she was under a lot of pressure. Once the elimination fails, it may attract the evil spirits to be more active and violent, causing great disasters, so only success is not allowed. And Jianyu was still confident. Her strength is stronger than that of the day. With the help of instructor Heidao, she has also caught several powerful and special ghosts, all of which are 2-star. She didn't dare to try Samsung's treachery, she couldn't control it at all. Heidao is in charge of the evil in Lindong City. Fang Yu said, "But this time is different from before. I need to travel for a while." There is nothing wrong with Jianyu, but brother Heidao's appearance and personality don't seem to fit into human society. How about changing the candidate and letting Yinling go? But he was also worried that Yinling's combat power was not good enough, since Yinling was just a nanny after all. "No problem," Heidao said. After a pause, he added, "Before departure, I will bring enough supplies to ensure that the task is completed." Fang Yu nodded, "I'll go to Jiangbei City myself." During this period, the training of the reserve staff will be supervised by Yinling for the time being. That's it, let's go without delay. Each of the three has its own way of traveling. And Jianyu was naturally driving. Heidao. There are other vehicles here in the Xinhua office, which were provided by Jianyu and her best friend Ning Ying, but here comes the problem. Brother Heidao can't drive. That's shit. Heidao said that he was not used to using these tools, so he chose to run over. After thinking about it, Fang Yu let him go. Heidao has his own way of action. And himself? Of course, it is impossible to use your legs. Fang Yu drove an SUV for more than an hour to Jiangbei City next door. He stopped the car in a parking lot, and when he came out, he had already turned on the no-light state. In this state, no matter whether it is a passerby or a surveillance video recorder, he will feel that he is ordinary, a pure passerby. Fang Yu made 7 turns in 8 turns, and when he walked into a small road, he would gallop and check the navigation map in his mind at the same time. There is a slightly stronger evil spirit 2 kilometers away, which is more harmful and should be eliminated first. Next is the one 7 kilometers away. Well, let's plan along the way, and get rid of the little evils along the way. When passing by a riverside, Fang Yu resorted to a treacherous pursuit. His vision suddenly went dark, and there was a filthy wind in his eyes, and gray beams of light appeared in front of his eyes like indicators. He quickly found the nearest one. Tens of meters away, there was a faint gray-black figure by the river, about half a meter high, and the exact length. At this time, he was still using Brother Heidao's expert-level treacherous tracking, but he didn't have time to take a closer look, and raised his hand to shoot out a thin palm laser. There was only a low stabbing sound, and a cloud of blue light suddenly appeared in the distance, and disappeared after a second or two, together with the little Weixiet. Fang Yu didn't stop, and rushed to the next area. Not long after, I came to the target location 2 kilometers away, in an entertainment city that had been closed for many days. There was a big guy not inferior to the construction site here. Of course, the big guy is only for him once. Now. Fang Yu stretched out a finger, and a blue lightning arc emerged from the fingertip. As he pointed away, a blue lightning hole shot out. Zila! The thunder light fell, and then exploded to envelop the 2-meter-tall monster. Its face was distorted in the field of vision, and it was about to let out a scream, but before it did, it was completely wiped out in the blue thunder light. Done. Next. In just 1 hour, Fang Yu got rid of 4 1-star ghosts with very little consumption. The biggest consumption is still traveling quickly. Compared with before, when I got rid of a little evil spirit, I started to pant and had to find a place to sit and rest. Now the efficiency has more than increased tenfold. The next main target, is a 2-star ghost located in the urban area. Jiangbei City, the new campus of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, indoor swimming pool. There is a very terrifying evil spirit entrenched here. Nature, the entire swimming pool was blocked early on, and even the entire new campus of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School. Fortunately, all the primary, middle and primary schools in Jiangbei City had already closed classes more than half a month ago, and the blockade of such a large campus did not cause much impact. But after all, it is a campus located in the city, and this terrifying and treacherous beast ranks at the top of the Jiangbei Investigation Bureau's countermeasure list. When you don't have the ability, you can only block it, but when you have the ability, at this time, outside the swimming pool, many investigators from Jiangbei had already gathered, carrying a black weapon box full of thunder charms and fire beads. But these configurations are not enough to deal with such a terrible evil. To this end, the Jiangbei branch dispatched a special investigator, as well as the special director Zhou from Baijiang, and a hired evil hunter. A young man who stood aside and didn't fit in well with the investigators around him. Isn't this person here? Why don't you start fighting? Master, my time is money. The young man who killed Matt yelled. If he didn't fight again, the courage he had worked up with great difficulty would be vented. He knew exactly what was inside. If it wasn't for the fact that the investigation bureau gave too much, if it wasn't for his ability to awaken remotely, he wouldn't have been able to take this order. Now that I think about it, I feel a little regretful. We are waiting for a special reinforcement. If he comes, we may not have to take action, just do some assistance. Special reinforcements? Not from your Bureau of Investigation? Wait, you obviously have me as an evil hunter, and you called other hunters? Shamat's eyes widened and his fists hardened. But when the reinforcements will come, the Zhou Bureau is not sure. Xinhua is not an evil hunter, he has not and cannot directly assign tasks to the masters of Xinhua, he just believes that since Xinhua agrees, he will definitely come. Just when Zhou Ju was about to say something, prickly the sound of thunder and lightning suddenly sounded, and in the swimming pool not far away, a bright blue light bloomed, and one side of the glass shattered. The person in charge of Jiangbei, Zhou Ju, Shamat and others rushed into it quickly. The dull face was illuminated by blue light. In front of them, in the swimming pool, a huge thunder and lightning hand pinched the 3-meter-tall ferocious and evil, and pinched it into the air. In that terrible roar and struggle, squeeze hard. Bang, the bright thunder light exploded, and the smoke and dust filled the air. The shattered corpses splashed everywhere, gradually turning into green smoke and disappearing. In the distance, a figure in a white robe can be vaguely seen in the smoke and dust, slowly lowering his falsely grasped right hand. Thanks for the reward of 1,500 coins from Old Iron _ you want a monthly ticket, the reward of 1,500 coins from Dream Little Life, the reward of 1,500 coins from Taean, and the reward of 500 coins from Book Friends 141018193355104, a reward of 500 coins for Drunken Lit Light Watching Big Girl, a reward of 233 coins for Jun Moyen, and a reward of 100 coins for Shishanwan. Thank you for the 1,600 coins of Q Reading Foam and the rewards of other children's shoes. After a whole day, the big and small evils in Jiangbei City suffered disaster. In some remote, inaccessible areas, where there is no investigation bureau to follow, Fang Yu also uses these evils to hone his fighting skills. I have to admit that Ershing Guixie is quite tyrannical in terms of strength. He wears the hand of the sky in his right hand, so he can confront Guixie head-on. Fang Yu also tried it. If he hadn't unloaded the force in time, he almost didn't break his bone. Even so, he still had to borrow Yinling's healing water flow to heal the injury on his arm. If my Palm Thunder is only at the proficient level, and I have to deal with the 2-star evil spirits in close combat, the process is still quite dangerous. The lightning palm can easily tear apart the 2-star do, but the 2nd-star do's casual attack can make my body fall apart as long as it hits. Due to their size, the power of most 2-star ghosts is far stronger than him. Of course, he still has a speed advantage. Even if he only has the proficient level of Palm Thunder, he still has a higher winning rate against him, but he must have 120 points of spirit. Palm Thunder has been upgraded to the expert level and can attack from a distance, so it will be reduced from the difficult level to the normal level. The risk is greatly reduced. And now, I not only have the expert level Lightning Palm, but also the Hand of Heaven, the Thunder Light Mahamudra, which not only has strong attack power, but also has some control and defense capabilities. To deal with the 2-star treacherous evil, it is enough to have hands. And the consumption is not very large. After eliminating all the 2-star evils in Jiangbei City, including some that have not yet been monitored and blocked by the Investigation Bureau, Fang Yu stopped and found a cafe that was still open to rest. He opened the Game of Salvation again, and checked the situation at Cha Hei Knife and in Zhenyu. All went well. And Zhenyu used group fighting tactics, 3 2-star cunning and evil 3 hit 1, the movement was a bit louder, but it was very stable, and she didn't even need to use her boost ability very much, and the consumption was almost equal to nothing. Of course, her treachery will still be injured and needs to be repaired, but Ingenio's spiritual soul banner has accumulated a lot of filthy aura, which can be used casually and never exhausted. Brother Heidao came to Lindong City later than the two of them, but he was quicker and more powerful in getting rid of the evil spirits, and he chopped off the evil spirits again and again. He also absorbed the energy from the evil spirits. At this time, Brother Heidao not only eliminated many evil spirits, but also maintained his own state at a high level. Wait, bro, where are you going? On the map, Heidao's trajectory is a straight line. He leaps between the rooftops of buildings, and the end point of this line is. It's a 3-star ghost. There is a 3-star ghost in the south of Lindong City. That area is already quite remote, and he didn't assign Heidao the task of getting rid of the 3-star ghost. The risk is too great. His original plan was to deal with the 3-star evil after eliminating the main evil in the city. When the time comes, Brother Heidao will play forward, and he will provide remote support and support. But he doesn't arrange missions or provide navigation, which doesn't mean Heidao can't find Weixie. With the treacherousness of 3 stars, the beam of light that appears in the field of vision of Heidao's sneaky tracking is probably very conspicuous. Brother, don't be impulsive. But Heiknife has never been an impulsive person, and would not do things that would send him to death. Thinking of this, Fang Yu suppressed the desire to give orders, but just stared at him without blinking. Soon, a dilapidated village appeared in Heidao's vision. It is like a typhoon passing through here, the trees are toppled here and there, and many bungalows are left with only ruins. Boom! A tall figure, like a bone knight, appeared in Heidao's field of vision. Accompanied by waves of whistling gray mist. This figure is not as tall as the flesh and blood giant, it is only about 2 stories high, which is huge enough compared to ordinary people. It raised its hooves and stomped heavily on the ground. The earth shattered, circles of smoke and dust swayed away, and the bungalow in front of him shattered like crispy tofu under this treacherous horse's hoof. Why do you think this bone knight is more difficult to deal with than the flesh giant? Fang Yu thought. Heidao didn't hesitate, leaned forward slightly, and rushed forward with the knife. One rolled, avoiding the trampling horse's hooves, he rushed out from the smoke and dust, the blade of the evil sword glowed red, and the blade was pulled out, 6 or 7 meters long, and slashed towards the horse's belly. Prickly, the red blade light splashed like metal sparks, and also cut a huge gap in the horse's belly. Heidao didn't even look at it, and without turning his head, he rushed out quickly. Behind him, the bone knight swept his long spear, and the rubble of the ground flew up. The bone knight turned around, and the black knife also turned around, dodging left and right, avoiding the bone knight's 2 stabbing spears and bullying him. The extinguished red glow lights up again. Blade cut! Blade cut! Blade, 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 blade. The pupils of the black knife under the mask were cold, and the cold killing intent attached to the blade as if it were real, cutting down time and time again with the red light. And many times have been cut in the same part. Boom, the red light fell, a black limb flew up, and the bone knight finally lost his balance and fell to the ground. Heidao stared at him with icy eyes, and stepped forward step by step. He held the evil slaying broadsword in both hands, and a deeper red glow appeared, and the sword glow was pulled out to 14 meters, and it was cut down with a bang. 1 cut. 2 cuts. 3 cuts. The earth shattered and sank inch by inch, the strong wind blew smoke and dust hundreds of meters away, the trees were crushed by the waste, and only the figure of Heidao stood tall. The red light gradually faded away. The evil in front of him, the smoke gradually rose from the corpse with the huge gap cut open, dissipating bit by bit. Heidao stopped where he was and stared at it for a long time. Suddenly he took a step forward, put his gloved palm into the bone knight's body, flipped it over, and took out a white fragment. Bone knight's spear fragment, white, explanation, as a material, it may be useful when training trick weapons. Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, the coffee in front of him was already cold, and he still didn't notice it. This battle was too thrilling in his eyes. Whenever Heidao failed to evade in time, he was at least seriously injured. But thinking about the whole battle process of Heidao, there was no injury, not a drop of blood was lost. Fang Yu felt that it might be possible. This is the fighting style of Brother Heidao. No matter how strong your attack is, it's useless if you can't hit it. And me, scraping can also kill you. Heidao might not be nervous, but he, a spectator, was sweating a bit. Fortunately, there was no danger. And rewards. He didn't assign this task to Heidao, but as long as it is evil that can be displayed within the map range, as long as it is killed by his own apostle, the reward will not be less. Ding! Reminder, Destiny Apostle Black Knife kills the 3-star Treacherous Bone Knight, and the mystery value is plus 9.6. Reminder, for the official first kill of 3 stars, fate points plus 30. Reminder, complete the 3-star dispatch task, and get fate point x15, skill training card, white, x12, wraith crystal, white, x15, random small treasure chest, white, x1. The rewards cannot be described as rich, but very rich. However, officially the first kill of 3-star evil? Cooperating with the flesh and blood giant that I killed before, it doesn't count. He had also forgotten that there was such a thing as the first kill. The benefits of 2-star and 3-star missions are indeed great. Well, 2-star missions are the most suitable ones. They are not difficult to fight and the benefits are good. 1-star Sinister is actually not bad if the number is up, but these are not gathered together, and it takes too much time on the road. And the 3 stars are evil. Thinking back to Brother Heidao's battle just now, Fang Yu himself must not be able to dodge without injury like Heidao. If he does this, it's probably. I thought I could escape, but I was actually cold. But his fighting style is different from that of Brother Heidao. After substituting himself into Heidao's environment just now, Fang Yu simulated for a while and found out. It seems, it is possible, probably. Samsung is so evil? I must be bloated. But it looks like it can really fight. Besides, I am now a double awakened person, and I have the hand of Tianluo, so I can try it. Just try it. That night, Fang Yu rushed towards a 3-star treacherous place outside the city. The target is located on a desolate mountain road. Warning signs have been set up at the front and rear ends of the road. Fang Yu crossed the warning signs and walked into it. Paused. Give yourself a quest and try out the double pay card. Ding. But it failed. White benefit cards are not enough to buff 3-star missions. This is expected. Traveling along the mountain road all the way to the north, he heard a low growl, like thunder, and the environment in front of him was slightly distorted, as if a devil was barking its teeth and claws, and he couldn't help feeling restless and destructive. Press down quickly. 3-star treachery is indeed powerful. Even if he has double awakened, he is still not completely immune to the invisible influence. A huge figure like a monitor lizard climbing on the mountain wall appeared in Fang Yu's field of vision. Its body is more than 10 meters long, its sharp teeth are like swords, and its head has 8 pairs of eyes from top to bottom. Even if he doesn't use the evil tracking, he can roughly see the appearance of this huge evil. Once you turn on the evil tracking, you will see a thick gray fog, lingering around this evil, constantly surging as it swallows and sucks. Fang Yu didn't hide his figure. Also turned off the dark state. Dressed in a white robe, he has accumulated a lot of mystery. Among the 8 pairs of eyes of this monitor lizard, he is the brightest light in the night sky. Its limbs, which were as thick as rock pillars, were constantly speeding up, faster and faster. Fang Yu didn't dare to let it really rush up, and he would definitely not be able to stop it when the time came. He reaches out. A faint silhouette of a giant palm appeared, and at the same time, lightning flashed out quickly. With the pressing of his palm, the big handprint that was just covered with lightning also crashed down. Zila! Zila! Boom! The Lei Guang Mahamudra carried terrifying destructive energy and great strength, but it still couldn't stop the giant lizard's charge. It just slowed down its speed visibly to the naked eye. Still rushing and rushing. The huge mouth was open, the limbs were scratching wildly, and the jagged tail kept beating the ground, bombarding the sky with smoke and dust. Lei Guang's big handprint flickered on and off, and Fang Yu's brows were also raised. The handprints are large, but they are extremely small compared to the giant lizards. Wrestling with monsters like the 3 stars is absolutely fruitless. Of course he knew that he had already formulated a strategy before coming here. Press with the right hand while raising the left hand. In the palm of his hand, thunder surged. The suppressed monitor lizard's eyes widened, and the blue light in the pupils became bigger and bigger, and a thick thunderbolt directly landed on its head, the 8 pairs of eyeballs. Then came the second, third, and fourth. On the remote and uninhabited mountain road, there were bursts of thunder and lightning. If someone was nearby at this time, they could still see the bright blue light in the mountains, illuminating the entire mountainside. The thunder blasted 5 times in a row. After a while, Fang Yu put down his palm when the reminder sounded that the task was completed in his mind. Sighed. This 3-star is treacherous, it's really scary. Ding. Reminder, complete the 3-star dispatch mission, and get Fate Point X14.5, Skill Training Card, White, X12, Skill Training Card, Green, X1, Random Small Treasure Box, White, X1. Jiangbei City, in a small hotel that does not require an ID card, Fang Yu opened the game of salvation and counted the gains of the day. Gradually a smile appeared. Sure enough, only by opening new maps can we develop at a high speed. Although it also has something to do with strength. If I and Hei Dao were only awakened at the first stage and didn't have this equipment, it would take a lot of effort to fight a 2-star Guaxia at this time, and the efficiency would definitely be far worse than it is now. But now, he thought, when the big evils in the city are almost eliminated, instead of spending time dealing with those small evils, it is better to directly open up a large number of evils in the wilderness outside the city. After pushing away these evil spirits, the ghost crystals probably have accumulated enough to continue to expand the map. In this way, the daily income is higher. As for the little ghosts in the city, these investigation bureaus are fully capable of dealing with them. Just leave it to the investigation bureau to finish. It is this part of himself that will not be able to obtain destiny points. Fang Yu feels that he has lost 100 million. But who is short-handed? Perhaps, in the way of cooperating with the investigation bureau, we can exchange positions. For example, mark more evil locations and let the Bureau of Investigation deal with them on their own. In this way, this information can be converted into the benefits of firewood, and at the same time, the Bureau of Investigation can deal with the little evils in the city in a more timely manner. It also contributes to the safety and stability of the city. It can be said to be a win-win situation. This idea seems to be feasible. Fang Yu decided to go back and think about it carefully. He opened the panel to check the harvest. Skill training card, white 66 skill training card, green 7 wilder crystal, 97 fate point, 116.9 Wei Jing earned more than 60 coins, and the fate points were even more exaggerated. They were exhausted before, but today they skyrocketed to 3 digits in just one day. Dozens of 1-star ones are the stronger ones. There are more than 10 2-star ghosts. The 2-3 stars are evil. The income is so high. Single-day income breaks through triple digits. Although such a high income is due to the land reclamation of the new map and the first kill, it will definitely decline in the future, but this is only the urban area. I am afraid that the daily income will be even higher when I open up the forest area outside the wasteland. The 6th fate draw requires 243 fate points. I thought it was very difficult to collect before, but now, it seems that it only takes a few days? Simple. I remember that in the previous 3-star mission, there was also a random small treasure box as a gift. Because it was only a white rank, Fang Yu didn't care too much. He entered the list of items to view. Random small treasure chest, white, explanation. Ordinary treasure chests can produce white level items, and there is also a very low probability of opening green items. White, he opened it casually without washing his hands. Ding! Hint, obtain physical secret medicine, white, dot. Reminder, obtain the secondary apostle recruitment voucher, green, dot. Fang Yu? Is it right not to wash your hands? Thanks to Xiao his brother for the reward of 1,500 coins, Nopal, Bookfriend 2018093193012176, Yagu Beast, Qingqiu Fox in the Kingdom of Light Traveler Mingqiu, Jinya Shiling, Zhang Rui, Reader 1493564827908472832, Memorialite, Xianyuan Lingxin give a reward of 100 coins. After staying in Jiangbei City for another 2 days, Fang Yu went back home. The same goes for Hei Dao and in Jianyu. In the past 2 days, he did not hunt 3-star ghosts. The other 3 stars marked on the map are all in the deep mountains and old forests. The environment is complicated, and there are other ghosts around. It is too dangerous to go alone to deal with them. You may also encounter invisible evils that are not shown on the map. It's not good to go into the forest alone. So after a 3-day business trip, Fang Yu returned to Baijiang. On the 2nd day and the 3rd day, only a few 3-star ghosts and 2 stars were killed, and the income dropped sharply compared to the first day. Of course, there are still many. On the 2nd day, 41 fate points were earned, and on the 3rd day, 32 fate points were earned. The investigation bureaus in Jiangbei, Lindong, and Qingshui are all a little confused. The situation was tense before, but in a blink of an eye, the world is peaceful. Zhou Ju was also a little confused. He only hoped that Xinhua could make some efforts to get rid of those difficult-to-handle evils, but he didn't expect, you paid all the money for Xinhua? Many times, their investigation bureau found out after the fact that when people walked into the blocked area, the inside was already empty, with only a few traces of battle remaining. This is still their recorded blockade location. Can they be found, and others that have not been found? Zhou Ju didn't forget that Xinhua is very good at finding the evil. It's just that the efficiency of your removal is so high. How many awakened people do you have? Woo, finally back. And Jianyu is now a strong person who can independently perform high-level tasks, but she doesn't feel that she can see some very, very scary figures when she occasionally uses the Eye of Tongyu when she is out of the house. She was scared to death just by looking at it once or twice. She didn't dare to sleep to death at night, and she couldn't release Xiaohei number 1 and number 2 to guard the gate. It's better to go back to your home base and be sure. She stretched. Fang Yu gave Jianyu and He Dao a break, so he couldn't be tense all the time. Zhang Yuqi is the way to work for a long time. And Jianyu took a vacation for her girlfriend and went shopping together. He Dao shook his head and said that he didn't need to take a vacation, he could still fight another 300 Guixia. Fang Yu refused. He Dao went to train those reserve personnel hard. Fang Yu also gave himself a holiday. Occupied the computer that He Tong was using, and went to Xiapozen to read novels for a while. Unfortunately, during this period of time, the atmosphere was tense and the wind was turbulent, and many people were not in the mood to work. Some of the novels he was following had already been discontinued. Wait, didn't he die because of bumping into Wei Xie? Not impossible. Even if it is to keep updating novels for the sake of catching up, he still wants to bring the world back to light. Said it was a holiday, Fang Yu didn't rest for too long. Soon, he picked up the novice wooden sword and came to the training ground to practice swords. He practiced a few sets of swordsmanship, open and hung once, practiced a few more sets of swordsmanship, open and hanged again, and so on. At the same time, he didn't forget to use skill training cards for He Dao, and Jianyu, and Yinling. Naturally, and Jianyu didn't rest for too long, and when he came back, he followed the reserve staff and learned the sword from the Black Knife instructor. She has been studying for a while, until today she officially started. Fang Yu immediately called her to the training ground to add points. Boom! Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Although there was a small break in the middle, but after adding points 4 times, and Jianyu's whole body was still as if he had been played to pieces, sitting curled up with his knees hugged, his eyes glazed over, and it took a long time before he came back to his senses. Teary eyes. Mentor, don't come again. There is no need to continue, and the addition must be moderate. He is afraid that Ji and Yuzhen will be ruined if he comes a few more times. But if you endure hardships, you will become a master. And Jianyu's 2-dimensional skills were relatively weak at first, but after a period of training and adding skills, he finally improved. And Jianyu, First Awakening, Physique, 2.82.94.1 is Spirit, 5.05.3 Life Energy, 4.82 Mystery, 25.6 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 0%, Deception, Proficiency, 0.1%, wait, has the Guizhou breakthrough? This is not what he gave Jianyu the empowerment. He had added points to the Guizhou before, but it was more due to Jianyu's own efforts. This girl plays casually, and her proficiency in deception is increasing. Obviously, it is cost-effective for her to practice by herself. When it reached 99.9%, he tried to add some breakthroughs, but he got a hint that the grade was not enough. Need green. The skills of the blue grade are more expensive than others, and they need to be rich. Fang Yu slowed down, originally planning to wait for Jianyu to rest for a while, and then improve her deceitfulness after she calmed down, but now it seems that it can be saved. Maybe it's talent. And Jianyu's mysterious accumulation can also be awakened again, and her 2-dimensional has been greatly improved now. The stronger her strength, the easier it will be to overcome the difficulty of awakening. Well, the 4 additions in a short period of time have greatly sharpened her willpower, and it is also helpful for her awakening. That's right, Fang Yu accelerated so fast just to hone in Jianyu. It has nothing to do with being in a hurry or anything. He said, take a rest and familiarize yourself with the changes in your body. Come to the training ground at night and give you a second sleep, late at night. After a day of painstaking practice, Fang Yu wiped the sweat off his body, turned on the phone, glanced at his panel, and nodded slightly. He put his phone in his pocket and went to the training ground next door. Under the light, and Jianyu was slim and tall, biting her lip and looking nervous, as if she was about to go to the execution ground. Although it's about the same. Mentor, I'm ready. She was 3 parts uneasy, 3 parts nervous and 4 parts embarrassed, a little afraid to raise her head. Awakening, she has to face a very terrible scene. It is not clear whether it is true or not, but many times she seems to fall into the abyss and die. With the mentor present, death is not possible, but the club dies. Even though she had died twice in front of her mentor, and Jianyu's face turned red with embarrassment, and her toes curled up when she thought of her unconsciously moving and screaming. On the contrary, I am not so afraid of the difficulty of awakening. Aha, go all out. When Ingenue closed her eyes, she died, come on, ha. Ingenue's awakening pass rate this time is 2% higher than that of a few days ago, which shows that the improvement of strength has a direct impact on awakening. And because of the second attempt, the pass rate was much higher, no matter how you think about it this time. Gone. Flags cannot be planted. Just like last time, Fangyu stepped back a little, pretending that he was not there. And pressed the switch of guidance and awakening. Awaken. Scored twice, classic reappearance. It didn't take long for Ingenue's screams like groundhogs to sound in the training ground. Fortunately, this training ground is absolutely soundproof, otherwise Ingenue's death would have spread outside. Fangyu observed Ingenue's shivering, observing her awakening. In the treacherous tracking field of vision, the gray mist billowed and merged into Ingenue's body bit by bit. It looks like... More than half an hour later, the phone trembled slightly. Ding! Reminder, Apostle of Destiny Ingenue passed the double awakening, body plus 2.6, spirit plus 6.0, talent and awakening ability improved. Ingenue, double awakening, physical, 4.1 plus 2.6 spirit, 5.3 plus 6.0 life energy, 9.46 mystery, 0. This time it was a successful awakening. Fangyu didn't wait long, and Ingenue woke up leisurely. He had already forgotten the embarrassment, and was excited. Teacher. Mentor, I succeeded. My penetrating eye seems to have undergone a special change. The second level of awakening can increase the upper limit of the awakening ability, and sometimes it can bring some additional changes and develop different usages. The same is true for talents. As the awakened individual improves, talents can also unlock more postures. The basic effect of Ingenue's Eye of Penetration is that it has a unique advantage when learning the skills of the netherworld. At the same time, when using the skills of this department, it can exert power beyond ordinary people. In the hands of Ingenue, the skill of the Cunning Master means that he has more combat pet columns and a higher control limit. Fangyu tried Ingenue's proficient level Cunning Master for nothing, but he controlled a 2-star Cunning Master. Xiadu is struggling a little, 2 is the limit. 3? Even if he has enough battle pets, he can't control it. It's out of line. And his mental strength was stronger than that of Ingenue in the sleep period. On the basis of the super strengthening of the main line, the eyes of the netherworld have derived seeing and communication. Ingenue can see the ghosts diving deep under the reality, which can be said to be in another world. At the same time, they are not affected by reason, and can capture a certain ghost into the real world. For this reason, Fangyu arranged a daily task for Ingenue to observe the strange and evil. Let this girl enter the deep level of the Eye of Tonyu from time to time to observe those powerful and terrifying evils. Because of this, the organization's illustration book contains a lot of evil information. Many tasks on the game interface also have more detailed information. Yesterday's Bone Knight and 8-eyed Monitor Lizard were already included in the illustrated book, but after yesterday's battle, the information was more complete, reaching 90% or 100%. As an illustrated book collector, Ingenue has made no less contributions than part-time jobs. Before, my proficient level Guizhouyu was able to control 4 Guixie, but this time the Eye of Tonyu has changed, and it seems that the number that can be controlled is 1 more. Also, I seem to, Ingenue described his own changes uncertainly. The previous Eye of Tranquility put her in the gap between reality and reality. When she saw Weixie, it also meant that there was a risk of being discovered by Weixie. Of course, that was the very beginning. Now her strength has improved a lot, and after continuous practice, the use of talents has risen to many levels. Like before, she was almost discovered by the flesh and blood giant. I dare not say that it will not happen at all, but at least she is entering now. Very proficient in and out. You can return to the real world at any time. After Ingenue's description, and the panel he checked before Ingenue woke up, Fangyu roughly judged, your Eye of Penetrating Seclusion may not be limited to yourself, but can be used on other people. Next morning, Ingenue, who has been familiar with his body and practiced his talent for a while, found Fangyu early and expressed that he would try what he said last night. Fangyu was also very curious. Today's attempt will verify his guess, an extremely important guess. If so, the importance of Anjian Yoton's eye will be raised to another level. The two walked out of the base and came to the roof of the building outside. The wind is blowing. The young people in the playground downstairs are sweating and youthful. Ingenue opened the eyes of Tonyu, looked around, the brilliance in the eyes disappeared and returned to normal. She said, "Teacher, please hold me tight." Fangyu stretched out his hand, thought for a while, and put it on Ingenue's shoulder. At the end, he added, this time it's a simple attempt, don't get in touch with those evils. Yeah, I understand. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and opened them slowly. In the depths of a pair of bright and big eyes, there is a faint brilliance blooming, deep and mysterious, as if linked to a world. The Eye of Tranquility opening the eye level 1. Suddenly, the world in Ingenio's eyes has changed. So is Fong Yu. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder, and seemed to enter the strange and not too strange world together. He had seen this scene with the help of Ingenio's vision, but there was an indescribable gap between the scene on the phone screen and what he saw and experienced with his own eyes. The sky suddenly darkened, and a faint gray fog appeared, and there were many staggering figures in the street outside and the playground downstairs. Like a walking corpse. There are also particularly weird walking corpses. They are wandering, passing through the lights and other people in the playground below, as if they are just phantoms. And Jian Yu paused, and the brilliance in Yu Yu's eyes deepened. The Eye of Tranquility opening the eye the second gear. The sky in front of me was even more gloomy, shrouded in gray mist, and besides the walking corpses, there were many huge figures, wandering aimlessly, making bang-bang noises, or the roar of giant beasts. The Eye of Tranquility opening the eye the third gear. Ha! The sun disappeared completely, the sky and the earth were shrouded in a thick gray fog, the wind was howling, terror was spreading, and various terrifying scenes appeared. Fong Yu saw a giant of flesh and blood, and the ground cracked where it stepped. Looking further away, there are many, many more terrifying monsters than flesh and blood giants. A huge figure looming in the gray mist. A terrifying monster clinging to the roof of a building in the distance. Flying in the sky, it looks like a huge monster like an airship. Etc., etc. At this time, like in Jian Yu, his sanity will not be affected, but in the face of such a terrifying monster, his heart is still under the impact of waves like waves. Fong Yu was expressionless. And Jian Yu was still adjusting the Eye of Tong Yu. She didn't get into the highest fourth gear, it was too scary, she didn't dare to enter again after seeing it once. But after the second awakening, in addition to being able to act on other people, the communication of the Eye of Penetrating Darkness is not only channeling evil spirits into the real world. Well enough. In Ingenio's eyes, there was a faint brilliance. Gradually, the buildings in the field of vision became dilapidated, the figures running on the playground, and the vehicles on the road outside all disappeared. In the whole world, except for the evils everywhere, it seems that only Fong Yu and Jin Yu are left in this world full of all kinds of great horrors. Ding! Hint, contaminated with the mist of the strange world, mysterious plus 0.6. Reminder, there are currently insufficient conditions to enter the paradise. Of course, he had no intention of entering. Just verifying. After today's experiment, I can be sure that the world in Ingenio's eyes is a strange world, which is hidden deep under the reality, and there are countless strange and evil. At this time, Lan Xing is like a person with low immunity, his own defense function is all a sieve, constantly seeping water. The ones that are bred are the water that seeps in from the strange world. The water is deep. They still can't grasp it. Of course, I can't get in either. And Jian Yu seems to be the key to enter the strange world, but there are still some necessary conditions. She has double awakened, and Xiao Hei can perform an update. Fong Yu then arranged for Heido and Yi Ling to accompany Jian Yu to go outside the city to find a suitable guixie. If you catch a 3-star guixie in the city, it would be an accident. After they left, Fong Yu returned to the base to continue today's penance. He swung the sword all morning, and the basic sword technique was constantly changing in his hands. Every move carried a murderous intent. Quite a while, Fong Yu let out a long breath and called up his panel. The skill column shows, basic swordsmanship, proficiency level, 99.9%, relying on your own training to break through is really too naive. If so, we can only, cultivation card, break it for me. P.S. The little author asks weekly, there is a guaranteed monthly ticket thanks to Danhua Yinyin for the reward of 100 coins by Zheng City, south of the southern suburbs. And Jian Yu stood on a high slope, with faint brilliance in his eyes, looking around. She is now in the second gear of opening eyes. This gear is easier to control, and at the same time, you can find some 3-star tricks. Last night she spent a whole night thinking about what kind of treacherous baby she would catch. She has 5 treacherous slots, but it's impossible to catch all 3 stars. If she can't control it, she estimates it will be 2 stars at most. Which one to choose, which one to grasp, this is a problem that can kill obsessive-compulsive disorder. Fortunately, they have a guixie illustrated book, which contains a lot of information about guixie, including its name, appearance, characteristics, general abilities, etc. Very detailed. It is worthy of our salary. And Jianyu first ruled out the flesh and blood giant, which is too big. Although the 3 stars are very big, the flesh and blood giant is extraordinarily big, equivalent to a small building, and not particularly strong, and left her with a lot of power. Deep shadows. Mise en passe. After thinking about it, I selected a few alternatives. As for which one I want, it depends on which one I can meet. In the words of my mentor, everything is a choice of fate. So today, which little black will fate arrange for her? Instructor, Dr. Een, please. And Jianyu Dao. In her eyes, 100 meters away, there was a faint gray mist. A huge figure appeared in the gray mist. Riding a hideous black horse with a gray skeleton, it was the Bone Knight. Both offensive and defensive evil. It has locked onto An Jianyu and is about to charge. But the 3 of An Jianyu, who had been prepared for a long time, were very fast. And Jianyu's old versions of Xiaohei number 1, number 2, and number 3, under her boosting ability, quickly expanded a circle. He Dao pulled out a 10-meter-long blade light, and sharpened the blade. Een Ling took out the tranquilizing bell, and shook it dingling-dingling. The Bone Knight hesitated slightly. It was soon overwhelmed by various attacks and became dying. You don't talk about Wuda. Base, number 2 training ground. Fan Yu used a green-level training card on his character. The scene reappeared. He couldn't remember how many times he entered this martial arts arena, from the very first marionette, but now, as soon as he entered, he felt it with his heart. This time it was a breakthrough from the proficient level to the expert level. At this time, what he was practicing in the martial arts space was expert level swordsmanship. Just being brought in for a walkthrough. You have to wait until you really learn it before you can make a breakthrough. Fan Yu comprehended, and gradually discovered his own mistakes. My stabbing sword was not fast enough, and I was a little bit behind when I exerted force. The connection between moves and moves is not smooth enough. My previous moves were subtle enough, but I only had 1 speed and lacked 1 strength. The combination of speed and strength can produce real lethality. Of course, it also requires a strong enough physique to cooperate. At this time, he was pulled to practice expert-level swordsmanship, using every move forcibly. The muscles of the entire arm seemed to be torn apart, and the pain hit his nerves. Fan Yu gritted his teeth. Don't be overwhelmed by the pain. There is a big gap between what you can learn and what you can learn when you experience it with your heart in passive experience. If you hang up by yourself, you have to hold on to your teeth. A long time. A long time. When he returned to the training ground, Fan Yu's hands and feet were soft, and he used the green level training card to break through, which was stronger than using 3 white level training cards at the same time. This time he didn't lie down, but stood tremblingly, holding the novice wooden sword and began to practice sword skills. After practicing this, I discovered the difference. As soon as the mind came up, the swordsmanship had already been struck, stabbing the target very accurately, without missing a hair. I don't need to use swordsmanship to fight against the enemy, and the basic swordsmanship is just to strengthen my body and grow my body. But it seems that it's not just about growing your body, but also about controlling your body. Control. If it was before, he had the idea of avoiding 2 meters to the left, but the result might be to avoid 1 meter 9 or 2 meters 1, which is not so accurate, especially in fierce battles. But now, Fan Yu came to the training ground, in front of a facility for training agility and evasion, and practiced small steps and sideways dodges. The flying marbles passed by him one after another, and he dodged it comfortably and easily. I am still in a state of greatly improved physical fitness, but the expert-level swordsmanship has allowed me to quickly become familiar with my current body, and my power control is not far from perfect, if not perfect. For me now, even if I learn the black knife to deal with the 3-star evil in close combat, it is still possible. Of course, he just thought about it. Even if his control power has improved at this time, his combat skills and experience, etc., are still far inferior to Heidao. Try it and you might die. He brought up his panel. The Savior of Destiny, Double Awakening, Physical, 11.411.812.3 Spirit, 6.9 Mystery, 26.9 Life Energy, 9.55 plus 5 Equipment, Novice Wooden Sword, Lighted White Robe, Sealed Treasure Box, Hand of Heaven Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Expert, 10.1%, Evil Tracking, Proficient, 12.1%, Palm Lightning, Expert, 17.6%, Detection, Proficient, 4.3%, Healing Water, Proficient Level Temporary, haven't gotten started yet. Basic Swordsmanship has directly broken through to 10.1%. It seems that I have learned well in the cultivation space, and I am worthy of it. The improvement of physical fitness, counting the previous ones, the swordsmanship has increased by about 1.2 points from proficient to expert. Not all upgrades are made during breakthroughs. From 0% proficiency to 99.9% proficiency, it has increased by about 0.6, and it has increased by 0.6 after the breakthrough. I can't continue to improve in a short time. After Ingenue finishes catching pets, and then see if Heitong can break through, then you can open up the wilderness. Mountain forest, wilderness, compared with the urban area, there are far more evils, 10 times, tens or hundreds of times more. As soon as the detection map is opened, there are dense red marks on it, and there are many group marks, and the distance between these marks is not far away. If it is all pushed, the benefits will be huge. But you have to be prepared for the possibility of being besieged by evil spirits. He glanced at the evils in the city again. Bai Jiang was still young, and Yinling, Heidao and others would go out to get rid of them from time to time. The cities of Beijiang and Lindong are different. They eliminated the big ghosts before, but there are still many small ghosts. Compared with yesterday, there are more than a dozen more breeds today. Fang Yu thought for a while, and took a few screenshots from the map interface. And made some modifications. Then I used this mobile phone loaded with the game of salvation, but actually had no battery and no SIM card, to send a text message to a certain number. Baijiang City, Bureau of Investigation. It has been 2 days since Zhou Ju came back here, and he was on the phone with Director Huang in Jiangbei. On the other side of the phone, Director Huang sighed about the difficulty of the investigation work, and his head was already bald. Director Huang's head is indeed bald, and he was a little powerless before Zhou Ju awakened, but now it's different, regaining his glory and handling affairs in an orderly manner. As the safest city in Baijiang, he also has some credit. That's not right, Lao Huang. Zhou Ju frowned. Didn't we just support Yu Jiangbei before? Although it didn't help much, but Yu Jiangbei is blocked everywhere. Hasn't it been removed? Why do you still have a headache? Old Zhou, you don't understand. Bureau Huang sighed. Great and powerful evils are scary, and it takes a lot of money to get rid of them, but small evils also have tricky things. Now that the Research Institute has made breakthroughs in technology, there is no shortage of weapons to deal with evil spirits, but we are facing new problems. Research has shown that evil spirits usually breed in remote and dark areas. Strong evil spirits are often born in very remote areas, but the weaker evil spirits are, the more likely they are to appear in densely populated areas. The dangers of these evils are not as harmful as the great evils, but 100 human lives are human lives, and 1 human life is also human life. And another piece of data shows that once an ordinary ghost appears, if it is not found by investigation after a day, the probability of life will be 50%. If it is 2 days, the probability will rise to 90%. If it is 3 days, there may have been 2 lives to a large extent. And during this period of time, more and more little evils have been bred. Although each event is just data in your hands, but, hey. Bureau Huang sighed. Old Zhou, that's why you came to ask for advice. Do you have any special research ideas in Baijiang? The Bureau of Investigation's investigation and search have already concluded a relatively mature model. There may be slight differences from place to place, but the difference is not bad. Baijiang, like them, has investigators patrolling every day, patrolling various areas, focusing on those remote and rarely visited areas, such as abandoned buildings, garbage dumps, bridge openings, some closed playgrounds, school areas, etc., are also key areas for investigators to patrol. If there is a powerful evil breeding, investigators can find it in time most of the time. A powerful evil has a wide range of influence. Once it enters a noisy area with a lot of people or a residential area, it will be a disaster, but it is also easy to find. Ordinary evil is different. It has to rely on the coordination of various departments. Once an abnormal situation is found, it will be reported quickly, and then collected, analyzed, and judged by the investigation bureau. There may not be many official investigators in a local investigation bureau, but there are many people working and assisting behind the scenes, and many trainee investigators are also selected from these people. Relying on the number of people and experience, this is the investigation method of the Bureau of Investigation. But in many cases, the discovery of abnormal events also means something has happened. Baijiang won the title of the safest city in the country. He was not the first to consult Huang Bureau, nor would he be the last. There may be a special way to find firewood, but only people or monsters are special about firewood. This is all limited. No matter how strong it is still insignificant to the overall situation. Zhou Ju's dedicated mobile phone vibrated suddenly, and a text message with garbled characters was displayed on it. Spam? How could my number receive spam text messages? He opened it to take a look. There are no words on it, just a few pictures. Joju recognized at a glance that this was a map of the 4 cities of Baijiang City, Zhangbei City, Qingshui City, and Lindong City. The difference was that there were glaring red dots marked on the map. Among them, there are very few red dots in Baijiang City, only a few. But the other 3 cities, especially Zhangbei City, had quite a few red dots, which was a bit shocking. This is... Joju raised his brows, and suddenly said, Old Huang, how many ordinary evils are there in Zhangbei that you haven't dealt with? How could there be any unprocessed ones? Those that can be found have already been raised, but some can't be found. Hey, so, Fortune Plaza in your Tianshui district, the 2nd floor, the women's toilet, the last one, hurry up and let people pass. In a place like Fortune Plaza where there are still a lot of people, will there be evils? Although the Yellow Bureau didn't believe it, for safety reasons, they still sent investigators to check. Coincidentally, there was a female investigator nearby. Not long, before the video call, Huang Ju looked weird and glanced at Joju. Why can you be sure that the pits in the women's toilets are all exactly the same? Joju also wants to know this question. The special number for the weekly game naturally came from Jianyu. After sending these pictures, Fang Yu didn't care. How to deal with it is the investigation bureau's own business. He believes that with this information, at least, the number of ordinary people in the surrounding cities who died at the hands of evil will be much less. That's enough, he feels at ease. He doesn't like ordinary cunning now. One can only provide 0.3, 0.4 fate points, no matter if you don't want it, even if it is in Baijiang City. If you go out and run for half a day, you can only hunt 2 or 3 cunning. Evil. It's better to spend time on training. For this mission, he was going out in the wilderness outside the city. Fang Yu opened the game interface. Fate point, 185.9 Wilder Crystal, 182 The 6th card draw is not far away, and the map range will be increased to LV4, which is also fast. After practicing swordsmanship for a while, Fang Yu walked out of the base, and as soon as he went out, he saw Haitong doubled up and was addicted to novels again. It's a pity that after so many days, it still couldn't make it learn to write novels. This cat is not very smart, Yazzie. Black pupil, _ it twisted its buttocks, turned its back to Fang Yu, and continued to focus on the computer. At this time, a newly spawned little evil crawled in through the window and crawled towards the statue not far away. Haitong meowed impatiently, then turned his head, a gleam of light bloomed in his pupils, and he stared fiercely. This little ghost appeared as if it had been hit by a giant hammer, and it exploded in the next second, dissipating in smoke. Good. Haitong is still working, so I won't turn on anti-addiction for it. Fang Yu walked up to the faceless statue, knelt down and looked at it, and then resorted to evil tracking and detection, and continued to tinker, but still found nothing. The detected information only contained the words faceless statue. Nothing can be made, let alone the second ability of the statue, which is really super class. Just watch the game honestly. Faceless statue mysterious storage, 15.1 looks pretty fast? He checked Haitong's panel again, and the devil's claw picked up the stupid cat and brought it to the faceless statue. The unlovely cat's face and the faceless face that had been cut off looked at each other. Crack. Face guide. Faceless statues can store and transfer mysteries, and of course there is a limit to all of this. If you let an ordinary person with 0 mysteries embrace too many mysteries at once, he will easily become insane. But Haitong is fine, the cat will not be broken. Mysteries kept pouring in from far away, and even if there was a loss, it quickly reached the limit of 20 units. Really, once more than 20 units, a symbol appeared on the black pupil panel. It is not called Urju, but it shows that it can be promoted, and the pass rate is 99.9%? How strong is this stupid cat? Is this reasonable? Black pupil, _ quite a while, Haitong neither screamed nor rolled back and forth, just as if he fell asleep and broke through when he woke up. There is no discomfort, as if it was born to adapt to the power after the pump. Fang Yu called up Haitong's panel. Physical, 5.9 plus 6.0 spirit, 6.5 plus 6.0 life energy, 12.26 mystery, 0 ability, delusion appearance, giant spirit transformation. He froze. This increase. Fang Yu picked up Haitong again, looked back and forth, and opened its fleshy claws, but before he could take a closer look at Haitong's changes, the cat broke free from him. Show him cat disdain. This cat. This savior doesn't care about stupid cats, it has nothing to do with the possibility of not being able to beat it. Stupid cat always likes to play computer. Hey, it doesn't understand the fun of rolling iron to exercise and fight monsters, not long, and Jian Yu and the other three also came back. She said that she had caught 2 3-stars, and partially replaced the previous 2 stars, making them more in line with the combination of troops. Now I have gone to the training ground and have a good run-in. He Dao and Yin Ling also made progress. He Dao's basic sword skills were upgraded to expert level yesterday, and now his physique has been raised to 15.6, and his combat power has been further enhanced. All Yin Ling's skills have been improved by him. Among them, the basic boxing method and the healing water flow have broken through to the proficient level, and both dimensions have been improved. Oh, and Xing Jinglei in the next state has also been promoted. All in all, including himself, he had consumed 49 white-level cultivation cards these days. But there are still 40 left. Hey, he is so rich. If it weren't for the limit of human beings, Fangyu would really like to upgrade Zhang Xinlei to the master level within a day. Upgrade, exercise, prepare supplies. The next day, and Jian Yu drove out of the city. P.S. Going out in the morning, the 2 shifts will be updated at the same time. Thank you for your votes, Omega. Thank you for the 5,000 coin reward of It's Not Bad Like This. Thanks for the 500 coins from Scallion Loves Garlic, the 100 coins reward from Chirima God, Magic Chihiro, and Book Friends 20170221093500990. Thank you for the 1666 coins of Q Reading Hidden and the rewards of other children's shoes. The evils outside the city are completely different from those inside the city. Remember, never underestimate the evils. Of course, this was said to Jian Yu. At this time, Jian Yu had 2 3-star treacherous cards as her trump card, and her very exaggerated boost ability. In theory, Jian Yu was already in charge of Xinhua's combat power. It is probably not a problem for one person to single out 3 stars. But only theory. And Jian Yu has a fatal weakness, which is herself. This girl has more hips than him in combat experience, she must have more hips. The other savior's combat experience and skill progress are quite fast. Compared with Jian Yu, he can definitely hang this girl up and beat her. And Jian Yu was driving the car, humming a ditty in excitement. Who would have thought that more than half a month ago, she was just an ordinary girl who could see some strange things at most. At that time, she was afraid all day long, but now, she is not even afraid of such terrifying flesh and blood giants. Also take the initiative to enter the wild where evil is everywhere. In unknown places, fight against monsters and disasters, save Baijiang, and save the world. Thinking of this, Jian Yu's heart was filled with enthusiasm. Especially at this time when she had just awakened at the 2nd level, she felt that her body was full of strength. Even if she only used her fists, she felt that she could kill a ghost with one punch. Be good in front of your instructor today. Duck! After leaving the city, the traffic on the road decreases significantly, and it is not likely to meet a car for a few minutes. In fact, under the continuous publicity and appeals nowadays, very few people go out of the city. If they really want to go to other places, most of them take high-speed rail or plane. Fangyu sat in the co-pilot's seat, making cunning pursuits from time to time. The filthy wind is blowing in the field of vision, and some gray and black marks can be seen from time to time, some deep and some shallow, representing that there are evil activities passing by. There are still relatively few gray and black marks on the highway. Looking to both sides of the road, my good guy, there are filthy winds everywhere, and the whole world seems to be polluted. If he does not adjust the output power of the evil tracking, his vision will even be affected. It can only be said that it is difficult to find a certain evil spirit in this kind of place. Because it's everywhere. After driving the car to a village that was no longer populated, Fangyu opened the door, picked up He Tong and got out of the car. In this business, there are him, and Jian Yu, He Dao, and He Tong. After hesitating for a while between He Tong and Yin Ling, he still chose He Tong to play, and Yin Ling to guard the house. At least when Yin Ling is guarding the house, he will squeeze the time, not only can keep an eye on the reserve personnel, but also research potions. The hang-up income is high. What can He Tong do? It can't even write novels. He Dao got out of the car and glanced around sharply. He stepped forward in 3 steps and walked to a tree with a crooked neck. With his 5 fingers together like a knife, he cut the air in front of him with one hand, bringing a hold the gray mist like algae. A monster with a distorted face appeared, breaking like a bubble bursting. He Dao grabbed the trunk again, ran up to the top of the tree in a few steps, followed the same pattern, and knocked out another little guishi with a hand saber. Snort! All the evil ones must die. Brother He Dao is very dedicated. It also starts with the word black. Why does He Tong stretch his hips like that? Fang Yu took out the 2-meter-long evil-slaying broadsword from Tian Luo's hand, sent it to Heidao, and looked into the distance. The top of the mountain looked like a right-angled peak. Let's call it Cube Mountain. In Baijiang City and its surrounding area, that mountain has the most evil spirits. According to our intelligence alone, there are 3 3-star evil spirits. This is only on the surface. Our goal today is to clean up the evil in that mountain and the surrounding area. Set off. The mountain road is difficult, but it is not a problem for several people. The weakest one was in Jianyu, who was also several times bigger than ordinary people. It's just that once entering the area of Cube Mountain, the light is much darker, and it looks even colder. Even if you don't use the evil tracking, the field of vision is full of traces of the evil. Dead leaves. A tree trunk hollowed out in the middle. The ground is gray and black with wisps of black smoke still indistinct. And the treacherous growls, roars, screams, and laughter that came to my ears. The impact was like a tidal wave, roaring. In such an environment, ordinary people would become insane within a short while. When you gradually go deeper into Cube Mountain, you can even see some huge and sinister outlines with the naked eye. All of them are 2-star cunning and evil, and there are 3 or 4 of them gathered together. Heitong stretched out his fleshy claws and gestured to one. Fang Yu nodded after a moment of thought. Heitong rushed up with a meow. During the gallop, his body suddenly swelled, glowing with luster. The black pupil of the awakening period was a big black tiger after being transformed into a giant spirit, but now it changed drastically. The huge body crushed the surrounding trees. Need to look up at the black giant cat in front of you. Big. Not even a truck can fit it. One of its meaty claws fell like a huge boulder, and blasted down from the top of the snake mother's head, crushing the big monster to pieces on the spot, and even blasted out a huge pit. With every wave and every shot, they all possess extremely terrifying power. Heitong's physique is 11.9, but in the giant spirit state, I'm afraid it will be more than 2 or 3 times higher. Heidao stood in front of Heitong, as small as an ant, and there was a terrifying pressure spreading from the 5 or 6 meter tall giant cat in front of him. But after a while, the black pupil returned to its original shape like dew, and became harmless to humans and animals, cute and cute. The team pushed forward all the way, but Fang Yu never made a move. His team configuration is too strong, and Jianyu called out the 3-star Bone Knight, and brother Heidao held the evil-slaying sword, and charged at the forefront, but all the evils in the field of vision, no matter how big or small, would not let go pass. The consumption is not big either. An income. This time is not suitable for taking out the mobile phone to look at it, but since the morning, there have been dozens of 1- and 2-star missions that have been rejected, and they don't seem to be too dangerous, so there is no need to be so cautious. Heidao stopped in his tracks. Heitong propped up his body. And Jianyu looked into the distance. In Fang Yu's field of vision, the thick filthy wind had a tendency to flow out, and when he left the mission, the evil coordinates displayed in his mind also. The position changes with each refresh. And the marked task red mark is actually 2 in 1, 3 in 1, 6 or 7 in 1. The task description above has also changed accordingly. 2-star mission, group sum, 2-star mission, group, 1-star mission, group many, 2-star mission, group many. Can it still be like this? Things have changed. It seems that when the number of treacherous evils gathers too much, their basic behavior patterns will undergo some changes, and they will start to move in a large range. What does that mean? It means that evil spirits no longer live in a certain area. It is true that Guixia may be unexpectedly active, such as the snake mother who walked out of the abandoned building, but the current situation is different, not just 1 or 2 Guixia, but all of them. They all gradually began to move towards a certain direction. Fang Yu watched, lost in thought. The sinister movement was not directed at them. Fang Yu suppressed the desire to eliminate, but withdrew to observe from a distance. The moving speed of these evil creatures is not fast, and they are still roaring and wandering on the whole, but if you extend the timescale, you will find that they are going out in a straight line. Its purpose is. Refer to the map. If these evil spirits continue to move in this direction, they will flood into Jiangbei City. The nearest city to Fangfang Mountain is Jiangbei, only a few tens of kilometers away. Teacher, you mean, they were attracted by Jiangbei City and formed a wave of treachery? And Jianyu opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened. Fang Yu Dao, when the evils reach a certain scale, their hunting patterns may change. Of course, it's just my guess at the moment. After observing for a while, Guixia is still advancing slowly and firmly. He said, do it. Heiknife couldn't hold it any longer, holding the Xie-slaying broadsword, rushed into the group of evil spirits in the distance, and started to kill. And Zhenyu also released all the evil. 2 3 stars and 3 2 stars went into battle together. He rushed forward aggressively, and tore a group of evil spirits into pieces in 2 or 3 strokes. It's as if they are the evil forces, and the evil group is weak and pitiful. The action was smooth. But, when the 3-star Guaxia and Cube Mountain appeared and brought a large group of 1 and 2-star Guaxia up, the pressure still came. Brother Heidao charged and killed in the group of evil spirits again and again, and the evil sword was extremely violent, but the speed at which he killed evil spirits was not as fast as the speed gathered around him, and he was even more dangerous. Fang Yu's eyelids twitched when he saw it. And Jian Yu was more efficient. She controls the Bone Knight, and she can run over a dozen ghosts with a single charge. Her second 3-star is the Sanha Lantern, which is a kind of evil that is composed of 3 human-headed lanterns that rotate slowly. It is an advanced version of the 2-star Treacherous Deceitful Lantern. A special long-range evil that can release cyan ghost flames. Burning blazingly, every star that passes by will be destroyed when it touches it. And Jian Yu won the best output. However, it is not without danger. There are some particularly hidden evils lurking in the mountains and forests. In such a situation where the ground is full of evils, the mission map cannot give warnings, so you can only rely on yourself to be careful. Snapped. Fang Yu stretched out his invisible hand and snuffed out a sneak attack. But the wave of treachery is still too turbulent, and more treacherous ones are attracted and gather here. Can't go on like this. He holds out his hand. The invisible hand became gigantic, and thunder light gushed out, and the power of faith from Heidao and Zhenyu, Heitong, and himself turned into fuelwood and melted into it in the 4 directions. For a while, the meter-long thunder light big handprint skyrocketed again, with a terrifying radiance of thunder, swept across the pile of ghosts, and finally slapped a huge 3-star ghost. Boom! There was a roar in the forest, and the rocks rolled down. And Zhenyu opened her small mouth slightly. Shocked and excited again. Because once again, they silently saved the world. 2 days later, a mess was left all over Cube Mountain and its surrounding area. Fang Yu returned to his home base and started the game of saving the world. Wilder Crystal, 333 Fate Point, 404.4. My thinking is correct. There are many evils in the wild, and it is more efficient to eliminate them naturally, and the daily income is greater. But the wild is no better than the city. When doing tasks in the city, you can rest from time to time, but you need to be tense all the time in the wild. Without a safe base, you don't even dare to sleep to death. The most suitable task mode is to go out in the morning and return at night, although doing so will waste a lot of time on the road. And, the game interface switches to the task module. It shows the evils of the 4 cities of Baijiang. The wild evils are much sparser, especially in the Fangquan mountain area. It seems that there is a bald spot in the middle of the dense hair. There are not bald people around, but there are still many who can earn fate points. But it doesn't just mean fate points, it also means evil wave. It may have appeared in more and more places. Whether it's for profit or for the safety of the world, first set a small goal and spread the scope of activities of Xinhua to the entire Dongguan. Just right, the map can be upgraded, and there is also a chance for the 10 Company of Destiny. I hope to draw more apostles. A military green off-road vehicle flicked and stopped on a deserted country road. The car door opened, and 3 fighters wearing black streamlined combat uniforms and various equipment and props walked out of it. Compared with the investigators, their outfits seemed more expensive, and they walked like the wind one by one. One of the combatants drew out a standard chopping knife, and after a few knives, he beheaded the evil head in front of him. Confirmed that the vicinity is safe. No evil was found. There are still 11 kilometers away from the destination. We must be cautious from now on. This is one of the places where the prophecy is most likely to cause an evil wave. You can't be too careful. Our purpose is only to investigate the situation in the destination area, bring back information, and try to avoid evil as much as possible. Yes, Captain. Good Captain. The 3 special operators advanced cautiously. The person in the lead wore a special binocular device in front of his helmet, a bit like a night vision device, and he was the only one wearing it. At this time, he was constantly scanning his surroundings, and signaled his teammates with hand gestures from time to time. All the way forward, the distance from the target area is getting closer and closer. But the 3 felt something was wrong. The prerequisite for the occurrence of the wave of evil spirits is that the evil spirits gather together and there are a large number of them. In other words, the number of evil spirits in this area is at the forefront of our Dongwang territory, but how come all the way? It's too quiet, the evil spirits didn't see a few of them. Team member Woodpecker whispered. Another team member, Antelope, nodded. Which one's prophecy was wrong, right? That person's prophecy has not been missed, not to mention, the number of normal wild evil spirits is not so small, and there must be monsters when things go wrong. The captain looked serious. There is likely to be a big horror ahead. The three of them became more and more cautious, almost stopping for a short distance to investigate the surroundings. But suddenly, the woodpecker with the strongest farsightedness paused and pointed to the distance. Antelope and the captain stepped forward quickly. There are dense trees in this area, and the trees should have covered the sun, but at this moment, the light shone on the faces of the three people, illuminating their dull faces and dull eyes. In their eyes, the mountains and rocks were shattered, as if they were split by a blade, the big trees were cut off in the middle, the earth was devastated, surrounded by black potholes, huge paw prints, and wisps of black and blue smoke. Out! Not far away is a huge twisted giant arm that is several meters long, and it is slowly dissipating with thick green smoke. It's just that there is blackness on the ground that cannot be faded. On the mountain rock next to this twisted giant arm, the rock was broken neatly, forming a huge palm prints over several meters long, deeply imprinted on the steep rocks. What the hell happened here? P.S. Ask for a monthly ticket recommendation ticket. Woo woo woo. Thanks for the reward of 500 coins from Tinju Winelu, and the reward of 100 coins from Bookfriends 2022020621350963 and Shishonwan. In the Xinhua base, Fang Yu, as usual, washed his hands, changed his clothes, burned incense, and picked up the mobile phone with the Game of Salvation in both hands. Less than a week has passed since the last fate draw, and I can do another 10 consecutive rounds. I can only say that it is indeed me. I think back then, it took 10 days to accumulate 9 destiny points, but now there are 1 or 200 a day, TSK, the gap. Maybe one day in the future, my salary will be able to earn 1 million a day, or even a cool one a day? Although we couldn't imagine a cool scene, but who knows what will happen in the future. The organization has a bright future. And now, as the probability rises, it is not uncommon to draw out the Apostles of Destiny. This time, it is conservatively estimated that there must be 2 apostles, right? And with the probability this time, maybe a golden one can really be drawn. Make a wish and withdraw money. Fang Yu is looking forward to it. This is the most exciting moment of the card game. Although this heart is not necessarily excited, it may also be blocked. Bring it on! In the bedroom with the door locked, Fang Yu stared at the phone in front of him with burning eyes. On the interface, the vortex of fate reappeared. Among many green, blue, and purple shadows passed by, until a golden light slowly bloomed. Here it comes, the golden legend. It seems that apostles appeared in the other few draws, but Fang Yu didn't care much at this time. He had seen a lot of apostles, and now he just wanted to see what the first golden rank was. Under the golden light, the black silhouette gradually revealed his figure. It is a round golden sphere. Floating, spinning slowly. Obtained, incomplete lifeform illusory spirit, gold, physique, 0 spirit, 50 explanation. The illusory spirit is a special life that does not have an entity. The current illusory spirit is in an unborn, completely blank state. Ability 1, Illusory Shuttle. When the illusory spirit is in this state, it can travel through space along information particles, thinking ideas, etc., and has super learning ability at the same time. Ability 2, Arriving Body. The illusory spirit itself does not have the ability to interfere with reality, but it can be the body that descends as a contractor to materialize the spiritual power of the illusory spirit. Ability 3, Core of Illusion. The core is immortal, and the illusory spirit will never die. It can be revived from within the core, but on the contrary, once the core is shattered, the illusory spirit will disappear immediately no matter how far apart it is. Remarks: the current illusory spirit is in an unborn state. Injecting life energy into it can cause the illusory spirit to be born and leave its own brand. With the end of the fate draw, the vortex receded. A golden brilliance suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yu, and turned from virtual to real, slowly turning into a golden ball. This is the core of illusion. It is both a core and an egg. He stretched out his hand to hold the golden sphere, and slowly injected his life energy into it. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The cold sphere in his hand gradually warmed up, and also diffused a slight brilliance. It's just very light, and it's still far from its birth. Fang Yu gritted his teeth and continued typing. For 10 seconds, his forehead was slightly sweating. 20 seconds later, his complexion began to turn pale. 30 seconds later, my eye sockets sunken and my hands went limp. When his whole body was hollowed out, finally, this golden orb bloomed with brilliance. Gulu Gulo rotated and slowly flew up. A golden figure flew out of the sphere, about the shape of a human, but very transparent and blurry. This is a nascent illusory spirit who has nothing and knows nothing. Not even a squeak. But according to the description, it has a very strong learning ability. Fang Yu pointed to the mobile phone beside him, the one he used himself. Let's learn common sense of life and current affairs news. Understand? He tried, but wasn't sure. But the illusory spirit became active, and his figure turned into a ray of light, which went straight into his mobile phone and disappeared. Fang Yu picked up the phone and turned it over. There was nothing abnormal. If I had to say it, it seemed that the phone had become smoother, suitable for playing games with the highest configuration. He tapped again, and a golden light and shadow appeared on the phone interface. Then he probably had already learned the common sense of life, and the blurred, golden light and shadow that were only outlines slowly changed in front of him, and finally turned into a complete human form. Black silk, short skirts, absolute territory. Wait, is there something wrong? Looking at the black-haired girl on the phone interface, Fang Yu fell into deep thought. Hasty. Can't you change your image? The phantom spirit has left the phone and turned into a slim barefoot girl standing in front of him. Although it's just a shadow. Hearing Fang Yu's words, the illusory spirit transformed from a girl with black silk into a girl with white silk. Fang Yu, forget it, let's go. What he wants to study more now is the ability of the illusory spirit. Since he can drill into the phone, is it possible? Is it possible to travel through cyberspace and collect information? The spirit of white silk nodded. No problem, master. Fang Yu, Xinhua base has internet. He didn't understand the specific principle, but on the first day when he took out his mobile phone and wanted to learn from it, an option to open the internet popped up on the game interface. At this time, the illusory spirit squeaked again, turning into a ray of light and drilling into his mobile phone. Immediately afterwards, intelligence information about evils from various places appeared one after another in the form of documents, far more than what Fang Yu found on the internet, and the authenticity was reliable. The illusory spirit even sent some internal information from the Bureau of Investigation. It is like a ghost in the network, coming and going freely, filtering out dross information and capturing the essence. With the illusory spirit, the gap in the intelligence information of Xinhua can finally be filled. That alone is of great value. The previous salary, if you want to say anything, there is no information, and it is not. He believes that he is at the forefront of the world, whether it is the detection of evil locations, or the cognition of evil, awakening, and mystery. Hold upper level information. But the basics are gone at all, and even the well-known things like the evil hunter, he only understood it after pulling out Xing Jinglei. Compared with the Bureau of Investigation, he is like a blind man. No matter what he does, he is restrained. But now, with the help of the illusory spirit, many of my ideas can be realized, and I have always had a headache. That is, with the increase in the number of apostles, my salary mentor has become more and more unable to do what I want. The contribution system I imagined before can't be implemented because of the lack of a management deputy. But if the illusory spirit can be used as the intellectual brain of the fire, all this can be realized. Fang Yu called back Unreal Spirit, and pointed to another old mobile phone, which is now the container of the salvation game. Signaled the illusory spirit to blend in. The white silk spirit nodded obediently, and turned into a ray of light in the next moment. Bang! It was ejected, and he fell to the ground, rubbing his ass, teary-eyed. A line of prompts also appeared on the game of salvation. Ding! Reminder, the entry of the special life form Phantom Spirit has been detected. Do you want to grant secondary permissions? The Phantom Spirit finally got in. Turned into a white silk girl Kanban girl, appearing on the left side of the main interface of the game. No wonder I used to think that the game interface was too simple, something was missing, so it turned out that there was a Kanban girl missing. The illusory spirit has a strong learning ability, and at the same time, its mental power is strong, which supports its computing power. It may not be as good as a high-end computer, but it is not far behind. The main reason is that the ability is more flexible. With a word from him, the illusory spirit can immediately plan, adjust, and calculate. Soon, Fang Yu's previous rough version contribution system has been optimized. Get rid of a 1-star ghost, and get 0.050.15 organization contribution according to the strength of the ghost and the evaluation of task completion. Get rid of a 2-star ghost, and you can get 0.31 organization contribution. And 1 point of organizational contribution can be exchanged for a quick training, and can also be exchanged for special potions, skills, equipment, guided awakening, etc. Of course, there are still a few redeemable items, so Fang Yu added hundreds of millions of high-value items to it. The tasks are not limited to dispelling evil spirits, these are just basic and daily tasks. In addition, he has launched more tasks. To cultivate talents for the organization, a teaching cycle can make a certain contribution. There are contributions to research and development of items, and contributions to providing venues and funds. In short, there are many channels. He provides different apostles with different tasks suitable for them. Of course, in addition to the tasks that can be freely received, the organization will also have some collective actions, and he will make specific arrangements according to needs. The contribution system was finalized, and with Unreal Spirit, Fang Yu manually updated the game version. Entered the V1.201 era. Yunling Prefecture. Boom! The fist light blasted a distance of more than 10 meters, and knocked a large roaring Yuxi not far away to the ground. Xing Jinglei bullied him, rode on Yuxi, and punched him to the flesh. The earth is cracked. The evil under him roared and wailed, blood bubbles burst from the body from the inside to the outside, and finally the whole body cracked and exploded suddenly. Ah bah! Xing Jinglei wiped off the blue-black blood that splattered on his body, and some even splashed into his mouth, but he didn't care. Lick it and spit it out. 2 stars are evil, but that's all, The Pow Fist is really powerful. If it weren't for this skill, I would never be able to defeat such a large evil with a single body. It's still so easy. It's not just Paoquan, my boxing skills are also much improved now, which is equivalent to a master who has practiced martial arts for more than 10 or 20 years. And all of this, less than a week has passed. Too strong, too incredible. Looking back on the changes in the past few days, Xing Jinglei still feels dreamy. It was too easy to improve his strength, and the large-scale evil was also shattered under his iron fist, and he was a little swollen. Of course, he is very clear about the source of his strength. It's not that I'm a monster, but because I was selected and entered an incredible organization. I'm just a rookie in this organization, a pure rookie, and I'm already this good. Then this organization, how strong are the senior members in our salary? Xing Jinglei couldn't imagine it, only felt that it was unfathomable. But now, I am also qualified to embark on this unfathomable path. The future is promising. In contrast, the Bureau of Investigation is just one word. This time I have completed the 2-star mission, and I can exchange it for another opportunity to practice. And the Bureau's compensation. 1 task, 2 rewards, Xing Jinglei is very happy. It's a pity that the Investigation Bureau has fewer tasks, and many organizations have not found the treacherous Investigation Bureau marked on the map, which is really too lazy. Still have to hold on to the organization's thighs. At this time, ding! A clear reminder sounded in his ears, and Xing Jinglei looked happy. This time the task evaluation is good, I will apply for a training opportunity when I get back to the hotel, and so on. The organization's redemption list has been updated, and there are many more things. Xing Jinglei's eyes widened suddenly, attracted by some of the items. Skill Fist of Death, purple 6,998 contribution points required, Class A permission. Tricky Weapon Shinra Armor, purple 5,998 contribution points are required, Class A authority. Tricky Weapon Immortal Armor, purple 4,998 contribution points are required, Class A authority. In his mind, above the list, skill books and tricks with lavender halos were floating. With a little thought, an immersive picture is displayed on it. With 1 punch, everything dies. This is the Fist of Death. Xing Jinglei swallowed his saliva, his eyes were so hot that it was hard to move away. Purple level boxing. What is this concept? The Paoquan he is learning now is only at the green level, which is 2 full levels short. And if his Paoquan is practiced to a high level, he can do it like that martial artist, punching out the sea. Not to mention purple level boxing. Is it expensive? Not expensive at all. Xing Jinglei only hates himself for being a poor man. He still owes a contribution, but he can pay it back slowly, so that he can exchange for some opportunities to improve his strength. It is still too far away to exchange for treasures such as the Fist of Nirvana. But at least it means the future, there is this opportunity. To Xing Jinglei's surprise, not only is there a lot more convertible list, but also offers suggestions for redemption. According to the organization's suggestion, I am now qualified, and it is the most cost-effective to exchange for a guidance awakening. Although I heard from other hunters that the double awakening is very dangerous, almost a narrow escape, many old hunters have to seek the Bureau of Investigation to purify the mystery and suppress the awakening, but that's them, a group of wild hunters with no backing. His Xing Jinglei is different. He is a member of the mysterious organization Fuwa. Double Awakening? It is enough to contribute points to their salary. The only problem is that he doesn't have any contribution points. It is possible to pay on credit, but he still owes Paoquan arrears, so he cannot continue to pay on credit. Xing Jinglei Heida. He hadn't been this poor in a long time since he became a sly hunter. He can only turn to one page of the task list, and strive for dozens or hundreds of tasks in it. At this time, Xing Jinglei paused. There are also new tasks on the task list, not only to get rid of evil spirits, but also. Task number 233, Submit Materials Explanation. The Fire Research Department needs a variety of mysterious materials. According to the grade and demand of the submitted materials, the contribution point can be obtained starting from 0.2, and there is no upper limit. Xing Jinglei was still holding the materials looted from the Urshinguatia just now. His eyes gradually widened, revealing a wanton smile. With this kind of mission, why should I worry about the lack of contribution points? Starting today, my Xing Jinglei will take off. Ha 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 ha. From today, Xinhua's development will reach a new level. But here comes the problem again, how to send and receive express delivery. Looking at the pile of materials that Xing Jinglei turned in, Fang Yu fell into deep thought. Thanks for the reward of 1,500 coins from Dream Little Life. With the illusory spirit in front, Fang Yu said that he was not interested in the other 9 items or the apostles. He checked them one by one. Skill training card, blue, spiritual mystery, green, spiritual mystery, green, spiritual mystery, green. The spiritual medicine is similar to the physical medicine and the energy medicine, but it is a good thing. At least his physique can be improved through basic skills, but his spirit can't be helped, and his skill breakthrough will only increase a little bit. He has been waiting for this spiritual medicine for a long time. Finally you are here. Fang Yu withheld 1 bottle for himself, and this time he did not specify the remaining 2 bottles, but directly hung them on the organization's exchange list, waiting for the apostles to exchange them. He made a few tweaks, though. Like in Jianyu, who need more mental power, the spiritual mystery medicine is hung in a prominent position on the list, while those who don't need so much, like Heidao and Xing Jinglei, the spiritual mystery medicine is hidden in the corner. Different apostles have different missions, and the redemption lists are slightly different. This is also very reasonable, right? He continued to browse the extraction records. Spirit of the Black Sword, purple, Special Apostle King Hammer, blue, Standard Weapon Mold, blue, Apostle of Reality Draw, purple, Advanced Trickster Collection Scroll, purple, the Soul of the Black Knife? Fang Yu's eyes fell, and he whispered softly. Xinhua Base, negative floor, number 1 training ground. He Dao held 2 knives in his hand. One is the novice sword, and the other is the evil sword. Beside him was the new Apostle Wang Hammer, a man with bare arms and a head as bald as a marinated egg. You mean, you want to increase the weight of this sword, or simply create a big sword similar to evil? He Dao nodded. Wang Chui laughed and said, how difficult is this? You underestimate me, old Wang. If it is said that it is necessary to forge a magic weapon to slay evil, it is really difficult. The birth of any magic weapon needs to use the magic thing as the main material, and then tailor it according to this material to enhance the effect of the magic thing, reducing side effects. But if you just want to build a big knife with similar shape and weight for training, you just need to have a hand. But you need materials besides your hands. Wang Chui rubbed his hands. He Dao said that the materials were not in his control, so he picked up the novice sword and continued training. Wang Hammer, can you chat with me for a while, or tell Lao Wang where to get the materials? When I woke up with nothing in my hand to tap and tap, I always felt uncomfortable. As soon as he turned his head, the gate of the training ground opened in the distance, and a figure walked in. Dressed in a white robe, smiling. It seems to be the center of light. Wang Chui blurted out, Mentor. Master Wang Hammer. Before Fang Yu came, he had already checked Wang Hammer's panel, and he was an urgently needed talent, a top talent. He is a double awakened person like Yin Ling, but it's the same, it doesn't matter whether he is strong or not, what Fang Yu values is his skills and his profession. Wang Hammer has 3 skills. Basic Hammer, Proficient, Evil Tracking, Proficient, Fine Forging Hammer, Proficient. And an awakening ability, Material Fusion. He was born for blacksmithing. Of course, it's not just skills, He Dao has rich combat experience and skills, and knows how to formulate detailed training plans. Yimling not only has healing skills, but also possesses the knowledge and technology of potion manufacturing, wound debridement and so on. As a special apostle, Wang Hammer is almost the same. Fang Yu chatted with him and asked about weapon manufacturing. In addition to ordinary steel and alloy materials, to make a weapon, if you want a weapon to be able to carry life energy and have a killing effect on evil spirits, the most important thing is to need mysterious materials and strange crystals. An ordinary standard weapon requires at least one mysterious material and one warp crystal. If there are any special requirements on size and usage, the cost will have to be increased. Fang Yu immediately asked Master Wang Hammer to demonstrate. Wei Jing, he has a lot. There are also mysterious materials. I got some of them when I killed the 3 stars before. Metallic material? He had a plan to develop weapons before, and he had already prepared some. He took out a piece of blade material, and found a facility in the training ground to serve as a forging platform, and Wang Hammer immediately began to practice. Teacher, you can take a good look at it. When it comes to blacksmithing, my old king is this. He gave a thumbs up, and then used his novice warhammer to beat the pile of materials and steel in front of him. At the beginning, it was still beating normally, but after a while, Master Wang Hammer's speed became faster and faster, and his arms turned into phantoms. What kind of hand speed is this? Right in front of Fang Yu, this pile of materials slowly blended and deformed, gradually turning into a sword. The whole process took only a few minutes, and a slightly hot saber was released. This unscientific, but very mysterious. This kind of ordinary standard weapon is not difficult to make, but the more advanced one, Master Wang Hammer shook his head. I always think I can make it, but I can't remember the specific production method, and the one that is forged by manpower, it is very time consuming, and it may not be possible to make one in 10 days and half a month. Unless there is a legendary mold. If there is that kind of mold, it only needs to be forged simply to produce the best weapons and equipment, but my old king has only heard of that kind of thing, and I don't know what it looks like. Wang Chua suddenly got stuck while speaking, looking at the object that appeared out of thin air in front of him, similar to a black box. A set of molds of 5 standard weapons, knives, swords, spears, shields, and daggers, are listed in sequence. Wang Chue's eyes widened, his eyes gradually became hot and he couldn't help but flew forward, stroking gently. After a while, I was still touching. Fang Yu had to cough dryly. From now on, you will be in charge of our Xinhua's weapons and equipment manufacturing. Before Wang Chue left, he spent a little time tailor-made a training sword for He Dao. It's the same size as the Zhanxia broadsword, and it's heavy enough. The training effect will not be reduced because the sword is too light during training. At this time, He Dao glanced at the training sword from time to time, as if he wanted to pick it up for training, but it was hindered by Fang Yu's presence. It's impossible to rest. If you waste too much time, you can't finish today's training. Tutor, you have to know how to combine work and rest. There are still many newcomers who need to be taught by you. Of course, I am looking for you today because, while speaking, Fang Yu raised his hand, and a group of faint purple brilliance emerged from his hand. As soon as it appeared, the purple brilliance floated past He Dao like a magnet. He Dao's eyes widened. Like the Enlightenment, the whole person has been sublimated, and a faint purple light diffuses from the whole body. While at the same time, the illusory spirit of the Kanban girl also sent the game notification sound to Fang Yu's mind. Ding! Reminder, the special apostle He Dao absorbs the He Dao soul and gets it completed. He Dao's potential is raised to the purple level, and he acquires the unique talent instructor, and learns basic boxing, basic sword, basic spear, basic archery, basic shield skills, instructor explanation. When training others, the owner of this talent can increase the speed of the trainee, including physical fitness, skill proficiency, combat skills, etc. At the same time, according to the content of the training items and the number of trainees, it can benefit the instructor himself and improve corresponding ability. With this talent, He Dao is a well-deserved instructor. It can allow newcomers to master a skill faster, learn combat skills faster, and make it easier to exercise and improve their physique. It can greatly shorten the training cycle. The newcomer Bright Lantern Mage who joined the organization before has not yet qualified to go to the battlefield. Because I haven't learned how to slash. To put it bluntly, it has only been a week since Master Mingdeng started training with He Dao. How can one learn a skill so quickly, even if the seeds have already been planted? He Dao's talent can improve this situation. Moreover, the instructor's talent is not only to quickly transfer his own experience, but also to feed back to himself. It is about when teaching sword skills, his own sword skills can also be quickly improved. The more people who train, the greater the improvement. He Dao is about to take off. Fang Yu was envious. And Jianyou's talent, fast learning skills and almost no bottlenecks. Xing Jingli's talent is able to plunder evil spirits,
The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. Heidao's talent is even more unreasonable. In particular, Heidao has now learned all kinds of basic skills. He can not only arrange basic training, but also teach various weapon skills. However, if you want to truly display the talent of the Black Knife, you need to have enough newcomers. There are very few newcomers in the reserve team, which is still too few. Xinhua needs to recruit more newcomers. Even if they are not qualified to sign the secondary apostle contract in the future, they can be used as a part to fill all aspects of Xinhua. In this regard, he no longer looks for it by himself. Firstly, it is inefficient, and secondly, good and bad are mixed. Potential does not mean suitable. In fact, among the first batch of non-staff personnel, after Heidao's training and observation, 2 of them failed and were repatriated. Hypnotize and tamper with memory. For those 2, they were interns at a certain company, but they were fired not long after. But this time, Fang Yu has asked the illusory spirit to conduct a large-scale search, looking for people who have been in contact with evil spirits, have extraordinary qualities, and most importantly, qualified people. It is very simple for the phantom spirit to observe whether the character is qualified. As for potential, the illusory spirit itself picks out relatively outstanding talents, and it can pick out some potentials that meet the requirements. It doesn't matter if other potentials are not enough. The salary can't only be combatants, but also other auxiliary and logistical personnel. As long as the character passes the test, it can be taken in, glowing and glowing. Now the illusory spirit has marked him with hundreds of people, but they are scattered all over the world, and this place is still too shabby. It's okay as a firewood external office, but it's not good anywhere as a training ground. He plans to pick a new training ground and move the base's entrance. It is only kept as an office here. But, still facing financial problems, and Zhen Yu is a rich woman, but after all, she is only a daughter of a rich family. It would be more or less the same for her father, not to mention that she can't keep catching a sheep. At most. He has already updated in Zhenyu's task list, and when she finds out by herself, she will accept the task and arrange it by herself. Mature lambs have to learn to squeeze themselves. As for now, in the list of items in the game of salvation, there is a drawing scroll that glows with purple light. Apostle of Reality Draw, purple, description, according to the general needs, a realistic apostle with purple potential and in line with the choice of fate can be extracted. Optional tags are, A. People who fight, B. Skilled people, C. Businessmen, D. Useless people. Fang Yu had thought about it before, and chose C without hesitation at this time. Shuizawa Prefecture, the state city. In a building located in the core of the city, Pei Hongjing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the night view. Not prosperous. Since the emergence of evil spirits, and more, the world's economy has become more and more depressed, and the business of their Pei group has become more and more difficult. Pei's business is in the hotel industry. Since his grandfather's generation started the business, and now in his hands, Pei already owns high-end hotels, catering, resorts, tourism and transportation and other industries. But with the economic depression, especially when the evils exist and the external environment is obviously dangerous, it can be said that the Pei group is going from bad to worse. Resort? Who's in the mood for a vacation under these circumstances? The hotel is the same, almost vacant, and some agricultural parks and resorts of the Pei group are now deserted. Because it breeds evil. The situation in the city of the Investigation Bureau can't take into account everything. Obviously they can't take into account their Pei family's park, let alone. No business is fatal. In less than 40 years, Pei Hongjing, who was sitting on billions of dollars in wealth, frowned deeply. Looking at the street scene below, although the lights are still bright, it seems to be a flame that is flickering and about to be extinguished before the darkness. Can't see the light. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in Pei Hongjing's mind. He froze for a moment, looked around vigilantly. Who? He was the only one in the office, empty, and there was no reply. Pei Hongjing swept around calmly, his thoughts spinning. Is it the ability of the awakened? Similar to the ability of sound transmission? Awakened and treacherous are no secrets to a person of his status. Even the awakened, his Pei group spent a lot of money to hire too. If it weren't for the fact that most of the wild awakeners were unreliable, and some even had mental problems, he could have hired more. Just give me some money. When he exposed a little bit between his fingers, the awakened ones flocked to him. The awakened ones are nothing more than advanced bodyguards. Many professional bodyguards with weapons can't beat them. They just have unique advantages in dealing with evil spirits. The two awakened Pei hired with a lot of money was just to beware that they would be able to deal with them when encountering evil spirits. He even asked someone to buy some high-quality Buddhist beads and talismans. It's a pity that they couldn't get the new weapons of the Bureau of Investigation. Now, it must be being targeted by the awakened ones. Is it one person, or a gang? He quietly pressed the alarm bell while looking around. Come out, don't play tricks. Still no sound. However, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Black clouds enveloped the sky, and huge shadows emerged from the sea. Under the gray mist, the building became extremely dilapidated, as if it had been dried for 1,000 years. One of them was huge and ferocious, wandering in the city far beyond his imagination, roaring and destroying. When the light disappears completely, only the oppressive darkness remains. In the darkness, a cluster of stubborn flames jumped, dispelling the endless darkness and illuminating the surroundings. Under the faint light of the fire, there were one after another silhouettes stepping forward. Incomparably real. Incomparably depressing. When Pei Hongjing returned to his office, his heart was still beating violently, and his clothes were already wet with cold sweat, as if he had personally experienced the scene just now. Is this something the awakened can do? Impossible. The awakened person is nothing more than a large bodyguard, but the scene he saw at this time was real and revealed many unknown secrets. A secret far beyond his imagination, not a fake. Then what did you encounter? Panting heavily, Pei Hongjing suddenly recalled the words in his mind just now. Called. Am I the one chosen by fate? Corresponding to the scene just now, if this is an opportunity in danger, he was looking forward to it, nervous at the same time, and his thoughts kept changing. A golden light suddenly appeared not far away, and it turned into a figure shrouded in the light, standing with hands behind his back, looking at the vast night. The world is sinking into the abyss, and calm may not be maintained. You are the one chosen by fate, but, are you qualified and have the courage to embark on this road full of thorns and dangers? It seems that there is a mountain of pressure shrouded in it. Cold sweat broke out on Pei Hongjing's forehead, his face was pale, and he almost couldn't stand still, as if he had returned to the scene just now. Dark. Horrible. Depressed. Only a gleam of fire remained. In the firelight, the mysterious being in front of him turned around, looking at him with a look of disappointment. Disappointment? Pei Hongjing, who was about to kneel down, seemed to be stimulated by something. Maybe it was unwillingness, maybe it was pride, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart saying to himself, once he missed it, he would never come again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Compared with the few business opportunities of the Pei Group, the opportunities are 1,000 times 10,000 times more precious. He supported his knees with his hands, gritted his teeth, and gradually supported himself. His eyes were bloodshot, but he no longer bowed his head, looking straight. What is the person chosen by fate? I need to pay something again. He roared, exhausting all his strength. P.S. It will be on the shelves next Friday, and there will definitely be more updates after it is on the shelves. Although the current manuscripts are almost zero after adjusting the plot, I am working hard to save manuscripts. Thanks for the reward of 1,500 coins from The Power of Struggle, the reward of 1,100 coins from Bookfriends 20171001072418658, Yagu Beast, Xia Chuanchuan, Glory of Bubu, Shenyuan Lingxin, Bu, a reward of 100 coins from Buzhou. The spacious office is in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the vast night view. With a light finger of the mysterious existence in front of him, some information flooded into his mind, and Pei Hongjing suddenly realized. The world falls. Endless disaster. Firewood. The chosen ones. I am the one chosen by fate? At this moment, he didn't feel that it was an awakened person who committed the crime. It's not that he hasn't seen the awakened. It's not that I don't know much about the big shots of the Bureau of Investigation. But those wild awakeners? Not even shoes. Pei Hongjing took a deep breath, guessing a little in his heart. Xianhua must be some kind of hidden ancient organization. Now that he has been chosen, this is definitely a great opportunity. Whether it was for the gradually weakening Pei Group, or for the safety of himself and the people around him, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, as this person said and shown in the picture, the future is full of dangers, and this road is even more so. Although Pei Hongjing was looking forward to it, he was nervous and afraid. What does he need to pay? Is it money? The Pei Group is indeed rich, and many industries are still abandoned. It is not a problem to use it to support the salary, but what can he get for paying all this? Of course he didn't ask directly, but said, the Pei Group can support the development of Xinhua. The mysterious existence in the golden light shook his head with a broken smile. I don't deny that the birth of Shinhwa requires some real financial support, but the reason why I really chose you is, you are a man of destiny, and you have potential that you haven't discovered yourself. Pei Hongjing Physical, 1.3 Spirit, 1.3 Mystery, 0.05 Skill, none Talent, spend a lot of money. Explanation: the owner of this talent has far more wealth than ordinary people, and the more wealth he spends at the same time, the faster his practice, exercise, skill training, will improve. In learning and playing the money system, referring to the consumption of resources, when it comes to skills, it has a unique advantage. Scanning Pei Hongjing's panel, Fangyu, whose body was pale gold at this time, stretched out his finger and tapped lightly. A finger in the air. The scene in front of Pei Hongjing changed again, becoming gloomy and extremely spooky, but this time he was no longer just a spectator, he was a person who experienced it himself. In this special space, I am learning like a marionette. When Pei Hongjing returned to his office, this time he couldn't stand up anymore and fell limply to the ground, but when he gradually recovered from his panic, he found, I am fine, and also learned a very special ability. The ability to see evil. Some awakened people have this kind of ability, but the awakening ability is random and uncontrollable, and it cannot be taught to others. Now, under the finger of this mysterious existence, he has learned it like a divine enlightenment. It will be in a second. His eyes were hot, and with a little awe, he immediately said again, the Pei Group will fully cooperate with the fire. The next day, she was as a city, high-speed rail station, south exit. Pei Hongjing came here early in the morning with his bodyguards. There are many people in Pei's group who can do this kind of reception work, and they are quite professional. Pei's already has tourism-related business. But the ones we are going to receive today are from that organization, no, from the strong man of our salary, a senior member with a higher status than him. Pei Hongjing has come to this point, of course, he will not lose the details, not only in person, but also much earlier. Waiting silently without the slightest impatience. After waiting for a while, Pei Hongjing saw the one he needed to receive. Very eye-catching. He was wearing a black windbreaker, black sunglasses, a mask, and a beret, and he was holding a long box in his hand, which was much larger than a guitar box. Mr. Black Knife? It's me. Pei Hongjing stretched out his hand and shook Heidao's gloved palm. He said with a smile on his face, I'm Pei Hongjing from the Pei Group, Mr. Heidao. We have prepared a hotel suite for you. Next, do you want to take a rest first, go directly to the mission location? Pei Hongjing nodded, and at the same time probably felt the character of this black knife. He said, please follow me. Heidao nodded, rejecting the bodyguard who wanted to carry the box. He got into a commercial vehicle with a black weapon case, sat in the back row, and put the weapon case lightly. Bang! The commercial vehicle sank slightly with the naked eye, and the eyeballs of the bodyguards who followed were widened. They looked at the long black box and then at the man in the black windbreaker. Fortunately, he was not allowed to carry the box just now. The driver in front was driving, and Pei Hongjing was sitting in the back seat chatting with Heidao. The goal this time is a high-end resort under our Pei Group. It is equipped with hotels, hot springs, gyms, etc., and can be used with a little modification. However, there are wandering evils in that resort, and they are still large-scale evils. With Pei's status and connections, he can get rid of the evil by going out of his way to persuade the investigation bureau, or hiring the evil hunter himself. It's just that in the resort, after the investigation and judgment of the investigators, there is at least one terrifying large-scale evil. The group had to give up. Taking this resort out is because the Pei family really can't use it now, and the resistance is very small, but it is true that as he said, there is everything in the resort, and the location is not bad. It is not in the city, so it can guarantee privacy, and it is not far away, the transportation is convenient, and it is very convenient to travel or transport items. It's just a large evil. He looked at Heidao. Heidao said, it's not a problem. After driving for more than an hour, the convoy arrived outside the resort of the Pei Group. You can see the beautiful scenery on the mountain from a distance, and the antique buildings stand on it, surrounded by clouds and mist, just like the scenery of a fairy house. The scenery is still beautiful, but the resort has been closed for a long time. A lot of fallen leaves have been piled up, and warning signs have been set up around the area, and now there is no one in sight. Pei Hongjing got out of the car, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the resort not far away. There was a faint filthy wind blowing, and it seemed extremely thick in the distance, but he couldn't see clearly. Sure enough, there is something sinister. Plural evil. He took a lot of bodyguards with him when he traveled, and this time he also called in 2 security consultants hired by the Pei Group with a lot of money to awaken ones. It's just that they looked at the resort with hesitation and fear. Pei Dong, this is different from what is stated in the contract. Yes, we are only responsible for security, and we don't do this kind of business of eliminating wild evils. There are still such large-scale evils in this resort. Pei Dong, for the sake of safety, you can't enter this place. The two awakened persuaded. To deal with large evils? This is absolutely impossible, no unless. Pei Hongjing ignored them and just looked at Heidao. Heidao raised his head and took a look from a distance, 6 cunning and 2 stars. He put down the long black box, clicked the lock, raised an impossibly exaggerated big knife, and walked towards the resort step by step. Go, let's follow. Pei Hongjing said. Several bodyguards walked around him, and the two hired awakeners gritted their teeth, with hesitation and fear but still followed. A group of people walked in the quiet resort. It was very quiet here, but soon, some sinister roars could be vaguely heard. The faces of the bodyguards all changed suddenly. So did the two awakened. At this time, Heidao, who was walking in the front, stopped, and an invisible airflow diffused from his surroundings. At this moment, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop suddenly, and the two awakened consultants who were about to continue persuading also froze. There is a terrible pressure shrouded in it, the chill rushes from the spine to the top of the sky, and the throat seems to be strangled. Roar! Water ripples appeared in the distance, as if they had been hit by something, showing faint gray and black outlines. The four are relatively small, ranging from a calf to a lion, but there are 2 gray and black figures. They are more ferocious and terrifying, with a huge body 3 to 4 meters high. Fear surged in the hearts of everyone present, the environment in front of them began to distort, all kinds of terrifying sounds rushed into their minds, and people seemed to start to be in a trance. Pei Hongjing was equally frightened. He saw that the two ends were bigger than a van, full of tentacles, eyeballs, and scary figures with opening and closing gaps. Sanity is going crazy. But the next moment, boom! The figure in the black windbreaker disappeared in an instant, and the big knife with the elongated red light slashed down, like a hot knife cutting butter, almost without any hindrance. It even devoured the rest of the body with a bark. Heidao slashed out, but Heidao didn't turn back, and the huge evil slaying sword swung suddenly. A crimson crescent-shaped knife light more than 10 feet long flew out, chopped off another large evil brush, and flew another 10 or 20 meters before dissipating slowly, leaving a neat line on the ground, like a straight slit made by a cutting machine bit by bit. At this time, the time has not passed 2 seconds. The remaining 4 little ghosts still kept their instincts and flew towards them. Heidao stood on the spot, with an invisible killing intent spreading out, creating a storm, and the flying little ghosts suddenly froze, each of them froze on the spot, and their bodies burst like bubbles. He put away the knife and scanned the surroundings again. There is no more evil. Gulu. I don't know who swallowed his saliva first, and the bodyguards came back to their senses. The 2 awakened ones were trembling, not daring to speak, and looking up at the great god. Pei Hongjing was equally surprised. He didn't doubt that the black knife could deal with large evils, but it was so neat. No, it wasn't straight and neat anymore, it was an instant kill, not on the same level. Is this the senior member of Xinhua? Such a powerful one. How much is there in the salary? How much is stronger than this Mr. Black Knife? Pei Hongjing is not an uninformed person, but seeing the black knife pull out the light of the knife and cut out the energy of the knife, he is still excited and excited. Because, according to that one, he is also a person with potential. He can walk on this path and become stronger and stronger. As long as you spare no effort to cooperate with the fire, and exchange the obtained contribution points for various treasures and opportunities for practice, you will become stronger just around the corner. All have a bright future. Pei Hongjing smiled. Just set a small goal first, and spend a small goal. With the support of Pei Hongjing's financial ability, the renovation of the resort proceeded very quickly. During this period, apart from going out occasionally to get rid of the evil around him, Heidao spends most of his time guiding and planning this base. The training grounds have been rebuilt everywhere. At the same time, in a cramped rental house somewhere in Dongwang country, Luo Rui tapped on the keyboard with fast fingers. As expected, many monsters have been born in this world, but us ordinary people are completely kept in the dark. Hateful. Luo Rui had the idea of making this information public, but he calmed down and thought about it. What would it do if it was made public, except that it would increase social panic and he might be invited to drink tea? It would not help the matter. Even if ordinary people know that there is such a monster named Sly, once they encounter it, they will still die, damn it. Useless. The end of the world has come, but he has no power to restrain the chicken.
Thinking back to when I was in the second year of middle school, I still imagined that the end would come one day, and I would guard the gate of heaven with one sword, and the sword energy would span thousands of miles. But now, the end seems to have come, but I can't deal with it even with a single ghost. Once you meet, escape, can you escape? What happened to this world? Peace and stability are the best things. He was still tapping his fingers quickly, but the more he watched, the more numb his expression became. Suddenly, ding! A golden square popped up on the computer screen. Luo Rui was taken aback. Is it a virus? He crackled and tapped on the keyboard, his fingers almost turned into phantoms, but the golden square on the computer screen was still there. Even if he used the ultimate killer tool to pull out the wire, the entire computer screen went dark, except for the golden square. Luo Rui? At this time, he noticed the content above, and his eyes gradually widened. If you have a chance to change your destiny, but the price is to embark on a thorny and unknown road, do you have the courage and determination? Please answer the following questions carefully. Click to expand. 2 days later, at the south exit of Mizusawa City, Luo Rui stepped into a black commercial vehicle. He noticed that besides the driver, there were 4 other people in the car, 3 men and 1 woman. Are you also the chosen one? Of course. Are we going to embark on the road of extraordinary? Is it possible to learn flying swords or magic? A young man with an immature face was very excited, constantly gesticulating, and chanting words such as big chance, changing fate against the sky, going straight to 90,000 miles and so on, which made Luo Rui feel so embarrassed that he wanted to buckle his feet. He wasn't that bad in his second year of middle school. Moreover, Luo Rui felt that things were not that simple. Combining the information he found and the question on the golden box, Luo Rui vaguely realized that there is extraordinary power, but it has a price, and it is likely to be they go to fend off that terrible monster. But he came anyway. The commercial vehicle drove all the way and arrived at the destination. The driver who sent them here told them, I am only responsible for sending you here, and the rest, whether you can walk up or not, is up to you. Luo Rui looked up, and the resort on the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. Except that the fog seems a little thick, there is nothing special about it. Is there any difficulty in walking up? It's a pity that the driver didn't know what to ask. But since it's all here. Luo Rui took a deep breath and walked towards the resort along the main road. Gradually, the fog thickened. He didn't know when he was already in the thick white mist, and even the trees more than 10 meters away could only see a vague outline. At this time, in the resort on the mountain, Wang Hammer stared at the stone tablet in front of him and couldn't help but marvel. The trick weapon given by the instructor is really powerful. It's a pity that the trick weapon won't be dismantled. Thanks for the reward of 100 coins from Flowers Begin and Flowers End, Wujian Guangzhan, and Jin Yixiling. This trick comes from the last item drawn by the Sixth Fate. Advanced Conspiracy Weapon Extraction Volume. As a result, this perfect treacherous weapon in the shape of a stone tablet was obtained the Realm of White Mist. White Fog, Purple, Category, Perfect Trickster Ability 1. White Fog Field, it can create a white mist that affects vision and hearing, and can be filled with warp crystals for long-term maintenance. Ability 2, Fog Beast Phantom, in the area covered by white mist, special white mist phantom beasts can be created. The more you create, the weaker the fog beasts will be. The only flaw of the Realm of White Mist is that it needs to be arranged to integrate it with the surrounding environment. The core of the main body is the stone tablet in front of it, but there are also some accessories buried in various parts of the mountain. Wang Shui is the master in charge of the layout. Unfortunately, it can only be installed, not disassembled. Master Hammer side. Beside him are Hei Knife and Pei Hongjing. They were in the resort, looking in from the outside. The whole resort was shrouded in faint clouds and mist. Although the fog was not thick, they couldn't see clearly if they wanted to look inside. Once climbing deep into the mountain, you will encounter the same scene as Luo Rui and others. The white fog was so thick that it was difficult to move an inch. But people in the resort don't look up and see the thick white fog, but there is a little bit of it, which doesn't affect the sunshine. Even if Pei Hongjing didn't understand this kind of power, he was amazed by it. There was another second of silence for those assessors. Under the white mist, can these ordinary people really walk to the resort? Some of his Pei family's talents and bodyguards, as long as they are confirmed to be free from stains, may also enter the salary and become an honorable peripheral personnel. But it's the same, you have to pass the entry assessment of the Realm of White Mist. At this moment, Wang Shui kept staring at the steel, as if he was looking at his lover. When Pei Hongjing asked him, he said casually, if it is the normal operation of the white mist realm, let alone ordinary people, even the awakened ones will be trapped inside.
This is a perfect high-level trick. Hey, you don't understand the gold content.
As long as you know that this can be adjusted, the black knife is in control. Not far away, Heidao reached out and pressed on the stone tablet in front of him, both for manipulation and observation.
That's right, the realm of white mist also has remote observation capabilities.
These people have all passed the first round of screening and passed the selection of the illusory spirit, but this does not prevent Heidao from continuing the assessment. One is to assess the character and courage of these people, and whether they can maintain calm in the face of crisis. The second is to observe the abilities of these quasi-newcomers and judge where they are suitable for development. If the temperament is suitable but the courage is not enough, the black knife will also fork such a person. At least it is impossible to stay in the combat department. In the mountains, on the road leading to the gate of the resort, Luo Rui stopped, staring at a big stone beside the road and lost in thought.
This stone, I just passed by here. But this road, obviously doesn't even have a fork in the road.
He's pretty sure he's been walking along the road, and he's observed it before when it wasn't foggy. It's just one road.
Is this the assessment of going up the mountain? It really is an extraordinary power. Even though he was not young and was about to be in his third year, Luo Rui couldn't help but feel excited. But the next moment, his blood cooled down to the soles of his feet, and his whole body seemed to fall into an abyss. Because in front of him, the white mist roared and turned into a giant beast. The ferocious, ugly, and frightening beast opened its mouth wide towards him. Me, damn it.
Luo Rui's brain immediately went blank. He was stunned for a few seconds and came back to his senses. He turned around and ran while trembling and gritted his teeth. His legs were trembling a little, and he staggered and didn't run fast.
Sometimes he fell to the ground but got up again the next second.
It couldn't be said that he was as slow as a snail, but he was as slow as a tortoise.
Strangely, the giant white mist beast never caught up.
Luo Rui didn't realize that there was only one thought in his mind at the moment: to run, to keep running. When he ran to the point where his legs were about to break, a bright light appeared before him. The thick white mist had dissipated at some point, and the giant behind him so is the beast.
He has come to the resort.
Surrounding him, there were several other people who were as surprised as he was, but they didn't know each other, and they didn't seem to be the people who were in the same car with him before.
The calmest one is an ordinary-looking old man.
He stepped forward to say hello, and then asked about the situation here.
You are asking the wrong person this question.
I just came earlier, and I may have stayed in the white mist longer than you. Where is calmness? It's just that I have rested for a while and have calmed down, and I am almost scared to death. There was someone coming just now. Let us wait here, probably until everyone is here. This old brother named Gopingen said so. Luo Rui also found a stool to sit down and rest. He calmed down and thought about it now, and it was easy to understand that the giant white fog beast just now was just for scaring and would not bring him any danger, but his own performance just now. It cannot be said that it has nothing to do with excellence, but it has nothing to do with it.
Thinking of this, Luo Rui became uneasy. But it's useless to be anxious. He chatted with other people every now and then, which is also miraculous. Looking back from him, there is a white mist but it's not thick, and you can clearly see the stretching road.
From time to time, figures would arrive, as if they came out of the water curtain, panting heavily, startled and frightened. The entrance of this resort gradually became lively.
As soon as there were more people, they rested for a while, and after the fear faded, the newcomers began to get excited.
Among the crowd, Luo Rui saw the second-year boy in the same car and other acquaintances.
After a rough estimate, there must be hundreds of people here.
Although he has such an odd number that he doesn't think he is a 1 in a million candidate, hundreds of people is really a lot. Men and women, girls, old aunts, young and old bacon are all available.
What kind of monster is that giant beast? It's too scary. I think it's very cool. Can we also have such power in the future? Mountain climbing is an assessment, but it seems that most people have passed through the white fog. Have we passed or not? From today onwards, my fate is up to me.
The door to the new world has finally been opened, Ola.
So what magical power will there be? Phi, Omega asterisk.
As time went by, fewer and fewer newcomers came out of the white mist, and they were still eager to chat about the future at the scene. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and it was still a sunny day, but more than 100 newcomers fell into an ice cave. Their eager hearts suddenly cooled down like a bucket of ice water, and an invisible force enveloped and strangled their hearts. Like inferior creatures when facing the higher-level creatures, he was uncontrollably frightened. It was even more frightening than seeing the giant white mist just now. The invisible pressure lasted for a few seconds and dissipated, and a straight black figure appeared in front of them at some point, wearing a mask, but his eyes were like sharp knives. The cold words hit their hearts. You just passed the first round of screening, and barely passed.
Many people's performance is still very poor in my opinion.
If your performance is still unqualified in the future, you can only clear the relevant memories and return to ordinary life.
Ordinary is not necessarily a bad thing.
This road is destined to be full of thorns, and the rail gate stands here.
I ask you again, have you thought it through clearly?